Whenever you are.
And I'm Katie. Oh no. Everybody, good morning and welcome to day 2 of the Disney Lorcana. CCQ here in Sharp Gaming in Fortsmith, Arkansas. I'm Katie and with me is Garrick.
I am Garrick. That is true, and I'm super excited to be here for day 2. We have a top 16 out there and a bunch of really cool deck lists that made it into the top cut. We're going to be bringing you the top 16, the top 8,
SWB audio
both top 4
capture
matches,
not
and the finals. So
registered.
that is going to be 5 rounds of Disney Lorcana for the price of 4.
I love it. And I do think that's something that on these days where we don't have anything else after, let's spend our time, let's marinate, let's eat this up because after today, the sun sets, we're kind of done with Wilds Unknown. You can play it in Infinity if you want. You can play it in Core, but there's going to be new cards. So the meta is going to shift tectonically next week on Friday, which was the 17th. But before then, we have 16 players who made it into the top 16, and it's not all dogs, guys. Look at this. Garrett, tell me what you're seeing here.
I see Amber Ruby, which is something I don't think I've ever seen in a top cut, at least in this format. It's something that we definitely want to bring you. So that is going to be our round 1 matchup here. But we also have 1 Amber Amethyst making it in for the Blurple, 3 Ruby Sapphire, plus 5 of those dogs making it into the top. But that's not even half.
No, and I think that this is the story is that the dog, it's not even half, which normally we're looking at over 50% in the top cuts because I've been following this for several weeks. And what do you see in here?
We're missing 2 decks.
Is
that Ruby Amethyst? I believe 2 Ruby
Well, we go to the pie chart. JD, it's the pie chart. We go to the pie chart because...
Consult the pie chart.
The pie chart...
When in doubt, consult the pie chart.
Because now we're not missing them, right? Because we got... Okay, here we go. 5 plus 4 plus 3. Where are we at there? 5 plus 4 plus 3.
9, 12, 14. So we're missing 2 decks.
And we're not, though. That's the thing is I'm not telling you what they are. It's Amethyst Ruby. There's 2 Amethyst Ruby, and I left that off as a treat to you, Garrick.
Because I wanted to see them. Yeah. I was like, where are they?
Yeah, that was a surprise and a test because we all know Garrick is he loves to play Amethyst Ruby, and there's 2. So there you go. So it is a pretty diverse top cut as far as I will say. I mean, we're looking at a total of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 different ink pairings in the room yesterday. Of the 15 ink pairings that exist in Disney Lorcana, only 1 didn't show up.
All right, let's take a guess here. What is the ink pairing that didn't show up? Do you know the answer?
Yes, because I did it, data. Yeah.
Yeah, you did do that.
Yes.
That's true.
Yes.
Okay, 1 ink pairing did not make it into the tournament at all. And
only 1. Everything else had at least 1 deck.
I'm assuming it's a Ruby.
Could be.
I'm just gonna take a guess here and say that it was Ruby Steel.
It was. It was Ruby Steel, which is kind of sad because it's had moments, right? We've had moments where people...
If Sky's not playing, it's probably not going to be on the tournament.
Valid. Very valid. So that is the only deck that did not make it. There was even an Emerald Steel, which is like, right, good for you.
Those were the 2.
Right, it is between those 2, especially in Core. They just don't have
But
legs.
Emerald's better than Ruby, so I was like, unless somebody's out there doing the Jack Par dance, it's probably not happening.
But the good news is the way the bracket works is we're going to have lots of fun matchups. It's not going to be dog mirrors all the way down. There might be 1 here or there, but we certainly are not going to have a dog mirror here in this very first top 16 round. In fact, I think it's going to be, we'll call this round Garrick's Delight.
Yeah, I think that's a great name for it. And you know what? I really appreciate that. I'm honored to bring you Garrick's Delight here in round number 1. Ruby Amethyst versus Amber and Ruby.
And I'm so when I do these because what I did yesterday is because when you look at data, you can wait until it gets aggregated because you can push the data from the gaming platform to other platforms and then they aggregate the data. But if you need it soon, what you do is you pull up every deck list, look at the cards, say, okay, that's this. So that's what I did. I looked through 182 deck lists yesterday. And then when we got to the top 16, I said, okay, which one of these? And I saw this one and I went, no. No, it can't be. But it was. It was Amber Ruby. And I mean, and with that, Ruby Amethyst or Amethyst Ruby is equally as shocking, I would say, in the top. It's just not 2 decks we have seen Amethyst Ruby or Ruby Amethyst finish. It finished first place at the Charlie's Collectible Showcase in Houston.
Hmm.
But otherwise, it's not a dominating deck in the meta. It's certainly a counter pick deck, I would say.
I agree with you there, and we do have the player here on the left who is going to be playing that Ruby Amethyst strategy. I was out there talking to one of the Illumineers that participated in the tournament yesterday, and they were like, oh, are you going to put some spice on the stream? And I said, we're going to do nothing but spice until we get to the Dogs finals, I said as a joke, because of course it's going to be a Ruby Amethyst mirror in the finals. But he was like, there's an Amber Ruby player. Are you going to put him on? And I was like, trust me, it's going to be round one. And I was standing right next to James, the Ruby Amethyst player, but they already knew each other's decks. So we're getting in here to the top 16, round number 1 of day number 2. We have James going up against Ryan Simpson, who is the believer in the Ruby Amber before the rotation, and I think this deck is going to be a staple post-rotation, but it's really interesting to see it making it into the top cut here, and I will be excited to see what they are playing, maybe a little bit of the Boosty Boys potentially.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, it is open decklist, so I do think it's open decklist for the players. They should. So yes, they've had a chance to look. So while there is not the true element of surprise, there is certainly the element of, I have not played against this. Certainly for the Illumineer of Ryan with the Amber Ruby strategy, this one's going to be funky. I think it's going to be taking advantage of the fact that Ruby is a very, very control-heavy color, and then Amber has recently been kind of having a new control identity and being like, well, I can do control.
Amber can do it all.
Yeah, Amber really is. It's like, I draw cards, I do control, I can sing.
Aggro.
Yeah, why not? So I do think this is a control mirror match, and it's just going to be who can flex faster. Olaf Helping Hand is coming down. That's a good sign that he is trying to have pressure on early. Ryan, not the same, just inking and passing.
Inking and passing, but only 2 1-drops available to them in the deck, unless you count that Underdog Liquidator, which can come down on turn number 2. Hey, look at this! A Liquidator
like, this
arrives in the Ruby Amethyst list as well. A great card for trying to stifle some of that aggression that you're going to see out of the Dogs decks.
Exactly, and in this case, the ooh of, well, most decks don't like this either. There should be something on 2. I mean, like we said, that Underdog can be played on 2, as we saw by James, and now the pressure keeps going because it is Eliza Maza, who is definitely an anti-dog darling, making sure all your characters, their strength, it stays exactly what it says on the label.
Let's see if Ryan does have a character that he can play here on turn number 3. Has some great options in the deck, but you'd like to set them up with a Scrooge McDuck being that turn 2 play, as it's just going to be the Webby's Diary and a pass. Unfortunately for James, despite Ryan's slow start, he doesn't have that much pressure because the character that he played on turn number 2 cannot quest, and that Liquidator does have Reckless and no lore available to them, as Mrs. Incredible is going to hit the inkwell. There is a Junior Woodchuck guidebook. So again, just trying to set up the control strategy here, but not putting on a ton of pressure. And I think Ryan's got to be happy with that despite his slow start.
Yeah, I mean, it is something where the Junior Woodchuck guidebook definitely represents a comeback kind of situation. So if something catastrophic could happen, James has some cards in the bank to draw from. But Webby's Diary is a big hint of what is to come, especially with this Ariel Ethereal Voice coming down. We are going to see some boosting, and we're going to be paying dividends for that boosting. So that is Ryan's card draw game plan. But now we just need to have the control aspect, and there we go. Isis making sure that, no, your boost shall not happen here.
Olaf continuing to quest here with the Eliza Maza as Ariel gets removed by the combination of Isis Vanderchill and the Liquidator. So the Liquidator doing his job there, not able to draw off of singing a song. And we did have a song, the Delos Moon Lullaby or the Webby's Diary, as we are going to boost the Aladdin here. And finally, pay 1 to draw 1. Aladdin will allow all of your characters with Reckless to exert to gain a lore, similar to Dumbo's effect with the evasive characters.
Yeah, and he has a nice stat line at 4/4, meaning pretty much most things that are on the other side, he's going to put a pretty healthy dent into. We're looking to make a deal. He's like, I need a character. Unfortunately, where I'm headed, I need some cards on my board or some glimmers. So Hades does allow James to draw 2 cards here. James is enjoying pretty healthy hand size. And Ryan still has not done much as far as he's established like we said, the engine here with that Webby's Diary and the boost characters, but he is going to have to shift from, stable to action here pretty quickly.
Yeah, James doing a really good job of keeping cards in his hand, and I think in this matchup that's very, very important because if you've played in previous formats where we did have that big red button in the Be Prepared, what you needed after that card came down is a healthy hand to reestablish and redeploy characters onto the board as Aladdin is going to challenge in, and that beautiful set championship Maleficent is there. But if we can get to 8 ink, we can play the Raging Storm and take care of everything as we double Firefly Swarm off of the challenge there, sending 2 cards in the discard from the Aladdin and the Maleficent being underneath it.
I love that synergy. A lot of times with boosting, the minute that we got that mechanic introduced, it's like, okay, what does it do on surface, and then what are the ramifications? And what we just saw there is if you banish a boosted character, that's, like you said, 2 cards. So it's all these kind of downstream impacts of having these boosted characters, whether it be like with Olaf, if he has James has boosted characters, he can technically draw cards if he returns something to his hand that is boosted. So we're seeing the plan here. Ryan has officially done the control phase. Now he needs to build back, but first James is going to build his own board.
This has been an arduous journey here for Olaf since turn number 1. He's seen a lot of different things as Cheshire Cat and Scrooge McDuck are going to join him here in the field of play, passing it over to Ryan, who again is not in the worst position in the world. We're getting closer and closer to that Raging Storm. There's not really anything that Ruby Amethyst can do to stop that from coming down. So Ryan here can play it a little bit slow. Again, there's not a ton of pressure. If he can draw a couple cards here, maybe off of the Webby's Diary, I think he'd be in a great spot.
And Raging Storm is kind of, it's like Be Prepared, where it's a very calculated move because you have to, as a player, not overextend yourself. So I think that's why he's okay if he is moving towards that Raging Storm, being conservative here. The problem is it can be outmatched and outmaneuvered if your opponent just keeps drawing cards. But speaking outmaneuvered, it is the Headless Horseman.
Yeah, the Headless Horseman able to remove the Scrooge McDuck there. That was targeted by Della's Moon Lullaby, reducing his strength by 2, allowing the Headless Horseman to banish him upon play.
Yeah, this is a card that I do think, it's always funny when you read something, you're like, wait a minute, that's something cool we liked on a body. The only downside is his body is fragile. He is only a 2 willpower, so it's not too hard. Cheshire Cat can make short work if he's managed to find 2 damage. But I think damage is something that James is looking for when you look at his cards like Louisa, Cheshire Cat. He is definitely capitalizing on that. So if he can, he will absolutely be moving that damage. But first, we got Demona coming in, and kind of like Raging Storm, everybody just kind of falls down. They're not banished, but that is kind of the goal here. And I think Olaf, finally, he's being a helping hand. He's been here since the beginning, and now he banishes a 5-cost scary horseman.
Yeah, the Headless Horseman is such a cool card, and I'll be interested to see in the next set if these Ruby and Amber decks combine the power of the Headless Horseman with Gaston, and it doesn't matter if you're playing big guys and gals or little guys and gals. I've got a character that can banish them as the Cheshire Cat is going to quest for 1, taking us halfway there. We are at 10. Ryan is at that critical point where the Raging Storm can come down at any point, but we're going to go with Scrooge McDuck, boost him up, pay 1, and draw 1 off of the Webby's Diary. This is such a great value engine because almost no decks are playing item interaction right now. The dogs have gone down on the Chromacons. It's not as necessary as it used to be, so the Webby's Diary can sit there turn after turn after turn and be a great draw engine for this strategy.
And that is one of my favorite parts of Disney Lorcana is the items economy, because there's this critical tipping point where there's enough items where people are like, okay. But notably, I mean, not a lot of decks are running Clarabelle. She was kind of that accidental.
Yeah.
The Clumsy Guest was like this accidental item removal. Wasabi's another one where you would see that included because of item hate, but we don't need to. But first, it's time to rewrite history here. A little tech card here that is going to allow you to return a character card from your discard to your hand. And when you boost, you get a lot more options. Did we already quick take what we were going to?
Well, I did not see what he grabbed there, but we did ink Lilo Escape Artist and pass the turn. It could have been that powerful Maleficent Dragon, which could come down and answer the Demona Scourge of the Wyvern Clan. 2 winged characters here.
And I do think another flat strategy is if he's going to that Raging Storm, it is quite nice to have that spot removal of, anything like a Maleficent Dragon, a Hades. Something like that is so good once you get that all important board wipe. In this case, he says, let me see what you got going on. Let's just
Let's
exchange.
exchange.
Yeah.
You take a look at mine, I'll take a look at yours. I'm just interested in what you got going on here, as we do have a ton of removal sitting in Ryan's discard right now, as that slow start really starting to hurt him a little bit. Had to use a bunch of that removal, but hand has kept pretty healthy. 3 cards in there right now. James has done the same with the Demona. I believe he does have a Junior Woodchuck guidebook as well, but we might see Mrs. Incredible. No, it is Luisa Madrigal.
Yes, Louisa here. We saw her. She kind of is an interesting card because when she's against an aggro deck, she really shines. And this matchup, we will see. Because, I mean, if we are about to see a Raging Storm of sorts, she just doesn't really pay off. She's a pretty expensive card that can't do much. But he's not slamming cards sideways. Normally, that is a sign that somebody plans to do a board wipe, which makes me think he does not have it. So now it is, okay, well, what is the next phase? And that is we need to do something about these very large-bodied characters on the other side. So that's a head nod of, as he determines his options here.
Yeah, James put him in a really sticky situation with that Demona being on the board with the Junior Woodchuck guidebook, as Maleficent Dragon comes down and banishes that character. Scrooge McDuck will clean up the Cheshire Cat. But as I was saying, Demona combined with the Junior Woodchuck guidebook is a really nice combo, because you can get that 3rd card out of your hand, draw 2 cards later on your next turn, and then potentially ink and play more, so you don't get punished by that Stone by Day ability. But the Maleficent Monstrous Dragging making quick work of Demona.
Yeah, not a lot of people know this, but the Junior Witcher guidebook, the chapter he's open to is tempo. How to keep tempo up. And it really feels like it's a card that fills in the cracks in your game plan of, no matter what, I'm going to get these cards. We'll see how it makes sense based on my ink. He has done such a good job of keeping options open. It looks like he has at least 4 or 5 cards in hand right now. But he does know he is up against the ink ability situation, or not ink ability, but the ink count on Ryan's side, which means maybe it doesn't seem like he has Raging Storm, but it could at any moment. And the more you make him feel like he has nothing to lose, the more stressful it's going to be. He looks like he thought about doing a challenge, took it back there.
Yeah, it would be interesting to do this trade, as Scrooge McDuck would get a 2-for-1, and he does have that juicy 3 damage that Luisa, I believe, can put on her, or is it only her side of the board?
Yeah, she can only move from her side of the board.
Okay.
So, yeah, she'd have to get some damage, and I do not believe, so she does not have Rush, just Reckless. So, yeah, unfortunately, and that's why Lisa, I personally feel is like a little clunky card. It feels like there's more finagling you have to do to make it work, and especially once you get to this phase of the game where the characters are so big, it's so hard to get that little bit of damage like you would against a dog's deck. We're going to boost up that Scrooge. He is feeling large and in charge at a 5/5 right now. And now the question is, do you need to get to Raging Storm? I think that's going to be last case scenario, because he can just keep going wider and wider and control the old-fashioned way.
Here comes Aladdin. We can do the old boost and pay 1 to draw again. And I did see a World's Greatest Criminal Mind in the hand, so we can go ahead and challenge into the Luisa with our Scrooge McDuck. Again, get that 2-for-1, and then ink and play World's Greatest Criminal Mind, removing the Slushy, and then questing with the Maleficent Monstrous Dragon. All of a sudden, Ryan has taken complete control over the board, and we talked about it multiple times yesterday throughout the day. Disney Lorcana, the lore totals need to be kept in mind, but if you're able to control the board, control the hand, then you can end up winning the game, because your opponent has run out of resources despite the incredible amount of lore that they are at.
Oh, I just realized Ryan, RY, red, yellow. Maybe he was born to play this deck.
Hold on.
Yeah, he's like, I must play this deck for you to pick me. But to your point, I think that's the thing about the fascinating thing about control decks. You truly have to be a patient player. And I think people who play this deck, they love the feeling of being like, I have this needle to thread, and it's a thin needle, but I can do it. And this is how his deck is built, with the fact that the boost is synergized. The boost kind of feed into his discard. He'll be able to get things back from his discard with his rewrite history. Now, it's still kind of a little bit of a thin board here, and James is going to have to build back. I do think it's funny, though, because at this point, James is still not seeing a Raging Storm, and every time he tries to build back, he has to play around the thought that maybe a Raging Storm comes. There's 3 in Ryan's deck.
And there's 1 in his hand.
Okay, so it's just an ambient threat, and it's kind of a bummer because he doesn't have the ability to look and see. But man, look at those cards. He can come back from it. So it's just, how much do you want to extend now? He's only down 6 lures. So it's not impossible, but it's certainly not going to be an easy way forward.
Yeah, and those Junior Woodchuck guidebooks have done an excellent job of keeping that hand healthy as Eliza Maza is going to enter the field of play here. A 4-4 stat line, 4-3. Pretty powerful. Can challenge into this Aladdin trade with that if we need to, as another Cheshire Cat, the Inexplicable, is going to join her.
Sorry, someone said you spelled percutions wrong. So, nope, it's now production. So, thank you, sir, someone shouting out. But we did get it fixed. Celebrate, everyone. But now we have a Mrs. Incredible. She is married. Going down into the inkwell and passing. So, where he's going, he's like, I need lots of ink. I think he's trying to say, you'd probably only do Raging Storm once. And if you do, I can go wide. And this will allow him to do that because, yeah, that is a lot of ink on his side.
The major issue in this game right now is despite the fact that James has drawn a bunch of cards off the Junior Woodchuck guidebook, unfortunately Webby maybe had the better idea over there as she can draw cards every single turn as long as you have those characters that you can boost up. And there are so many in this deck. He just drew 2 additional cards by boosting his Aladdins as Liquidator is going to enter the field of play. We are thinking about potentially questing with this Maleficent Dragon, and we do. We are on the board, and the board is looking very scary, but like you mentioned, we're only 6 away from ending the game. It just depends, can we get as many characters on the board that can get us over the finish line without suffering to the Raging Storm?
Yeah, and I think that is the calculation because every character that Ryan commits to the board is pressure and answers, but it also makes him not want to do Raging Storm because I think James has said, like, well, I don't think I can really out-control you at this point. I need to just get to the control or the questing part. So he is on a very, very, very razor edge of just saying, I can't go too wide. I can't be too greedy. However, if I'm not fast enough, I'm going to run out of time. Ryan is at 2, but on board, well, actually, he has like no questers down the board. So, I mean, in theory, he could use the Aladdin ability. But other than that, it's just the Maleficent right now able to do that questing. It's kind of funky. But he will have to switch gears here pretty quickly to questing as well because Ryan is down 18 to get the 20 lure right now.
He is, but an interesting thing to keep in mind with this strategy and the Aladdin on board is Ares, who can ready your reckless characters, and they didn't quest, so you can exert them to gain another lore. So he can gain a bunch of lore that you wouldn't expect to happen if that Ares does come down onto the board.
Yeah, so there are some ways forward, but there is Isis Vanderchill coming in, and she can exert somebody so she gets the most boosted of the Aladdins out there. Unfortunately, she does not have Rush, so it is up to her friends to make good use of this exertion. The challenges would they aren't favorable right now, so he does elect to say, nah, I'm not interested. I will go ahead and pass on over to you and see what you're up to. So now we have 2 very healthy boards. 2 very healthy hand sizes. It's just a question of how does Ryan want to navigate this. With 14, we have a total of 4 on board, so we don't have game on board yet, but we're inching closer.
Interesting, James opted not to trade the Eliza into the Aladdin there. That means that Ryan can boost it up and draw an additional card, but valuing the character on board right now, Ryan thinking through his turn. This is a really, really tight game. We see the lore difference, and the hand size difference, though, is in Ryan's favor majorly as he's going to continue to draw cards with this Webby's Diary.
Yeah, for the low cost of just 1, because it's 1 for the boost for the cost, and then 1 for the diary. And like you said, it's whenever. It's not just once per turn. So it's a pretty good book. I don't know what she's writing about in there, but she's cooking.
Yeah.
But now it really is a situation of when does he get to pivot? I think he needs to deal with at least, as many of these characters as he can. The problem is he doesn't have that exertion ability that we see. World's Greatest Criminal 9 not even yet because that Scrooge isn't up yet. So he's kind of in a funky position right now.
Yeah, it definitely is, but Ryan is going to keep looking for additional cards in his deck. At any point, he can just let the Raging Storm rip if things get a little too scary. On this next turn, if James decides to just quest with everything and we don't remove anything on Ryan's hand onto the board, then we can get all the way up to 18.
Yeah, I mean, it's funny because I'm just looking at like his different removal methods, and it's so funny that he does like a lot of them don't apply right now. For the Horseman Strike,
Hmm.
nothing has evasive, and then also that World's Greatest Criminal Mind, nothing's that big. So he's in a situation where he now needs to do then like Headless Horseman. Still, all of them are better statted than that. So it's
Hmm.
like he's in this funky spot where they all fall in the sweet spot. So we see him actually inking one of the the Horseman Strikes rather, and now it is just a situation where he's like, I guess I'll get some lore. I can't do anything. Eventually, you're probably going to turn your cards sideways. I'll take advantage of getting this lore now while I'm free and in the clear, see what you do, and then I can respond to that turn.
His board was so powerful. It's understandable that you don't want to use the Raging Storm in that position, especially when James has cards in hand, but you are putting your opponent in a tough position where you have to make a hard decision here if you're James. But I don't know what's in his hand. I think I would be more inclined to start questing my Glimmers, get all the way up to 18 at this point. On the opposite side of the board, there is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 lore. So Ryan is not representing game on board right now. James needs to get over the finish line as he is way behind in the resource game as Ryan has plenty of cards in hand still.
And I know I talk about this so much when I cast, but it's just the psychology of it. Because when you look at people who are like me and just want to play an aggro deck and say, let's go next. I win fast or I lose. Ryan, I mean, he didn't do anything for 2 turns and he put out a book and then still wasn't doing
Yeah.
anything. And now it looks like it's like, whoa, this man's unstoppable. He has every answer in the world. He gets to operate in a world where there is no easy board wipe for James. Demona would come at a huge cost for James. And Ryan, I think, is just the more wide his board is, the better he's feeling. He's now at 7 lore, so he's only down 7 compared to the 14 on the other side. So it's just a situation of my favorite thing in Disney Lorcana where you say, I'm going to make you figure it out,
Hmm.
James.
Put the pressure on your opponent. That's what Ryan has decided to do here. There are some pretty favorable trades that you can start making here. It will be a pretty hefty ink investment to start boosting the Cheshire Cat and the Scrooge, but you could boost Scrooge, challenge into one of these Aladdins, move 2 damage onto one of the Liquidators, challenge in with both Eliza and Isis if you'd like to try and clean up this board a little bit. But again, you need to get the lore on the board because I do not think you are going to win a pure control game here.
Yeah, it's so funny too because if he aggravates him enough and says, "Okay, well, I'll just commit 2 more characters to the board. I'll go as wide as I can." Then you could activate him just questing out in Raging Storm, and he has a healthy hand. He doesn't care, or he could go boost a little bit then Raging Storm because right now he has a total of 5 up in this pile, 5 in the other. So yeah, he could do 2 boosts and then a Raging Storm. All that to be said, or rather 1 boost. And either way, he could get like a card before he even does it. In this case, he does. He's now engaging in some control type activities, challenging in, seeing what is under that Aladdin. That's 1 character down. We can go ahead and move some damage, but man, this feels bad. This goes completely against what he needs to be doing here, which I think is getting to that 20 because the math is stronger in Ryan's favor of getting control of the board over and over again.
Yeah, the card draw has just been incredible with the Webby's Diary. It reminds me so much of Maurice's Workshop when the Ruby Sapphire item decks and the Sapphire Steel item decks used to lean on that card heavily to just keep drawing cards over and over and over. And with, like we said, the limited item interaction in the game right now, and really no item interaction in Ruby Amethyst, that card is just going to be the value engine that is going to help Ryan get over the finish line. But James right now is in the tank. This is a hard, hard turn. The challenges really matter here.
And for those that are like tuning in, because we are about, I would say about 20 minutes into this game, this is, I mean, James went first and Ryan had a really rough start. So
Hmm.
now James is in this position where he had the upper hand and now he is truly saying, okay, I have to be a control deck and then I have to build back. It depends what he has in his hand. We've seen a few what guidebooks. Ooh,
Whoa, that'll do it. The double Firefly Swarm taking out both Maleficent and Scrooge. So making a little bit more sense why we went for the challenges there. But there's 2 removal cards gone. Only 1 left in hand, I believe. Ryan, no characters to boost on the board right now, but does have some in hand. I think we're going to see an Aladdin, and we do.
Yeah, he is saying, I mean, because it's so funny. Everything he does, he just has that emergency escape button of
Mm.
Raging Storm. So now he's like, I don't have to do that yet. I have made you take a little bit of down tempo here by choosing not to quest and choosing to spend all your cards, all your time questing. So in this case, we are a little bit not afraid of this. So give us one moment. If you sound like we're a little bit quiet, we are working on seeing what's going on in the neighborhood. But you can see. You tell me. What are you looking at, Garrick?
The Liquidator does go into Scrooge there, removing that off of the board. Two cards underneath the Scrooge that were boosted go into the discard pile, and now we see the Scrooge's Counting House. I really like this card in the Ruby Amber strategy because not only is it something that you can boost to draw cards off of Webby's Diary, but it also gains willpower and lore for every card underneath it. So if you can continually boost this thing and Raging Storm, and your opponent never gets to challenge it, all of a sudden you are putting an insane clock on your opponent to answer this thing, or you're going to get over the finish line very, very quickly as Demona comes down, refilling the hand for James. That's something that he needed. He was running very low on cards in hand there.
Yeah, it's very reminiscent of the DKP board wipe into McDuck Manor strategy, where it's like, yes, you just have to build back after a devastating ecological disaster, but then there's real estate you have to deal with. And like you said, this one can get out of hand. Now he is able to fill this board up pretty quickly. These are, like we said, it's like after that challenge, you're like, okay, how do we get back? He is back. We have pretty good challenging available on the board. The Counting House, unfortunately, he was only able to put 4 in it, which with that boosted ability is not enough to get rid of it. So that Counting House will be around for 1 turn. But that does, it's one quest he didn't get to do because he had to deal with that Counting House.
Yeah, I think it might be time to let this storm rage on, if you get what I mean there. Raging Storm. We can boost up the Aladdin, boost up the Scrooge's Counting House here, and I believe we'd still have enough to play it and it draw at least 1 or 2 cards. Then if we Raging Storm, our Scrooge's Counting House will be gaining us 3 lore. So there goes the Aladdin on his quest, if you will. He can exert to gain a lore. That is his ability if he is boosted. We're going up to 10. I think a Raging Storm might be the move here.
How hard is my favorite thing is just waiting. Like, is he gonna do it? Is he gonna do it? And I think it might be. He will ink here, getting that ethereal voice down into the inkwell. He has been drawing ample amount of cards off of that beautiful, beautiful diary over here. Then did he take it back out? Okay, yeah, so we're just going to go ahead and boost, get more cards from Webby's Diary. So we are not raging. Are we? Do we have enough here?
We do have enough to ink and play the Raging Storm.
I just wanted to. Villains in the chat, shout out to Baker Villain, who I must assume felt a little wind blew by and was like, is it a Ruby Amethyst, Ruby Amber? But there we go. You said this is a great card to have if you Raging Storm. Ooh.
Oh, look at the
Revenge.
answer from the hand. The Elsa finding a Raging Storm underneath the Scrooge's Counting House. So that's 2 Raging Storms down, and now we are not going to gain that 3 lore that we would have previously. Let's go ahead and exchange discards again, as Ryan's going to be running low on cards in deck. He has drawn so many throughout this game, and I think he was leaning on that Scrooge's Counting House to get him over the finish line, but Elsa the Fifth Spirit says, hold on, not so fast there, buddy.
A perfect response, because he doesn't have a ton of rush. I think that is the only rush card he has in his deck and is perfectly sized to get rid of the Counting House. So now the thing is that Ryan still has a ton of cards in hand. On the other side, it looks like we have a Hades, a Demona, so some pretty good hits over there. How wide will he go? Ooh, right in. This is the revenge match. It's just control on control. The Headless Horseman coming down saying, "How much is your strength?" Yeah, that's you're gonna be banished here. And then we have a Lilo Escape Artist who feels silly a little in this deck. I know why she's there, but she's such a little character in all these beaters here. But it has some inevitability. He builds back 2 Scrooges, and I'm assuming next turn we're gonna be seeing some mega boosting.
Yeah, boost those Scrooges up, draw off that Webby's Diary, everything going in Ryan's favor right now, and that is the power of the board wipe combined with card draw. That's why Ruby Amethyst was one of the best decks before the first rotation, because you could draw card after card after card off your libraries, your rabbits, your genies, however you prefer to do it, and then you just remove everything your opponent plays for the rest of the game, and you just have cards in hand that can deal with every single threat. Ruby Amber has taken the torch torch off of the Ruby Amethyst list and is playing that similar strategy. But here, things are a little bit different with the Ruby Amethyst list. You're a little bit more tempo control. You don't have the ability to clear an entire board anymore, at least not traditionally. Demona can sometimes do it, but you need to invest into that Demona.
I'm always so in awe of these players playing a deck like this for, this is their 9th round at this point. Because, man, this is just game 1. And so these players have been doing these calculated, how far can I go with my board? As we said, 2 Raging Storms, 1 was deployed, 1 was trapped under a counting house. There is a 3rd somewhere out there, but Ryan has moved from his control phase into a little bit of just building that board. Because now the closer we get up to the lore, it gets to the point of a tipping point of, can you catch me with the turns we have left? It's the turn clock, basically. So he's looking through his own discard saying, man, look at all these memories. But what else do I have left here?
He has or rewrite history. So he can go into the discard there and grab back a Maleficent Dragon.
Oh, yes. Yeah, he has a lot of good stuff in there. We have that Headless Horseman who's, depending on what size of foe you have on the other side. In this case, we have a Hades looking for a deal, not too scary by himself, and then a Liquidator who absolutely does not do a lot of work when it comes to getting lore on. So I think he's feeling pretty comfortable that Lilo will get knocked down, but she will keep coming back. And in the meantime, we're going to get if we're going to get a Della's Moon Lullaby with a Horseman? No, we don't have a pink. But that would have been fun. We do get to draw a card, though.
Yeah, we did get to see that a little bit earlier. It is a cool interaction using the Della's Moon Lullaby for single target removal compared to like what the Dogs deck does, which is let's use that to board wipe in the form of Under the Sea. But look at this. All of a sudden, we're at 16, and I don't want to harp on it, but like we said earlier, control the hand, control the board, and you're probably going to win the game. And James says, there's nothing I can do. Let's get into game number 3.
Yeah, and I mean, shout out to these 2 Lumineers for their deck here. I would like to point out that Lorcana Villain makes an excellent point. I keep calling this a control mirror, and in some ways, Ruby Amethyst has control echoes in it, but it does kind of feel, it operates like a mid-range deck these days. And so once you get past the middle of the game, you do enter a situation where it is who is better in the top end. And unfortunately for James, Ryan's deck is the better control deck in this matchup. So it looks like we're doing a little bit of lore guiding, just seeing total counts here. Sometimes it's a situation of how many cards left in deck. They could be doing that. But I do believe they are going to game 2 no matter what, given that Ryan, RY, ruby yellow, red yellow. Dang it. But I just think there's something there. There's something there, guys. It's a conspiracy. But shout out to everyone taking time with us. It is Sunday morning. Everybody's eating their cereal,
That's true.
hanging out. And we've got wonderful, wonderful people in the chat. We've got Panderic Quest. We got Rules of Villainy. We got Lorcana Villain. We have got J-Bomb, Golden Mickey winner and friend of the show, of the Quest world, that J-Bomb. Shout out to Twitch for letting the persecution of JDZ be over. If you guys look at it. That is Quest World Production.
Yeah.
So shout out. Everything's coming up great. And
Right there.
round 1, we have Ruby Amethyst versus Ruby Amber. You can't ask for better. Friends, good Lorcana, and everything spelled correctly.
I think that right now Ryan has to be the people's champion. The Amber
Yeah,
Ruby
how do you not-
Boosty boys, if they were able to qualify here in the last moment, the last breath of the Wilds Unknown
Yes.
format would be an incredible story.
It would, and I have to say, like, because I was sitting, we were at dinner, and I'm sitting there on my phone, and it looks like I'm being moody, and I am, but I'm being moody for a reason, because I was, like, trying to look at the list, and I looked, I was like, no. So then I went back, and I pulled, I was like, it is.
It can't be.
And they're all having nice conversation. I'm like, do you guys want to hear something? You guys want to hear something? Ruby Amber, and it was Ruby Amber. So, yeah, someone, Earthquake Gaming. Earthquake, weren't you playing yesterday? I think Earthquake was playing in the tournament. Said, where do we get cereal? Sound off. I can't read this one. Sound off, Boosty fans from Foil Bijou. We also have Amity TCG. We have the Lucky Dimes being represented out there on the floor. We have a lot of fun little teams down here. Team Infinity showed up big.
Yeah, they did.
They had 3 people make the top 16. Hayden, Seggers, and Cody, 1 billion crabs. 1 billion crabs.
1 billion, not a million.
And we got Lux Ferrante.
A billion.
Lux Ferrante, Ink, finalist. So I love it. It makes me very, very happy to see the community show up, because if you guys weren't watching, we'd still be casting.
We would be.
But it's more fun when you guys are here. And we are there, I believe, taking a little break while they get sorted out. I think they're possibly, I don't know. You know, sometimes you go to the restroom. Sometimes you're like, hey, gamers, isn't it so cool that we're both Ruby gamers?
It looks like we are
Sleeve stuff,
re-sleeving
yeah.
the entire deck for Ryan. There are a couple cards that the lore guide said, maybe we should re-sleeve this up.
Shout out to the lore guides. This team, I would like to say that they are, I mean, when you travel to these tournaments, you start to see certain lore guides everywhere. And you start to like kind of be like, these guys work really hard. I mean, you know they work hard, but like they're all over the place. Yesterday, they were in a room a little toasty. A little toasty of a room. So they're literally sweating for Lorcana. So thank you to the lore guides. And thank you to Philly for putting a lore guide at the table. I
Yes.
can't express as a streamer and a content enjoyer how much that helps and how
It
much
does.
it just makes it better for everyone.
It does. Having that lore guide, keeping an eye on everything, making sure that the stream match is going as well as it possibly can. I want to give a huge shout out again to Sharp Gaming for putting on this CCQ, inviting us all out here. It has been an incredible weekend thus far. The top 16 is raging on as JDZ tosses us a couple boosters out of a box that he already opened and
Yeah.
enchanted out of, but he wants us to work for him and open an iconic. So if I can lend some of my iconic opening luck to JDZ Quest here, as I have opened 2 of them.
Great Illuminary, I'm seeing what you've done for other people, please.
Give that luck to JD, because that's a JD pack.
Possession is 9/10 of the law.
You heard it here first. Come on, Buzz. Get
Did
on
you
to
know
that
you have
pack,
rights?
Buzz.
Oh, we got DJ the zoologist, double qualified for the North American Championship.
Why not
DJ.
just double qualify? You give me one of those?
Yeah, I think he passed
I know
it
you
out.
passed it down, but can you pass it over here instead as we
I
do?
love this. Amity saying you have to do it full JDZ style, disrespect and just throw the cards on the ground like you don't care. I won't do it. Maybe
That was a
I'll try
crazy
it one.
throw.
Oh,
Katie.
oh, okay, I'm not doing that
Katie.
again. It was a puzzle card. I think that's it.
We got a
new.
Mr.
Oh, you guys.
Incredible.
Okay.
I'm waiting on the back
Hubert
card.
Hamishimish, Jingle Joe,
Jingle Joe.
Fat Cat, Frozone, Sarah Bellum, Doctor.
Mhm.
Medical or not, we don't know. Chip.
She got her PhD in
Where
something.
is my
Super suit?
3 arrows, copper? Yum.
Buzz
legendary?
Lightyear? No.
Okay, no one's out. But it's Herc, who we love. Oh, thank goodness. I was wanting this one. Wow, we did so good. JD, here, you can have these back. Thank you.
I got a legendary though.
You did? What'd you get?
Mr. Incredible.
Oh, that's so incredible.
Look
Bob
at him.
Parr.
Bob
Bob
Parr.
Parr.
Shout out. Family
do
man.
the worm and explode all the cards out of your pocket. That's
math
a
is math. Oh, do the worm and explode
dude.
the
I've never
cards
seen
out.
anything like that. JD danced so hard like enchanteds were falling out of his pockets. Have you ever done that? Have you
Like
ever seen a
so-
man
like
dance so hard, high value cards fall out their pants?
Like Sonic in all
Yeah.
his rings. Bling, bling, bling.
Yeah, I thought about robbing him, but that would be you don't rob a man when he's
You
cards
do.
fall.
If
do
that
rob.
happens, you can legally take all the stuff that falls on the ground. That's how that works.
It is true. Yeah, last night we went to Hibachi. Skylar Dunes of Maelstrom fame dropped his wallet.
He
That
did.
guy could have taken it,
It could have.
but he didn't.
That was a thick wallet.
He keeps putting more and more stuff in there. It is insane. It is.
I got to talk to him about a Ridge wallet. Let's just minimalize
That
things
is
a little bit.
technically the minimal wallet. It only has space for like 4 cards, but he keeps putting cash in there because he goes to these tournaments and then they gets cash and he's like,
Why?
I'll just shove it in there. I'll just put it in there.
Go
So,
to the ATM, dude.
man, DCI packing, opening crime scene, almost baby crime. Yeah, during DCI we did have a little bit of a crime scene, but we've learned we're cleaning up as we go. Actually, don't look over there because it is JDZ's crime scene over here, a little behind the scenes. But
I'm ripping another one. This
But-
is a JD pack.
guys, this is important. In literally less than 5 days. So right now, what day is it right now? It is the 12th. In 5 days from now, Wild's Unknown, I don't know her.
Never
Only
did.
opening Attack of the Vine.
Attack of the Vine.
Vine.
The Vine.
Everything's feeling fine. Peter Pan. Dipper. It's not Dipper, it's Dipper, but Dipper one day. Doopy. Doblo.
Doblo.
Just
Just
Jingle Joe. I hope when they do collector packs, you get enhanced art
Look at
Jingle
'em.
Joe.
give me a full art Jingle Joe. Robin's
dare
burger.
you.
You won't.
Rules of Villainy saying,
You
I
won't.
heard Sky's golden Mickey is in his wallet. Probably. It's not.
It is. He keeps it in his sock.
Yeah. He's like, it's a little moist, but Mickey strong. All right.
No sleeve.
No sleeve, but a good attitude.
He said he's going to put in his bike spokes soon.
So we are still sleeving. Shout out, all hands on deck. Not Ryan. Ryan's like, this is technically my deck. Is good. Just kidding. Ryan looks like a really nice guy. You know, sometimes you see someone, if he's mean, don't tell me. No one tell me. I want to know.
You know what? Who looked like a really nice guy yesterday on stream? Big Woot.
Big Woot, whose last name was Wooten. So
I wanted to give him a big hug.
I know he had the Scarface shirt on, but he was like, that's Cap. He seems like he's a
I
nice
came out of the
man.
booth after we casted that, and he came up to me with the biggest smile on his face, gave me a big handshake, and said, "Thank you so much for casting that." I was like, "You're welcome."
Okay, I will say that's one of my. I like casting for so many reasons, but when somebody says, "I watched it back and thank you," first off, when they say thank you for being kind, I'm like, who else is casting?
And they're mean.
Yeah, where they're
This
like,
guy stinks.
oh brother. So first off, like, wow, but also like it just makes me happy, especially when I like my family's watching
Yeah.
and like, because you know a lot of people if they're on a featured match they want to watch it. I wouldn't be able to unless I won, then I'd watch. If I lost, I'm like that's deleteless.
Delete the VOD now.
Yeah, but I love when people say thank you, and because I think when I'm casting, I have like 3 goals. 4. I want to make the match look good.
Mm-hmm.
I want to make the player look good.
Mm-hmm.
I want to make my co-caster look good, and I want to make the tournament look good.
And the game.
Well, isn't that kind of the match? Yeah, but yeah, the game.
Lorcana overall.
Yeah, because I want to tell you guys why you should care about these things. Shout out to JD's arm. He's gone again. I like it. People like a little JD.
They like a little JD.
People are
arm.
saying more. We never have enough JD.
Look.
I think I'm gonna put on this shirt. I want to match. I was trying to wear this cool look.
Yeah, put the
but
shirt
look how
on.
cool this pin is, though.
We could do a whole Buzz and Woody thing. He's right here, guy. Give me some stin, JD.
I'm Mrs. Nesbitt. Are we?
JD, will you get on the stream and show the people that you're here?
That's a puppet. We're holding him up. I'm JD. I'm the percussion. Fungus TCG says, everybody that casts me takes the opportunity to talk about how bad of a person I am for ink geyser and bending. Well, you didn't have to do that, Fungus.
Yeah, Fungus, you are the only one bad person that's ever been on a
And
stream.
here's a fun thing, though. I mean, he's not bad. That's the thing that sucks.
No,
He's
Fungus
so,
is the greatest.
He is, and
He's
like
the best.
to the point. I mean, Fungus knows this story, but like before DLC Richmond, Sky's dad messaged him and said, "You gotta watch Fungus's video. This deck is really good." Now Sky had he plays Lorcana, he knew. But then
He
I'm
knew
watching the
about the
whole day,
Fungus.
and like Fungus and Sky are kind of like near each other because they're doing well in the tournament. And I was like, Sky's dad's gonna be over the moon about this.
Yeah.
And then they're in the finals. I was like, maybe this is complicated. Now it's a conflict of interest. Sky's
Now he's
dad,
like,
big
"Not
Fungus.
My favorite content creator,
like
Fungus,
this.
is going to battle my
Yeah,
son. Who
so
do I root
not-
for? He was rooting for Fungus.
his other son, and that's why at Christmas this year, both of them were there.
He
It was-
calls him his Sungus.
Sungus. Oh, my dear sun guy. My sun guy. Yes. Yes.
Are
there we
you
go.
all glad that they're sleeving up their deck in the opposite room so me and Katie could just get some bits off?
Yeah, right.
We're workshopping
Shout
some
out
stuff.
Sky's dad. Shout out Fungus, because he's here. Fungus is everywhere, too. That's the thing. We have a mold problem. But it's not a problem because you were there.
Fungus is in the walls.
I like this sleeve check 2026.
Yeah, we're just going back to it periodically.
Just so you guys believe us, because sometimes people in the chat will be like, "Hey, I want to watch Lorcana." I'm like, "I do too, guys." What do you
Trust us.
This is my 5th. This is my humble brag. This is my 5th weekend in a row casting Disney Lorcana. Nope,
Okay.
don't do it. That's crazy. But it's one of those things that it's the end of the season, and if I get asked if I can do it, I'm gonna say yes. And I don't think I've said no to any tournament. To the point there was a weekend I accidentally said yes to 2, and I love it. And all that to be said, I would want to watch more Lorcana too. But instead, you get Silly Bits with
Silly
Garrick
Bits.
and Katie.
Silly Bits.
Welcome to Silly Bits.
Not to plug, but if you do want to hear the entire Fungus and Sky story from DLC Richmond from both of them, you can check out Podcon. We had a nice episode about it.
It
Fungus
was.
came on and they talked about their runs on the opposite end, and we built the story up to the finals. So it was really cool to get them both on to talk about it.
And it's an interesting story because, I mean, it was 2 players that are in similar circles, but the way that they got through the room on very similar deck lists, it only differed by like one count of 2 cards.
Yeah.
And that they landed at the top table. It was very interesting from a data perspective. And they were nice. They were nice to each other. I mean, Fungus did give him the double bird when the T-Bows were on the table. I thought that was kind of crazy when he like flipped Sky. That didn't happen. That'd be crazy.
I was like, did that happen?
No, Fungus was nice and Sky was nice. It's so funny because there's this great picture of Sky going like on the camera, and we think it's fun, but Sky's like, that's me realizing I lost a DLC. So he doesn't like that photo, but he just looks so great losing in that. And like it's a fun picture, but he does not like it when we think it's nice because it is one of the worst moments of his career. But one of the best. Second place is still very good. Tipo is getting out. Everybody in the chat, say goodbye to your favorite cards. In this match, I'm trying to think in this pair up. Like,
we did have an in memoriam yesterday.
We did. Oh, Garrick, when we went to introduce the interview, we're like, we're going to go to the interview with Taylor Swift. And it said, in memoriam. I was like, oh, my God.
In the arms of the Tipo.
Oh, man. And I think of all the cards that are going to rotate out, I think the ones I'm saddest about are the ones that in the...
You just pick up the skull.
The ones I'm most sad about. What is it to lose a card?
To quest or not to quest? That is the question.
If I quest, I cannot sing. But the things that I am sad about are the cards that just got good. And that would be Lilo, Kazuya.
Yeah.
Because you see that and you're like, oh, we're cooking.
Bring her back.
We can't.
With the Horn King and Olaf. I mean, you could play her Infinity,
the
but...
irony of Lilo is she's only good at the end of a rotation, I think, right? Because she has that critical action capacity where you have the most amount of cantrips available to you. We have I shouldn't say names out loud. Sometimes I'm like, what's that fine? But it is fine. Kurai Kage, 2019. Goodbye, Blurple. You will be missed. Rest in peace, Visions of the Future. We're good. Get them out. We're fine.
Sorry, Panda and or Quest.
Pusky saying, what happened to Percussions? Get out of here. We're done with that joke. We're almost,
we're good. It looks like we are getting into
no more bits.
Game number 2.
Katie and Garrett, bits in the morning, canceled. There's one season.
One season, and it's over.
Like Toy Story. They never made another episode. It was canceled. What? Put on the next one. We're gonna someone Trader Jammo. Can we just rotate Eleanor? Just get her in there. Hey, Eleanor.
Sneak rotation.
You got to get out, actually.
We are subbing Eleanor out, but unfortunately that means that somebody from the previous format has to go into the next one, and we've elected Tramp Smart Dog.
Tramp or Eleanor right now. Tramp son or Eleanor daughter. But we are now going into this game number 2, and I am... How do you not get like, obviously both players, they're great. They're in the top 16. I'm always rooting for everyone to win. But Ryan was on the draw. Ryan snuck into the top 16. He was like the last one to get in. Like, that's how it works. Right? He was the 16, but it's the 16th seed is a better way to word that.
He snuck in. Nobody noticed him. And he was just like, he just showed up today, and we're like, let him play.
He snuck in, and we saw his deck, and we said, oh, hell yeah, get in, buddy. But anyway, so, I mean, it is truly, I mean, this is the David and Goliath situation of James, who is, Goliath here, undefeated versus Ryan, who was on that bubble. There were 14 people on the bubble yesterday, and only 4 made it in. So that is like 10 people who said...
That darn bubble.
I know, and that's a big bubble. Get on the top of it. Join my Metafy. That's what you want to do, is be on the top of the bubble. So at this point, it's hard not to root for Ryan, but in this game, I'm going to have a little bias for James because I always want every player to be able to show why they brought their deck to the tournament.
Yeah.
What made them believe that this is the right move. Now, both these players probably built their deck believing that they were playing in a different meta than this match. I don't think James built his deck to play Ruby Amber, and I don't think Ryan built his deck to play against James. But obviously it works in some ways.
Yeah, it's working out spectacularly right now for Ryan as we're thinking about inking the Liquidator here on turn number 1. And we are passing it over to Ryan. We'll see if he has a rebuttal in a turn 1 character. We did not see that in game number 1. He does not. But I think I see a Scrooge McDuck in hand potentially, which will help him get off to a much quicker start as James says, hey, that's a good idea.
I can't express how much I love that boost works because sometimes in games you'll see something introduced and it's like people see it, they kind of get it, but they just don't.
Yeah.
It doesn't get into the zeitgeist. But boost is absolutely in the meta. In fact, this is a boost deck and a boost mirror. So there we go. 2 Scrooges, both alike in dignity, but one is foil, therefore cooler. But now James gets to add his pressure. Now, unfortunately, boost does cost a little bit of ink to do, but this is a perfect way to do it. He's investing in two strategies at once, boosting up that Scrooge to make him a nice, healthy 4/4, and then later we can read a book and get some cards.
Yeah, I think James recognizing here that I need to get some lore on the board before I get out controlled by my opponent. So Scrooge McDuck is going to go ahead and get one of those lore that we need on the board. We'll see what Ryan has here in a rebuttal. Could boost the Scrooge and challenge just to prevent that Scrooge from continually boosting, but we have the Della's Moon Lullaby, which is going to reduce the strength here.
Yeah, that Delamoon's Lullaby is good to get it out now because within moments, there could be an Eliza Maza who hates getting strength lowered. She won't allow it. And it draws a card. I think it's so fun in Disney Lorcana. You read a card, an action, and you're like, it's good. And then you see draw a card, you're like, it's just got better. Because it is replacing itself. You're not necessarily getting to draw a card so much as replacing it, kind of keeping your hand size nice and stable. But now James still has his ability to crack a book open, draw two cards. This is bad a little bit. I think he wants to have pressure and keep that pressure. He got up to a nice, healthy amount of lore. If Ryan can take off, it's going to be hard to come back, but we'll just rebuild. Build back.
Yeah, build back. Here we have another Scrooge. I think maybe James may have forgot that there are rhinos and Della's Moon Lullaby on the opposite side. That was a risky quest to go for, but did it anyway. The Scrooge McDuck able to challenge in Aladdin into the Inkwell here. We'll see. Do we have the Webby's Diary? No, that costs 3. Here's Aries, so we can quest here with the Scrooge. Boost the Scrooge and turn that character upright and unexerted.
Yeah, and I do. This Ares is a card you don't see a lot. I love that it's just Ares, God of War, which is very, very intense for Disney Lorcana.
I love that.
But
we have the defiant god Zeus we saw yesterday.
But this is definitely that boost synergy and having that ready. We've seen that in so many decks, like you mentioned, that Lilo causing an uproar. Anytime you're able to ready, it just changes the math. But we will not be seeing that. He has been banished because revenge can happen here. And now Isis is sitting pretty at her 4/4, ready to take on whatever happens. And we're seeing a difference between game 1 and game 2, where if you have a diary and you don't have a diary, I think it's going to be a little bit more difficult. Boosting is an expensive mechanic, which is I think why you have Ethereal Voice and that Webby's Diary in these decks, just to say I need to keep my hand stable. Maybe not keep getting it bigger, but I need to not lose cards.
Definitely. Ryan right now would love to have a Webby's Diary to start to get that card draw engine going. We saw how powerful it was in the previous game as he was able to outvalue his opponent, boosting and drawing and boosting and drawing. He almost ran out of cards in that game, number one. At one point had to take a gander at the deck because when you boost, that costs a card off the top of your deck, and then you pay 1 to draw. That's 2 cards coming out of the deck, even though only 1 is going into your hand.
Yeah, and I think that is why every deck we talk about, what is your card draw engine? We also saw a cheeky one that James had in game 1 that he didn't get to take advantage of, and that's that Olaf Helping Hand with boost. Infinity, we were really high on. Whoa, what if with boost and rabbits you can get things back? Didn't pan out, but this is core, and maybe things, since it's a little slower, a little less pressure, that can work out. So in theory, if Olaf Helping Hand could be deployed, this boosted Scrooge could be another card draw avenue. However, he's been doing pretty good. He's read 2 books so far in such a short amount of time. All that to be said, Ryan needs to engage in his game plan, because right now, one Scrooge is not going to cut the mustard.
5 here. Nope. We're going to think that over a little bit more. World's Greatest Criminal Mind did go into the Inkwell there. We do have a Raging Storm in hand, something that James is going to have to navigate, like we mentioned in game number 1 many, many times. It's just going to be a Headless Horseman here. No valid target to banish at the moment. But did ink the World's Greatest Criminal Mind, could have just banished the Scrooge by playing that card, but wanted to develop a body. We do see Firefly Swarm and Scrooge's Counting House going into the discard pile, 2 really powerful cards. We saw the double Firefly Swarm from both players last game.
We did, and it's interesting because, I mean, since it is open decklist, I can confirm that Ryan has 4 Firefly Swarms while James only has 2, but it can be used to such great effect. And like we said, especially with these boosts, you can time it where you get your boost character to get full retail value out of that Firefly Storm, turning it into a low-cost Dragonfire. In the meantime, there is that helping hand saying that maybe it could be just trying to make sure I use all ink, but otherwise it can be used to take advantage of getting back this Hades looking for a deal, and Elsa basically redeploying it. In the meantime, we have the Headless Horseman standing fearless and alone. He likes to synergize with other characters because of his second ability, where you can go ahead and augment the strength when things are banished, but it's pretty hard to do when you're by yourself. So he was on the back foot for the entire last game. So now it's just a situation of can he build forward? And I do think the difference really is that Webby's Diary.
Yeah. Yeah, I was just about to say that, and we have double Raging Storm in hand for Ryan. So running into some uninkability issues, haven't been able to draw out of it with that Webby's Diary, like you just mentioned. It needs to continue to ink up to that 8 threshold, but I mean, it is a little difficult to have this many in, but the Ruby Amethyst deck doesn't really exert as much pressure as it used to. It used to have a bunch of 2-questers in the deck, like Sisu,
Right.
Emboldened Warrior, as well as Genie, Wish Fulfilled. We don't play those characters anymore. Basically, everything's questing for 1 other than that Demona. So if we can Raging Storm into Raging Storm and our opponent dumps their hand after the first Raging Storm, we can take control of this game yet again.
Yeah, I mean, I think you make a great point there, and it kind of goes back to Villain's comment earlier that it's just pretty much a mid-range deck. It can't do anything too fast. It's not super crazy at the top end. Demona's pretty much going to be the top end of the cool stuff you're able to do in this deck. So the further the game goes on, the more Ryan is feeling good because, like you mentioned, it's just easier for Ryan to come back, especially we know he has monstrous dragons. I'm trying to see how many he has. 4. So it is something where that is going to be very, very dangerous. Now, he is only at 6 ink, but the count of lore is 2-1, so he can afford to be patient right now.
Yeah, and patience will pay off, as we saw in that game number 1, because you are the ultimate control deck in this matchup, and the ultimate control deck, I believe, left in the tournament using those Raging Storms. Of course, we do have some Blurples in there, but I would argue that Blurple is just a bigger mid-range deck than the Ruby Amethyst is as well, but they play the control role very well in this meta, which is why we are seeing them convert into the top cut. But even compared to the Ruby Sapphire, I would say the Ruby Amber here is the more control deck, as it is almost an entirely Ruby top cut other than the dogs and the 1 Amber Amethyst. There was a little bit of a dexterity error there. Our Ryan needed to draw 1 off the Webby's Diary, not 2. Not sure if he saw the card, but the lore guide at the table.
Sticky sleeves. Where will you be when your sleeves are static electricity? But we have the lore guide. Shout out, like I said, having a lore guide at the table is such a luxury because sometimes we task these tournaments and we turn into the lore guides. You don't want me as your lore guide. I miss a lot. I'm too busy thinking of quips sometimes and I don't really catch everything. But not only are they there to catch when things go wrong, but they're there for the remedy. So yes, he might have seen a card, but if we do a quick little shuffle here, it's like it never even happened.
They are there for the remedy. Shout out
The
Jason,
remedy
Jason Mraz.
is I don't want to get you DMC'd. I sound a lot like Jason Mraz.
You have a great singing voice. As the Webby's Diary does come into play finally for Ryan, he was able to find it. So now the draw engine is online. It's going to make those Raging Storms even better. And speaking of online, if we ink next turn, we can deploy the Raging Storm.
And that is something, I mean, ever since set 1, you get to the point where if you're seeing Ruby, you cross your eyes, you just know you never want to have a player feel like they have nothing to lose and they have a board wipe. So if I'm looking at my opponent and I see just 1 Scrooge, I'm like, oh gosh, if I go wider, I'm making them. If I don't even want to touch the Scrooge McDuck because I just don't want them to be like, oh, my board's empty. You too, buddy. So that is something that I would be very afraid of. So we do have this Demona getting inked here, boosting on up to that Scrooge, and then can just be a big, healthy, able-bodied quester here.
There's the Demona. We're going to exert the Scrooge McDuck, but only draw 1.
Because he did that boost just to get 1 card out of the hand here. And then immediately
Challenges in with the
Yeah.
Olaf so we can return the Scrooge to hand. And like you
Smart.
said, draw, quote unquote, those cards that are underneath the Scrooge. It's a great way to get cards in your hand compared to, the Webby's Diary, which we talked about is going to do it turn after turn after turn. So James needs to find a way to draw cards turn after turn after turn. And now look at this hand.
his hand, he's saying, man, did you bring a jacket? Not yet. But here we go. This is Ariel, ethereal voice, so we will get the boost mechanic. He is being patient. Well, yes, there is a Demona, there is Eliza. I think the best control players are patient. They're not
Hmm.
me. So there will be that thing of I don't need to hit the emergency eject button. This singer here can go ahead and sing a song perfectly suited for Demona, World's Greatest Criminal Mind. So if that is in hand, which I don't see it, that could be something powerful because you can boost draw a card for Webby, draw a card off singing. Rewrite History is a song from DuckTales. Woo woo.
Woo woo. As Ryan will allow James to draw 2 cards off of the Hades here. We see the aerial ethereal voice come down on Ryan's side. One of my favorite cards in the game, and we talk about the boost mechanic being such a hit. I think it is one of the best things introduced into Disney Lorcana since the, first chapter. The mechanic is so powerful. It's so interesting to see the players utilize the boost mechanic to make the most of their glimmers. You invest a little bit into them and you get a lot out. And we see even these boost characters making a name for themselves in the Infinity format as James continues to go wide, wide, wide. But again, it's a lot of characters that either quest for none for Jebediah Farnsworth or only quest for one. But with the Jeb on board, Dumbo becomes a lot better.
Cookie, what is oregano? That's in the movie. We got lard. Anything's edible if you fry it. But I will note here, boosting here could be a little bit of a ruse because, well, let's see how much he did have to pay to do that boost. So no, we won't be Raging Storm quite yet. So he is choosing to be patient, seeing what control we can do otherwise, which does make me think a World's Greatest Criminal Mind might be coming on down the pipeline. We're inking that Rhino and paying for we're going to actually go first into
Olaf.
yeah, he's the only one that can be targeted here.
Interesting. You might want to go for your own Demona. Your hand is so full that Demona is not going to ready for quite a while, I don't think.
Yeah. So in this case, yeah, that Demona she gets knocked down, she stay down.
Yeah, he
So,
decides to put her back. She's she's basically useless at this point because James's whole idea is let's keep drawing as a Scrooge's Counting House and a Maleficent Dragon was underneath there.
Yeah, now the good news, as we've seen in his deck, he has a song Rewrite History to go ahead. Anything that goes into this card is just a place he's keeping cards later. I think that's something that Amber has been very, very good at. It's kind of an identity. It started in set 1 where it's getting things back from the discard. Amber Cauldron. Black Cauldron is another great example of cards that people put in for this reason to just say, oh, I might be getting rid of cards, but I'll get them back. But we're just building back. There's Eliza. There's another Scrooge. We'll keep getting that pressure on. He's slowly gotten up to 6 lore here, but he's boosting up the Scrooge, making him nice, more able-bodied. And there is that Junior Woodchuck guidebook saying, you very well might be doing Demona. He has such a profound amount of cards in hand. Knowing that, I mean, I think it's only like 4 or 5, but knowing how much he's done, both these players have done a spectacular job of making sure they do not run out of cards.
Ryan is playing this so patiently right now. With the double Raging Storm, I think a lesser Illumineer might have let them rip already, and he is saying, no, I can't use these until my opponent's hand has gone down lower, lower, lower. And I know he has more card draw in hand because of the Demona. I'm not under a ton of pressure right now. I don't need to let these rip immediately. I need to make sure that I am winning the resource battle. And he did that in game number 1. His opponent ran out of cards, and then he used the Raging Storm, and then he built back very, very quickly and was able to get over the finish line.
Yeah, and that is why I think it's so valuable for people to watch these matches, especially at the top 16, because you will see that a lot of times what you think is the right thing to do and what is the real thing that you should be doing can feel very, very, very different. Because by now, I would immediately, the minute I feel frustrated, I'm like, we're doing it. We're raging the storm. In this case, no, we don't need to. We can be patient. He knows that Demona turn might be coming, and James will kind of fall on his own sword doing some challenging here. So if he decides to go that route, like you said, it will go ahead. It'll take him to possibly a maximum of 3 cards. Maybe he won't even get to draw any. We'll see what he elects to do here. He has an access to at least 7 ink, probably 6. Black sleeves are my enemy. I cannot count how much that is.
He did have some different color sleeves, but we did have to get some re-sleeving there as Elsa the Fifth Spirit is going to make her way onto the board here, exerting the Whisper Aladdin. So now we can take some challenges. Likely going to boost the Scrooge here. And we do elect to do that. So now the Scrooge can challenge into either the Horseman or the Aladdin here. We can go Cookie into the Horseman, we do, and Scrooge into the Aladdin to clean up the opposite side of the board very, very nicely, keeping that Junior Woodchuck guidebook for an emergency draw if we need it a little bit later in the game. Right now, not super necessary for James as we are still controlling the board here.
Yeah, James is saying, I know that. I think that's like this hallmark of a mid range deck is can you flex to be in control, or can you? You're basically doing what you need to do in that sweet spot of only 5 to 6 ink, or 6 to 7 ink. But in this case, he can still do a little bit more cleanup. But we have Ryan or has enough to do the Raging Storm if he so chooses. So I'm interested to see, is he just gonna? No, he will go ahead and challenge, which he will lose a character in that, and we see a Firefly Storm underneath that boosted Aladdin. So that is one of his 4 Firefly Storms. That card was so important in the last matchup, and now Lilo stands alone. But she can get a nice question next turn, and even if she is sent to the discard, we'll see her again. I believe in it.
Yeah, interesting there, going both of these characters into the Aladdin instead of just challenging in with the Scrooge, but I suppose Lilo could have challenged back and taken the Scrooge out and came back later into the game. So James saying, I want to keep this Scrooge on the board. Also, the 4 damage on the Elsa could matter. We know that Luisa Madrigal is in the deck, as well as the Cheshire Cat Inexplicable. Here comes Ariel Ethereal Voice. We're going to boost, pay 1, draw 1. Continuing to do that turn after turn after turn. Both players matching each other in the card resource battle as World's Greatest Criminal Mind is going to remove the Scrooge.
And for a little bit of extra flavor, we get to draw a card. And finally, a Firefly Storm gets underneath boosted. It was under the boost character here, and it got discarded. So that is a lot of Firefly Storms. That's 50% of James's Firefly Storms. He only runs 2 in his deck. So this is being very, very, very powerful for Ryan. And we have that Lilo able to quest for 2 in the face of these characters, not really caring what happens.
Ryan still staying extremely patient, using the single target removal. Still does have access to that double Raging Storm. It's going to come down at some point. It just is going to be a matter of time. Again, I think he is just waiting for James to have a low hand size before he does that, as Dumbo is going to come down here, the 9th wonder of the universe, and we'll use Elsa to draw a card and gain a lore.
I like the timing of you saying he's waiting for a low hand size. He's like, you're going to be waiting a long time,
Yeah, you're going to be waiting a little while longer.
Because Dumbo is kind of the mid-game engine to just ensure you have cards in hand. And there is that Isis exerting that boosted Ariel who has Della's Moon Lullaby underneath her. Isis got that exert ability. She doesn't have Rush, but you don't need it when you already have characters on the board. And now we are back to just a single Lilo on the board. She survived to tell the tale.
We'll see if Ryan decides to use the eject button here and get all of those glimmers off the opposite side of the board. Lilo just by herself right now. The lore difference is not that great, only 8 to 5 at this point. But Ryan has, like I said, been using his patience to the utmost as Lilo is going to quest, so maybe that is a tell that a Raging Storm could be on its way, and it is. Let's get all of those glimmers off the opposite side of the board. Now, as I mentioned at the beginning of this game when I saw he had 2 Raging Storms in hand, James here could think that he's pretty safe and go ahead and try and dump his entire hand onto the board.
Yeah, that is there's so much about Disney Lorcana that is what you do and what you hope your opponent thinks you mean by it. So he's doing a little audit himself, saying, okay, I know we've had, I think in boosted decks, this is why I think they're both looking at each other's decks so much, is because, yes, there is what was played, but it's also what was discarded underneath the boosted character. So it's very, very important to see Firefly Storms, Raging Storms, even things like Elsa, Fifth Spirit is one that he probably is looking out for. And yeah, just making sure that the math is, there's no surprises, or at least you're anticipating them and you can play around them.
I think it's really smart to continually look at your opponent's discard, but especially in this kind of matchup like you mentioned, because when you play a card, I think it's way more memorable than when a card goes to the discard underneath a boosted character. It's like, oh, you used the Firefly Swarm on my character that I really needed, so I know that's in your discard pile, but you see a Firefly Swarm go into the discard pile underneath the Scrooge, and you're kind of just like, oh yeah, that was there.
Yeah, so we have seen the first Raging Storm deployed saying, listen, Dumbo is cute. His name is Jumbo Jr. We will not see him. And so now James will build back, but I assume we're going to see some familiar faces. And actually, these are two characters we haven't really seen played. We have Slushy, Mrs. Incredible, who's super stretchy, can get that lore or evasiveness depending on what she is trying to take care of. Probably not enough to aggravate the Raging Storm yet, but Lilo will come on and be that persistent presence that'll keep coming in and in and in again and giving James something to respond to instead of questing. Ooh.
Finally, the Horseman Strikes has a target to hit there. We are going to remove the Slushy and draw a card. Here comes the Liquidator onto the board as Mrs. Incredible. Super Stretchy is going to trigger here. James will get to decide whether he wants that additional lore or the evasive keyword.
He said, I'll never tell. I'm guessing you'd go with the extra lure because there's no evasives on the other side, but it could be if he's evasive just to make it so she's not reachable where she's going.
Yeah, it's a tough decision because we did just see a Horseman Strikes be used
Right.
on our Slushy. So if we choose evasive, Mrs. Incredible could be banished in the same manner as we're going to go for 5 here.
Ooh.
Hades is looking for a deal. Do you want to allow your opponent to draw 2 cards or get rid of this Lilo by putting her to the bottom of the deck? I think this is a card that you probably want to keep on the
Yes.
board at this point. So we're going to allow James to draw some more cards.
Especially because James has not been having an issue drawing cards in general.
Yeah,
I think like
he's going to draw them
as
anyway.
long as Ryan has enough cards. Now the thing is, Ryan for the first time only has 2 cards and he has nothing that can be boosted on the board. So this is a little scary if your name is Ryan because you can only boost once per turn. Another Mrs. Incredible coming down, but if Ryan is in a difficult position because I think we know one of those is a Raging Storm. So and yeah, so he wouldn't deploy that Lilo. If he doesn't deploy the Lilo, it's a chance or a sign that he may be entering Storm Country. But we'll see once he draws for his turn.
Yeah, we could be storm chasing here if the Lilo does not return. He's going to think long and hard about this decision, which might telegraph that there is another Raging Storm in hand because you have so much ink. Why wouldn't you just continually bring the Lilo back? He decides to go for it. Let's see if he finds a character that he can boost here and start drawing some more cards and get that hand healthy yet again.
Yeah, I think boost is going to be absolutely critical because, I mean, having characters on the board is obviously important. Questing is important, but it really, this is a hand size. And any kind of match that's even control adjacent. He has 3 cards in hand. I think one of them is a Raging Storm because he had 2, correct?
He did have 2. One of those cards in hand is certainly a Raging Storm.
Okay. So if we discount that, then it's kind of like, can he get to those boosts, take advantage of the Webby's Diary? In this case, we're counting out. We have a total of 8 available to us.
Yeah, I don't think he was very satisfied with the card that he drew off the top of his deck. He might just be thinking, ugh, I have the Raging Storm. No, he's just going to pass here. No, nothing coming into play there. Could have drawn his 3rd Raging Storm, potentially. Counted out the ink, thought about just letting it loose, but decided there wasn't enough value on the board at the moment.
I like that choice, though, because if he really is, he's saying, like, well, go on, go a little bit wider here. Get out of Demona. Get out.
You won't.
Yeah, you would love to because I mean, if I'm seeing that, I see you play the Lilo. I'm like, okay, and then I see you pass your turn, you count out ink. I'm just going, okay, I don't know what you're up to, and you never want to like play too hard to what you're afraid of because then you might just be playing mind games with yourself. So he is electing to go a little bit wider. Firefly Storm Lilo is out of here for just a moment, and there is that Demona. We're going to exert, draw some cards. This could be playing right into Ryan's hand.
Yeah, Ryan doesn't get to draw any cards, though. James is going to get to draw at least 2 there. So continuing the card draw plan is James, but this board has to be just juicy enough to let this Raging Storm fire off as we are going to hit 2 Mrs. Incredibles, a Hades, a Demona, and a Scrooge as we quest all the way up to 13.
Yeah, now if this Lilo is not coming, she's not. So yeah, if I see, I mean, look, unfortunately these 2 characters, they don't have a lot of questing in them, so I think it is just time to get your coats on and have a little bit of a Raging Storm.
Yeah, all of these characters getting banished by the powerful Raging Storm, the Amber board wipe. There's the Scrooge's Counting House. Now we can put on a little bit of pressure here. Didn't have enough ink to boost it and draw a card, but if James is not able to remove it here on this turn, we can draw with it next turn. We'll see what James has here in the hand. It needs to establish another pretty wide board. He knows 2 Raging Storms are gone already. Is there any chance that Ryan has the third?
Tough to say. We're going to start. All right, here is another Miss Incredible. And oh, and he says, you know what? I like locations after board wipe. Going ahead, getting the library on there, and that Mrs. Incredible saying, if you do a Raging Storm, at least I get a card out of it at this point. And just a little bit of pressure where you get the lure. So at the start of the turn, you'll get the lure for the Scrooge's Counting House. I think he has a second Counting House in hand.
He does find a second Counting House. We did not bring the Lilo back. What is in hand there? A rewrite history, potentially? We could get a Maleficent Dragon back.
It looks like a Della's Moon Lullaby, but I don't know 100%. It could be. It's some sort of duck
Amber
song.
action.
It's a duck-based song. Here we go. We're exerting quite a bit here. Oh, it is a Maleficent Dragon. So, yes, James does get to draw a card, but now Ryan has quite the powerhouse dragon here and a counting house. Still not boosting it, but 2 locations with nothing to respond is not a good feeling for James, because now it's 2 lore per turn minimum, and I guarantee there'll be some boosting next turn.
Maleficent right now going up against the library. She doesn't have the strength needed to remove that location. 8 willpower. It's very stout, as Luisa Madrigal is going to come down onto the board. We can move her into the library as well as the Dumbo, and we are going to move both.
Yeah, everybody get in here, read a book. This Dumbo, unfortunately, does not have any evasive friends, and I imagine Ryan is going to be working really hard to get some kind of Firefly Storm, something to deal with this Dumbo on the board. But let's see what cards he has in hand. He's probably going to start that boosting diary dance here.
This is 3 lore on the opposite side right now. Can go up to 17 for James if Ryan does not answer any of the characters or the location on the board right now. We are going to boost and draw from one of the Scrooge's Counting Houses. Probably going to do it again unless there's a really nice answer for either Dumbo or Luisa in hand right now. But so much ink, you can probably afford to do it. And we are going to 2 ink, boost for 1, and draw a card.
Yeah, and that is, you're paying the cost to boost, you're moving 1 over, and then you are also paying the cost from the Webby's Diary. So right now, he just was able to draw 2 full cards here off of that. I'm trying to see. So he paid 2. He paid a lot of ink here. Is it to boost? Is it 2 cost to boost here?
I believe it is 2 to boost the Scrooge's Counting House. I could be wrong.
I will know in 2 seconds. It is 2. So yeah, so it's more of an expensive boost. So that's why I was like, he is paying a lot of ink here. But yeah, so basically it's 3 total for each library to get the boost and draw a card. He himself is doing an audit of his card, saying, what have we seen? What is there any chance there's some kind of Firefly storming? Any other tempting targets here? World's Greatest Criminal Mind could get rid of the Louisa. I'm not too concerned about the Louisa here. She quests for 1. Yes, she can challenge into the counting house, which is a problem. So he probably does want to.
We are going to rewrite history here. Who are we going to grab? It could be that Maleficent Dragon. We go right past her. We bypass that character. We're going back around the horn. I think he's got her in hand. Could want to go for it. But might want a character that he can boost to continue to draw.
Right? It's kind of interesting because, I mean, that Louisa represents a threat for the counting houses. The Dumbo represents fueling through the game. Both of them are in the library, which can be a problem.
He takes a Rhino.
Interesting. That makes me think we're about to see some kind of horse. No, we don't have any more ink. So we're not going to see anything yet. But that Rhino shows that there is probably some headless horseman shenanigans coming down the line.
Yeah.
So, in the meantime, with 2 boosted counting houses, he gets a lure off of his own library. There's 7 damage, not 16 as it might appear, but 7 on there. 1 more damage to go. And now it is, how can he use these resources to the best of his advantage? does he even want to try to lean into these counting houses? On board, we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So he does probably want to do a little cleanup.
Yeah, those Scrooge's counting houses can get out of control very, very quickly if they are not answered. If Ryan was able to find the third Raging Storm off the top of his deck, he might be able to seal the game based on just the counting houses alone. James has a difficult decision to make here. Does he want to draw off the Dumbo, challenge with the Dumbo? It is a tough position. You're so close to finishing this game, but you were really close to finishing game number 1 as well before Ryan was able to gain complete control. There's the Elsa. She can help take down the Scrooge's counting house alongside Dumbo if that's what you want to go for, or can challenge into Lilo as well.
Yeah, and I think it's yeah, and they wouldn't. I mean, the good news of challenging into the locations is they do get to live to tell the tale. The bad news is you are not getting any lore in the process. But I think at this point, like you said, those counting houses will keep persisting to be a problem. And if you have the opportunity to deal with it, no, Luisa's going for that monstrous dragon, saying, "I do not want that challenging power in my neighborhood." Now we can. There we go, challenge into Lilo. He says, where we're going, I have no business getting into the real estate demolition business. So now Dumbo can exert on himself, draw a card.
Valuing keeping that library around, it will gain at least one additional lore on the next turn if Ryan doesn't somehow find an answer to it. We know that the Rhino is in hand alongside a Headless Horseman. Here is Elisa Maza. She is a 4/4 right now. The counting houses are 5 willpower thanks to the cards they have underneath.
Pretty funny to play that after he grabbed Rhino off of Re-Ray yesterday.
Yeah,
He's like,
that's
whatever
true.
you're about to do with that Rhino, I don't want to hear it. Well, that one strength, you have plans. I don't like it. Now, that being said, there is an Elsa on the board who is already pre-shrunk in the world of cards that are going to target the strength. So we shall see how that plays out. Maybe the Rhino is just he really likes him. It's his emotional support hamster. So we are at 16. We have game on board for James, but Ryan is not too far away himself. So if he can get to a very powerful situation where he does a Raging Storm, that is enough to go ahead and wipe the board and do a little boosting to boot. But we draw for our turn.
Firefly Swarm looks like the card going into hand. We know Rhino and Headless Horseman are there as well. We can boost the counting houses here to draw off of the Webby's Diary if we want to look for additional answers. We just need to make sure that we have 5 left over to play the Headless Horseman to either remove Olaf or Elsa. And you need to remove another character as well. So it might be Firefly Swarm plus Headless Horseman on this turn. And I think he has separated the ink to do that, 5 and 3.
Yeah, the audit where I'm like, all right, we're counting, we're looking, making a list, checking it twice here because this is single elimination once we're in the top 16. So if Ryan can squeak out this win in game number 2 and go 2-0, he has gone from the 16th seed to top 8. But to get there, he needs to navigate this turn. And here we go. We are exerting. What do we have up first? There it is. There's that Headless Horseman. I'm assuming is going for that.
Yeah, go to the Olaf, see if your opponent wants to return one of these characters to their hand. That way, that is one less character that you have to worry about removing. If they do decide to return a character to hand, you can potentially just take the time to boost the counting houses and draw off of them. Right now, we have enough ink to play a Firefly Swarm and boost a location and draw a card. So that might be the line that Ryan is looking for here. If he's able to find that Raging Storm off the top of the deck, almost certainly will be able to cinch this thing up, but needs to deal with that library as well. James, considering here, could return the Elsa to hand to play it down and remove the Headless Horseman, but opts not to. We are going to draw a card here off the library. The Firefly Swarm is what we went for. We're going to develop the Rhino instead. We're going to pay 2 to boost here, and we do not have the additional ink to draw off the Webby's Diary. Wants to get 2 characters on the board so he can remove the library, I think is the move there.
Yeah, kind of funky, right? It's very rare that we're like, you need to get the rhino on the board right now. That's the one. But a character is a character, and he doesn't have a lot. And by a lot, he doesn't have barely any cheap characters that he can go wide with. So now he does have the game on board. And so the answer is, can James stop him, and will it be enough? The counting houses are bigger than ever. Dumbo and Eliza can work together, but that does mean that they are not questing and getting lore like they want to.
Also, James needs to find some answers because he is not going to win on this turn. So he either needs to take out the Scrooge's Counting House, one of them, or remove these characters because there is game being represented on Ryan's side.
Right.
The Scrooge's Counting Houses are counting up to 5, plus one of these characters questing would be enough to get over the finish line.
Right. So, and that is not only do they present lore, but I mean, the counting houses, the strength is higher. So it's 4 on the value, but every boost takes it higher. So we have 6 and 5 here. So it is not favorable math because we have the 4 challenging ability of Eliza. Now we could possibly get an Elsa Fifth Spirit to go ahead and help, but instead we'll first just deal with one, the more small, or actually the larger of the 2 libraries.
A Lilo going into the discard pile there off of the counting house. That is definitely what you want to see.
Yeah, if you're James or Ryan, you're going, okay, I will see you later, Lilo. He still, at this point, has a total of 5 lore on board, so he cannot win now, but that inevitability is still doing pretty good. However, can he develop his board further? We have Genie, which, this magical researcher is so good for a comeback.
Yeah, and that is a character that can put on a lot of pressure early as well. We haven't seen the character be played by James early on in the game, but if that is something he's able to find in a potential game number 3, James right now taking a deep breath. We are going to gain the 2 lore. I don't know if we want to bring these Lilos back. They're not doing much right now. We need as much ink as possible. Let's draw for turn. Needs a Raging Storm. He can look for one more card at least.
Yeah, he just has to do the accounting here. Let's go ahead, boost that, and that'll cost 2 to boost, 1 to draw a card.
That wasn't it.
Oh, man. Because, that Raging Storm would be exactly what he needs. Because, I mean, he can quest here for 3. I don't think he has any lore reach or anything like that will augment the lore for his characters. Now, as far as challenging, I mean, he has to deal with a library, an evasive character, and then some pretty hefty bodies.
2 for a Scrooge. We're going to draw again. But I think that is representing a little bit of surrender there. I'm not sure that there is anything you can do to get the lore off the board to stop James from getting over the finish line without the Raging Storm. He's counting it out right now. He might have a couple answers in hand, but he need more than a couple, and he doesn't have it.
That was a beautiful game of Disney Lorcana. I mean, having to watch the patience, because it was 2 stories. It was Ryan being patient with his removal, and then it was James doing the most he can without going too greedy with his board, but also making sure he kept his hand size because he constantly had to build back over and over. And the result was 2 players constantly locked in for 2 grueling thought processes of I have to play around everything, and I loved it. Garrick, how are you feeling? This is your kind of Lorcana.
Yeah, this was an amazing game number 2. So excited to see what happens here in game number 3. But like you mentioned, James walking that tightrope that is the board wipe, and he displayed excellently how you play around a control deck with access to board wipes like that. So when you're playing against a deck that has a Be Prepared, a Raging Storm, and that is their emergency eject button, what you need to do is what James just did. Put as many threats as you can early, gain as much lore as you can early, but don't overextend. Overextending meaning don't play your entire hand to the board without making sure that you have cards in hand after the board wipe happens. So we get a nice board on the field of play, and then the first Raging Storm happens, so we have some insurance policy that is our hefty hand size, so we can rebuild again, draw some more cards. When the second one comes down, we still have a few cards in hand to play onto the board later in the game, and that's exactly what he did. He found the library at the perfect moment there, and that's what got him over the finish line, and why the Ruby Amethyst mirrors that had Be Prepareds leaned so heavily on those locations. First, the Queen's Castle, and now the library. If that was a Queen's Castle, which of course is not legal in this format, but hypothetically, the Maleficent Dragon would have been able to take it out, which is why the library eventually usurped that location, but excellently played by James.
Yeah, it was truly, I mean, two players operating at the top of their field and kind of showing why these two decks were the decks they brought to this CCQ. Because, I mean, for those at home, we are in the top 16, game number 3. Both players have a win under the belt, but they need a few more because both of them are playing. It's a 10K. But it's also a CCQ, getting your tickets to the North American Championship in the Disneyland Hotel in Anaheim, California. So both these players have shown that they can handle this deck, but can they get the win? I have to say, Ryan, he has won on the draw, and he also lost on the draw. This is the first time we'll see him on the play.
That's true. Ryan will be on the approach here. That is going to give him a major advantage. I think what happened in that game early on compared to game number 1, despite the fact in game number 1 where he did nothing on turn number 1, nothing on turn number 2, he did find the Webby's Diary on turn number 3, which ended up being very important as James was not able to put on enough pressure, and the Webby's Diary eventually drew enough cards throughout the game where Ryan was able to take complete control of it. In game number 2, he didn't find the Webby's Diary until much later in that game, and James able to play and navigate those board wipes so excellently. Ryan was not able to get there, but on the play now, if he's able to find that Webby's Diary on turn number 3 or turn number 4, that's what he's going to need to get over this mid-range strategy that James is piloting excellently.
And shout out to all of our Twitch viewers. We have about 250 in Twitch, and then we have about 200 in YouTube just hanging out with us. And we love to hang out with you because this is my favorite thing to do, is watch a little bit of Disney Lorcana and see players really do skill expression with these cards. Right before we say goodbye to Wilds Unknown, before that, we got a Liquidator on turn number 1. Nothing on Ryan's side, but that was not surprising because, like you mentioned, one cost is really not what he's up to in his deck.
Definitely not. There is an Ares who can really help out those boosted characters, especially in concert with that Aladdin, able to essentially quest twice with your characters if an Ares is on the board. Looks like Rhino is going to make his way into the Inkwell. Do we have the Webby's Diary here or another character that we can put onto the board and potentially boost? Looks like we're going to sing Della's Moon Lullaby. We're looking for a different card here, and it is Firefly Swarm on the Scrooge McDuck.
I love when players they're like, I know what you're about to do. And that is exactly right, because that Firefly Swarm is such a beautiful piece of spot removal. And in turn, we will have the Liquidator liquidate the God of War. So that's pretty impressive for that little underdog card. But now we are sitting at 2 empty boards. It's like nothing ever happened. So we'll redo it, put out Scrooge, and boost him.
What is a god to a super? You know what I mean?
Right. I mean, apparently, discard. But there we go. We are now having our Scrooge back on board. Speaking of boosted characters, we have the ethereal voice Ariel headed into the Inkwell, and there is the diary. So, very important card here. A little later than you anticipated, but I still think we'll put in some work here.
Yeah, I think this is the right moment for Ryan to get it down. If I am correct, I believe he has an Aladdin in his hand, so he can play the Aladdin for 3, boost it for 1, draw a card with a Webby's Diary for 1, as Slushy is here, the 5/5 evasive quest for 1. We do need to watch out for the Horseman strikes, and there it is. The Horseman does strike, and he draws a Headless Horseman off of the Horseman strikes. Slushy banished to the discard pile.
Yeah, I mean, he has an answer for every question here. And like you said, drawing a card, getting that hand preservation, and a card that's going to be pretty nice if we end up getting something like an Elsaphist Spirit or even later. I mean, even a Dumbo, if we have another one of those, Della's Moon Lullaby can be in peril in the face of that Horseman striking. But in the meantime, I think we're just going to get a cheeky quest out here because there's nothing else to do. And there is Miss Incredible, who, as we know, is a nice flex card, very aptly the flavor's on point there, where she's able to kind of flex to the situation on hand. But now a Scrooge of our own and card draw.
Scrooge of our own, Webby's Diary, showing why it is in the deck. It is that very valuable draw engine. A Scrooge's Counting House is going to go into the Inkwell. So James here, though, does have a very, very aggressive approach here with the Mrs. Incredible. We did need to trigger that there, so we are deciding. James wants to get the Dumbo down, but I don't know. Maybe they said that was...
So generally when it talks to taking things back, it's whether you knew. So maybe he didn't.
Oh, no,
Before
he
he
had the
drew.
Dumbo, yeah.
Yeah, and so if you draw a Dumbo and say, actually, I'd like to make her evasive now. But I don't know if that's what happened, but he did elect to
That
go
did
ahead and...
look like what happened.
So he played the Drinking a Rich Guidebook, which is still 2 cards, nothing bad, and that Dumbo can come down later for the next turn. So Ryan knows next turn Mrs. Incredible is probably going to be evasive, and there's probably going to be some Dumbo shenanigans. So now we'll just quest, which is a little scary, right? Because now she is in a precarious position, but if she is too low, now's the time to do it.
Yeah, right now the Scrooge is only boosted once, now twice, so if he did challenge into the Mrs. Incredible, she would not be banished, would have 1 remaining willpower there. We are going to draw an additional card off of the Webby's Diary. We're gaining that advantage, inking the Liquidator, and just passing now, we remember the Mrs. Incredible, that we have the Dumbo in hand, and the Dumbo, if it remains on the board for too long, will match that Webby's Diary and card draw. And look how wide James is going here and keeping his hand very healthy while gaining lore at the same time. This is exactly what he wants to do to beat the Ruby Amber control deck.
Yeah, it has worked stunningly. The issue, though, is that Ryan also is his card draw engine live and online. He has a total of 4 cards in hand, and it's only going to go up from here. So it is just a situation of how can we protect our characters. This is the mega boosted Scrooge here. I believe he is now a 6/6, which does make him vulnerable to some World's Greatest Criminal Minds shenanigans if that goes, or if he goes that route. But there is a couple. Also, Miss Incredible is on the board targeted by that. So Ryan taking inventory of his discards. 7 ink, 5 cards in hand at the beginning of turn. Let's see how he elects to do it. Unfortunately, that the horseman that he drew into is not really worth much here. So he's just going to keep drawing cards, trying to get some better answers.
He does have or rewrite history in hand, so was just taking a look at the discard pile to see if there was anything he could bring back. Here is Aladdin. We are going to boost him as well, probably pay the 1 and draw off of the Webby's Diary. Again, drawing multiple cards per turn compared to James, who has not been doing that. But with the Dumbo and the Mrs. Incredible, can now pay 2, draw 2, gain 2, not to mention the card that he draws for turn. So going 1 for 1 and establishing a wider board, not just a wider board, but an evasive board that Ryan cannot really grapple with right now.
Yeah, it's hard to grapple with evasives unless you get rid of everything. So we'll see, because every inch every inch of board space occupied by a character probably just makes Ryan more and more want it. I don't think there may be a Raging Storm. I think the middle card could be one, but James has very deftly played around those board wipes in game 1 and 2, so I don't think he will. I mean, this
Yeah, he's
play right
continuing
here
to do so.
is just saying, if you do it, you do. If you don't, you don't. I will just keep playing the same way, where I am being conservative enough and still getting value where I can.
Yeah, he's just going to boost the Scrooges here. He's not going to go any wider. He's going to make his board taller, meaning that his characters have high strength and high willpower. A wide board means the number of characters on your board are numerous. Right now, just sticking with the 4, and like you said, signaling that I am going to play around this board wipe by playing the Junior Woodchuck Guidebook and just boosting his Scrooges and drawing cards. So we are going to find the Horseman Strikes. There's that draw engine offline, and now Ryan thinking to himself, I don't need to board wipe if you don't draw cards like you have been with Dumbo every single turn.
It's so beautiful watching this, because as a person who has no patience in any situation ever, it's just crazy to watch, saying there's what I can do and what I have to do, and I don't have to do the board wipe. I can do spot removal. I can get rid of the most valuable characters. We saw World's Greatest Criminal Mind enter, and now the world's your oyster. You can pick any of these 3 characters, and he goes with the very tallest duck in the room. The top hat adds 3 inches.
Yeah, I was just about to say that. The top hat gets taller and taller as we do have the Firefly Swarm. The Horseman strikes, the world's greatest criminal mind, the Firefly Swarm. Who needs a Raging Storm when you can just remove all of the opponent's characters one at a time? And now his Scrooge is free and clear to start questing, as the other one is not big enough to do anything.
How can you not, like, this smile on Ryan's face when he has these turns? It's like, he's like, hee 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 hee. And he just is having a moment.
Jubilation.
Yeah, it's jubilation. It is. And I love to see a full-grown man with a mustache giggle with delight at boosting. Now, James is still hanging in there because his deck is designed. There's one of the Raging Storms and 2 other pretty powerful cards, the Della's Moon Lullaby and Might Rewrite History. Or rewrite history. You might do it, you might not, but now you won't because it's in your discard. And there is Slushy. Slushy cannot do a lot by himself, but that is all we have. We didn't even. Was that all the ink he had? He didn't open the book.
He did play a Firefly Swarm.
Oh, good. I missed that.
There comes the maleficent monstrous dragon, banishing Slushy. Poor guy, getting melted and banished into the discard pile. The maleficent monstrous dragon, one of the staples of Disney Lorcana, an iconic card, if you will, as we are going to take a look in the Junior Woodchuck guidebook.
Yeah, and say, I really hope there's some good stuff in there. Now, mind you, that's still a very ample hand size. I mean, so many times in these decks, you talk about top decking. We have not said that term once in the past hour because there's been no need to see what's on the top of your deck because we're just drawing and drawing and drawing thanks to the power of books. But now James is in that game that we talked about. We're in board wipe country. We did see a Raging Storm. I believe, did Raging Storm get discarded from a boost?
It did.
Okay, so there's 1 down, but there's 3 more hanging around. So now we just put some threats on the board. These aren't the heaviest questers in the world, but they are pressure. So it's like, if I lose these, whatever. If I don't, they could be very nice with Demona.
No, that is very true. We have not seen Demona, Scourge of the Wyvern Clan, which James has leaned on heavily when that hand gets low. Demona is the character that you need to refill there. And with this Webby's Diary, you can almost guarantee that Ryan's probably not going to be drawing any cards off of it as he gives a shake of the head there, maybe not loving what's in the hand at this moment, continues to shake the head, shake the noggin, shake the cobwebs off, shake the dust off. Let's get into this game, Ryan. What do you got for us here? He is not pleased. The heavy sigh, the body language, doing a lot of talking here.
The giggling is not happening.
The giggling is gone.
But it could be because he's getting ready for the biggest giggle, right?
He feels bad for what he's about to do.
Yeah, because in hand we see a World's Greatest Criminal Mind, which unfortunately is not so good here. We have a Lilo, which, as we know, Lilos can win games by just being there over and over again. I will say he is in a bit of a tight spot because he needs some boostable stuff. So Lilo, this is the one place she has a really hard time getting out of. And now Horseman strikes. Horseman strike, no striking. It's just 2 Horsemen's no. Oh, so now I can see why. Because if you think about this. If there is a Demona turn about to come, that is an ultimate punish.
Yeah, definitely. The Isis Vanderchill and the Liquidators can liquidate these Headless Horsemen. We'll see if the Demona is available for James. Does also have access to 4 copies of Elsa the Fifth Spirit. There, we're taking a look at the hand. Demona is there, but we also have Dumbo. The 1-cost Luisa Madrigal is in hand, as well as a Mrs. Incredible super stretchy. So James has a very, very good hand here, as Ryan needs to find some characters to boost quickly.
Now, it's possible he's not afraid of that Demona turn just because of the fact that he probably wants to draw some cards because he doesn't love what he has right now. There we go. We are going to actually double challenge into that monstrous dragon. And the good news is those Horseman Strikes, like, they're easy to challenge at a 2 willpower. And they can't challenge into anything to get the second ability triggered right now. They can't be boosted, so not too scary. But there, finally, he finds a boostable character, able to boost for 1, draw a card for 1, and still have 4 ink left over, or 5 ink left over. And yeah, that's boy always thinking.
There's the world's greatest criminal mind, and like you mentioned, we're not top decking, but we are top ducking, it seems.
Top
Scrooge McDuck comes
Everybody,
into
stand
the
up and
game.
clap right now. Salute your screen. But yeah, the top duck here, getting it done. It was all it was quacked up to be, and now James just got a board wipe, no board wipe.
Yeah.
That was an incredible turn because it was at the point where I was like, James can do it. He's got the characters. If he gets a Demona, he can punish both of these upright. He went ahead and double challenged into that Maleficent Dragon. I am very curious, but there we go. He can get rid of one. Revenge, but there's 3. It's a whole fleet of them.
Yeah, there's a ton of Headless Horsemen out right now, and now we're going to lean on the Dumbo. We got to hope right now that Ryan does not have an answer to this. We are empty-handed. We inked the Demona and played the Dumbo. We can boost and draw a card here off the Webby's Diary to potentially find an answer. We're counting it out. Do we have the Maleficent Monstrous Dragon? We're doing a little wince there. What do we have, Ryan? Is there an answer in the hand? He says, yes, the Monstrous Dragon is going to remove the Dumbo, and that might be everything he needed to get over the finish line.
Right, because there's lots of powerful cards in James' decks, but they really need friends. They're decks that require friends for moving damage, friends for Demona to challenge into. Here's Hades, but I don't think Ryan really feels like making.
Yep, goodbye.
He says, I got a lot of good stuff. You don't understand. So he goes ahead, puts it cleanly on the bottom of his deck. We will challenge, like we mentioned, the Horseman is a pretty fragile 2-cost willpower, but he has so much ink. He's probably going to draw at least 2 cards this turn. Okay, we're just doing a little audit here, making sure everything went where it was supposed to go. But yeah, that Monstrous Dragon went to the bottom due to Hades. And now we are boosting. And there we go, drawing a card that costs 2 ink, and we have 7 left over, 8 ink left over. Now 9. Is there another dragon? No.
It is another Maleficent Monstrous Dragon, and now we see why he was like, yeah, Hades, go ahead and take this dragon. I've got a second one in reserve. We need a miracle off the top of the deck here. We need a Junior Woodchuck guidebook into a couple characters here. We just have to play more. Here's another Hades. Do you want to take another deal? I don't need him. What if there's another one?
I know, right? He's like, well, wait till you find out. I have a horde of dragons. It's a House of Dragons over here. Call him Ryan Targaryen. But we're going to go ahead and draw, keep boosting. We have seen this Webby's Diary is the most powerful item I have seen in this build. It's power. It makes Junior Woodchuck Guidebook look silly.
Yeah, it does. No offense to JDZ Quest.
Yeah, sorry. That card's very good, but silly when you have Webby's Diary. It's like a forbidden book. She wrote lots of crazy dark arts in there.
Yeah, and they're from the same franchise, so that's thematic there. Webby taking the victory as we are going to Della's Moon Lullaby. The DuckTales deck is coming through as the Firefly Swarm. That is going to be the game. The fist bump goes out. Ryan, a big exhale there, able to get over the finish line off the power of those Maleficent Dragons. It was that one turn that you mentioned, Katie, where he had the Firefly Swarm, he had the world's greatest criminal mind, and he had the Horseman Strikes. The board wipe, no board wipe for Ryan going into the top 8 in the Ruby Amber deck is alive and well.
Man, normally when we're casting, I'm kind of like leaning forward, but this one I was like wiggling because it was so exciting.
It was awesome.
Because guys, you have to understand, Wild's Unknown, I mean, it came out about 3 months ago. We've seen a lot of decks. I have not seen this matchup. No. I haven't seen it, and it was exhilarating. It was the first seed against the 16th seed. It's just, that's all you could want in a match, is just cards being played in ways where you really haven't got to see it. And both players were great. I mean, man, watching, I already forgot his name, the player on the left. James, there we go. James was playing so well. He was so patient and able to just keep drawing cards and play around the board wipe masterfully. He's playing around the board wipe like a person that's played board wipes before. Like I have a feeling that he is not new to that ink combination. But then you had Ryan, who is the most patient player I have ever seen, just sitting there and being like, it'll work out.
Yeah,
I got the good ones.
That was one of the best matches of Disney Lorcana I've ever seen. From top to bottom, both players played excellently. You see why James was the number 1 seed.
Yes.
Like, that was perfectly played on his side, and it just didn't work out for him. The Webby's Diary was just too powerful, being that card draw engine that we needed turn after turn after turn, just drawing a card, and it was that top duck that got him out of that sticky situation. After the double Horseman into nothing, banish nothing, he found the Scrooge McDuck, and the Webby's Diary was able to bail him out, and then we got dragon after dragon after dragon, and we're able to finish in spectacular fashion. Congratulations to our winner, Ryan. The job's not done. He's got 3 more rounds to go if he wants to qualify for the North American Championship.
And are we thinking about doing an interview? we're going to go, okay, so we might be doing an interview, we might not, but in the meantime, for people who are saying, well, what is it? Is the room all Amber Ruby and it's like 50% Amber Ruby? No. It was, I mean, I can even tell you like how many Amber Ruby were in the room total. It was 4. So that's a 25% conversion rate.
Hold on. Hold on, Amber Ruby.
And then he is now in the top 16, and so converting into the top 8.
Yeah.
And that's just, it's fun. No matter what happens after his run, that was a thrill to watch.
It was.
Other decks that made it in, as far as other oneies, we have an Amber Amethyst made it in. That deck is very popular despite, middling results, I think, of the mid-range decks.
Doesn't convert too well.
It doesn't, but Dale's fun. I think it's
fun.
Dale's heavy
And he's
lifting.
ready. He's ready for a shot. Give him a shot. He's ready for it.
Shot. Then we have 2 Amber Ruby decks. We saw one of the 2 decks in there. Then the last ones, we have 4 Blurple, 3 Ruby Sapphire, and then 5 Amber Emerald. A very diverse top cut. So we're going to have some really good Disney Lorcana ahead of you. In a moment, we're going to go ahead and bring in our... We're having, anything could happen. That's the thing. In a minute, something will happen. You'll go, I can't believe it happened.
That thing happened.
It could be anything.
That's
wild. It could be a Katie's reciting a soliloquy. This skull is spooky. I know it's 3D print. I do, or do I? But so JD will be coming to the booth, possibly.
We're gonna try to get the mics to work.
Okay.
They didn't,
You get more bits with Gaty and Garrick. Gaty and Carrick.
Yeah.
Did you know there was a Jarek in the tournament?
Really?
Yeah, there was a Jarek, and I was like,
with the J.
Jarek, yeah.
Wow, that's the first Jarek I've ever heard of.
Maybe I made that up. I don't think I did.
Being a Garrick, I've run into a lot of Dereks and Erics and Garretts, and whenever I go to like a restaurant, I go to Chick-fil-A, they name for the order.
Whatever you want, man.
Whatever, it doesn't.
G-man.
You're not gonna get it right. It's fine.
Now, Garrick, guess the top 4 decks in order.
In terms of
percentage meta share, yeah.
I'm gonna go with Dogs number 1.
He's right.
Ruby Sapphire number 2.
Wrong.
Ooh, interesting. Ruby Amethyst?
Wrong. You forgot. Set champs. Just think set champs.
Oh, Blurple.
Yeah, Blurple.
Duh. Ruby Sapphire 3rd.
Yes.
Okay, and then it's got to be Ruby Amethyst 4th.
No, it's Amber Amethyst because people
They need
can't,
to stop.
They can't stop,
guys. It doesn't work.
They're having so much fun, though.
It's such a bad matchup into the Dogs.
It's just bad.
Everything's going under the
It's
sea,
worse
guys.
than-
You have no strength in the deck. There's no strength.
It's bad against Dogs, and then it's also worse than all the other control decks.
It is.
So
It's
it
not
is. It
even
gets
good.
kind of squished in the meta, but it is one of the more fun decks you can play.
Grab your bow. Ruby Sapphire plays that, guys. What are we doing?
But you want to know something crazier? I mean, there was 12 Amethyst Steel players. Shout out to them.
Shout out to you.
They said strength on 4 is fine. I can wait to turn 4 to do some cool stuff. I don't need to worry about it. There was, like we mentioned, only one deck not represented in the room, and that was Ruby Steel. Everybody said Rust. I have WD-40. But there was an Emerald Steel list. Also 2 Amber Sapphire, 3 Emerald Rubies. These are the funky bunches down here. And then 4 Amber Ruby. We just saw 1 on stream. 6 Amethyst Emerald. And then, this is the craziest one, 7 Sapphire Steel. Okay.
Come on, guys.
They can do it. The thing is like, legally, you're allowed to bring any deck you want.
You can play whatever deck you want as long as it is 2 ink that you can play in Disney Lorcana. Up next in the next format, you can play as many inks as you want as long as it's in Blurple.
Right. Any inks you want, but Blurple is the best. So we are just moments away from an interview with Ryan, and we will ask, does the RY in Ryan stand for red, yellow? We don't know, but in a moment, we will find out.
Before we headed over there, I do
Yes.
want to ask Chad a question you can answer while the interview is going on.
Yes.
Do you just want to see Ryan in every round from the
Yeah,
top
let's
cut
not
to the
let him out of
finals? Let's see what he has to say as we're going to send it over to Luke, Wonderland, and Ryan.
Garrett, Katie, so the question, does it stand for red, yellow?
It does now.
Oh, perfect. How'd you feel playing that?
That was a matchup I hadn't seen a ton of coming into this. I knew it was going to be pretty 50-50. I was trying to tech around the library and just hope he didn't chain Demonas.
You did a pretty good job playing around that library, and honestly, it was a slugfest. You did a fantastic job of almost coming back and doing everything in game 2. What were some of the highlights of that for you?
I mean, anytime I can try to set up a good board wipe, that's what the deck does. It sets up the big board wipe, drop another boost character, and draw all the cards I can.
All right. How long have you been playing Ruby Amber?
Last set after I saw Lucas Galpa run it over in Ghent, I think it was, or one of the Bologna, one of those. I've been playing it for set champs, set 11. Swapped over. I was trying out a Maximus deck for a little bit, red purple this set, and then pivoted back to red yellow. I'm pretty comfortable with it, so
So you're a fan of the boosties.
always.
Perfect. So are you going to want to take a break, or do you think that maybe you'll be down for performing more for us?
I'll play as often as I can. Yeah.
Perfect. Anyone you'd like to shout out before we jump back over?
Oh yeah, Daniel Holt. He's the reason my deck is named 2 1-drops. He's wanted me to put 1-drops in that deck since set 11. And also my buddy Tom, who helped me test this past week for this event.
Oh, well, thank you, Tom. And Daniel's a very nice guy. We're going to jump back over to the booth.
Oh yeah, and my wife. I love my wife.
Very important shout out to Honey Bunny, Mrs. Red Yellow herself. And we're jumping back over to Garrick and Katie.
We're back.
We are back.
That was very
Well,
quick.
we're doing a shout out Honey Bunny, shout out Honey Bunny. But shout out to Honey Bunny for watching. This has been the most active, like, loved ones in chat.
Christian's mom,
Christian, my mom.
Big Woot's wife and
Yeah,
kids.
my mom was watching with my grandfather.
Sky's dad and Fungus.
I don't know if Sky's dad's. They watch. They're lurkers. The Fungus is watching, and Fungus is everyone's dad, kind of.
He is.
Apparently, he was a mentee for Zane that we saw on stream. Apparently, one time Zane had fixed seating, and Fungus was his partner. It's like this is. I mean, to be fair, if you want somebody to not mess with you, Fungus. I'm picking Fungus twice. But shout out to everyone in the chat. Lots of love to Ryan. I don't know if it's fair to shackle somebody down. There is other great Disney Lorcana. For
Yeah,
example,
of course.
we got dogs mirrors. Just kidding. We don't know about that. But
For example.
oh, Woot is in Woot's here.
Let's go.
Woot times 6, which is Woot, 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 Woot.
Big Woot.
Or just Woot X6.
Big shout out to him.
But shout out to Bandera Quest. I'm very always excited to see what their next costume is. I want in. Let me into the cosplay. I want to start cosplaying Garrick. Why not me?
Quit gatekeeping from the Quest world.
Yeah, Lycos is in here. I didn't see her, but she was in this room. I didn't see anyone. We're in like a little.
We are in a dungeon.
It's called the dungeon, but shout out to the Lithgows of Lycos and Kenneth. They are always so lovely. We got James Grays of all types. One in the tournament. I don't know if James Gray the second, the non-fungus Gray, won his match.
The non-fungus
For a breakdown of
variant.
the top 8. So obviously Ryan Simpson won. We have Moo Man, TSD Moo Man, which is Kristen Jeldon. Corey Gilbert, which is 1 billion crabs of Team Infinity, won his match versus Yerd Boy. Then we had Jonathan Roseberry, or Red Lotus, won his match at table 4. Hayden Burrow, another Infinity member, won against Paige Scott. We have James Gray the second. Not the fungus one against Fetty Guap. Fetty Guap is that's Dennis Nadas, and he is everywhere and very good. So shout out to James Gray, winner of CCS. Then we have Daniel Sagers, who is another Infinity member. Infinity, scary. And then lastly, Barrett Emerson of TLD, never bored.
I liked how you pronounce a lot of those, especially Jonathan Roseberry.
Roseberry. It's it's the British pronunciation. So if any of those people are your favorite people, shout them out. If they're not your favorite people, pick one. It's more fun when you pick someone to root for.
I agree.
That's my tip: is go ahead and follow along. So we're gonna go we're gonna go on a quick break. I am going to look at the top 8 breakdown because we've already told you guys what the top 16 was, but now I get to do the fun of, but what is the top 8? And then we'll have more Disney Lorcana, more casters. You got some JD and Luke, but me and Garrick will be back.
Yeah, at some point.
There's more Lorcana. So, quick break,
Quick break.
and we will be back. Don't go anywhere.
a great one too. Holy moly, holy first day on the job over here, Garrick. But I had some really cool things. We're not gonna try to redo that. But greetings to all of you. Thank you guys for being here. Sorry for the mute, as I'm over here trying to do two things at once. But what an incredible matchup we have for the top 16. We are going into the top number 8 right now, as the two Illumineers are already seated at the table. Joining me for this top 8 matchup is going to be none other than Garrick. What do you think about that last round we just saw, Garrick?
I thought it was awesome. It was like I told Katie, it was one of the best matches of Disney Lorcana that I've ever watched, and I would watch that all day, every day for the rest of my life. I
don't even think you're being hyperbolic.
I'm not.
All.
I'm actually not.
And I think we do have a top 8 match happening underway as the Illumineers are hot and ready to go. It has started. We got James Gray, the second winner of CCS, versus Cody, who is, I believe, a Sharp Gaming champion. I think this Illuminator has won this tournament before.
We do have the Bobby Zimmerowski discarding the Lilo Escape Artist, something that a lot of players that have been playing in the Wilds Unknown, especially at your set championships, I'm sure you've seen this time and time again, the Bobby Zimmerowski discarding the Lilo there.
A little bit of a dogs. You guys are blessed to see a little bit of a Ruby and Amethyst versus dogs. So a lot of Ruby and Amethyst showing up here in the Sharp Gaming tournament. It is a very popular strategy in this region of North America. So seeing it perform quite well, convert quite nicely, and it does have a pretty decent dogs matchup. You guys understand that the Amber and Emerald dogs deck is probably going to be the best strategy in this format, as we see the Vanellope Von Schweetz down into the Inkwell. But I think the Ruby and Amethyst has a pretty good little 1-2 punch for this dog's deck.
Yeah, definitely. It does have the Elisa Mazza, which can prevent the strength reduction of your characters, but also Scrooge McDuck. Things like the Headless Horseman can come down and remove characters on the opposite side of the board, as we do see Elisa Mazza go into the Inkwell there. We do have the ability here to play Eleanor on turn number 3 if we have that available to us, but it looks like we are playing the Scar Spice that we saw from Mo Shamblin, who recently qualified for the Disney Lorcana North American Championship in Cody's deck here.
Absolutely. Cody is a member of Team Inkfinity who does swim in these waters. They are very local to this area, representing the Mid-America, Arkansas region of Illumineers. Very prominent house of a team. They're really putting a lot of members into the North American Championship season after season. After Chiefs Powhatan will Tokyo drift on in sideways. We're going to get exerted. A big quest starting there for Cody. You're going to have a little bit of a time to deal with the Chief Powhatan. Maybe we have our own Firefly Swarm that we can set up this turn to clear that Chief.
I love the idea of Chief Powhatan just defending Bobby Zimmerowski. Just the spray cheese kid. He said, "Don't touch him, all right? That's my little guy.
That's my son.
That's my little friend there.
You keep your hands off of my son. Don't even look at him." All right, as the Ares, second time we see Ares in 2 feature matches back-to-back. I don't think you've ever seen anything that, but look at this Ares.
He wants to ready the Chief Powhatan, which you can do. Grandmother Willow, he says, "Chief Powhatan who? I'm sneaking past you, Scrooge McDuck." Working with Ares, God of War there to get rid of the Grandmother Willow. Love that play there by James Gray.
You mind if I just slide by you real quick? Just get past, you mind if I just scoot by you there, says Scrooge McDuck, as we did kind of get past that bodyguard. A little bit of synergy showing that you really got to get into this bulk bin a little bit and find some of these lesser played cards. This Ares God of War proves that it has a bit of potential, and that might be something that we can look to going into the next year of Disney Lorcana, as rotation is going to be among us. You guys are tuned in to the very last Set 12 tournament that you will ever see in the history of this game. So we are making history. We're Dumbos here.
We are. We're a couple ninth wonders of the universe, maybe 10 and 11,
there
you
you
know
go.
what we say. But, yeah, that was an incredible play there, facilitated by Ares, God of War. I'd love to see some more gods from Hercules show up in this game. There are a whole bunch of them. Maybe Into the Inkdark might be the opportunity to see more of those characters. But I do believe that we will see more Ares coming up in the next set, as Amber Ruby will be a very powerful strategy. Most of the Boosty Boys are sticking around, plus that Sully and Boo synergy looks really, really good. But we have another Bobby Zimmerowski here and discarding another Lilo Escape Artist. So staying consistent is Cody with those threats in the Inkwell. And Ruby Amethyst sometimes can struggle to deal with the Lilos as they continue to come down onto the board turn after turn after turn.
Cody's going to have to really pivot the whole game plan. This Amber Emerald Dogs deck has some very clear and concise play patterns that they want to do. And now that you have this synergy that you probably didn't have on your testing radar when you were putting this strategy together, you kind of want to get exerted, sit behind your chief, gain your pluses, and start winning the game. But now this Ares makes that very difficult. So you kind of have to pivot, man. Maybe you have to get to this stay ready game plan, maybe find those Eleanor lines, or maybe even lean back on those, dare I say, prehistoric tramp lines that these dog players used to use so much. Now they don't even go to them as much.
Yeah, the tramp may be the move here, but you also have to think about the Headless Horseman is in the deck, which can remove that character quite nicely. The Bobby has come down, but we're thinking long and hard about what we want to do on this turn. It looks like we're just going for a pass, and the Ares, God of War right now, stifling the aggression of the Dogs deck, as normally behind a Chief Powhatan, they would feel free and clear to quest as much and as often as they'd like to, but now they can't even do it at all.
Absolutely. Got them shaking in their little boots over there, these dog strategy. And now we're going to upload the Eliza Maza, who finds her way to the field, and even your Della's Moon Lullaby and your Rhinos become superfluous at this point. You can't even really get the maximum value out of those incredible cards. So it seems as if James is doing everything you want him to do. We get a little lore, and we keep our Scrooge ready. Ares popping off yet again.
Ares looking excellent here. Cody is going to have to go with an alternate line to get past what James Gray is putting down here. And the Ares Scrooge Tango is one that is difficult to deal with. And you're seeing why we're teching in so many copies of the God of War, as we're going to opt to put a Lilo into play now. Maybe she can serve as a nice little distraction, as we do have Grammar the Willow, a Nani stage manager. Not sure what that third card is here, but might want to get a little bit of bulk on the board with that 3/3 stat line that Nani has.
Yeah, I don't hate this approach at all from Cody. Maybe we can use this Lilo as a makeshift piece of pseudo removal over time, unless James is holding on to the patent pending Cheshire Cat inexplicable. So if that Cheshire Cat comes around, you're going to have to change your game plan again. So Cody staying flexible, trying to adapt on the fly, as we are still going to maintain a nice and ready board. Chief Powhatan is, as the river charts its path type beats, keeping those characters up and active this time, and not going with the river.
Yeah, we are holding. We're waiting for a mighty quest here right now. Haven't found characters like the Queen, Devious Disguise, or Eleanor, of course, the renowned diplomat, which this deck now really heavily leans on. We could be potentially going for a tramp play on the next turn. We don't know what that third card is in Cody's hand, but like I said, you always have to consider that Headless Horseman is being saved for that tramp Street Smart Dog. So if you're not able to go tramp into tramp, for instance, you will get punished mightily by that Headless Horseman.
Yeah, so you have to kind of, I do agree with that. I think you have to, but at the same time, if you're James, you have to also continue to add characters to the board. You can't just sit back with these three guys. They are some pretty nice guys. B-King Undisputed will be deployed as well with all of your ink. Again, super low tempo play. You are removing a character, but it's just going to be that Bobby Zimmerowski, and that kind of is just one little piece of lore and not that many stats.
Yeah, but have to get the uninkable out of the hand for sure. We know that the Headless Horseman is sitting there. We did just see an inking of a Demona, so could be running into a couple uninkability issues. But right now, Cody kind of paralyzed in this position, not able to do a whole lot, as the Ares is just threatening to remove anything behind the Chief. And I hate to harp on it, but it's been such an excellent include for James here in this tournament, being that anti-dogs synergy, and this is the matchup that he wants, as we're going to go double Lilo Escape Artist now.
Yeah, this is a nice plan by Cody. I really like the flexibility. Again, leaning on these Lilos. They, over time, will act as pseudo removal until we can find that Cheshire Cat or maybe a Louisa Madrigal or something to move some of this damage to some of those other characters. So until you represent that or show that, I'll just keep spamming these Lilos, and in time, your characters will just be banished. The Scrooge can continue to grow over time, so he might be able to resist that type of maneuver, but this Ares will eventually get banished in just 2 short turns.
There is the Tramp Street Smart Dog. We're going to draw 6, discard 6. I'd love to find another one here if possible. Could be looking for something like that Eleanor or maybe the Queen to get some bigger characters on the board and potentially start to challenge back or make James challenge into into your larger characters, but with that Ares on the other side, it's been really difficult to get past him. We do have to consider, again, the Headless Horseman. So if we get multiple tramps down here, that can help us ease the pain of the Headless Horseman coming down.
Yeah, and I think when he does come down, you are going to have to start worrying about that also increasing. Even though right now nothing is exerted, you're playing this nice stand-up game, but maybe next turn if you want to, you're going to have really opportunity for like 2 big quests, and you want to try to retain as much of your board as possible when that questing begins. So you have a very finite amount of time to execute your master plan if you're Cody. So I'm interested to see how we're going to break this thing down, as we are going to send another tramp to the discard pile. That's telling us tale of that hand. Maybe it's Eleanor.
Could be Eleanor. As we mentioned, that is one of the most powerful cards in this strategy that really turned this deck around from like a really oppressive deck to maybe the strongest deck that we've seen in the history of the game. It's up there for sure, as Chief Powhatan is going to start questing. Might as well.
Yeah, I mean, you will have to ready him no matter what. You probably never want to engage with this chief, so that will kind of force your hand from James Gray's perspective. You will have to at least perform at least 1 boost, ready our Scrooge, and then continue to challenge that chief or challenge the other glimmers that are exerted, those 2 Lilos.
So right now, Scrooge has 6 strength, 5 willpower remaining thanks to the 3 cards boosted underneath him. We can boost one more time, challenge into the chief, and be fined on the opposite end. Here is the Headless Horseman, and it is going to target that Tramp Street Smart Dog, quickly put into the discard pile there.
And we still have an opportunity to potentially ink and boost and ready that Chief Powhatan to get after the those Lilos to keep that lore down. You want to make sure that Cody's lore is in a retainable distance that you can continue to make this race. Because like you've been saying, Garrett, you want to ensure that you have board control. The resources will come in time, but you need to keep this board nice and tidy, and that is how this Amber and Emerald strategy will win with this nice massive board here in his later game.
And we are playing around the Eleanor here, not wanting to put an additional damage onto our Ares. Are we going to bring the Lilos back? We take a gander at the hand. Again, we did dig 6 deep with the Tramp Street Smart Dog, so we have the card that we want in hand. What is that card, and can we afford to play a Lilo using that Grandmother Willow discount?
It's got to be something that allows us to draw a card. I think it's either Eleanor or maybe even that Queen, a Devious Disguise, or maybe even a Lady, Mrs. Park Avenue. The deck lists are open, but I haven't looked at them. I like to be pleasantly surprised when we see these cards when they come forth from the deck. It's a Bobby Zimmerowski. I call him Robert there. I think as we will go ahead.
You know him like that?
I know him like that. We'll go way back. We will cycle the Under the Sea, and it is Scar, something that will allow you to draw here. This is a character that I've been really high on. A lot of people don't agree with me as this Scar coming in from Shimmering Skies. Whenever a character challenges a damaged character, it will allow you to draw a card. So it actually looks quite nice in this spot here.
Unfortunately, none of your characters have a lot of strength, so they are going to be banished for their troubles. You will draw a card. Scrooge has been boosted 4 times.
Yeah, get a little card going 1 for 1. I think is not the worst thing in the universe, and you will at least kind of clear some of these threats off the play right now. Maybe even getting that Eliza Maza might be worth the investment because it is kind of neutralizing a lot of your play patterns with reducing strength and such. So this is an interesting turn here from Cody. This could be the decisive moment of this entire game very early on here.
We go 1 into Eliza here, draw 1.
So a little 1 for 1 there on Bobby Zimmerowski. Card on board to card in hand. Let's see if we continue this challenging gambit. I mean, it will cost you a multitude of resources to do this and set you back significantly, but it might get you out of this on the other side.
Yeah, it could end up getting you out of the sticky situation. All of your characters right now that can challenge only have 1 strength and 2 willpower. We will go in with Aurora. Final character able to challenge on this turn will be that Grandmother Willow, and you will lose that discount. We're going to go ahead and do it. Draw our 3rd card as Maza does hit the discard there. We did find another Tramp Street Smart Dog. We have an Ursula as well. Of course, you're going to ink that. Ruby Amethyst notably doesn't really play any songs after the rotation of Be Prepared and Friends on the other side.
Yeah, you kind of see them taking in a B King Undisputed here or there, but that's not something that they necessarily are going to be leaning on.
Yeah.
Yesterday we saw a little bit of Spice Bath. We saw the Can't Hold Him Back Anymore being played as well.
We did see that.
That one kind of popped off a little bit, but yeah, you are correct. Ursula's not one of the strongest cards in this matchup. We are going to go for another Horseman, which is a pretty strong card in this particular matchup, leaving nothing but this Scar and Chief Paul Houghton sitting side by side, staring down a pretty formidable board developed here by James Gray II. Got to say the whole thing, and now Cody has to continue to change the plan. You have to continue to be flexible and go and get off your flight pattern and do what is need to be done to combat what James is doing to you. So can you continue to do that, and will you have the units to get you where you need to be?
Yeah, James Gray II. We go way back, as you were mentioning earlier. I call him the sequel.
Call him the Deuce, number 2?
Yeah.
I call him Junior. Hey, Junior. What up, Junior? As we play a pretty feeble Tramp here, just allowing you to draw 2 cards in this card. He likes to have those, and he had to pay a pretty decent amount to bring this bad boy to the field as well.
5 to get the Tramp down here. We're going to take a look at 2. Discard 2. Eleanor is one of the 2 cards we're considering keeping at this point. She might help you get out of the situation. If you can double Eleanor, you can start pinging down these Headless Horsemen.
Yeah, just try to, or you just set this board up here and just continue to do this Lilo Gambit again. I don't hate that. Set up some more damage, force some more interaction from your opponent, and then maybe you can get some more value from this Scar. I think that's a pretty formidable way to kind of break this piece down, as James Gray now might be starting to feel a little bit of pressure. You do have a pretty formidable board. Is it time to start questing these Headless Horsemen in this spot? I don't know if that's worth it.
We did get a quest on the Headless Horseman last turn, as Elsa, the 5th Spirit, is going to make a appearance here. We can go in with the Scrooge, who's got strength and willpower to spare.
Yeah, just kind of using him, maybe get a nice little rush in and take it. Oh no, it will cost you quite a bit. You could hit him twice with the Scrooge theoretically, right? With the challenge
I think
boost
you only
challenge.
need to challenge once.
Oh, is he strong enough? How many cards
He's got
underneath
4
that Scrooge?
cards underneath the Scrooge.
Oh, so he's big boy.
Yeah.
He's huge there. And again, we're going to completely just obliterate this Tramp, the Street Smart Dog, with the greatest of ease with the Scrooge. And we can take this as an opportunity to boost him and get a quick ready in as well. Tons of damage hanging out on this Scrooge. But you got to be careful. These Infinity gamers really love them some Go-Go Tomago. So a lot of damage floating on that Scrooge, looking like a very nice target for a Go-Go to be deployed here in a matter of time. And that could get Cody right back into the lore race.
Thinking about the Lilos here, considering it bypasses that, goes for the card draw. We find an Aurora holding court. We can play that down with the Eleanor on this turn. We do go for that. Next turn, we do have, I believe he has another Tramp Street Smart Dog in the hand.
That's going to be a nice little back and forth here. And now James Gray has to start feeling immense amount of pressure as that Eleanor with those double Lilos sitting in the discard pile. We're going to have a whole new game here in just a moment, as a lot of damage is going to be flung all around. Chief Paul Houghton still sitting there. I don't think I've ever seen a Chief Paul Houghton this ready, just quietly waiting. He can't challenge, can't do anything. He's just kind of hanging out, man. It's a new look for him.
Yeah, this is not where he shines at all in this position. He loves to protect the smaller glimmers that can't protect themselves, but with Ares God of War on the board right now, he's unable to do what he's put in the deck to do, and has left him frozen, upright, and unexerted here for the majority of this game. But like you mentioned, things are not looking too bad for Cody right now. Has been able to leverage the power of Scar as well as Tramp Street Smart Dog to find more cards and deploy more threats continually.
Yeah, I think that's a heads-up approach. That's a nice little include in this strategy. I know when Mo Shamlin, huge shout out to him, won the CCQ a few weeks ago, or last weekend out in Pro Play Games Summit in Dallas, he had this card in his strategy. And a lot of people are like, I don't know about it. It just doesn't seem correct to have that in there. But it seems like it's doing a phenomenal amount of work in this exact scenario, because this Ruby and Amethyst strategy is going to be holding on to a lot of damage. And now this card is going to be able to get get a lot of value. It works quite nicely with this Eleanor setup as well, as we do get this Dumbo. Ninth one in the universe is going to be down with a dry Elsa, allowing you to get another card draw in. So engines online on both sides. Both these Luminaries have resources. We are blessed with a nice top 16 here so far.
Definitely two elite players here, both looking for that qualification to the Disney Lorcana North American Championship. It is fast approaching, not too many opportunities to qualify left here in season number 2. The stakes are high, the pressure is high. Ruby Amethyst trying to show that it is still a threat here in the format. James Gray, the second, showing that he is a formidable player on this strategy, as well as the Headless Horsemen are going to continue to gather that lore.
Absolutely. Maintaining a lot of that tempo, able to add some threats to the board, able to quest while building out a nice wide board, only leaving 1 ink remaining. So you're still playing a lot of powerful cards at the same time. You're putting a lot of pressure onto your opponent. These Headless Horsemen are doing a phenomenal job of just running up that lore total. So Cody still has a pretty powerful turn that you can make with those Lilos. If you can bring back both of those Lilos and play another Tramp this next turn, you have to be feeling confident about that spot. Maybe you can find more answers and get some value from this Eleanor.
Yeah, the issue is just the lore difference right now. You need to be able to start questing. You really can't do that in the face of the board on the opposite side. Scrooge McDuck has been so good at maintaining the board, just challenging in when he can, holding that damage very, very well. But like you mentioned, Gogo Tamago could be in the list and could get that sudden burst of lore if we leave the Scrooge McDuck out. I think we could be potentially thinking about questing the Scrooge here on this turn, as he's probably not going to get challenged.
Yeah, let's think about it here. How much lore is being represented by James Gray Jr.? We might have...
8.
Is that 8? Yeah, so we have game in play right now, so Cody has to really get out of his comfort zone here, and we are just going to take it right on in the scoop field. Quick scoop, not even going to play the tomfoolery shenanigans game of do you have it, do I have it, can I challenge, can I get another turn? We're just going to get up out of here. What do you think about that?
Not enough lore can be gained, and I think Cody recognizing that in this spot right now, he says, I can try and challenge into your characters, but I'm going to lose all of mine, and it's simply not worth it. I'll never get over the finish line at that point, especially compared to the board that was built on the opposite side. We can't engage with the Jumbo Jr. or Elsa the Fifth Spirit in that evasive realm, and they're just going to continue to draw cards, gain lore. James Gray has already gained too much of it. So let's just go into game number 2, see if we can alter our strategy and try and play around Ares, God of War, who basically won that game by himself.
Actually solo, and that's, again, I say that every single time. I love some Disney Lorcana more than the average person, and I just love to see these players, how creative they can get, and how, you look at a card like Ares, God of War, you take a quick look at it, and you toss it right into the bulk bin, you don't think twice about it, you just keep it moving on. And now we see, here we are in the last possible tournament of core constructed here in set 12. That card has just absolutely soloed one of the best strategies in the entire game, and it just takes the bravery, the courage, the commitment, the dedication, the responsibility to put the card like that into your deck and have it support you the way that you would want it to. So heads up, maneuver there.
I think it's also important to note that in this deck, like Ryan's deck in the previous game, we are running a card that can combo very nicely with the Ares there, and that is the Dumbo ninth Wonder of the Universe, who you have up on screen. In Ryan's deck, it was Aladdin, who could ready and then exert to gain a lore, or have his other Reckless Glimmers gain a lore. Dumbo here, though, you can ready him up and use his ability again to essentially quest for 2, but it'll cost you a little bit of ink. So that is something that also needs to be kept in mind throughout this match, as we are looking at the opening altar here. Cody wants to go for 4. James is going to do the same.
Yeah, I missed that line. I think that's it just kind of went over my head as well. Like, if you have that Scrooge up, you can quest one of your evasive characters, boost the Scrooge ready and then break some records and then do it again. That's kind of cool,
Make
man.
some history.
Make some history, yeah. That's kind of cool. I really think that's this card might actually be a unit. It only costs 2, 3, 3. The stats are fine as well. Like I think that is a solid glimmer there, as we are going to get another quick little sleeve change. Cody has to be a little bit concerned with how that match went out. I really don't like the matchup if I'm Amber and Emerald. They have a lot of tools of the trade. However, the Ruby and Amethyst strategy does kind of struggle when it comes to other matchups in the format, but I think it's pretty decent against these dogs, especially the way this one's constructed.
Yeah, I don't disagree with you there, as James Gray did take game number 1 in this top 8 best of 3, and I think I may have seen a shimmer, a glimmer, a little glimpse of a card known as Ghostly Tail. Is that in the hand there in the middle? I think it is.
That might be some more spice. I can't take much more spice. Coming in from the chat, Ace Gray number 12. Go James. That's my hubby. Another wife is in the chat.
Shout
we got
out to all the
husbands
families.
and wives and families
Fathers and
in
sons and mothers and daughters and everybody.
This is a family affair.
It's a family
Lorcana
game.
is a family game 100%. Thank you guys for coming in and supporting the program and supporting your loved ones. Everyone. Cody, if Cody got some loved ones out there, make yourself be known as well. We're trying to stay as unbiased as we possibly can. Louisa Madrigal is going to be out here on turn number 1, followed by an Aurora followed by Louisa, I should say.
We'll see if Cody is able to get off to a more explosive start, as we are inking a Lady Decisive dog. That's not normally what you see here in the Amber Emerald dog strategies. That is one of the most powerful cards you have available to you, as we are going to draw and quickly discard that Under the Sea set. Get that thing out of my hand.
Yeah, you're never getting that Under the Sea off. That thing is an absolute 15 megaton brick. But we are going to upload this Vanellope Von Sweet, a little bit of spice of life coming in from the dogs player.
A little sugar,
I
maybe.
can get into my spice element as well. I mean, she is a princess. She does cost 1, and if you have that Aurora holding court, you can get her down there for free.
The
So
Sugar Rush champ.
Yeah, we're getting active. I wonder if we got the shift in there as well. That'd be a very interesting little include, as we are going to bring out your nemesis. Ares, God of War, has made his way back to the field of play, and we will challenge and banish the Aurora holding court. The first one. You got a second one over there, so you're hanging out tough.
We got nothing to boost, though, so we cannot ready the Luisa Madrigal right now. We will see if a Scrooge McDuck is able to find his way into game number 3 here, but couple of Cheshire Cats sitting in hand for James, and if you combo that with a Ghostly Tail, I think that could be a spooky sight for the Amber and Emerald Dogs deck, as Emerald Chromacon is a bit of a fright for James Gray, as he cannot engage with items.
So you were in your bag on that one, dude. That was a poet. You need to write that one down. You were in your bag on that one, as we are going to take down the Louisa Madrigal before a potential shift could come online. This Emerald Chromacon might be the difference maker here in this matchup. I know for certain, and I hope for anyone at Ravensburger who may be listening, anyone on the card design team, never, and I mean never, give Ruby and Amethyst any item removal. I think that would be so.
Don't listen to him. Don't listen to him.
Never do it. Please, just never give those 2 colors item removal, because they notoriously, historically, have never been able to remove items, and they can send them back to the hand sometimes, but they've never been able to put them in the discard pile. And I think it could be a game changer for Cody here.
We will see if we decide to return the Ares to the hand. Cody, thinking it over?
And I think you might have. I mean, it will get that damage out of there. I think it might be worth it to do in this situation, as we will bounce that Ares back to the hand, just set back some of that tempo, and you will have to take another turn off to bring it down, and the Eliza Maza will be added to the field instead.
Cody right now feeling a little bit more comfortable behind the Emerald Chromacon than the Chief. I mean, right now, Chief, this ain't the matchup for you. We have to deploy the Chromacon, but hand very slim, very, very slim right now. 2 cards. We need some card draw, and we need it quickly. Can we find any? Grandmother Willow is not exactly what you need, but if there's an Eleanor in the hand as well, we can follow that up next turn, start drawing some cards and putting our opponent off the tempo plays that they want to make.
Yeah, you got to kind of hold out hope and hope your deck can do what you have prepared this thing to do and bail you out of this precarious situation because you, like you said, you are established behind this Chromacon. You have to be feeling a little bit safe as the Isis Vanderchill will chill the Grandmother Willow, and then we got a nice easy challenge onto the Grandmother Willow here, but another decision is to be made. We are going to return the Isis Vanderchill to the hand, leaving that Eliza Maza down. She is Eliza Maza, but she is still a gargoyle, and she will be bewitched by the Stone by Day ability.
Draw pass.
You don't like that. Quick.
Draw pass for Cody is the exact opposite of what you want to be doing in this Dogs deck. You want to flood the board. You want to gain lore. You want to draw cards with your Eleanors, with your Queens. Not finding anything right now to do as James has to be feeling good in the driver's seat right now. Headless Horseman, goodbye, Bobby Zimmerowski. Cody, at this point, has to be like, what did I do to deserve this top cut matchup, as the Ruby and Amethyst is looking like the perfect deck to take down the Dogs, any shape, any size, and any form.
Leaving no trace is the Headless Horseman, and we are going to bounce this Headless Horseman back to the hand. Cody says, I am a glutton for pain. You did it once, do it again. We are slamming the Scar down onto the board. He does have Ward, so that's one good thing you have going for you, as Vanellope Von Schweetz is going to be up and active, and it might be appropriate just to cash her in because you understand.
Draw a card, man.
You get something going. I think it might be worth it because you understand that Headless Horseman will make his triumphant return here on the following turn, and that Vanellope will be banished for the cost of nothing. And Cody agrees, as we are going to cash in that princess here.
Scar, something to get us some cards in hand at the very least. The game is going slow at this point, James. No pressure right now against Cody, but Cody, also none on his side of the board, needs to get into something as Be King Undisputed, respected, saluted, is going to take down Scar himself.
That's a flavor win if I ever seen one. Your own song just takes you out, and that just always feels so bad because you got Ward. It's like, that's a little bit of flavor there, as your own ballot puts you into the discard pile. Cody with the return fire with the hamster feels misery incarnate now, paying 1 ink to play a power hamster, and you can't even use its ability to reduce any strength. You hate to see it. Check that. That's Eliza Maza. You can do it, but it doesn't do anything.
You can target something. She's going to be like, oh, okay.
All right. Cool, buddy.
Who asked?
Cool.
Here is the Cheshire Cat, Inexplicable, who is going to be able to take advantage of this damage on Eliza and move it on over to the Rhino, taking care of that character as turn after turn after turn after turn, these characters get removed one at a time, and if James is able to control the board and keep drawing cards, things are going to end quickly as we draw and play the Tramp. What is in his hand?
It's got to be bricked and super unplayable there. It's got to be a bunch of Under the Seas. Maybe I'm thinking there is a Tramp, the Street Smart Dog, or maybe something that costs 5 or over, because he's not even looking at those cards. He's just playing off the top of the deck. So essentially, he's holding on to 15-ton bricks that he just can't even think about playing. Maybe they're more Chromacons as well. No, you probably slam those Chromacons potentially, as the Isis Vanderchill is going to freeze the Tramp, and then the Mighty Ares will take down the Tramp. And let's see if we get a bounce back with this Chromacon, which, again, I think this Chromacon has just been neutralized at this point.
Yeah, it has, because the value from the hand has been so great over and over again. We see Ares come back down. We get value out of him. We see the Isis Vanderchill come back down. We get value out of her. We top deck. We look at the cards. We're going to look at the hand now as we do ink a Tramp Street Smart Dog. Here comes Lady Miss Park Avenue. Hold on. She might be able to help us out just a little bit here. Who are we going to take?
And that's one thing that Cody does have going. I mean, there's not a lot of lore being represented on the other side. Granted, it is continuing to build and build and build, but you have a little bit of time to get set up. Unfortunately for you, that your best catch-up mechanic, that Under the Sea, is virtually useless in this matchup. I mean, the character's just so strong, and it will take a modern miracle to get any value out of that 8-cost uninkable song, especially with this Eliza Maza just camped out there, basically being an item herself for the most part. But the questing has started for James Gray. He feels like it is time to seize the objective and quest viciously. And now Cody is back on back place against the wall in the control role.
Yeah, we can boost all the damage if we want to. We can choose to ready a character. We do so with the Cheshire Cat. What's interesting about the Ares as well. You're playing Eliza Maza in the deck. You're
Mhm.
playing Demona, Scourge of the Wyvern Clan. Those characters, notably gargoyles that have to be stoned by day if you have a lot of cards in hand. But Ares can go ahead and give them an assist and
Yeah.
ready them up.
I can see that. A lot of flavor was like, "Hey, you're stoned by day. Let me chisel you out real quick. Let me free you there. Let me put the sun
He
down
said,
for
get
you.
up and active.
Let me give you a helping hand. Let me pull you up there, my gargoyle compadres, and we're going to get this thing moving as the Lady Decisive Dog, Miss Park Avenue will take that 2 damage as Cody now has to, again, perform some type of miracle. I think this is just a very, very difficult spot. There's just so much questing pressure as well as challenging power being generated, and you are still top decking these Bobbies and Marusu. Let's see what that brick was that was in hand. If this Bobby's going to go ahead and drop that to the discard pile, it was that under
Yep.
C. As predicted.
That is one that'll slow you down, absolutely, as Grandmother Willow will enter play with a Nani stage manager. Nani, do you have anybody that we can recruit here? Any one of your... Oh, I do see the Go-Go Tamago in hand, but no damage on the opposite side, and the Cheshire Cats are going to make sure that that doesn't happen.
That's a nice little call and response. The Cheshire Cat keeping the Go-Go at bay. We have another Nani stage manager, but I think you just need more time. You have to find out a way to slow down James a little bit, and James is in a position where you don't even have to worry about this Chromacon at all because you are kind of outracing your opponent, forcing this lady into an uncomfortable challenge. It does get that very threatening Cheshire Cat out of there. Underneath Cheshire Cat?
We didn't see it. He didn't show us.
Oh, a little bit of keeping it to yourself. I mean, you should show. I mean, it's not up to you to show your opponent. Your opponent needs to request that information. It is public. It is in your discard pile, but I would like to see what's under there now. I want to come out there and check it myself. No, we'll let him live. We'll speculate there.
Go knock on the door.
Hey, open that up. Let me see that. As we are still continuing to quest, we do have multiple reckless characters in play, so we are still slowing down that lore race just a little bit. James Gray still, I can't tell how many cards are in hand, but I believe this Eliza still is in range to be ready in the event that you wish to do so. If not, we still have that Ares there.
Yeah, we definitely do. The Emerald Chromacon still sitting on the side of the Emerald and Amber Dogs player. That is something that we do continually need to keep in mind, but returning that Cheshire Cat two-hand can help you draw some cards if that were to happen, as we're going to get a quest in here with the Cheshire Cat. We are going to boost it. You do not need any damage to move to boost the character, but we are going to ready the Cheshire Cat with the Ares.
Yeah, so we are building a massive fortune of riches as Cody is staring down eternity on the other side. Just so much strength. This board is just very robust. It's probably why it's very difficult for this Amber Emerald Dogs deck to kind of deal with this matchup. You can win. I have seen Amber and Emerald Dogs players defeat Ruby Amethyst multiple times, but it will require you to I think you have to get a bit more aggressive. Maybe you need more two-questers. I like the ability, like the old ladies. That's the old build, and they were feeling very aggressive with the Daisy Ducks and stuff. But now when they're playing this mid-range game, it's like far more difficult for them to take down the strategy.
Here's Scar, the warded character. We'll see if we're going to start challenging here to draw some cards. We are going to double into the Isis Vanderchill, draw a card from Scar, as we did challenge a damaged character. Left with just 2 Grandmother Willows and the Scar on board right now. With the Ares on the opposite side, we can double Dumbo if we like.
Yeah, I think that's not the worst play either, as we're still staring down. Like, how do you get out of this conundrum? I mean, what cards could you possibly sequence together? Lady Decisive Dog is not the worst one in this spot. I mean, it can potentially give you some additional lore. Maybe there's a world where you can shift this lady, or maybe get another lady down, add some more. You're gonna have to get a massive board no matter what you do, as now we have this very potent resource generating Dumbo, who is probably uncontested if you don't have a Horseman Strikes in your deck. He's just going to kind of sit here and just gain lore forever.
Draw again. Will the Dumbo, 9th Wonder of the Universe. James does have several options available to him, has had a healthy hand this entire time, will opt to boost the Cheshire Cat, trigger the Ares, ready the Dumbo, pay 1, gain 1, and draw 1. Pay 2, gain 2, draw 2, says Dumbo and Ares. And what a bunch of combos he has in this deck with this Ares card. Super underrated.
Yeah, I like it, and I think we might have to check with the lore guide or something between the rounds because I think Stone by Day might actually outclass.
Oh, really? They can't ready at all.
I think it might. I'm not sure. Again, I'm not a lore guide. I don't know how these things work all the time. As every day I watch this game every day, but sometimes I will, get this thing. It says this character can't ready. Okay.
Oh, okay. So it
maybe.
can't ready at all.
Interesting.
I thought we did see that Ares ready the Eliza with 3 cards in hand, but I could be mistaken there.
We can confirm that with the lore guide after this. Again, this is probably a new type of, not a new. I mean, obviously there are rules in place and people understand how this game is played. As the Yzma, the conniving chemist, is going to enter into the field of play. We'll see here if we don't currently have. Oh, we have the Cheshire Cat that can boost.
Yeah,
and
another card that can combo with Ares
for sure. So I'm not, and it also can combo with this Yzma as well, which is another interesting synergy there. I'm sure you just said that, and I was thinking about this Eliza thing. Did we see the Eliza ready with the Ares?
I thought we did, which is why I brought up the Daemonis being a potential synergy as well, but I could be mistaken there.
Okay. I mean, it's all good. This is Ares is a card that I don't think anyone has seen. Personally haven't seen it being played. I've watched probably more Disney Lorcana than the average Illuminator in our community. I'm not saying the most, but definitely more than average. And I just haven't seen Ares be played too often. And you just would naturally think that cannot ready, but Ares says you can ready. So who wins? I guess Eliza would win, and because it's so definite, like you can't ready. And he says, like Chief Powhatan says, this character cannot challenge. If you gave him Reckless, will he have to challenge?
No.
He will not, right? So the
Correct.
card on the text will always outvalue any sickness that you might bestow upon them, as it may be. Not sickness, but, any type of card effect. Very interesting. So we're all learning here, and that's the purpose of these streams, to live, learn, and grow, as Cody is staring down still a very massive board. You continue to rebuild even after this Chromacon. Yzma looking fine there.
Another Grandmother Willow. We got the trips right now. We need to get into some Eleanor action for sure to try and get us out of this situation, as James has the infinite draw glitch with Ares, Yzma, and Dumbo on the board. Here comes the Enterprising Dog. Are we going to use this character to challenge down an opposing character on the opposite side of the board? It might be the Eliza Mazza here, as we do have a chorus set up for a potential Under the Sea, but I believe we've already gotten rid of 2 of them.
Yeah, I think that's depending on how many you are playing in your strategy, you might have to think about it. But that Eliza Mazza is going to be holding down this whole Della's Moon Lullaby, or maybe a Rhino 1/16 Wolf. You need all those to happen at the same time, as we will cash in these 2 Grandmother Willows to draw 1 card, going essentially 1 for 1 in that scenario, as you got a chance to replace at least one of your cards. And then we will find the Tramp Street Smart Dog as a follow-up, maybe digging deeper to look. We're checking. Uh-oh. Just trying to make sure that all the numbers are correct. And we're good.
We did play the Tramp Enterprising Dog, but we took it back. So the Grandmother Willow discount would still be available there for the Tramp Street Smart Dog. So identifying that, making sure that everything is A-OK. These 3 glimmers there on the bottom side of your screen next to that Emerald Chromacon are drying. So they cannot quest or challenge this turn. The Scar is up and active.
And we're still, I mean, kudos to Cody for still trying to fight through this in compromised position here, as we are hand shuffling, thinking about what we wish to discard with the Tramp Street Smart Dog. Hand on head, contemplating this next turn, as this could be one of your last moves you have. Quick discard there. And Scar will finally cash himself in for a quick challenge onto the Eliza Mazza. Now, if you have some reduction in strength, you can potentially get one of those underseas to happen. But look at this board. We would need a Lost in the Woods here, followed by an Under the Sea.
You would need something to reduce the strength of all these characters, as they are all at 3 at this moment. What are we doing here with the Dumbo and the Yzma? Thinking about questing potentially?
I think you could. I mean, you could go for the Dumbo Ninth Wonder of the Universe to draw a card. Maybe we can get a hand flood and then use this Yzma's ability to draw you 3 more cards. Just continue to expand your resources. But at this point, I think I want my Yzma questing here. And then you could ready the Yzma and then get that
draw.
ability off if you want.
Aries right now putting in overtime to help this deck do what it wants to, as it looks like he's going to sing a little bit of a song here.
Wow, we are just going to throw in a hand there.
That is enough.
I think he sang that song just as a vibe there, as a let you know that you are in fact the poor unfortunate soul in this exchange.
Very true. Very true.
You are the poor unfortunate soul for locking horns with me, Aries, and still, what a game. Cody going down Inkfinity Illumineer, who is still representing himself in his community well by making it all the way to the top 8, is going to fall out. But James Gray also representing this area, and he is trying to be the CCQ winner and get his ticket to the North American Championship. Like we said, he did win that event down at CCS, but unfortunately that was not a CCQ, so he was not able to gain that title, but he is still in a position going into the top 4, 2 more wins away from that ultimate goal, and I think that will be a great fitting story for that Lumineer.
Really cool deck build by James Gray II there, going up against the Dogs deck, which everyone has been saying is the best deck in the format. We need bans, we need bans, we need bans. It's unplayable. You know, it looked unplayable in that matchup against the Ruby Amethyst deck because it couldn't do anything, and that's from turn number 1.
And that's the meta. I think these 2 matches that we just saw, this top 16 match and then going into this top 8 match that we saw, this is what we've been denied. Okay, this is what the format would look like had we had a self-ban or a self-cleaning of what our format could have been.
Well, everybody was focused on Infinity.
Exactly. No one really took the time to get in here, but now people say, oh, the Dogs, ban this, ban that, it's unbeatable, you can't do it. Well, it can be done if you just take a little bit of time to get loose, get right, get active, and get into that bulk ban. I mean, Aries, right? It's in the deck, and then actually almost single-handedly, like we said, won both of those games just with his ability, just sitting there and doing his thing. So it was nice to see. Huge shout out to James Gray. We're going to get an interview over in the booth to hear what that Illuminator had to say here in just a moment. But again, I want to thank you guys all for being here and rocking with the Quest World Productions. Okay, not to be confused with their Procutions.
We should
okay,
get a limited edition Procution shirt if you want to support the program. If you were there day one, get yourself a Procution shirt and show the support. A limited run, that might be funny.
All right, but it looks like we do have that. We will do that. That is definitely going to happen. The Procutionist will not be denied. But let's get a chance to hear what James Gray had to say about that unique build and his performance here in the top 8.
Here with the winner of the top 8 match, James Gray. Now, you've already had your top 16 match. So was your second dog matchup, or how did your top 16 game look like?
It was the same result on the draw, 2-0.
Was against Dogs?
Against Dogs. Yeah.
All right. So that might be a little bit to the story. I mean, I'll ask, but what was the reason you brought this deck? But I have a feeling it might have to do with this deck.
It's Dogs. Everybody keeps copycatting the same deck, and I'm just tired of seeing it. And I have to bring the most anti-dog deck I can, because if they're not going to ban it, I'm just going to have to beat it.
A self-banning. I like that. And one of the things I noticed is yesterday on stream, we had your son Zane playing. So, I mean, how does it feel to get to be at the top tables with your son and travel around the country and be really just at the top of your game as a family?
You don't know. He's awesome.
Yeah.
He's awesome.
He is. I mean, it's been fun seeing him grow. I mean, we saw him last year, and I mean, back then he was a year younger. And watching him mature as a player has been very wonderful, and I imagine it's been super fulfilling to get to see him on his journey and kind of lead by example.
Yeah, he gave me the win, actually, in round 8. I mean, I was going to beat him anyways, but round 8 we got paired, and he said, I was like playing the dad card, and I'm like, dude, you can just take it. He's like, no, let's. I don't want to do that. You can have it. He's like, no. I was like, no, you can have it. He's like, no, let's just dice roll. I'm like, no. Then we're like back and forth. I'm like, nah. He's like, I'm not. And then we're like, he's like, well, let's look at what's the best matchups, because we're super big into numbers.
Yeah.
And super. He's super smart, and he obviously we just talk about the numbers and looking at the top 16 list. it was not good for him on the draw because he's going to be the lower seed than me. And I felt like I had a better matchup. And I said, honestly, if I have the better matchups mathematically to take the whole tournament down possibly, but I'm not going to take your dreams from you. And then he gave it to me.
And that's a beautiful story. And I mean, it's wonderful seeing you guys get to play this game as a family because Disney Lorcana, it's been beautiful to see these families and seeing you guys. I mean, I see you guys a lot just at these tournaments. So we'll let you go ahead and get ready for the next match. But before we do you have any shout outs or anything you'd like to say?
My son, first and foremost, my family, my wife, she's my rock. My mom and dad, they support us going to the tournaments and come up here yesterday actually. Drove an hour to come see us and then surprised us with some drinks from Sonic and some mozzarella sticks. We hadn't ate all day. Shout out them. And my team, Sunflower and Lumineers, they're awesome. They're out of Kansas. Picked up Zane first and then picked me up after the fact.
Nice.
So, because he's awesome. But and then I want to shout out all my locals, like all my local Arkansas players. I got a lot of good friends in the community, and I appreciate all you guys.
I don't want to overstep, but it sounds like you might be buying Sans a nice dinner tonight.
Yeah, probably.
Yeah. All right. Well, we'll go back to the booth. We'll let you go get ready for your top four match, right?
Oh, yeah, top 4.
Yeah. So,
Sweet.
we'll let you get ready, and then
Thank
back
you
to
so
you,
much.
JD.
All right, and we are back in the booth, and what a story. You saw the emotion all over James Gray's face, and when he's talking about his son and just being able, I could just imagine how special that is to be able to share such a unique hobby with your own son, and you guys are very talented and both meeting up in the top portion of a Swiss and then being able to, have him go along with you on these journeys. It's just a really, really special thing that this game does provide.
Yeah, I agree with you. The family aspect of this game, we've been talking about it all weekend. All of the supporters of the players in the stream on the feature match, a lot of the people in the chat are their family members, and seeing that close-knit family community is great in Disney Lorcana. I think it's super unique. It's nothing that you're going to see in any other trading card game, and I love to see it. All these stories, you can find them at every single event. There are families coming out and playing, and it's really cool to not only see them playing together, but playing together at the top tables, at the top level is really awesome to see.
It's really nice to see. But I just got a note coming in from production saying that we are going to get a Game 3 of another match that is outstanding. So we got a nice 2-0 there. James Gray won that in 2-0 fashion. So we're going to bring you guys more Disney Lorcana action. So just give us a brief moment while we set that up, and we're going to have more action coming your way. We're not going to take a break unless you need a break. Do you need a break?
I don't need no break.
We don't need no break. I'll break out this booster pack right here. Let's get it. Here we go. Pack battle. Last pack. Can you chill with my buzz, buddy?
That's how you get him out.
Can you
If you don't
relax
do it, he won't.
with my Merida, dude, can you stop it? Smacking those packs around, dude. Come on, man. As we are waiting on another match here. But, man, that was incredible to see the emotion there. And because it matters, man. Right there. You just – woo! He's a natural. You love to see it. Here we go. Come on, talk to him, Fat Cat. Come on, Wisp. Here we go. Give me some. Give me some. Give me some, Lejo. Give me some, Lejo.
This is the easiest dub of my entire life.
Get
bro.
wrecked, nerd.
Get
No
ready to
chance.
get packed up. As
No chance.
I got the Defiant God.
No
I haven't
chance.
seen her hit a single table all weekend. Okay? Ring of Stones, it's
Okay,
fine.
that's fine. You're back.
Last card
Come on.
is the difference here.
Come on.
3, 2, 1.
Yep.
Okay, I got
Okay, I'm
fried.
cooked. Here we go.
I got fried.
Oh, and I got a miscut there. We actually
Ooh.
absolutely demolished you, dude. I've been mogging on you all weekend with this pack battle. This box is actually juiced. We did get an Enchanto out of there last time, so it is going to be an absolute vibe. We are still going to be in the top 8. Again, I want to thank you guys all for being here. Huge shout out to Sharp Gaming here in Fortsmith, Arkansas. You guys want to quest with the best? Then choose Sharp Gaming. Go to sharpgaming.shop. Save yourself 15% with code JDTQuest, or you can save yourself X amount of dollars from a booster box. I'm not going to say how much by using code
40 bucks off any booster box. With
off
code
a booster
POP.
box. I got 15% off of anything. Code
Uh-huh.
JDT Quest, okay? So both of those codes will get you guys some instant savings here at sharpgaming.shop. They do sponsor both of our programs. And also, while we're talking about the programs, make sure you guys are liking and subscribing to Podcana. Oh, by the way, make sure you're liking and subscribing to the Lore Keepers Inn. Oh, and by the way, make sure you're liking and subscribing to Luke on Twitch on Wonderland Twitch there. So we are all out here working diligently and hard for you guys. Just give us a little bit of love. It goes a long way for the program.
I want to give a huge shout out to all the Podcana viewers and listeners out there. Our most recent episode only been out for 2-3 days, and it's already at 10,000 views. So thank you so much for the support. We really do appreciate that. We're trying to bring you some really, really entertaining and informative episodes every single week. So love you guys. Thank you.
Absolutely. I think I just reset the everything that they already put in there. So we're going to just stop doing that because I think the lore guys are out there actually working the system as it may be. But the players are seated. We got a game number 3 underway. We went out there and found some Illuminaires who are going into a nice game 3, going into the top 8. Cut, and they are going to see who is going to put their way into the top 4. So the top 8 going into the top 4. We have Kristen versus Daniel, it seems, is going to be the name of both of these Illuminaires as they are getting ready, doing their final checks, drawing their hands, and it is time to quest. And let's get loose and let's see what these Illuminaires are all about.
Yeah, Daniel here, I believe, is on the Blurple strategy. We saw him yesterday playing that. And Kristen is, I believe, on the Dogs, but I could be wrong there. I know Katie was crunching the numbers earlier, but yeah.
I really like Christian's nails though. Those look really nice.
They do.
As I wish I had my nails like that. Not gonna lie, I wish I
see them.
I relapsed.
Oh,
Okay, we had to clip them off.
You caved, huh?
I caved and got rid of them, man. I was working hard, keeping the nails up and active, but I actually relapsed there. As we are underway, pink sleeve versus that scarlet. Big fan. One of my favorite colors there. That orange that Daniel has on the back of his car. He said, "Well, Christian, a little powder pink. I don't mind."
I'm a purple gamer. I do like the pink more than the opposite side there. It looks like it is going to be a sapphire deck. It could be a little bit of a blurple mirror. It could be ruby sapphire. We'll have to wait and see. I did see a let it go there in Kristen's hand as both players here in the top 8. Again, we're going for that North American Championship qualification. It is not all on the line here, but you need to win to keep yourself in the game, as it does look like potentially we are looking at some blurple mirror action, and it is.
And look at that.
Rafiki.
Take me back. The way that we came in, Garrick, is the way that we're going out with a nice little blurple mirror ever since we got our first rotation out there in Fable. This Sapphire and Amethyst strategy has been the premier powerhouse of this format until the Dogs kind of usurped
Wait.
it.
I think Daniel is actually on the Ruby and Sapphire. Man, I was wrong there. I'm sorry.
I had a good thing. I was on fire there, dude. And you kind of did me dirty on that one, Garrick. Oh, my goodness.
Absolutely
that was crazy.
dirty.
I was hooking it up, dude. I was really going to get into it with the mirror and all this kind of thing. We haven't seen the blurple mirror. You just made it. Because you said you saw him. You're so confident, man. Shameful behavior, dude. Unsatisfactory. We're starting Rafiki, though. On 2. And we will hit that ramp in the form of Tipo, the growing sun. Get a little quest in with that Rafiki.
This is a really interesting matchup, though. I do love Ruby Sapphire versus Blurple. It can go a bunch of different ways. I think that the Ruby Sapphire deck needs to start off hot with those Lilos to put a bunch of pressure on and start getting into those Maui Half Sharks before the Blurple deck can really establish that wide board. But they have options available to them like Merryweather and Scuttle, which are going to make things super difficult for the Ruby Sapphire strategy to try and deal with, especially because they like to use things like grab your bow, and they can use distract to lower the strength of opposing glimmers. Can't do that if they have wards. Speaking of which, there's Scuttle coming into the hand. Do we have a 4-cost character? I'm not sure that we do. It's just the guidebook. We'll draw 2 here.
A little bit of
and there she is, right on time.
A better late than never, somebody said, and I don't know if I agree with that take, but yeah, I do agree. This matchup is about as 50-50 as you could ask for. Certain things need to happen for this Ruby Sapphire strategy to win, and certain things also need to happen for this Amethyst and Sapphire strategy to win. With crazy analysis, yeah, I know, but it makes more sense in my own head. Like, yeah, John Madden style. Hey, if she plays better cards, she will win. Back to you guys in the booth.
Thank you, Madden.
Thanks, John Madden.
How's your turducken looking?
Well, you see, she's trying to get to 20 lore, and then she will win. Where Daniel is also going to try to stop her from doing that. Back to you, Garrett.
I agree. Let's go on a vision of the future and see if we can triple action into the Lilo. We're taking a look here. It does look like Helping Hand, Maui Half Shark. We do have another vision of the future, and a next stop Olympus is what I see in the hand there for Daniel.
And I don't know what we grabbed there, but it seems like there's one of those Maui Half Sharks. It might have just been added to the hand. If not, it's going to be sent to the bottom of the deck. And we are going to play Henwin's Vision. What are we doing in the bulk bin again, Garrick? Henwin's Vision. You're going to check the top 4 cards of your deck and put them back in any order you want, I believe. Let me make sure that's correct, as we are getting actually gut tested here in top 8, as Henwin's Vision has never seen a sleeve, Garrick.
It has now, and Daniel trying to make good use of it here as he looks over his own hand. He's pondering, already has a Maui Half Shark sitting in the hand, 2 right now in this vision. So we're doing a lot of vision. We have a vision of the future, but Henwen's Visions is plural. We need to keep that in mind. She's taken 2 visions, whereas Merlin not working overtime, only 1 vision.
Merlin needs to wake up there. I think the Wizard might be a little bit superior there, as Henwin coming in from the Black Cauldron, and Merlin being from his own little epic there. I think we need to get a Sword and Stone. Need to get more visions, as it might be. They could have called that Henwin's Vision and just kept the confusion level a little bit lower there.
Henwin is having visions, as that is the triple action we needed to play down the Lilo, causing an uproar. And I would be surprised here if we didn't see the Scuttle Bird Brain coming down on ink turn number 5, turn number 4 here for Kristen. A powerful challenger that can remove these Lilos if they somehow end up exerted. Also, Quest for 2, but double Maui Half Shark sitting in the hand for Daniel. Something that we need to consider later on in the game, but we got Let It Goes and we got Infernal Schemers for the Maui Half Shark.
This Scuttle Birdbrain is so good in this matchup, as he will require multiple cards to get him off the board, and he can challenge and banish all of your characters super effectively, and he pairs nicely with Cheshire Cat, as he does. It's a nice little 1-2 punch. Very Rodman, very Pippin, very Jordan-like vibes there from both of those glimmers when they're working in tandem, and you cannot remove him with any of your Let It Goes. All of your items all of your actions will have to target, unless you can get them very narrow with that Be King Undisputed. But that Tipo and that Rafiki are doing very good bodyguards protecting yourself from that Be King Undisputed. But look at that, the rebuttal. My Scuttle for your Scuttle. Huh?
Yeah, the Scuttle for Scuttle rebuttal, as they can go 1 for 1 when they challenge into each other. We are here on this ink turn number 6. We could go for the Merryweather, but no, we're going to throw her into the Inkwell. We might be singing a little song here, Let It Go, as Demona could be following this up to draw us 2 cards. Scuttle is going to get exerted, and we will put 2 into the hand. Hades on top of Hades with a Merryweather to boot.
The Scuttle rebuttal, and now you are befuddled, as it may be. But Scuttle singing "Let It Go." How would that sound? What would that sound like?
Not great.
Not going to try it?
I don't think so. I don't have the Scuttle impression in my bag, unfortunately.
That's pretty good.
You nailed it.
Nailed it. There it is, you guys. That's what you tune in for. And Scuttle. And then we're not going to do it anymore. Enough of that. As we are questing there into the face of this Scuttle, we do have a nice challenger who can match wits with this Scuttle and survive to tell the tale. The Demona Scourge of the Wyvern Clan is bulky with that 6 willpower, 5 strength, and questing for 2. The card is absolutely phenomenal, and I cannot wait to see what this thing's going to do for the next 2 years, next year and a half, as we are uploading this Maui the Half Shark now. Another card we are going to be losing. Passing the baton over to this Demona Scourge of Wyvern Clan, 2 inkable 6-cost behemoths who have ruled their metagame.
I did love that little bit of a theme that we had going in Disney Lorcana there for a while. We had the Tamatoa, Happy as a Clam, the 6-cost behemoth legendary, as well as the Maui Half Shark, and Demona coming in for Amethyst. I don't know if we ever got one of these characters for each of the other ink colors, but I like the little theme that we had going on, as Hades is looking for a deal. Daniel, do you want to take it or leave it?
I think we got to go back to it. I need a nice little emerald. I mean, they had the Shere Khan, but he just wasn't there. Not my tempo. We tried a little emerald 6-cost guy doing some cool things, but he just never really took off. Maybe someone can find out and he can be that emerald 6-cost character that we were looking for. Should have been inkable, as Hades will be deal denied. Get your 2 cards, as Maui is critically important to the success of this unique strategy. Daniel recognizing that and just giving up the 2 cards right away. Birdbrain Scuttle and Demona Scourge of the Wyvern Clan just getting a nice quest for 4, and we say nay on the quest on Demona here.
Yeah, hold on to Mona. She will not ready unless we are able to get 2 more cards out of our hand somehow. I think the Scuttle is a pretty good quest here. Of course, you will go Scuttle for Scuttle, which is no big deal. The Maui Half Shark will also be banished by the bird there. Not a lot in the discard pile right now that is too scary. Vision of the Future, of course, is a great action to get back with Maui Half Shark, but it's not dig a little deeper.
Yeah, or I get back that Henwin's Visions just as a quick little flex and set myself up a little bit. Nah, I don't agree with that. I think that Vision of the Future is probably going to be a nice suitable target for that Maui the Half Shark. However, your board, Scuttle, still providing a great defense. It will go 1-for-1 with this Maui Half Shark. You'll get a card, so you will go neg, but it's getting Shark off the board, and I think you'll take a card loss if you were able to pull that off in this trade.
Kristen wants to find that Hades Infernal Schemer. We can look for deals all day, but I don't think Maui Half Shark is going to be removed unless we find that Sapphire 7-cost uninkable, as we have a little bit of double vision here with 2 Maui Half Sharks coming down into the field of play.
Now this is a problem, as now 1 shark is bad, 2 sharks is a legitimate win condition. As you got a 3rd shark down to an inkwell, that would have been interesting to get that going with 3 sharks, and you really can put on so much lore pressure in a turn, especially when your inkwell is quite full, as it is starting to fill up now. And just chain those 1 call to action, 1 call to action, 1 call to action. That's, sometimes you can just win the game outright. So interesting to see that Maui go down to an inkwell. I wonder what we're building towards. Maybe it's that dig a little deeper that could be rotting on the vine right now.
Yeah, it's also interesting to just ink a Maui to draw 1 card.
Yeah.
Is the card that you're going to draw off of the Inner Strength there better than a Maui Half Shark?
No chance.
Triples?
There's no chance in the universe.
Triples is best.
Yeah, I concur. I concur mightily with that assessment, but maybe there is a chance you have dig a little deeper in your hand. You just got to figure out a way to get that action deployed at some part to keep your party train rolling, and I think you might be feeling the pressure closing as you're 1 Hades away from, or now 2 Hades away from, or let it go Hades combination away from obscurity here if there's a Ruby Sapphire player.
Right now, Kristen in a pretty precarious spot. We are going to sail the Azurite Sea. Take a look at another card. It is Elsa, the 5th Spirit. Right now, we don't have any evasives to engage with a Maui Half Shark, so we're going to look for another deal.
Just keep drawing cards. Quick draw 2, says Daniel, as he doesn't even hesitate. Hades basically just going to be a friends on the other side on a body for the remainder of this game, I would only assume, as these Maui Half Sharks are pretty much going to be your Alamo. This is your win condition, and you need these bad boys to stick around for as long as possible, as you need to hope that something cool is going to come off the top of this deck, as Christian's board is getting massive here. Look at the absolute width on this thing, as we have so many glimmers that are ready to set up for a Demona. But like you said, these Maui Half Sharks are evasive, and that Scuttle will get some favorable trades here in the meantime.
She keeps finding the Hades looking for a deal when she needs the Infernal Schemer to show his face, as we do have another Hades looking for a deal in hand. Do we have a song that we're going to sing here? No, we're just offering up the Hades here, going on a quest right now with that Glimmer.
Yeah, that's interesting. I guess you are trying to put some pressure up. You are kind of inadvertently playing into the nothing we won't do. I know we've been talking about that card a lot, and it can pop off and take down this Scuttle and this Hades this turn if you have access to that card. But at the same time, Christian has to realize that she has this advantage position. You have to capitalize on it. Maui Half Shark does take the bait and take down the looking for deal Hades, getting back our Vision of the Future. And we will deploy that action now. And you have Let It Go in hand, so that's 2. Maybe you find a 3rd action in the Lilo. I can't see what that other card left in hand is. I'm fairly confident to dig a little deeper, though.
Yeah, this is going to be a strong turn from Daniel. I don't know about questing there with the Hades looking for a deal. I think that was risky, and we'll see if Daniel is able to punish here. He found another Vision of the Future. I think we just go for that and continue to dig for these Lilos here. Like you mentioned, we do have Let It Go in hand, which can be sung by either the 2nd Maui Half Shark or the Scuttle at this point, and Kristen's board is going to look a lot more anemic than it did at the start of this turn. if we are able to get this combination off. There's an Olaf, another vision. What else can I do? Lilo in the vision of the future here. What are we going to go for?
I mean, you could even mark and bypass this Lilo and go for another vision, and then give yourself more lore, and then you have another free and clear quest you can do. But even getting this Maui back ready, there might be some value there to protect it from a potential Elsa off the top of the deck or from hand. Christian has drawn a billion cards at this point, so there is a good chance that there could be an Elsa Fifth Spirit there waiting in the wings to clip this Maui. So a lot of decisions being made. This is a very, very important turn for both of these Lumineers, and Christian did take a gamble there a bit by questing this Hades. That was selling Elsa there to me.
Yeah, I think it was selling Elsa for sure. It is still a really big risk that you are taking here as you are allowing Maui to get Vision of the Future back regardless, which can fix your hand in a way that negates the Elsa, as you just mentioned. What else can I do? Plus a ready ability from this from these characters will completely diffuse that line of play. So again, a risk. We'll see if it pays off for Kristen.
And Christian is here in the top 8 for a reason. I mean, obviously she's very in tune with her strategy and understands where she's trying to be and where she wants to go. So I'm here in the booth for a reason. She's at the top tables for a reason. So I just got to trust the process as it may be, as Daniel is taking a little bit of time to think about how we want to break down this spot with we're still resolving this Vision of the Future. This is a conundrum here. Do you go for this Lilo or do you go for this Vision and keep digging? And maybe you can continue to chain together songs and actions and potentially put a lot of put game on board for the next turn.
It's a tough question. I mean, you're confident that there is a dig a little deeper in the hand. If there is, we can sing that with Maui and Scuttle and find a Lilo off of that. So I don't know what Daniel is going to consider here, but don't want to give up this Maui Half Shark to the Elsa by any stretch of the imagination.
Yeah, and I could be wrong on the dig a little deeper. I know that I can for sure see a let it go there, but just based on the way that Daniel had been playing those previous turns was indicating that there was a dig a little deeper present, as we are still making that decision. Finally going to have to live with this moment here for the remainder of this tournament. This could be your entire tournament life here, as you are in the top number 8 right now, paying 2. We kept the Vision. I don't hate it, as we're going to go for another 2 lore, trying to get the most run out of these Maui Half Sharks as possible before they are banished here in time.
Another let it go. Plus
Grab our bow.
grab your bow in this Vision. 2 really juicy options here. 2 great songs to sing. We already have 1 let it go. I think that is going to be ready and raring to go for Demona. We could also sing Grab Your Bow, hit Rafiki and Tipo to remove the majority of the characters on the opposite side of the board. There are a lot of different options here for Daniel.
Yeah, maybe we can get a challenge in to go Scuttle up. I mean, these both 2 Scuttles have been kind of diametrically opposed, staring each other down as a little counter to each other. It might be time to just cash those guys in and narrow this board. I don't hate that turn at all for Daniel. So let's see how we break it down. All the decisions are coming to this. It is going to be that Grab Your Bow. Grab Your Bow, taking down 2 characters here. They weren't really doing too terribly much, but they are protecting you from a potential Be King Undisputed. Now we're seeing the let it go on the Scuttle, or with the Scuttle on the Demona.
Going up to 12 here. What an impactful turn for Daniel. Gained so much lore, and double Olaf, Snowman of Action, is going to take Kristen's lore down to 6. So I don't know if the juice was worth the squeeze on allowing that Maui Half Shark to go get that Vision of the Future, even if you have the Elsa in hand.
That predicated all of this, and I think that's something, Christian. You take a gamble, you take a gambit, you roll the dice, and the dice came up snake eyes that time, as we have a ton of lore pressure being represented. The game is in play right now, and you have to quick 2 here, probably coming in from that looking for a deal, as Hades there gives you 2, paying that 5 ink. Yeah, that was a gambit, man, and it backfired there. And I think Christian has to feel a little bit miffed on the way that one worked out.
Yeah, if we just go Scuttle there, I think this game is completely different at this point. If you wanted to get the Vision back, you'd have to let one of your Half Sharks go at this point. Maybe you just stay patient there and wait for the Infernal Schemer, as he finally does rear his head here. But There's no would've, could've, should've's in this situation, as we are going to let it go. One of the Maui Half Sharks, and hold on, we do have the Elsa here,
Right,
so
yeah,
we
this game
can
ain't over.
challenge
Wait,
into the other Maui Half Shark, and Scuttle can clean up Olaf. So
Yeah,
we
this-
are back. We didn't see that let it go tucked in the hand for Kristen.
Yeah, I'm over here throwing it, saying like I ain't heard no bell. I mean, I'm over here throwing in the towel. Chris is like, hey, I had a backup plan the whole time, big dog. Let me cook real quick. And this position is quite stabilized for Christian and the Sapphire Amethyst. It is going to be tough, and Daniel has used 3 Maui Half Sharks so far. We know 1 is in the inkwell, and 2 are now into the discard pile, or 1 is, got sent into the discard pile, and maybe 1 I think got hit with the let it go. So I think you only have access to 1 Maui Half Shark, so we're not really worried about a Maui into some actions here right now, and you only have representing 4 lore in play. The plan is dangerous, but man, maybe she could turn this thing around with this Hades in hand.
Yeah, Kristen looked in a very, very tough position there, but he had the let it go in hand, which made the entire difference there, able to get rid of both of the Maui Half Sharks, one of them exerted, and an Olaf going down as well. So what an incredibly well-played turn by Kristen. The risk ended up paying off there with the let it go a little bit, but Scuttle going to take us up to 14. Nothing we won't do. Let's ready him up.
That hurts.
And
That's
we can
hard to
double
beat.
challenge here.
And that is a card we've been talking about, that I've been screaming about nothing we won't do this entire weekend, and finally getting that card being played, and that might be one of those back-breaking type cards that it came in at the right time, taking no damage from a challenge. You can ready all of your characters as well, so huge momentum swing, but let's see if Kristen can continue to weather the storm. She seems unfazed by the events that just occurred, and a lesser Lumen here would be stunned and tilted by the events as they had just occurred. But now here we are looking for another deal. Quick 2 probably again coming in from Daniel.
Yeah, we could let her draw 2 here. We do have the Hades Infernal Schemer as well in the hand as a backup plan should this deal backfire on us. But we are going to opt to put the Olaf to the bottom of the deck. I think Kristen is in a commanding control right now because Daniel, while at 14, has no cards currently in his hand, and we've seen it time and time again, a tale as old as time, if you will. What really matters in this game is the board and the hand size, unless there is lore you're able to gain off the top of the deck or from the hand. Daniel doesn't have access to those kind of cards.
And Daniel also has a strategy that does have a lot of cards that just literally don't do anything. They just can be total breaks, especially in certain scenarios, as we are just going to get a quick draw past there, leaving this Scuttle up and active to get challenged. It will be a 2-for-1 in this spot, but Scuttle is a huge part of your winning condition. So Christian now is in a position to where she can claw this thing back. What an incredible game we have lined up as we have that warded Merryweather up and active. Is it time to cash in these Hades, looking for a deal here? And we do, taking down this Scuttle free and clear to quest with the Merryweather. Can we include another threat into this board to add more challenging power and or questing power? And we don't. So another pass there.
Pirate's Life could be something that could get Daniel out of this situation as well. We are 2 Pirate's Lives away, but we develop here, dig a little deeper, let it go are the cards that we find. We might just have to take that dig a little deeper and sing it next turn to potentially get us out of this sticky situation that we find ourselves in. Do we have anything else that we can get into play here? I know that 1 Scuttle was already inked, 1 has been banished.
Yeah, this is still a tough spot, and I was talking to Christian yesterday during the interview, and he made a remarkable revelation about this matchup, and it's not even about if Blurple can win, it's if you can stop the Ruby and Sapphire player from winning, and if you can just neutralize all their threats. Their deck is very threat dense, not threat dense, threat to light.
Yeah.
And it really only has these Maui Half Sharks that can really put a lot of pressure onto you. So if you can just weather the storm long enough, they'll just run out of ways to win, and eventually you can just win. And I think that might be something that Christian's trying to adopt here on the fly. As we're going to upload this Sven Leaping Reindeer here and quest this Merryweather. You need to find some 2 questers here.
Dig a little deeper. Imagine we find Scuttle and Pirate's Life. This game would be over unless Demona is in hand for Kristen, which can help the Sven clean up the Scuttle quite nicely. Let's take a look. Lilo, Sail, Develop, Dig. Lilo, dig. Ooh, that is not great.
Yeah, that is not the dig we were looking for. We're hoping for some of these Olafs or something of that sort as we are checking the hand. It's a grab your boat in there. That's not doing too much of anything. It can take down this Finn leaping reindeer. So you might be encouraged to maybe hang on some of these Lilos, at least to establish a body and get a singer that can potentially take down some characters. But that Lilo does not match up nicely to this Merryweather who is hanging out there just getting a little cheeky lore per turn. So we got a game here. We got a ball game here, folks. 16 lore. You're so close to the finish line. Maybe you can put some of those threats in play now and at least put the pressure on Christian.
You got to take at least one of these dig a little deepers, I would guess, because those were not the cards that you needed in this position. And I'm not even sure if he has access to a Pirate's Life, but we already know that he bottomed a Shark previously in this game. So he does not have a lot of threats that he can find and deploy that would help him get over the finish line. A Shark could help us out, but we know that there are so many answers from hand for Kristen in the form of Let It Go as well as Hades Infernal Schemer that if you found a Shark, you'd have to have all the ink to play like 4 actions in a single turn and get up out of here.
I know, that's so unfortunate. It all goes back to that inking of that Shark that turn because I don't think we needed to do it. And I think that Shark is just so important to your strategy. Like nothing came from that. You inked it and played the one calls action and passed. That Shark would have probably solidified this game for you had you just maintained it. He's so important specifically in this exact matchup, in this exact scenario is why you put the guy in the deck. And that's kind of going to be one of those things that you have to look back on putting that card into ink. Well, every ink matters, every card matters, every quest matters. Everything comes to a head from time to time as Daniel's looking deeply for another Maui Half Shark. If you can just keep inking now, maybe find another Shark and just spam some actions and win on your own turn as Christian is continuing to mount a pretty nice offensive.
Yeah, it'd be interesting to see what would have happened in this game had Daniel not inked that Maui Half Shark and played that Inner Strength on that turn. He could have deployed the third Maui Half Shark on the next turn and would have had to force Kristen have triple answers on that turn where she was able to clear up 2 of the Maui Half Sharks in. We know that she did not have all the ink required to do so, but we continue on here. We made the play, and now we have to rest in our laurels here. What is Kristen going to do? Another Merryweather is really nice here. Can't interact with those characters. They're going to be consistent lore gain throughout the mid and late game here.
And I really love the patience there Christian is demonstrating.
Yeah.
We did see the Let It Go down to the Inkwell. That might be another important unit that you want to hang on to, but you see that there is a Hades the Infernal Schemer that is just waiting in the wings. We see that Demona Scourge of Wyvern Clan. We're going to say it's enough's enough, and let's get this thing into the board. And I don't know, I think I would have held it a little bit longer, but she's like, I sense that I'm running out of time, and I need to put some pressure in play, and this Demona is representing 2 lore, so I don't hate it at all.
Yeah, we get the Demona out. Daniel, 3 cards in hand, so does not get any of that card draw that the Demona sometimes provides to her opponents, as we are going to develop our brain. Action number 1 for a potential Liloing as we get into grab your bow and what else can I do?
Oof.
Not 2 cards that you necessarily need, but if you're able to find that Maui Half Shark in time and have another character out there to sing what else can I do, you can protect him for a turn, but there's a lot of lore pressure on the opposite side of the board. You don't have enough time for that.
Yeah, you have to start mounting some type of defense if you're Daniel. You are losing this board. You are running out of time, running out of resources. You've played so many of your threats. We saw multiple Olafs be deployed and sent to the Inkwell or discard pile. We saw multiple Lilos. We saw multiple Maui Half Sharks. Those are your pieces that you need to win these games, and at this point you just don't have enough time to be dilly-dallying around. You need to make something happen, as we are going to go, what else can I do, and find a vision of the future. Again, you are just ripping and dipping and hoping here at this point, taking another turn off to play cards that really don't do anything to advance your game state.
Yeah, he will be able to play free Lilo here. Could be nice to find a Olaf. We have to take the Maui Half Shark. Absolutely. If we are able to get into quadruple 1 cost actions here, we could potentially get out of here. We did gain an additional ink off the what else can I do, so that is going to help a little bit. Do we play the Lilo here? It is free would force your opponent to have an answer to it. In the next turn, you go Maui double action, get on out of here. But we know that Kristen is holding on to it. Daniel probably knows it too.
Yeah, but at this point, I think you might have to use that Lilo for some quality ink if you have enough ink to play all that together, as Lilo does enter into the play for free, and she is representing a singer and also 2 lore, so that might make it a little bit easier as we do have a little chuckle here at the final tables. Still, no matter how high-pressure situations are, both of the Luminaries still showing good sportsmanship as Lilo readies to spin Leaping Reindeer with that ability there.
I love that. As Lilo, probably going to end up as ink regardless, so we can try and get it on the board unless she does get exerted by an Elsa the Fifth Spirit or a Demona. She will get put into that inkwell by the Hades Infernal Schemer. He's looking for downsides, and he doesn't find many too often, as Hades has some very powerful cards in the game of Disney Lorcana. As we are going to draw for turn, Kristen has taken complete commanding control of this game.
And I say, you know what? Give Hades some more broken cards. I like the fact that Hades and Diablo just have these insanely broken cards for actually.
Give Hercules a couple though.
I think Hercules can use one.
He can use one.
Let's give him one. As there he is, scheming and dreaming. The Infernal Schemer does enter into play, and we will send that Lilo on her way to the inkwell where she belongs. And the Miss Incredible there is providing a significant amount of lore pressure. Tipo now into the inkwell, and the questing has started. We got pressure. It's mounting. Can you get it done? This is your last turn, Daniel. We're all knotted up at 16. You need this Maui Half Shark to carry a tremendous amount of water for the squad here, as your tournament life is in the balance here in this moment. Maybe you can get that Shark some rush and sing a song to challenge. I don't think you can do it. It needs to be.
It's Maui time. It's now or never.
Can you get it done? We need to have Maui Half Shark followed by action, 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 or the game will end. So starting with 6, there he is. We need a
4 1-cost
there's
actions.
one.
Develop is 1.
Oh boy, I'm on the edge of my seat. Christian is
17.
And it looks like we got 2.
Okay, we got 2.
That's inner strength. Hold, as she's nodding. Oh, baby, we're getting to it. That's 2. Do you got 2 more in you, Daniel? As we draw.
He does.
It's the
Distract. That costs 2.
That costs 2.
He can play 1 though.
Ink in 1. Hey, my goodness! What? Oh, whoa. As we will next stop Olympus for free. Holy moly. We got there in the end. What a game. Oh, no. Devastation reigns for Christian. And I feel so bad for this Luminaire. She did not deserve that. She still has great spirits about it. You can tell she is feeling quite nice and still smiling and having a good feeling there. But, man, what a sequence there to close that thing out. What a game, back and forth. They were playing at the highest possible level, Garrett, and we just got there and got it done with the Maui Half Shark.
Man, this Sharp Gaming CCQ is bringing us some of the best matches you're going to see in Disney Lorcana. I would have loved to see game 1 and 2 from that matchup, but wow, incredibly well played by Kristen there, setting up the trap with the Hades, looking for a deal, able to clean up both of those Maui Half Sharks and put herself in a commanding position throughout the middle of that game. But Daniel, on the opposite side, stayed patient in that match, eventually dug through his deck with Dig a Little Deeper, found the Maui Half Shark, and then off the top to end it all with the free Next Stop Olympus.
Wow.
What a finish! That's something you're never gonna see.
And those are two cards in this strategy that a lot of Luminaires in the Ruby Sapphire community, especially this action deck that we found here at the end of set 12 meta, there are 2 cards that have been very, very highly contested. Should they be in the deck? Should they not be in the deck? And both of those cards came up very huge there in that matchup. We're talking Next Stop Olympus, and we're talking the Nothing We Won't Do. Both of those cards came up very huge. We saw that there was a huge positive trade that happened happened there, and you were able to during that mid game, during those board fights, and it was just an incredible game, back and forth. There were some decisions on both players' sides. There were huge risky decisions that kind of punished and helped both of these players, and it did come down to a very dramatic conclusion. And wow, what a game! What a game! We were blessed there. We've had some great games this morning, as Daniel got that one done.
Absolutely. The Illumineers here in Fort Smith, Arkansas are bringing it, man. You can see it out there in these matches, in the faces, in the gameplay of these players. They want to get that North American Championship qualification, and they're fighting with everything that they have to get there. And you can't say enough. You got to say it again. What an incredible game.
They were tooth and nail. I mean, it was knife's edge the entire time. We were completely blade running, no mistakes. I mean, you had the scuttle for the scuttle. You had the exerting. You're playing around certain things. You're playing into certain things. And you were hoping, and it just happened to work out there for Daniel that time. Again, taking nothing away from Christian. Taking nothing away from Kristen. I think she was playing remarkably well. I thought her deck was quite well built. She was in tune with it, and she had a very positive attitude about that. I know myself and other players maybe in a situation like that, like, oh, come on, man.
Oh,
what are you
table's
you're raging out, but she seemed genuinely happy for her opponent to win in such a manner, and it was very dramatic. So we're going to get Daniel here into the interview booth to kind of hear what they have to say about making it to the top four, and we're going to get you guys more action. We're going to show both of the top four matchups. We talked to the players, we talked to the lore guides, so just for more Lorcana, we'll have both of those top four matchups be featured independently, and then we're going to get you guys the grand finals here in just a moment. But in the meantime, in between time, I believe over in the interview room, we have DLC champion Luke Wonderland, who's going to be facing off with our winner Daniel from the previous round. And we're going to get that information to you guys. So keep it locked. Don't touch that down. Head it over to the interview room. Time now.
Well, a face-off, let's go, you know. I don't know if I can deal with how lucky you were drawing there at the end. How did that feel?
It was a little nerve-wracking, but you have to kind of play to your outs. And I realized after I didn't take the what else I can do to ward off the sharks, that I needed to essentially play shark and get the last four lore, because there was nothing that was going to stick on the board after. I think she played 2 guidebooks in one turn and had a ton of cards. So I knew I had a little bit of time, but time was running out, and I was just hoping a prayer. I will say, yesterday I tried to do that and it didn't work out, so regression to the mean.
What did you have in your hand there at the start of that last turn? You had Shark and what else?
Yeah, I believe I had a Develop Your Brain, Next Stop Olympus, and a Grab Your Bow and a Shark. And so I knew that I could get there if I could stitch, once I played the Shark, if I could just stitch 4 actions together, and one of them was going to be free. So it was really a matter of could I just draw 2 more draw actions, and I had enough ink. I was hoping she wouldn't touch the Lilo, but that disappeared pretty quickly. And so then it was just hope and a prayer, and we got there. It was great. I think Blurple Red Blue is the third one I played in this tournament, and it's one of the more fun back and forth matchups, because think about win probability. It literally felt like back and forth, and that's how all of my games against Blurple have felt. So it's a really fun way to play Lorcana, and I really enjoy it. So
yeah, watching that, it was kind of crazy. It's just she quested a little, and it felt like you took advantage of your sharks, and it was like, oh, you have the game, it's done, you passed the turn, and she's just like, well, I'm going to answer this, then I'm going to answer that, then I'm going to answer this, and then I'm going to have board control, and I'm going to win the game in 3 turns. What are you going to do about that? And you kind of decided to win, I guess.
Yeah. When she quested with the Hades, I was like, okay, I'll just get an action. And then halfway through doing all this stuff, I was like, oh no. She has a spin or an Elsa, and the shark is going bye-bye. So I was trying to figure out a way to re-ready it to save it, and that didn't work out. And then I lost all the sharks. I lost the board, and I was hoping that I could keep her off of lore until I drew the extra shark. And so that's why I was vision, and what else can I do? Just try to dig through the deck. I'm not great about keeping track of all the stuff I put underneath. If I was good at that, I'd be able to figure out exactly how far I was. But it was just more of play the numbers and hope you eventually get there, which is what happened.
Yeah, note-taking would be nice. So.
Yeah, still a plug.
Yeah, definitely would be nice. But you did fantastic there. We didn't get to see how your first 2 games. Anything noteworthy happening in those 2?
Yeah, first game was a blowout. She ramped, and then I think Isis the Lilo that I played on Curve, and then Elsa and Demona, and we ran away with that one. Second game was really, really close, and I was able to do double shark on that game as well, and kind of I didn't really quest, I just gained lore off of the shark actions, and then y'all you saw the third game. But yeah, it was all 3 games were just really good, and she's awesome. She drove here from Milwaukee, so really far way to drive. So appreciate her supporting the tournament and driving that far. And if I can give a quick shout out to my
I was just about to ask. So.
yeah, wife and kiddos at home. Hope you're watching. If not, we'll watch it tonight.
If not, you'll watch this clip later when he makes you watch it.
Yeah. So Rose and Lilo, jeez, Lily, love you, and see you soon.
All right. Well, thank you very much. Congratulations, and good luck in the next round. We're going to jump back over to JD and Garrick in the booth.
All right, and here we are back in the booth. Huge congratulations to Daniel for punching your ticket to the top 4 after an incredible performance there and a stellar gameplay overall. And I really enjoyed what you had to say about that strategy, and it was a really nice round.
It was. I had a lot of fun in that game number 3. Would have loved to see what happened there in those first 2 games, but he gave us a little bit of a play-by-play of what happened. But we're going to bring you, again, like JD said, both top 4 matches here. The players are getting ready, so we are just going to take a quick break, switch casters, and we will be back here in just a few moments here on Quest World Productions.
Procutions.
Welcome back, Illumineers. We have had quite the morning of Disney Lorcana at this Sharp Gaming CCQ 10K. Also, it's like there's too many.
There's a little bit of money.
There's a little bit of money. Sometimes, yeah, you'll hear people say, "Why are you playing? You're already qualified." Well, money. I'm not qualified for the money. So
I mean, you also have to block for the buds, like.
block for the buds, which is a term we all use.
Oh, totally. That's
Yeah.
exactly the verbiage that's
But
always used.
we are now into the top 4. Because we say more Lorcana, the better, we are going to show both semifinal matches.
Boom.
Yeah, more Lorcana, more hanging out with us. I'm here with the wickedly talented Wonderland here. He is mogging on with my hair. I secured it, and he said, let the storm
Let it
rage
be
on.
free.
Yeah, I do remember the first time I was watching a DLC, I was like, is that the Beast? And it was you. And I even said to the person I was with, I was like, that guy got a lot of hair. And to this day, it remains true. Some of it can be in my car sometimes. It's like a gift.
I
and-
shed a little, just
and that's
a little.
so fun that I remember the first time you made an impression. But since then, I learned you're also nice. You're a nice person.
I was gonna say I'm also mean.
I've also
I
learned
don't-
he is tax evading. No, I don't know, something.
Lesson learned.
No.
Got that one.
And then we are going to watch our match here. So, like we said, it is going to be the top 4 players here. And so this match here is Hayden Burrows, which this is a player, if you are a Sharp gamer, you will recognize this gamer right here because he won a Sharp Gaming almost a year ago today. It was after Whispers in the Well released. And was it? It was a little. It was like August time, I think. But either way, he won with Blue Steel. But he's not playing Blue Steel today.
He's not?
That'd be crazy. He is instead playing Amber Amethyst. Nope, Amber Emerald. There we go. So he is gonna be letting the dogs out here.
He didn't break the format with Ducktectives or anything fun like that.
I'm sure he tried, and that's the thing. You gotta try, but then you go, it's not happening, and that is the Blue Steel life. Is that you always try, and then you go next set.
I
We
like
go
that
next.
I said Ducktectives, and this Neverboard looked up and looked back and forth like he heard. He's just like,
Right? He's like, are you talking about my favorite deck, Ducktectives? Which is what his opponent is playing. No, his opponent is playing a different strategy. I believe he is on Ruby. Yes, he is on Ruby Sapphire. So, in theory, this is going to be a matchup we have seen. It was actually the matchups that we saw. Mo Shamblin played this in the finals of the CCQ last weekend at the Pro Play Summit. So what are your first thoughts just looking at this matchup?
Well, initially I just want to be like, well, Neverboard is highly favored. This is why this deck is seeing a lot of play, is it's very good into dogs. That said, to kind of shore up some of its other matchups, it has to weaken its dogs matchup to increase its Blurple matchup, to increase its Ruby Amethyst or other assorted anti-dogs matchups. So then, you as we saw, as Mo won against this, it is beatable. And that's nice. I don't like just having something be too polarizing. But I think the games will look like blowouts one way or the other. Either Hayden is just going to run over Neverboard here, or Neverboard's going to be like, hey, turn 3, here's 4 Lilos, your turn.
And I think that is such a valid point. When we talk about Shamblin's list, it was a little bit different than what Hayden has. I mean, notably, Hayden is running Under the Sea 3 copies, I think, and that is going to be something that is not super great in this matchup. Now, it will depend on his shrinking abilities of his other cards. I am kind of looking right now to see if he's got that Chief Powhatan. I feel like Chief Powhatan is a pretty good
not
matchup.
bad.
Knowing that Olaf, Lilo are both 4/4 and they can't get through using one of them, that can be beneficial. But is it enough? We have things like King's Disputed and things like that.
Do you know if he is exploring with the Mickey Mouse Expedition Leader?
Oh, let me see. I'm getting the deck list pulled up here right now. So as far as his build, he's got 3 Chief Powhatan. We've got no Expedition Leader. We do have a Scar, 3 of them, that
Spicy
Vengeful Lion.
Scars.
Yeah, he is a Ward 4/2. Whenever one of your character challenges a damaged character, you may draw a card, and
That could be a little tricky because he doesn't have that malicious, mean, and scary that Mo put in his list. So that is going to be his build. He has three Lady Miss Park Avenues. He has Ursula Deceiver over a Mowgli. Some people kind of go back and forth on that. He does have the Mo Shamblin Spice, though, of the Queen Regal Monarch, which could add a little bit of board stability and get you to be able to do more powerful things like get a tramp out earlier with that Aurora Holding Court synergy.
Yeah, I will quote a friend of ours, Sky. I do believe he was saying that the reason to play this queen is actually the mirror, just having another body that can kind of challenge in those early Eleanor dueling turns is pretty key there, as well as just making sure you can go one drop Willow into another one drop more often and consistently.
Yeah, and I think that consistency is the name of the game for the Dogs deck. It's one of the most consistent decks in this format. As we get off to the start here, this Ruby Sapphire build can be a little bit more temperamental. You're really working on trying to get actions out because in this deck, you have your ink, and then you have your discard, which serves as kind of like a second inkwell.
It's definitely another resource pile of sorts. As Hayden starting us off with his queen we were just talking about. Luckily, this is not Infinity, and you don't have to worry about a shift a whole new world here. But you do have to worry about that pesky turn 3 Eleanor, which has just been defining Core and Infinity now since its release.
Now, this queen, we talk about her being powerful. This is not the way you use her, unfortunately, because you usually want her after you have Aurora Holding Court to get that discount. In this case, it's a one cost. I think that sometimes that's all that matters. On the other side, we have that Vision of the Future. As you definitely pointed out, Vision of the Future can be a actual power move in this deck because it frees you up to do free Lilo stuff on turn 3.
And I don't know if you noticed or if chat noticed, but he did grab a max goof off of that Visions. So most likely we're setting up for another powerful play of just going max goof go. And then the next turn you do all the Lilo stuff as well as being able to give a ward or let it go. All sorts of different cards you could do once that max goof is unlocked for your deck.
And that is one of the things that an action deck, I mean, and obviously in Disney Lorcana, actions can sometimes be songs, and having the singer takes advantage of the singing ability to even get a little bit more juice out of the action tree here. But as you mentioned, there is that Max Goof. He's a rockin' teen here, and he is a singer 5, which matters quite a bit for the ability to do things like, grab your bow or other type things. He can also help sing together, be king. There's lots of reasons that having a singer can matter, and he's a 4/3. But in the meantime, we have the party getting started. We've got the Eleanor party of 3 exerted characters, so now we can deal a damage. Max Goof, unfortunately, does have 3, so we're going to need a little bit more damage to have an effect there. So now it is a chance. If we get a Max Goof singing, Lilo can ready him and make it where you're going to have to chip away with him with that damage.
Oh, yeah, and then once we're able to sing this is the card that I love, and I remember it gives ward, but constantly.
What else can I do?
What else? I want to say where. I think that's what breaks my brain, is I say where in my head, and then it just turns
And then there's
off.
helping hand. Just kidding. So now we're doing like the little ones. But to your point, what else can I do will matter so much because ward, it's great.
So impactful.
Ward has 4 letters. What has 4 letters? Will that help?
Ward,
what?
I'm going to do that from now on.
Ward else can I do?
Ward else can I do?
Yeah, so now we go. If you guys see this, we were watching him put his little actions here. All of this is like, you'll call them cantrips. It's basically just kind of keeping your hand size the same by drawing a card. And you're playing a card to draw a card, and it has some kind of fun effect with it. In this case, the effect is minor. I mean, it did go ahead helping hand help, but it's all for this right here. That Lilo for $3.53.
Yeah, and if we have the what else I can do to sing with the Max Goof, then the Eleanor won't be able to get the free removal on this Max Goof. If we don't have it, I think we're trading, and we went for the trade. Took out that pesky queen. We still have a great singer, and unless Hayden has a spicy chief to come in bodyguard style, I think Neverboard might be able to stabilize here if those last 3 cards are relevant.
And I think that is such a good point because that is why Chief Powhatan is a power maneuver in this, because he comes in exerted, so he can kind of make it where you are allowed to exert. It's not happening, but maybe we'll get to explain why that's good later, because in the meantime, it is Ursula, and those are some good cards for him. Notably, he'll be able to play that Shark as soon as he inks, and then also he can play Olaf for pretty cheap. And then with it, another action that draws a card, and it causes support. So things are looking pretty good for Neverboard. And Hayden, that Ursula is good to do a little check, see if maybe you got to dig a little deeper, something like that, be King Undisputed. But other than that, pretty down tempo for him now.
Oh yeah, definitely wanted to hit something there. And I do believe there's like 5 or 6 cards in that discard. So we might even see the Helping Hand get played, 1 or 2 more quick cantrips getting played, and then deploying the Olaf before we deploy the Shark. It really kind of depends on what we draw off the top of our deck. Like if the next card we draw is Dig a Little Deeper, we're going to try to get that Olaf into play right away to be singing. If we draw kind of a do-nothing inkable, we'll probably just ink it and play the Shark and pass.
Yeah, and that is going to be, it's one of the things, I mean, we saw very much of with Daniel last game in his Ruby Sapphire build, is it's a lot of kind of being on a thin margin until you just kind of run away with it. So right now we have that Lilo, which is that foundation. We have a very ample discard where only one of these 6 cards are a character. So that's going to be 6 discount for that Olaf. So Hayden is just, it's really not a fun place to be in right now because anything he does is vulnerable if he turns it sideways, and so he just has to keep things upright and hope there is no things like King Undisputed or anything like that, and he gets to retain his characters to get the Eleanor trigger again.
Yeah, I mean, it would be upsetting to have the Bee King happen, but at least that would only take a 1-drop. I'm assuming maybe he was tanking for half a second to be like, do I play another 1-drop? Do I ink if I have to?
Right.
As he's trying to get every little bit of card advantage he can, and not inking, that's another character you can play.
It is, and it's a very, very delicate dance. He's trying to do so much with so little. Eleanor is so precious because of the fact that she can refill your hand, and card draw is not super easy in this deck. Meanwhile, Neverboard is able to draw cards each turn. Now, it's important to note it's not traditional card draw with Amethyst where it feels like it's just you're greedy. You're mostly just stabilizing your hand size, but it feels pretty good when the fact that even after you play the action, you get a card back, and then you use that action as your Olaf Inkwell.
Yeah, it's like most of your card draw is kind of just replacing itself, whereas an Amethyst is like, oh, I'm going to draw 2 or 3 cards at a time, or recurable, as you're saying. And yeah, reducing it so you can play like 2 or 3 Olafs in one turn is, it's I mean, yeah, as you're saying, it's what the deck wants to do. Like, it's super fun, and we're at that part of the game here. We didn't draw the inkable we wanted, so we're just kind of playing a helping hand, drawing a little bit, deploying the Olaf, questing, because what are you going to do, challenge with your Rhino?
Exactly. And this kind of just shows, I mean, the Rhino was even kind of not poorly timed, but not the most optimal time, because one of the things that can make Rhino so good is if you look at the stat line of Olaf and Lilo, they both match at that 4/4. So sometimes that Rhino can change the math a little bit in your favor so you can retain your queen. But now we have 2 4/4s. Rhino's already on the board. It's just the order of Hayden's turns have been just so, I love the term, suboptimal. It's just that the Queen, Regal Monarch was not what you want on turn 1. The Rhino's supposed to help synergize. In this case, we have a Bobby Zamarewski to try to decongest the hand a little bit and find something that's going to be closer. But if I'm Hayden, I'm a little nervous. It's going to be hard to turn this corner because it's just going to get harder and harder as the game goes on. But this is a good place to start because Tramp is going to increase the strength of this Rhino, 1/16 Wolf. I assume Lilo might be on the menu here.
You know, Hayden heard me say, what are you going to do? Take it down with this Rhino? And said, yes, actually.
I will take it down with this
exactly
little Rhino.
what I'm going to do.
He said, and with Tramp, anything is possible. But he's also inkable.
There we had another Rhino to be able to shrink down the Olaf to protect the Eleanor, but it looks like we didn't have something we're willing to ink to play it.
Yeah. So either it was, he's trying to preserve whatever's in that hand, and that's probably why, you know, we see it call people in the tank because they're just thinking there's a downside, there's an upside. But yeah, to your point, if that Rhino would have been played, we could not get rid of Eleanor easily, and now Eleanor will be out of here. Probably.
Most likely.
Most likely. Now, Olaf can sing. That could be something that those Neverboard was planning to do because now that Olaf half shark. Scary.
Even scarier.
Yeah. Full snowman, half shark. But, all right, we have someone yelling judge. Okay. Now it is time. Did he miss the discard on Bobby? I guess that's a good point. He drew. All right, we might need a judge.
He did miss the discard on Bobby.
All right, so we need a lore guide. All right, we got JD on it.
That was a good point. We were tanking, so we were tanking on the tanking. But yeah, with that Bobby Zimmerowski, you have to draw and discard a card. We know that Queen was banished in a challenge. The Rhino was banished in a challenge. So there is one card in the hand that should have been discarded, but we don't know what it is. And he did draw a card after. So.
Oh, that's a little frustrating. There's those 3 cards. Now, that said,
Because, yeah,
I
one
don't
of those
know
cards
how-
didn't exist in his hand before he should have
I
discarded.
don't know how the judge is going to handle it. I think he just put the card that he drew directly on top. He definitely looked at it.
I mean,
but
the good news is let me see, actually. This is my favorite part.
Once-
I have YouTube. Let me go back.
once the card has hit the hand, normally, unless both players can verify that that's still the same card and the hand has not been shuffled at all, you have to then get rid of a card at random, which is beneficial and negative for Hayden, depending. Like if his hand was bad and then he didn't discard and he gets to keep 1 extra good card. But if his hand is entirely good, then it might not work that way.
So I am watching in the past. And now, so Luke, don't look at this and think this is live. This is the
That did
past on
that
my
did trick me
screen.
earlier.
Yeah, you're like, how did he do this? So he drew a card off Bobby Zimmerowski. He played a tramp. So essentially he didn't discard. He played, at this point, he has 3 cards in hand. He had 2, and then he had 3. So he has 2 at end of turn,
He didn't.
challenges.
Yeah, I did not discard there.
Nope.
I'm going to give him the benefit of the doubt and assume that he drew the tramp off the
Okay.
Bobby and was instantly like, I want to deploy this and take this out.
But this is a moment of truth, right? What we're watching.
Yep,
So he
we
has
put
his
we put 2 ink, or put our hand down, we drew a card, we look at it, and we put it on the top of the pile.
Yeah, so we can confirm the card underneath that gibbet and jabbet there is the most recent one, which might help, but the judges do have access to the same information, and they make their judge call based on what information was seen. So they're going to make that call, and both these players are just giggling and gaggling because they're in their own little private room, and the air conditioning is crisp in here today, guys.
Oh, it's so much nicer.
It
than
is. I
yesterday.
walked in and it was nice, but we are going to go ahead and get this resolved because, like we mentioned, these mistakes will happen. Also, another thing that can happen, that this happens to me, it's probably happened to a lot of people. You see the card that you wanted, and like your brain goes numb.
Turns off.
Yeah, right. Because you're like, that's exactly what I wanted. That's
mean-
exactly what I wanted.
Do you have the doorway curse? Like, I'll be like, I need to go to the kitchen and grab this.
Are you just talking about
I walk-
ADHD?
Yes. I walk into the kitchen, and as soon as I go through a doorway, I forget why I went into the new room. Just
Yeah.
instantly.
Yeah.
That is what happens when I draw a new card. All the previous information is gone, and we're reanalyzing everything.
Yeah, right. And that is why I feel like I'm in a very sad, boring version of the movie Memento. I'm constantly confused, and my money, where is it? Help! But yes, so these 2 Lumineers are waiting on our lore guide call. Shout out to our lore guides because they are just, doing their darndest. This
They're
tournament,
guiding that lore.
they're guiding the lore and settling the score. No, that sounds more violent. But I will say that they hung out in a very, very moist room yesterday. It was very lots of Illumineers mouth. We had about 200 people in that room. Today, a little bit less. The Infinity Tournament happening right now, the 1K, has about 40 players. So a little less, but they are still on the clock. And shout out to, I've said this before and I'll say it again, shout out to Philly and Lecky, the proprietors of Sharp Gaming, for having a table judge. This table judge, obviously it's hard, right, to have a judge dedicated to one table. Usually it's kind of like you have a couple judges per the amount of tables in the room. But a table, it matters, right? Because this, especially when it's a featured match, especially when it's the Final Four, everything matters. Are they still resolving it? Okay, cool. So they'll start playing probably when they're ready to. In the meantime, they're saying, name all your favorite cards. Or like Genie. Remember Genie Wish Fulfilled? Yeah,
You know,
he was good.
and as you're saying, like the Infinity event's going on, I do believe there was just an Infinity event that finished up. So, massive congratulations to Molstar for taking down
Yes.
another DLC. And then I'm not going to try to pronounce his name because I'll say it wrong. For the pass down.
Oh, I don't remember who's in second place. All I saw was Molstar's like, again?
I'll let chat cover it for me.
Shout out. You know who you are.
You know who you are.
You know
and
who you-
congratulations on getting a Worlds invite.
Yeah, did anyone get a pass down invite today to Worlds? It's you, okay? There's not that many people. Juancho Morales. It's probably Juancho Morales.
Yeah, the Morales brothers, which I'm gonna start calling them.
The Morales brothers. Is one of them Morales? Justin?
Yes.
They're brothers?
Yes.
There's Juancho and Justin?
That's what I was told.
Okay.
I found that out today.
Juancho.
Maybe I was lied to. There is
Very different varietals in the naming, but I like it, right? But thank you, Dutch Illumineers. They're another channel that's moving and grooving. They are always either live or doing something.
Fan of
but
them as well,
correct,
yes.
they are brothers. We're fans of you, Dutch Illumineers, Morales brothers of Justin or Juancho
We're
types.
brothers. We play Lorcana.
Yeah, it's that would be a good if you have someone that you're entangled in the same hobby. That would be quite nice. But we have some people here just chit-chatting while you guys are wondering what's going on. We're resolving a judge call because usually what happens in something like this, especially in the Final Four, it's just making sure that we are following the procedure. Everybody feels good about it. Replaying the footage. That's one of the things on Feature Match that we have the benefit of.
They're watching it to see if Hayden smiled like a villain as he didn't discard.
He did twirl his mustache.
He twirled his mustache.
He twirled his
a little
mustache
bit.
a little bit. So we are going to be cutting to us, and I am sitting up straight. This is a little bit of trick of the trade. Sometimes if it cuts to the camera, I realize this is how I watch Lorcana. This is if I don't. And then hi everybody. So it's kind of like Stone by Day. My Stone by Day is Katie watching a match. The other thing I'll do is I try to see what's in their hand by this. I'm doing a lot of.
Oh.
And it's like you can't. That's not how it works.
You get up to the TV and you're like looking to try to see what was like underneath at the different angle. It doesn't work that way, but we want to try.
Shout out to literally Lecky who's watching the stream. She's working and watching, and she is correct. We have 2 Ruby Sapphires in the final, 1 Amber Emerald dogs, and 1 Ruby Amethyst.
Do you like digs?
What?
I like dogs.
Okay.
You know digs?
Yeah, dog. Yeah, I like dogs. Even me dog likes Lorcana. But we have Lycos Raquel saying, thank you, guys. I don't know if she's saying thank you to me. You're welcome.
What can I say except you're welcome?
You're DMC'd. And we have a lot of people. We have almost 300 people hanging out with us on Twitch. We have about 200 people hanging out. Let's see what's going on. Oh, Fungus switched. Did he switch from the chat on Twitch and now he's like in another one? That's fun. But on the YouTube, we got Dragon John's here. We got Zane Gray, who I think is also playing in a tournament right now.
He's chatting, playing, and rooting on his father at the same time.
Yeah, we have the People's Chump, who I think was registered for this tournament, but I don't think he showed up because I was looking through every deck list one by one. So People's Chump, I hope you're okay. Because I saw you register. I think you even submitted a deck list, but I don't think you played. But to be fair, that's fun. You're the People's Chump, and you're like, I didn't play. That's like really good branding.
I guess that means he's a chump.
We got Rules of Villainy, Kirsten here. Shout out to Rules of Villainy, who is always out there supporting pretty much every stream, every channel. They're just out there doing it. Yeah, we have. I'm just checking in over here.
Speaking of random channels, when is your next? When are you streaming again?
When I'm not
is the
tired.
Lorekeeper's Inn coming back up?
I have, not to toot my own horn, but I have been traveling every weekend for 5 weekends in a row. I have more gray hairs.
Popular.
My bank account's in disarray, but man, I'm filled with memories and love. But I do want to stream. I'm probably going to stream some unboxings next weekend.
You just said you had gray hairs.
I've had them since I was a baby.
I can't. You don't have a single gray hair.
Are you? You're silly. You're silly. He's silly. He's silly. But no, I do. I have him on the tip of my head, and I didn't even know about it. And it's like every camera picks it up in a different way, and I'm like, get out of here, dude. Smart here. We have Flying Santos saying, I'm here. I'm here for the TLD, which I believe is the lore dandies.
The Lucky Dime.
The Lucky Dime, not the lore dandies. It's the lore dandies. But if you
We're
guys,
here to dance and gain lore.
yeah, I'm sorry. Now I will never forget. I'll never forget. Okay. But we do have a lot of fun teams being represented here. In the top, we have Inkfinity is being represented. Let me see. What are the other ones? James Gray is on Sunflower Lumineers. I believe the judge called.
Here we go.
It was resolved. It was resolved. So
we discarded another Eleanor, it looks like.
which would explain the, of that. But as far as what happened here on...
I'm sure we'll either go over it afterwards, or maybe we'll have another judge chit chat.
That's true. Well, because we missed the turn of Neverboard. We didn't get to see what Neverboard did. Well, we did. We got to see him play Shark. So never mind. So yeah, basically we discarded the card. On Neverboard's side, he played Shark. We didn't end up challenging into anything. And now, or maybe we did. Life is long. We'll figure it out.
Yeah, we didn't trade Olaf with the
Eleanor,
which is crazy. And then we got Eleanor number 3.
Yeah, and this is, second Eleanor on the board, which means double the trigger. So that if you guys are keeping track at home, that's a knowledge and wisdom, fire the cannon, and friends on the other side, all for free at the end of the turn because we have 2 Eleanors online. But this shark is very powerful. This shark can do a lot on a turn. Now, can it deal with a board that is 7 wide? That is hard,
Yes.
but yes, because you're going to tell me about some combo kind of stuff.
Well, I'm going to let you guess. It costs 8
Dig a little deeper.
and is inkable.
Oh, what else can I do again? No, what are you doing to me? Why are you pimping me like this? I don't like this. Which card is it?
Nowhere.
Nowhere. You don't know the name of it, so you were quizzing me to
Well,
quiz yourself.
once I started, you tricked me.
Nothing we won't do. My gosh. Okay, so nothing we can do. That was a reverse quiz. He's like, I'm quizzing you on it. But no, you were correct. That Brother Bear song that people have been teching in here, Sing Together 8, where you ready your characters and then they just keep challenging into stuff, basically.
Had that Olaf, had nothing we won't do on his mind, and had the right tune going, we would have been able to take down all of the exerted characters. But Hayden, he was playing around that. He left that Eleanor ready this turn.
Yeah, and that is, you're trying to minimize as much punish as possible with some of these turns. Because, yeah, to your point, Olaf has been singing a lot of Dig a Little Deeper. But to your point, there's nothing you can't do. It's not everyone includes it. Was it Autumn Burchett that was one of the first people to popularize the list with
I think
it?
so.
Mind you, there's other people, but I know that she had a list that she was successful, I think, won a tournament with.
CCQ.
That's a big thing. So it's very, very important because they take no damage when they do those challenges, and they can't quest, but trust me, you're not trying to quest. You were just controlling at that point. Instead, though, we're taking little visions of the future. Shark will get a lore for every action played. So anytime this shark does a challenge, he will go ahead, get an action back. In this case, we have Dig a Little Deeper, singing that for free with Olaf. We can dig in. If we can get out a Lilo, we can ready the shark, challenge again, get another action. There's also the next stop, Olympus, which is something you also might be looking to get into, although they don't run that in this. So we're basically, a Lilo would be nice to ready that shark, but I don't think they're too afraid. There's nothing evasive over here, but we do need to get rid of one of those Eleanors. Otherwise, that shark is shark bait. Hoo-ha-ha.
Yeah, it's like maybe we distract a little bit and grab our bow, but I'm curious to see how Neverboard can get out of this position, because the Hayden has just gone a little too wide, as you were saying earlier, and with double Eleanor, it's difficult.
Yeah, but shout out to the Lucky Dimes, my favorite team that I've never forgotten. I'm just getting
Never forgotten.
I've never. The Lucky Dimes, you can't. It's my first dime, numero uno. But there we go. We are doing 2 actions. He's keeping it fanned out, which does make me believe there could be a free Lilo. We got Distract coming into the board here, and that will go ahead and add to the pressure of the actions being played. Also having the benefit of the draw the card at the end.
We haven't seen bow yet. We have not been reaching for it. So we still have 2 more maybe to go through. Depends on how deep they are in the deck. We might have put it on the bottom earlier.
Yeah, now we have 4 actions played, so we have definitely reached what we need to do to start getting out that Lilo. So he just keeps Vision of the Future, draw 5 cards. We will get there eventually.
It looks like we're just grabbing an Olaf to shrink down that crazy lore lead Hayden has. And if Neverboard plays 2 Olafs here, dropping Hayden to 9, maybe there's a world. But Hayden currently is representing 8 lore in play, 10 if we're able to deploy 2 characters.
Yeah, so here we go. We are just trying to do, like I said, as much with as little as possible. Both decks, they're so different, right? But they rhyme because they're both just trying to just maximize a small ink pool. But there is that Lilo that I'm like, listen, if you see your opponent putting out these actions like that, it kind of hints a little bit about what might come. So that Lilo will be will be able to ready a character when she comes into play. He has not done that yet. So let's see.
Yeah, it's I don't know if he's deciding between challenging with Shark or singing a song with Olaf, and it looks like we're going for Shark. Still probably wondering if we want to sing or challenge, but I think we're gonna be challenging.
Yeah, unfortunately, those Eleanors are very definitely staying upright and unafraid of being challenged. But challenging matters a lot here because he knows there's already 2 damage that can come in from those Eleanors. So having 1 more damage is not the end of the world. What we're trying to do is get back in action. We get a lure, we get back in action. In this case, we're keeping probably
Looks like dig.
dig, which makes sense. I mean, 7 cards, get to keep 2. It's hard to say no to an offer like that.
At this point, Neverboard needs to kind of go big or go home, unless he can think of a different way to quickly answer things. But I feel like chaining digs and then in the next turn or 2 is the way to. Oh, we have the Lilo to do it this turn even.
He says, how big should I go? And this is pretty big. I talked about how, like, oh, well, they're just a 4/4. But now we have 4 4/4s in one of the Maui Half Sharks sitting very comfortably at that 7/5. And now, you know this card, Luke.
The moment you looked at me and said that, you made my
But
mind
you know
go
it.
blank. I'm like, Ward, all right, what will we do? Or what can we do? Man, you're making
right,
my brain just not work.
What else can
What
I
else?
do? We got to watch Encanto. On the ride home, Luke, we're listening to this song soundtrack nonstop.
That's how
nonstop.
I'll remember it. I was like, Ward, 4 letters, what? All right.
All right. So the reason that what else can I do matters is because it does provide ward. Now, obviously, it has the benefit like the top, but I think the ward is a thing that people kind of overlook because a lot of times this dog decks, especially one like Hayden that is running that under the sea, it's going to want to target some things. And so what else can I do does prevent. So now that we have what else can I do, I believe that was sung by the Olaf.
Yes.
And so now anything that was played before, which is everything on the board, has ward right now.
Most importantly, the Shark to shut off those
Eleanor.
pesky Eleanor triggers.
Yeah, so it's
Well,
a very
doesn't com-
powerful.
Yeah. Yeah, it doesn't completely shut it off. Just they're still gaining the lore and drawing the cards, but they're not going to take out the Shark.
33.3% of Eleanor triggers become ineffectual.
Yes.
So in this case, though, we will go ahead, keep going wide here, deploying as much as we can. We have that Bobby Zamaruski. I'm sure he remembered this time, and he did discard that Lilo. Then we have Our Lady and Aurora. So Lilo will likely come in next term. Hayden is sitting at 14 lore, and did he?
I think that was just game right there.
Oh, it was. Okay, yeah, because he quested out, and he gets 2 from the Eleanor. It happened so fast. He just kept playing, and that'll happen sometimes. So there we go. Never bored. Had a really powerful start, but that just kind of shows the power of the dogs is they work in a pack, and that Eleanor, even if you had ward, wasn't enough to overcome the deficit.
Yeah, this matchup's really dependent on how many power 4-drops the Emerald deck can play. If they're able to just like dog out and go Eleanor and Queen and just draw cards and keep it up, they're in a good spot. Even with discarding one of the Eleanors, getting the Eleanor to stick around for a couple of turns actually is pretty key. So the question is, would he have done better? Would Neverboard have done better to trade the Olaf into the Eleanor? I don't know. It's hard to say because we did sing quite a bit with that Olaf on that next turn.
Now, here's a fun fact that everybody, my favorite team, the Lucky Dimes, a team that I've always loved very much, 3 of them made it into the top 16. So they were very lucky dimes. But Infinity, I think they also had 3 make it into the top 16. So it is a lucky dime Team Infinity showdown here, both in spirit and actually. Now, as far as how it works in the top cuts, if this is your first top you've ever watched, whoever has the higher seed goes first. So Neverboard is going to be going first in game 1, or he did go game 1 first, and since he lost, he'll be going first in game 2. And I think we got a very good hint of the power of his deck. The issue is we just didn't get to see I think Hayden with the double Eleanors was able enough to get enough value.
In this matchup, I think he only had one Lilo out. A very, very powerful start against Hayden can be getting two Lilos out, which sounds very, very silly. It's like, what's better than having one of the most powerful cards? Get two of them. So that can be something that he is looking to do here. Also, the Olaf's draining the lore. As we've mentioned, if you have 4 Olafs in the deck, you are essentially telling your opponent you need to get to 28 lore, not 20. So this is game 2. Hayden has had a very strong run, but never bored. He has one. He's had a higher seed. He's had a pretty good run himself.
Yeah, and it's interesting about this deck is that, as you're saying, it's like, yeah, if you can drop like 3 or 4 Lilos, it feels unstoppable. But at the same time, that means that they can't use those Lilos later. They can't play the dig, grab the Lilo, ready their Olaf, do it all over again if they have them early. But if you have 3 or 4 early and they don't answer them, you basically win on the spot.
Yeah, so this is a situation where the timing of the cards is critical. And I think that's why in this matchup it can be interesting, because I think if we talk about more forgiving wiggle room deck, I think Hayden's deck has a little bit more wiggle room. I mean, he had a pretty not great start. He had that Queen, Regal Monarch, and then also an Ursula that didn't hit anything, but he was just able to come back strong, because that's what the dog deck does best, is it just gets value from going wide, and then it can be unstoppable from that point forward. But guys, if you haven't seen this Ruby Sapphire deck fire off, it can be absolutely crushing. So
yeah, for those who watched the previous round and just saw like the miracle action into action with a half shark in play to finish it off and win. The highs and lows on this deck are it's super fun to play. If you love to draw cards and play thousands of cards in a turn, boy, oh boy, is this a deck for you.
Boy, do I have a deck for you. But speaking of things that are great, that's not great. We had a Lilo go down into the Inkwell. That's not where she likes to be. She's an escape artist, but she has a really hard time escaping from there. And then we have that Queen Regal Monarch. Now, as we talked about, she's a 2/2. She's a 1 cost. That's enough sometimes. She's a lot better on turn 2, but you really have to play the cards that you have in hand. So in the meantime, Vision's on 2. We talked about this. Not bad, because we're getting ready for that Lilo turn on turn 3. But the question is, do you have the actions? Do you have the Lilos to do it? And for Hayden, it's, do you have a Grandmother Willow? How wide can we go right now?
Yeah, and we saw Neverboard inked a max, but he also grabbed a max off that Visions. So is he going to ink this max as well and deploy another max? Does he have all of them and he's going for the Lilo turn? It looks like that might be what he's doing.
Yeah, so in this case, he is elected to, he had his Vision on 2, now we are sailing the Azurite Sea, taking really a deep breath here to not put a lot of pressure, but I do see a Lilo in the back there. That's 2 actions. He inked that Max Goof because, sometimes a card is just really nice and inkable. Dangerous Plan being inked for the second time because 2 inks onto Azurite Sea. Inner Strength, and there she is, causing an upwards. Lilo on the board. She can sing. She can quest.
Yeah, we saw the what else can I do in Neverboard's hand. I wonder if he drew that off of the sail based on the fact that like he inked the Max Goof. It would have been great to play Max Goof, play those actions, and then ready with Lilo, and then sing the what else I can do to give that ward, which I don't know if you know this. I'm sure I know you do. But the ward is only granted if it's sing.
Yes, and that's kind of a funky thing, right? Because a lot of times actions are they're good. The only downside is if you don't sing it, you have to pay with ink. But that's such a valid point that you need to have a singer to make it possible. So having her stay upright, ready, and can sing that what else can I do will matter. Now, I'm trying to look here at his deck as far as like things that you are afraid of the ward. We did talk about the Eleanor dealing damage. He doesn't have a ton of the shrink ability. Like, I was looking to see if it has Dellas or anything like that, but no, it really is just the 4 rhinos and the Eleanor. I mean, just 4 rhinos. But here we go. Regardless, we are doing Luke's favorite card.
What else can I do?
That is the melody, exactly. And now it met all conditions where we were able to go ahead. We get the first ability, and because it was sung, we get the second, which is that ward. In the meantime, let it go, Eleanor. Get into that Inkwell.
Get out of here.
Yeah, and so Let It Go has been one of those cards that I don't think it needed a reprint. We were fine without it, but I guess for rotation, it'll be nice to have it around because it is one of those powerful pieces of spot removal. Hayden got a little ink, so now he can, redeploy an Eleanor if he has one. He also can go wide. Going wide can be very, very, very powerful against a deck that only has just a handful of glimmers in its arsenal. But we will instead
Ooh.
Hail to the chief. This is nice.
It is.
Uh-oh. But
But we only have a little bit of lore. That's the kind of scary thing.
he's protecting him. Look at him.
Yes.
It's true. Yeah,
Yes.
he's not a two-quester, but he can serve as a little temporary issue because Lilo cannot go through the chief. You have to go around him with spot removal, or you have to go through him, and you're going to need someone. This one's a good one. This one's good. Unfortunately, we would lose unless we have some of those fun little things. What else? They really they're quizzing. They're like, Luke, you're not leaving this spot.
What else can I do?
There we
but
go
give
again.
Ward to Maui.
And there, even if we get an Eleanor back out next turn, we do not have to worry about damage being flung around them. Another thing that will happen is we sometimes just use those rhinos. Sometimes rhino is used for the under the sea synergy, but oftentimes it's just to be a little to lower the bite in the challenge. We're going to keep singing, or not singing, we're going to play Develop Our Brains. Our brains collectively will develop them, get a lure off of it. He's putting it there, checking and seeing, okay, how much? I played 4,000, what else can I do? But he's looking at the hand to see.
I think one of those is what? Don't do that. Don't do that. He didn't swap, but he definitely made a mistake there for half a second. He did not put both of them into his hand, but that was one of the two cards. So there's nothing there.
But
you could
yes,
see on
you have
his
to keep 'em
face
separate.
the moment he did that. He's like, wait.
Yeah, to give you guys a little bit of why that's important is because it's not like you draw a card and discard a card. It's you pick those two cards and you pick from those two
Yeah,
cards.
just those two cards.
So that's why, I talked to a lore guy 2 weeks ago and I said, what are some things that, because I was going to make a video about like game hygiene, and that was one of them. If you are doing anything like that where you have the cards you drew and the cards you're sending back or your hand, just always keep them separate. It can be hard, obviously, when you have this much on the table, but you saw on his face, he's like, no!
He's like, no, what did I do? He was so close to shuffling his hand. 'Cause
Yeah.
it's just the habit you do.
Yeah. Yeah, the little reflexive shuffle. Good news for me, I'm too nervous to do that. But
I was literally just going to ask, let's say you're new to card games. Lorcana's your first one. Have you developed the hand shuffle yet?
nope, I'm just staring at him. I'm dissociating. I am wondering everything. And shout out chat says Gary the Fly is back. Yes, McPhilly did not fell Gary the Fly,
That's
so
Gary
he
the
is
Fly
here.
the second.
No, this is the original. Don't
That's
talk.
his son.
Don't talk like that, please, Gary. He's our intern.
You don't think Gary has children?
Oh, Gary has a lot of kids, but yeah. Okay, so there's at least one Gary the second. But shout out to him. He was the assistant judge, so they're doing their most here.
So the reason why the chief is a little not as good as it could be is like, sure, yeah, Shark trades with it, but the deck does play a lot of improvises. You know, you're giving that +1 on strength on Lilo, then you trade the Lilo into the chief.
What about two chief?
Okay, all right. Well, you got me there.
What about
you?
two
You
chief?
got me
the
there.
two chief technology here.
Oh, and Hayden's just like, I'm not gonna let you do that either. I'm trading in.
Yeah, so I think this is very, very funny because Chief can't challenge. It's his whole thing. He's like, I'm a 5/5, I'm a bodyguard, but I will never challenge. This stick is just for the aura farming of it all. But he will protect you if you come at him. So now we have two chiefs standing at the ready position. You must go through both of them. So now we have a shark. But as we talked about, the shark can synergize so well with Lilo being able to do a challenge. Like you mentioned, the actions that will go ahead and lower the strength, a distract would be very, very nice. But you just have to have it, and it's hard to have everything at once. He inked a vision. Vision is that kind of tool that is going to be able to shape your hand to exactly what you need. So scary to have that inked, but there are other options. It's hard. He needs backup, and he only has himself right now.
So in this is a turn that Shark is going to need to sing a song just for card advantage, and we need to get an Olaf into play. So then next turn we can dig, and then we can Nothing We Won't Do, and then machine gun down the board with Shark. And I think that might be one of our few ways to try to get back in this game if we're sitting on Neverboard's position here.
There, we're going to develop a little bit of brain activity here, see what we can dig up. We're going to develop a brain, and to develop a brain, his brain, he has to get a little special holder for his big old brain right now. I think it might have been a Lilo, which would be interesting. He just needs one more action. I love how much I speculate about it was. I saw a card for a moment. I'm like, it's a Lilo, but I don't
I'm pretty
know.
sure that little half of a footy is Lilo.
Yeah, right. I know that footy anywhere. But we will see, because he's only played 2 actions. The fact he's keeping it hanging out there is how I start to also think. And there we know that is. We have 2 half sharks. That's 1 full shark, 1 full man on the board. And
Ooh.
grab your bow.
And that really slows Hayden down. Only able to get up to 14. Now, if we do hit, and yeah, you can react to that.
Yeah. 14. I mean, 12.
And Chief was doing good, but as I said earlier, and mentioned earlier, is like we didn't have the lore pressure.
Yeah, and I think it's all of it, right? It's in these top level games, you have to be managing the board, your hand size, and then the lore pressure. Can you challenge, and do you have enough challengers? And right now he has no good challengers. He just has this queen who's the only one that can do challenging. Now you're in the face of 2 sharks, so anything you exert in front of you can be feeding into the master plan, because that grab your bow is now grab your bow forever and ever, especially with distract, which could come in and lower the strength of that Nani. In the meantime, it's time for Bubby Zimmerowski.
I do think it's open lists, though.
It is.
So at least Hayden knows there's only one nothing we won't do he has to play around. But that could also be his downfall, right? If you just disregard the card and you don't play around it, you get blown out by it. But if you play around it and they don't have it, then you punt, right? So it's kind of rough in that position.
Yeah, I think that it's the whole thing of not. You have to make them have it, but then also sometimes you never want to play into it. And I think that's what makes a good TCG player versus a bad one, is when you make those calculations. And that calculation can only be achieved through just practicing over and over and over and kind of getting a feel for how it's going to be.
And even then, even if you make the right choice, you still have to get lucky. They still need to not have it.
Even if you have a 60% chance of it paying off, that's a 45 or 40% chance.
Yep.
Good job. 40% chance of it not. So we see an Under the Sea getting sent absolutely off that Bobby Zimmerowski. We're just going to quest, because honestly, we're just trying to get to that 20 lore in front of those sharks. Scary, very, very scary. But I think knowing that the sharks are the same size of Chief Powhatan, it makes it a little less annoying. Okay, yeah, grab your bow. And I said, yeah, you have to go through them. You don't with grab your bow. You absolutely do not.
I don't think we've seen a dig yet, but we're at least going to grab one thing to get some more cards.
We have a couple options. We've seen Let It Go. We've seen that. What else can I do? We have 2 grab your bows in the discard, which now those are not useful to this board. So he's just kind of picking which mischief he wants to manage here. In this case, he is going with Inner Strength.
Interesting. Maybe we're setting it up. The Olaf maybe we're trading the Olaf here with the Chief.
I mean, he's the best thing that we got.
Yeah, exactly. That's why I'm a little surprised right there. But
it could be a little thing he's using for later. I mean, the pressure is slowly getting off a little bit of him. So it could just be something that he wants to use on another turn for Lilo. He hasn't played.
He has 1,000 ink. So trading the Olaf here and just having a shark versus a Nani and a couple cards in hand, 2 cards in hand, that's terrifying for Hayden as well. He can't get any more of that lore. Hayden, to win from that position, Hayden would have to be like character, next turn, Eleanor, quest out. And even that might not be enough.
Someone in the chat said, is this Ruby Sapphire deck dead after rotation? I mean, you do need this Mountie Shark and Lilo. I think there will still be action decks, but we are losing 4 sets of actions and 2 powerhouses of this action-based cell. We have this Hercules, which, as you know, when you play it, you can go ahead and discard your hand to get an action back. He did get one action.
Any card. We actually got Shark back.
We got Shark back. Hoo-ha-ha. That's pretty fun here. Shout out to Nemo. Finding Nemo. But, yeah, this card is any card. Sometimes I think it's an action because I just think that way. But to your point, yes, Shark can help the action. That's a very interesting play. But
Sometimes
He
you gotta.
knows that like these sharks are going to stop Hayden in his spot, and if he has access to Hayden's list, I think Hayden's only on 3 chiefs, or is he only on 2?
He is on 3, so yeah, he's already been through the worst of it at this point. And 2 more sharks is more than 1 chief. Hayden does not have the ability to go get his chiefs back. So to your point, Hayden's going to quest. That's what his whole deck is for. So he's basically saying, I will be able to get to one of your characters. I will be able to get one of my actions back. So Hercules can get the Maui Shark. Maui Shark can get some action. So it's kind of cheeky card draw at home.
Yep.
So Hayden has to be very careful here. He cannot play into the trap. We see him inking one of those Lilos because Lilo is probably the most tempting shark target on the market.
But it was well worth inking. Like, as you said, Shark Target would get rid of her to play the Miss Park Avenue to get a couple more characters to go for that one exert, win the game. Lady being able to quest for 3 mixed with Miss Park Avenue and Nani's 8. You throw Yeah, 6. Sorry, math is hard. You throw Bobby in there, we have 7, and then we're 1 lore away. So if next turn we play both of those and then follow it up with an Eleanor, that is enough to win on the spot, while Neverboard is going to try to just burst out the actions to win, similar to what we watched last round.
It's true. I do wonder, though. I mean, at this point, all we need to do is find some more Olafs. We've only seen 1 this game. And if those Olafs can just whittle away at a little bit of Hayden's lore, that is enough to make. I mean, the combination of sharks, because now every action's played with 2 sharks, that's 2 lore. Then we have Olaf draining the lore from Hayden. That is going to be a game-winning recipe. In the meantime, we do have about another Maruski coming down. And he is deep, deep, deep in that think tank.
Yeah, we're only 2.5 actions away, and if somehow a character gets exerted, then that's the shark, answers that, and then we're only 2 actions from the top of our deck. So this game's gonna be over in a turn or 2. I think he made a joke there about making sure he's discarding a card.
He said, "Note, I am thinking," which I mean that is a tip for newer players or any kind of player. It is so helpful to just say what's going on. I draw for Bobby Zimmerowski. I'm placing down my hand and I am going to discard a card. I play Lady. I bring 2 these. It's kind of silly. It sounds silly, but when you announce it, it's in Japanese train conductors. They point at things so they remember that they do it. I've done that now when I lock doors. I'll point at it and be like, I locked it. Shout out.
And it works?
There's no cure for OCD, but it does help sometimes. So there we go. We have a Lady coming down along with an Aurora Holding Court. These are 2 very synergistic cards that will help put a little bit of pressure. Lady can shift. Aurora can let in a princess at a discount. But there we go. There's that Leela we talked about. She is coming in for the full retail value, but she still is able to ready a character.
Okay.
So he got a lot of lore there. Now, we don't have the action needed. There we go. Snowman of action lowering down to 10. So now Hayden has further to go. Game is on board for Neverboard, and Hayden needs to figure out how to deal with this board or get to 20 lore in 1 turn.
So even if some miracle Hayden was able to activate this Lady and play an Eleanor, that's only 9 lore. So I think we're actually drawing dead here from Hayden's position, unless maybe there is an Under the Sea play I'm missing.
This is good.
That's not it.
Yeah, I mean, that's for half the plan, but you're right. I mean, that can activate the Lady, but he is short.
He was playing for his win there, having the Tramp in hand. Had he drawn an Eleanor and Olaf not been played, he had the game right then and there. So Hayden doing everything he could there to try to get that game. Very well played, and we're off to game number 3.
Now, for those that are into this kind of factual information, both game 1 and game 2, we saw this Lucky Dime player on the play. Hayden was on the draw both times, and Hayden had a pretty stinky start both times. I say stinky because a lot of times you want to see a Lady Decisive. I mean, if you're ranking the 1-drops in Hayden's deck, we have Aurora, the Queen, Pluto, Rhino, and Lady. I mean, Rhino and the Queen are tied for last place on 1 cost you want to play on turn 1.
I mean, I do like the fact that you're like, he had a bad opening, but he went 1-drop Willow, 1-drop Eleanor.
Well, like, I mean, okay, but dogs, I mean, they can have it feel like it's over by turn 2, right? I mean,
We're just so desensitized
To the pain
like,
of
the
dogs.
normal, very good opening that we're like, well, he didn't have the perfect draw. He didn't have the exact perfect curve of Aurora into Willow, Aurora, Pluto, or some craziness like that.
well, I think it just shows, though, that this, even without the crazy start, things can get a little bit untenable. So we will see if he has that explosive start, because that can be extremely hard for Emerson to find his way back. But we are now into game 3. Everything is on the line here. We got a pip on both sides, and one of these players will be advancing to the finals. You might say, right after this is the finals. No.
Nope.
Because we have another semifinal match after this. And you might say, is it a dog's mirror? No, there's not even any dogs in it. It is Ruby Sapphire versus Ruby Amethyst. So if you're watching this and you're like, I'm tired of dogs, then just hang on for like 10, 20 minutes.
Hayden, yeah, the dog's last chance right here.
Yeah, the dog's last stand. Everybody say your favorite thing about dogs right now. But we in the chat, we have Earthquake Gaming saying, come on, Barrett, I believe. We also have Amity TCG saying, never bored. My homie knocked him out. Happy day for the Lucky Dime. Sad day for fans of Yellow Red. I will say I'm losing my mind because, like, in the chat, people will use ink abbreviations, and people go back and forth between, like, the regular colors and like the ink color abbreviation, and so there's
and then
moments
there's the mix.
and so I kind of read, and like my brain, it buffers, it restarts, and then I get back. And then we have Quest World Persecution saying ban Willow. That would never, no, we will never. Should be fair, she's a problem. But there we go. We have Bobby's and Maruski getting a very heavy, useless Under the Sea into the discard, and then Tramp was being inked. We've seen him be used pretty powerfully, but this is a fine start. This kind of stabilizes the hand and kind of is a little cheeky second altar.
Yeah, and we have the developer inking a sail is not necessarily what we want to do, but it could mean a very good hand. If we're like, there's certain cards that I love inking as a deck because I'm like, well, I would much rather have the 1-cost card that does the same thing. So the more distracts and sails we see inked, the more powerful the hand is, and dangerous plans. Those are the solid cards I love to ink.
So we now have a little bit more pressure here. That Aurora will make sure that she can get in a royal friend here, a renowned diplomat, an Eleanor next turn. We also have that lady that we know can be used to either quest for a lot and or shift if necessary. We on the other side are doing the classic. He says Visions on 2. Yesterday I saw someone in chat say that's the preferred line, and he says I always take the preferred line. And we will go ahead, do our visions. We have 4 cards. You can send back in any order. This is one deck where you might see them back in the order you put them in. And let's see what he kept. He kept Lilo, which smart, honestly. That is what you're looking for early. It's the most value you can get early on in this game. So turn 3 is where you get to see, can you get to Lilo?
Well, do we have the Eleanor?
We're unafraid here. Yeah, we're certainly questing out like we got it. It's kind of like be prepared. If you turn it sideways as fast, there she is.
All right, the pressure is on, Neverboard. How many Lilos do you have to try to stop this? There's the Max Goof. Maybe we just play Max and pass. He's thinking. He's nodding. He's like, all right, new game plan.
Just Max goofing.
Nope.
Nope, it's time to sail the Azurite Sea. And this is not, like we talked about, I mean, he's going to be able to do a little bit of actioning here. Now, unfortunately, he can just do 2 actions this turn, so he...
Nope.
No.
We sailed. We can ink again.
We can ink again, and if we ink again, we can do the Lilo. Thank you very much, Luke.
I'm sorry if that was mean sounding.
No, it wasn't. It's counting, and it's hard. To your point, yes. So you get to ink twice. Now, that is a very expensive thing to do to your hand size, which is why these cards that draw and discard a card are so important, because it really is. It's getting your hand to where it needs to be. It's paying for those Lilos, and it's also you are doing so much each turn that costs resources, but his hand doesn't look like it.
With so many 1-cost cantrips, we're inking them.
Yeah, so...
Uh-oh. Only 1 Lilo.
Only 1. But you're right. I mean, we've seen 3 lows. It's crazy how many you can do this turn. Now, like we said, that is a pretty expensive thing to do, to dump your hand with those Lilos. But like you mentioned, there's benefit of having later Lilos. Those later Lilos can ready your Sharks, they can ready your Olafs. You get to sing twice. So I am a big fan of I'm just keeping an open mind. We got 5 cards in hand. He can do so much more here.
Yeah, just maybe he kept another Lilo for some reason. He's going to draw Lilo. Then grab your bow, draw some cards, Lilo, grab your bow. Although that doesn't do too much. Maybe Lilo, then let it go the Eleanor.
And I think, the reason that you kind of stalled there is just because, this queen, she was not anywhere on anyone's radar. JDZ was prepped he put some salad dressing on her and was ready to eat that queen, but he didn't because suddenly people said, wait.
She's busted.
She helps keep your hand size stable, and she challenges for 5, and you can't send her into the sea, and the list goes on.
That's the grab your bow. He has grab your bow in hand, visions. I think that's a distract and a dig. A little deeper.
I'm trying to be professional, but Fungus keeps saying Eleanor is not a key character in the movie. She's literally this other main character. But anyway, we'll talk about that later.
I'm pretty sure she's the driving force of what makes
the whole movie. Without her,
to do everything.
Yeah, but anyway, we'll talk about that later, Fungus, because for now, we are going to go on a vision of the future. And this card is so valuable. It is kind of a tramp with no body. You have visions on the body, and this is tramp no body.
There was double max goof. And a nowhere or a nothing we won't do. I don't know why I want to say nowhere. The word where is trying to sneak into every card name for me.
I hope you find a cure. But there we go. We are keeping a card off this vision here. And let's see. Let me see it. I want to see it, but no. Like you mentioned, we know there's a grab your bow. Distract, going to go lower that.
Plays pretty well if I grab your bow.
Right. Oh, no. So, yeah, Eleanor suddenly... You may be getting an arrow, and she's taking an arrow in the knee here along with that lady. Very, very powerful. Some of these like 1-cost actions, you think about it as like it's just there to feed, but they do actually synergize quite well. Distract is a card that was reprinted with alternate art, and there is Olaf saying, "How do you like free? I love it."
Yeah, Neverboard was like, "What casters? One Lilo's not good enough. How about this? How does this board look? Looks pretty good."
I mean, gosh, you're able to do such powerful turns. Look at what Neverboard has. He has only 5 ink, but he's able to pay a 9-cost card, sing with his Lilo. Now, that Lilo is feeling a little vulnerable. She is absolutely looking down a pretty devious disguised queen here. So, but that's a calculated risk.
You'd love that, though. If you were Neverboard's position, please spend your maybe later questing for 3 threat to trade with my Lilo and not my Olaf. So, like, as you're saying, like, yeah, the Lilo's in a scary position, but that does require Hayden to challenge, and that's not what he wants to do. But he could have that tramp again.
And that's, I think, it brings up an excellent point. It's kind of like there's bad things, but there's worse things. And a lot of it is you're playing to make your opponent do something where, like, all right, listen, if you're going to do something, do this. But there is Chief Powhatan here to change the math a little bit, saying you're going to need to get into a contact tackle here because we will go ahead, challenge into that Lilo. He said, I'm happy to take your offer. Now, Olaf can sing literally every song in this deck, so we'll see if he's going to be getting into singing. I highly doubt he is interested in coming the way of that man with a large staff. And no, he is going to go to Grandma Odie's and dig a little deeper.
Yeah, and I think that was a B-King, not what we want to grab, but we're probably grabbing that Olaf and something else fun to play with.
Something fun. Yeah, you get to keep 2 cards. It's one of the most... It's a funny card because, you didn't see it get played for a while. I love seeing all the cards gel like this, right? Because these are cards that we saw in various capacities, but then it's like you look at Olaf, you're like, wait, you can play Olaf for free. Wait, he can sing one of the coolest songs by himself.
It's actually one of DKP's favorite cards.
Yeah, lore a little deeper.
Yeah.
Or din a little deeper.
Din a little deeper. He had his very first shark build way back in the day. I think he ran 1 or 2 of it in the DLC he did quite well with. The card's very good. We kind of needed something like Olaf to really mainstay it.
Yeah, right. It's all about, like, do you have the economy, or does the economy of the game, the timing, support it? In this case, we are going to be King Disputed. We pick poor Bobby Zamaruski. He is the least valuable of the 3, but it doesn't matter because Lilo comes down, readies Olaf, and Olaf says, we're digging a little deeper, digging, digging, digging. And now, for those keeping track at home, if you play 2 Dig a Little Deepers, you're looking through 14 cards, you're keeping 4 cards. It's very greedy. Prince John was the greediest of all, but I think it could be Neverboard.
I think Olaf's the greediest of them all.
He's
He's taking lore. He's digging through.
It is
all
true,
those
right?
Cards.
Did you know the name of the little guys on the card with Olaf? Those are Snogies, and they are sentient boogers. Well, they're basically, Elsa had seasonal allergies, and she was sneezing, and every time she sneezed, a little sentient Snogie came into existence.
That's interesting.
I want a Snogie card so bad. We've seen them. We saw it on, what's his name, that little guy? What's the guy? He's never played, but man, they keep reprinting him. Marshmallow. Thank you.
That's crazy from the background. Someone just knew. Silly.
Yeah, Marshmallow is got the Snogies hanging out with him because she sends the Snogies to the Marshmallow
is a big Snogie.
to the castle. So anyway, I'm sure people are home and like, stop talking about Snogies, but this is gonna matter later. It won't. So there we go. We keep doing so much with so little. Another Olaf coming down the line, and so that turn we were able to do about 30 ink worth of stuff with only 5 ink in the well.
Neverboard's holding on to that lucky dime this time as everything's going Scrooge McDuck for him as he's just playing everything and gets to keep it all.
Yeah, and I think this is why it's hard. I hate it doesn't feel good to root for control decks because they are absolutely just being little devious decks here, but I don't think a lot of people are rooting for the Amber Emerald deck, but this is the last chance. For those keeping track at home, you might say, oh, so when's the next Wildlands Unknown CCQ? There ain't one. The next CCQs.
Well, you are correct. It is the last CCQ of the season, but if you don't think Eleanor isn't going to be haunting people's dreams and their nightmares for the next few months.
This is a dogs deck. That's just called, so this deck I call Royal Dogs. Next set it's going to be called Royal Pain. Just kidding. I won't call that, but I thought that was funny. So to your point, though, Eleanor will be around, Willow will be around. But what I'm saying, though, is this board state right here is possible. But, no, Lilo can't be here. But certainly for Hayden, all that to be said, Hayden has won a Sharp Gaming, and I'm sure he wants to win this one, get his invitation to Nationals. We're just going to quest here, get 2 lore. If I'm Hayden, I know the math is not in my favor. He has 3 cards in hand, and he just can't do anything. This is desperation station for him, and I think Neverboard is at an absolute all-you-can-eat buffet with options for how to make these cards bring the punishment.
Yeah, he just needs to win the game, basically, at this point. We've kind of stabilized, and we have all the singers. We have maybe 1 or 2 more huge explosive turns, and then we have to turn sideways. And the question is, what are we going to get into play during these explosive turns? And there's another Lilo.
And they have Eye to Eye, which is a song I haven't seen a lot. We'll sing together. Each player draws 2 cards. You can gain 2 lords if 2 or more characters sing the song. Ready them. They can't wait for. Okay, yeah. So it's kind of like, hey, I got you something. I'm about to challenge your board. But I don't know if he's going to keep that. We also see Maleficent, Let It Go, Develop Your Brain, and another card.
Well, at 5 ink, I can very confidently say Maleficent is probably not the grab we're taking.
Right. I think this deck kind of has a tale of 2 stories, and it's going to be, am I against a control deck or am I against a mid-range or kind of faster deck? And so where we're going, we barely even have time for Maui Shark, let alone a Maleficent Dragon. So I think that one's a hard pass unless he needs ink. But I think in hand he has a Distract and Grab Your Bow, which yikes if you were Hayden, because that Nani is the only, I mean, you can just get around. I'm sure Grandmother, I don't even know if you need the Distract because you're probably going for Aurora. Well, Aurora's exerted, so we can just challenge Aurora, get Grandmother Willow and Nani.
We do need to answer this chief first.
Well, not with Grab Your Bow. Oh, yeah, sorry, answer the chief. You do have to answer to him.
Yeah, he's in charge.
He is the chief problem here, but we'll just start with the Distract because maybe we just decide to not deal with the chief and then we can get rid of Nani and Grandmother Willow. Aurora's nice, but she's not too nice, and
she's
there we
not
go.
That scary.
No, she can just do one cool thing, and it's let in a princess for 1 ink off. And there we have Let It Go. We can okay, never mind, guys. He can do it all with so little. What else can he do, one might say? And now he's holding out his actions. When he does this, guys, it means there might be a free low coming. If there is, I will go, ow. But we'll see. It could just be him just kind of saying, I like to show these actions. It helps me remember where I've been in life. He goes ahead, challenges Aurora, puts his hand down. So yeah, he is not. I think he is done here. Let's double check. He passes. He's done. He didn't. After all that, he is going to take a little time to pass his turn. We have a total of 6 lore on board, 2 cards in hand. Hayden has to respond, and it's going to get harder and harder.
Oh, that's one way to try to claw our way back in. We need card advantage and threats in play. So Lady Park Avenue to refill our hand, grabbing Mr. Bobby and another lady, which is, gain that extra lore as we loot away with the Bobby.
Yeah, that Bobby, as we learned in game 1, you draw, you discard a card. In this case, Under the Sea. Oh my goodness, these cards are hard to send under the sea. They are all very well statted. So at this point, we are just doing the best we can with what we have. We got some cards back. We have 4 cards in hand. We don't have any shark sightings yet. That Sharknado, where you're able to have action storms and just keep going and going, is in the forecast, but we're 1 turn away from that. We don't have anything exerted, so Hayden just has to kind of stabilize, but the scales are definitely turning towards Neverboard right now, but we will put a lady on just in case.
Yeah, we don't like having to ink to do it, but we also need to get threats in play. We're put in a rough spot here between a snowman and a hard place.
Snow can be soft, but
Olaf is far from soft.
there we go. What else can I do? We can draw 2 cards, and we can go ahead and put 1 in the inkwell, and we can keep 1. And now everything on the board right now has ward. I mentioned that because this
Not anymore.
he doesn't have ward. He came in a little bit too late to have the ward party, but I don't think he cares too much because he is going to lower Hayden's lore by 2. The fly just flew in and did that for him. He's doing so good. Shout out to you, Gary. And here we go. Let it go on the most powerful card on the board. Oof.
Yeah, Hayden just has to be happy there's not a shark yet, because at least then he can gain a little bit of lore here or there, but Neverboard has 8 lore in play attached to 4 4/4s.
Yeah, and they are going to be hard to deal with here. Now, he did do some singing. As you guys know, he has so much ink, so it's one of those things that he is choosing to sing. But there we go. This is the most powerful. This is a card. Everyone stand up. Salute. Everybody say your favorite thing about Tramp. He is headed on to his Infinity retirement home.
My favorite thing about Tramp is he's rotating.
Yeah, he honestly, he's...
The card's so good. I've always liked the card.
You heard it first, folks.
The power level of it is so extremely high. It just took a while for the synergies to be broken. He's just like Olaf. He's a very expensive card that you have a way to try to cheat him out super early, sometimes even for free, draws you cards, and just kind of wins you the game. Not like the games that you get to play multiple in the same turn because it's super cheap, and you just quest out, even if you're just discarding your hand and not getting that. Like, there's a few other characters like this. They haven't seen as much play, so possibly just a 2/6 quest for 2 for free isn't good enough on turn 5 or 6. But you add in that deep dive filtering, the ability to play a couple Under the Sea and not just lose the games when you draw 4 of them if you have the Tramp to filter away. He's just an all-star, and as long as he doesn't get banned in Infinity, he's going to be a mainstay. And I wouldn't be surprised if eventually he doesn't get played in a completely different type of archetype that's just not like aggro dogs, just because he kind of fulfills so many different synergies and archetypes.
Yes, I mean, Tramp himself is the reason that the deck list changed from week to week, because a lot of times if you put in a 1-of, you're like, I hope you find me when I need you most. But with Tramp, you really are able to dig very, very, speaking of dig a little deeper, you kind of have a dig a little deeper on a body there. Because if you have a tech card, so to speak, let's say you put in a Go-Go Tamago and you don't need her, and then you do, Tramp can enable, if you chain 1 or 2 Tramps together, you can go find that Go-Go, and then you have your ink free. So I think Tramp enables so much whimsy, mischievous
Silver
whimsy,
bullets.
right? So now we are in the think tank here. I don't blame Hayden. Hayden is at the point where this is it, right? This is the semifinal. If he loses here, we don't go on to game 4. This is game 3 and it's done. So he pretty much has to think about this turn because it's not over. when he passes because we don't have game on board, but it could be over the sense that if he overextends himself, he can't come back. He needs to keep building his board and then building the game plan for the next few turns because he also knows that Neverboard will be deploying a lot of hard things to navigate around.
Neverboard already has a bunch of hard things to navigate around.
More.
Yeah, even more. Even if Neverboard didn't play any more cards for the rest of the game, I think there's a percentage that he would still be able to win.
Right. It's just the very, very punishing card. So in this case, we will just engage in a little bit of our own. He says, hey, look at the label. It says I'm a control deck. Having that lady go ahead and engage in a decisive challenge. Now there's only 2 cards on board, but now it's a party.
Yeah, I said they haven't seen the Sharks yet, and Neverboard said, hold my deck. Here we are.
Yeah, and now it's going to enable a lot of different shenanigans. That tramp that we said is so powerful is now just a piece of ink, another brick in the wall, and now we can quest with the Olaf. We have all the tools we need now to really pull off some crazy things here. By crazy, I mean that shark can get an action. He can just pass. He can't feed this shark now.
I don't know about you, but when I have no cards in hand and top decking, I love drawing my 1 of Pluto.
And there we go.
Handshake goes out.
A good boy dog, but a bad top deck, and a good game for these 2 players. Shout out to Barrett and Hayden here, 2 people representing their teams on stream, but it is Emerson Neverboard who will be heading into the finals. What a match here. I mean, if everybody's like, it's time for the finals, get excited. There's more Disney Lorcana. We're going to come back here and then kind of recap a little bit. I mean, dogs, best deck in format?
Not anymore, apparently.
Right? We found it. Sorry, guys.
Not for today.
Not for today.
Might be overall, but not for today, as 3 decks designed to beat it are currently fighting to win it all, as we're going to be watching James Gray, who we were watching earlier, James Gray the second, that is, playing his anti-dog Ruby Amethyst deck, but he's playing against Sapphire Ruby.
And I think that's going to be a very interesting one because, I mean, he said he brought that deck for dogs. And that's one of my favorite things as a meta. The first week, it's what is the meta going to be? But in the last week, it's the anti-meta meta where people are like, oh, because everyone brings this. And James was, you always have to be prepared to be lucky. And he was prepared to be lucky that he got paired into dogs in the top 16 and top 8. But now he's not. And it's going to be a question of who has the better control deck, who's better teched. But before we do that, are we going to do an interview, you think? Yeah, so if we have time, we'll do a little interview because they're going to get that other match set up, get them all cozy in, and we can hear from the Lucky Dime. He was never bored the whole time. What a guy.
That's a deck not to be bored playing, honestly.
Right. Yeah, to be fair, I mean, you were just doing, it is just shenanigans.com.
Draw. Fun. What else can I do but draw cards?
We have lots of support in the chat. I know that Hayden has his team on site. There are a lot of them playing in the Infinity event. We saw Cody and then also Daniel, who will be playing in the next. So we have 2 Infinity members. So his team member has a chance to get an Infinity in the final. But if you were a Lucky Dimes fan, stand up. You're going to go ahead and exert and gain the lore of a character on the board, and that character is Emerson. Was that fun? I don't know. But there's lots of hype here, and I love it. I love that there is like people that you have someone to root for. I think these streams are so much more fun when you have a little bit of a plot to go for. But yeah, shout out to dogs. Guys, that's the last dogs match you're going to watch.
Celebrations.
Yeah.
No more dogs on stream.
No, there will be no dogs mirrors. There will be no dogs in the finals. The dog days are over.
Not until Infinity next season.
The dog days are in the future. But yeah, kind of crazy. And Arkansas local is taking it down. Both final players will be locals to the store. I do.
You love that.
Oh, that was lucky. Yeah, and I do love that, right? Because, I mean, we had somebody, the woman who was playing in the last round, she was from Michigan, somewhere. But she was from, did you interview her? She was from somewhere not here. So you have people traveling from all over. But Arkansas says, did you know in Fortsmith we throw down? And throw down indeed. We're going to go and throw it over to an interview. So JD will tell us all about how this journey started for this player.
Greetings and salutations again, my fellow Lumineers. We are back here in the interview room after that grueling top 4 matchup. I'm here with Neverboard. So you are going into the finals. How are you feeling right now?
Feeling pretty good. I mean, it's been a long day and almost a half, and I feel really good going into the finals. Whether or not the opponent was Ruby Amethyst or Red Blue, I'm just ready to play it, get it over with, and let's see who the winner is.
Right on. They call you never bored, but you didn't seem bored in that matchup. It seemed like your deck was firing on all cylinders against that Ember Emerald Dog strategy. It's one of the plagues of this format, but you were able to dispatch that strategy quite effectively. So, what are some of the cards you're looking for to help you in that matchup?
I'm looking for grab your bows, as many as I can get. Olaf's are super key, and then re-reading, and then of course as much free stuff as I can get in that matchup.
And it was all coming to you in spades. We saw the Lilos, we saw the Olafs, all of it was piling up. You had some very dynamic turns with the Lilo readying, be able to sing that dig a little deeper, and it was able to propel you over the top. Can you just talk about your entire tournament run throughout yesterday and today? Any key highlight moments or any key matchups that you may have remembered facing off against?
Yeah, I mean, I've had everything under the sun. Like you can imagine the rainbow. I've played every matchup, including two mirror matches yesterday, but everything else, literally Blur Bull, Ruby Amethyst. So not really any matchup stands out, but I will say some cards that have stood out are the one copy of Hercules, bringing back an Olaf and playing it for free, or bringing back a dig I can't find, singing with it, or bringing back Maleficent or a Shark. It's been really, really key to help keep that gas.
Right on. Just keeping your engine rolling when you don't have the cards you need. I mean, it seemed like the deck was firing on all cylinders. Can you just talk about that strategy a little bit overall? We are now here in the core constructed format. We're at the tail end of it, and this strategy really picked up steam towards the end. Is this a deck you've been playing this entire time, or did you just find it towards the end of this format?
I've actually been playing a version of it for like probably a month now, and then the more refined version that won the CCQ. I mean, I feel like it's very consistent. I'm only like 2 cards off of it, so really sad to see the deck go, but it's been a lot of fun.
Right on. It came in a bit too late, and it will be heading into the great beyond when we lose some key cards like Maui Half Shark and some of the other characters in that we're not going to have Lilo causing over comes to mind. But it was an incredible performance to see you out there, never bored, getting loose, getting active. Now you're sitting in the finals, going to the North American Championship. What would that mean to you if you're able to make it to that great tournament?
Unbelievable. I never thought that I would be in this position. You know, always thought of myself as a pretty decent player, but to really go all the way really means a lot to me.
All right, so we will be rooting for you and cheering for you in the booth. But before I let you go to make preparations for your final matchup, any shout-outs you have for anyone out there in TV land that may be watching at home, cheering you on, anything you want to say? Don't forget anybody. They will let you know.
Yeah. I mean, I'm so thankful for my fiance that lets me come out and do this kind of stuff, first and foremost. Really thankful for my team, the Lucky Dimes and the Lucky Llama Game Store, for representing me. Really thankful for my friends and that have really propelled me in this journey. And thanks to all the innovators that have made the deck building easy for me.
Right on. A little bit of take it right to NetDeck City. You heard it here first from Never Bored. So we're going to let this Lumineer go as he gets prepared for the finals, and we'll send it back over to the booth. I think we have we have Katie and Luke still waiting by to talk about the closing and preparing for the next round.
I forgot to let Garrick sit down, but we will do a quick little thing. We'll do a little switch thing because Garrick is sitting right there, and I believe it'll be Garrick and Luke doing the other quarterfinal. So are we going to do a little transition screen, or are we going to be like, this is what Katie and Garrick look like when they stand up and shuffle?
We'll be right back.
Okay, we are going to go to a quick break, but don't go anywhere. It's literally going to be like freaky fast. Jimmy John.
Hope we get paid for that. It's like we're keeping the tunes. I like it.
They can't hear it. I'm sorry, you guys are in.
They can't hear the
They
music?
couldn't hear that?
Oh, okay. Well, we could hear the
We knew we were on camera, but we're listening
we
to
were
the
we
music.
were waiting for the music to turn off. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the Sharp Gaming CCQ. We are here in the 10K. This is still the top 4. You did just see a top 4 match between Never Bored on the Ruby Sapphire going up against the Dogs. Was able to get it done there, but we have another top 4 match which is coming your way. We made them wait a little bit so you all could see both of these top 4 matches, and it is going to be Ruby Amethyst going up against that Ruby Sapphire strategy. What do you like here in this matchup, Luke?
Oh, I'm definitely going to have to root for Daniel here on Ruby Sapphire. I think it's definitely geared to take out a lot of the other decks in the format that aren't just Dogs. Where James Gray here on Ruby Amethyst might have some issues. He's just playing a bunch of characters and 3 strength characters trying to quest a little. He has to kind of get aggro here. His B-Kings could be backbreaking, though, if he's able to get those on curve, take out a single Lilo or the Max Goof. That can be backbreaking, but if Daniel's able to get a couple Lilos in play to make that not do anything.
Yeah, I mean, that's definitely true as we are getting started here as the dangerous plan is going to go into the Inkwell as Daniel was on the play here. James Gray looks like he will be on the approach, thinking long and hard about this turn 1 ink. It is going to be that Hades looking for a deal, and Olaf is going to be on the board. I think there might be some Olafs on the opposite side that will join him very shortly.
Which Olaf do you prefer?
I mean, I love the Snowman of Action. Such a cool card. Able to discount him, get him onto the board for so cheap, and then get him singing these really powerful songs, because even if you got him down for 0, he still costs 9 and can sing almost every single song in the game all by himself.
For half a second, I thought he was playing one of his own, and I'm like, how did Daniel get that in play already?
Here is Scrooge McDuck on turn number 2, a classic opener here for the Ruby and Amethyst deck, trying to go a little bit more aggressive, I think, against the Ruby Sapphire list.
Yeah, I love the synergies between Olaf and Scrooge here. I love just boosting it away. Just boost in general is probably the best mechanic in Lorcana.
I'm a big fan of the boost mechanic that they added during this post-rotation format. I think they absolutely knocked it out of the park. It adds a really interesting texture to the game that wasn't there before. A really big fan of it, especially when players are running low on card resources. You can use the boost to get a benefit from your boosted character or location.
Yeah, it's nice to be able to add an ability to a card without having to clutter it up with more types of tokens and things like that. You're already tracking damage. Having to track other things can be rough. So this simple and elegant thing of putting extra cards under it to show that it's been used. And then the synergies. Like, I'm all about being able to take advantage of abilities in other ways. And, Olaf, he does that.
He definitely does, as we are going to target the Olaf here with the inner strength. We hit the 3 actions, and there is the Lilo. Hold up. Make it 2 Lilos onto the board here on this turn number 3 for Daniel. That is the start you want to see as the Ruby Sapphire deck. Now we can get to singing and continue to find all of those actions, get those Maui Half Sharks out, and have the singers to back him up.
Yeah. Now, James is in an okay-ish spot, but still a scary spot. We can boost up the Scrooge, and then the next turn boost it up again, and that's enough to take out a Lilo and still stick around. But it looks like we're playing towards curve here instead, and then we're just probably willing to just trade the Scrooge if we need to.
Yeah, maybe he didn't have another 2-drop to put down here, like another Scrooge to boost up. We're taking a look at his hand. It's a lot of high-cost characters. Isis Vanderchill's in the hand, Yzma Conniving Chemist, as well as an Elsa the Fifth Spirit. Right now, Daniel has to feel pretty comfortable as we are going to sail the Azurite Sea, put another action into our discard pile, and continue to discount those Olafs and try and get them out as soon as possible.
So Daniel drew his card from that sale, and a smile just like appeared on his face. And I'm just like, what caused that? Did James say something, or did we hit like the perfect card? Maybe just
another
another
Lilo in hand.
Lilo.
Yeah.
That's probably what it was. He's like, of course, a turn late, or a turn off.
From the triple Lilo start, but we do have Grab Your Bow, and we can sing Let It Go with this other Lilo. We do have it in hand, which means we can play the free Lilo, and then that will be 7 actions in the discard, which means we can also play Olaf on this turn.
Lilo Olaf. Yeah, not a bad start. Not a bad start at all.
Who do you choose here? I think it is probably the Scrooge McDuck, believe it or not.
It almost looks like he's picking up his own Lilo for half a second.
Yeah.
It's like, there's no way.
Goes for the Cheshire Cat there. Lilo does come down, and if I'm not mistaken, that's 7 right there. There's the Olaf. No cards in hand, though, but a board that can get to questing here really, really well, as we will pass it back to James, who is on his 5th turn here. So he has Isis Vanderchill. He can play that, boost the Scrooge, and challenge into one of these characters if he wants to and remove them. However, they will go 1 for 1 in that instance. But Daniel, really explosive start. Can he find some more actions to try and fill his hand up? He is going to go with Yzma, the Conniving Chemist.
We're just going to take the simple trade. Or
No,
not.
offers the pass here, wants to get his Scrooge up to 5 willpower and 5 strength instead. It looks like we found a song potentially. This is your favorite song, Luke? What is it?
What else can I do?
Nailed
You're
it.
too slow.
Beautiful. And we have a Maui Half Shark and a Let It Go available to us. The Maui Half Shark, of course, will need some ink to put onto the board, but we are going to go ahead and let it go this Scrooge and just start questing. Now we have all these big characters on the board. Let's get to 20 before our opponent can do anything.
So sometimes when you play this deck, it's hilarious because you're like, I've got 10 lore in play, but I'm gaining 2 lore a turn because I'm singing with everything else over and over again.
Yeah, when I was playing a lot of Amber Steel, it felt that way a lot of the time. I'm like, should I just gain some lore? No, let's just sing.
No, let's just answer everything. That's way more fun.
I'll get lore later.
There's always time to win the game.
James here thinking his time might be running out a little bit, as this board is very powerful on the opposite side. Here does come the Isis Vanderchill. We can't exert anything. Everything's already exerted, but we just need a character with a nice stat line to try and tackle some of these characters on the opposite side.
What are we going to deploy here? And
It's Ares,
Yeah.
the god of war, which can be used in concert with the Yzma here. If we find a Scrooge McDuck, for example, we can ink, play Scrooge McDuck, boost Scrooge McDuck, and ready the Yzma, but doesn't have anything here. We're going to pass it over to Daniel, who is top decking here. If he found a Maui Half Shark, it's another song. Luke.
what else can I do?
There you go.
What else can I do but draw broken songs back to back to back?
They do have Ward because he keeps singing here, and a vision of the future is going to help him find a Maui Half Shark.
James just throws his hand down. He's like, all right, all right, all right.
This is quite a ridiculous start here from Daniel in this match. What would you take here, the Maui Half Shark or the Dig a Little Deeper? Dig every single time. We're going to get 2 more cards and probably find a Maui Half Shark anyway.
Plus another card. Or maybe another what else can I do?
There's an Olaf. We do have a Nothing We Won't Do in there as well. No other Maui Half Shark showing right now.
It's one of the things I like so much about What Else Can I Do is the fact that it lets us play Maleficent Dragon. Just singing a couple of those, all of a sudden we have all the ink in the world.
Yeah.
And now we can go over and above the other decks in the mirror and or against Blurple.
Yeah, the Maleficent Monstrous Dragon being an include in some of these Ruby Sapphire decks as a top end answer and a threat on the board. The big 7/5, and she quests for 2. Right now, Daniel in the tank here. James Gray wants to take another look at the Dig a Little Deeper. As you mentioned, a card that DKP was a big fan of early on, our world champ.
Yeah, if DKP is interested in a card, you should pay attention to what that card does.
I think that is super fair as Daniel continuing to mull over his decision here on Dig a Little Deeper. Finally decides on 2 cards, and it looks like at least one of them was that Olaf. You'd love for him to also take some card draw or something to continue to dig into that deck.
I don't know if James is going to be able to survive having 2 more lore taken from him.
Develop. Let's see if we can keep the train rolling. It is another distract here. We'll draw a card as well. Now we can challenge more easily into that Yzma, take 1 damage back from our Lilo quest, and probably slam this Olaf Snowman of action. The board getting wider and wider.
Yeah, at least the Ares can trade with Lilo, but that's still 10 lore in play.
That is a lot of lore and a lot of pressure. Isis Vanderchill, as you mentioned, is on the board. Can try and challenge here. We'll see what James has available to him. This is what can happen with this Ruby Sapphire list sometimes. When things come together the right way, you can just get all of these characters out for absolutely nothing. Continue to cycle through your deck, and as soon as you're singing Dig a Little Deeper with Olaf, things become really hard to keep under control for your opponents. Will we go in with Elsa and Ares here, or do we have some more tricks up our sleeve?
Yeah, I am starting to believe that it's possible Ruby Sapphire is actually the best deck in the format, not just for the meta. We could be in a world that had core lasted a couple more months. Maybe Dogs would have adapted 1 or 2 more things, or maybe Ruby Sapphire would have adapted a little more to handle Dogs. But as we can see here, it's just so good. Like, if both decks are trying to counter Dogs, and you counter Dogs, what's left is the decks that counter Dogs. So then you have to be good against those decks as well. And I think Ruby Sapphire just does that in such a powerful manner here. And as we were talking earlier about Tramp, you can play more Silver Bullets and dig a little deeper.
Oh, he took too many cards off the Vision of the Future there.
Yeah,
Thought it was a Dig a Little Deeper.
Yeah.
Nope, that was a Vision of the Future, so we did see an extra card there.
And you might think this is easy. You shuffle the deck. But no, the judge has to look through the discard pile, count how many develops, how many vision, how many dig. And that way we know exactly how many cards to leave on the bottom of the deck before shuffling the rest of the cards. So Daniel does not know what he's going to be drawing next.
Yeah, because the bottom of the deck is known by Daniel.
Oh, but look, the judge is just like, boom, I know exactly how many cards. Let's go. I do believe they're shuffling the cards right now. A nice randomization as Daniel is going to choose what to grab here. It looks like another dig, so we're going to look at even more cards.
Yeah, we are going to dig a little deeper with 2 of the Lilos here and see what else we can find. There are more Olafs. Of course, we've seen him bypass a few Maui Half Sharks at this point. That is a great character to help you get over the finish line. This time, let's go for 7.
7, yeah. He says.
6 and 7. There is a Lilo and there is an Olaf there, and we have done 2 actions. If there's one more in the hand, we can play Lilo and Olaf on this turn for free.
What else can I do here? But play free cards.
That is the name of the game for this Ruby and Sapphire strategy. Singing free songs, playing free characters, and drawing so many cards off the back of Dig a Little Deeper, combined with things like Vision of the Future, Develop, and of course, all the 1-cost cards that draw a card.
And it's all held together by Lilo, Little Glue Girl, I guess. I don't know. I couldn't think of the best way, but the glue that holds it all together is Lilo. The uproar she's causing, it's so good. The synergies here.
Yeah, we talked about it multiple times throughout this tournament and the past few weeks. It's such a shame that this deck was now turned online, but we are going to be losing the Lilo, causing an uproar. Even despite the fact that we're losing things like Vision of the Future, there are other strategies where Lilo would work really well. So we're going to find another Dig a Little Deeper, seeing that with 2 more Lilos, and continue the dig here.
Yeah, and once again, we remember it's 7, not 5. And unfortunately, we can no longer grab Lilos, as if we find one, I think there's a bigger problem afoot.
Yeah, that would be more than 4 Lilos in the deck, but we can continue to find Olafs and Mauis as Daniel resolves that there. You just see how important that judge resolution was, because the player can get through their deck so quickly that you're going to be able to find all those cards that you put on the bottom earlier. As we see a few grab your bows here, a Maui half shark off of the Vision of the Future, and I believe, correct me if I'm wrong, we just looked through 24 cards.
Yeah, was it Vision, Dig, Vision, Dig, Vision?
I don't think it was that much.
Well, so we start 2 Exerted Ink for a Vision, and
Yeah, we started with a Vision for sure, and then we sang Dig, and then we sang Dig, and then this is now the 4th.
What's that other 2 ink exerted for? Did we play a Distract or anything? I think we visioned 3 times.
Did we vision 3 times? That would be insane. This has been a long turn of digs and visions
it's
for
what
sure.
this deck does. It's crazy.
And finally, we do pass it back here to James. He can use the Yzma Conniving Chemist to continue to draw cards, but you got to start worrying about the Lilos on the board, as Dumbo will help us draw some cards as well with his amazing abilities. And just
no
a
cards in hand,
Liquidator.
though, so
Yeah.
we get to draw 3 from Yzma is huge.
Yzma does give us more cards in hand, but the board is still sort of getting out of control here. Elsa can't remove anything off the opposite side of the board, but maybe we can find a Cheshire Cat to help us out. No, it is Jebediah Farnsworth Cookie, which is a great card to play alongside of Dumbo.
And we left that 1 ink open to be able to draw a card with Elsa if we need to. I don't think we're going to challenge with her, as she doesn't do anything but banish herself.
Yeah, I think saving her for a Cheshire Cat turn would be very nice, or potentially use her in combination with a Dumbo to challenge into a Maui half shark. Could be a good use for that character as well. We're going to go 1 more ink here and use the Dumbo ability to draw a card and gain a lore.
Where's that Olaf? We need to shut down James's lore gain here. It's far too aggressive.
Yeah, I can't help but to agree with you here. James on the board with 1 lore. I'm sure Daniel would like to close out the game with his opponent having absolutely 0, as James is going to pass the turn back. Didn't find any answers, but put some threats on the board that Daniel at least needs to consider removing, especially this Dumbo and this Yzma, which are going to continue to fill up James's hand, as finally the Maui half shark has arrived, and now the lore gain can begin, as it looks like maybe we have another dig a little deeper in hand.
Yeah, I would like to say that if James is able to win this game, it's going to be simply off the back of 2 different Yzmas drawing 5 cards total. But Daniel could, so if we exert everything and go up to 14, 2 of reckless characters take out 2 of our Lilos. You know, Cookie goes into the damaged Lilo. The Liquidator. I wanted to call it the Recklessator or something. I don't know. Liquidator trades with a Lilo. And then, you know, we could send in the Elsa and Dumbo, or Elsa and Yzma, to take out another one, leaving Daniel with not nearly as much lore, but that also just takes all of our characters away.
That does, and it leaves the biggest problem, the biggest question here that needs answering, and that is that Maui half shark. We saw earlier in the match against Kristen how that card was able to get him over the finish line. It is integral in this strategy, as we are going to dig a little deeper and find out what we need. Here is Next Stop Olympus. That could be a good card to have, and Nothing We Won't Do could be very powerful here.
That is big and not that great for James, as now the Maui gets to do so much here.
And we did gain a lore off of that song, so we need to remember that we're going up to 7 here. But yeah, Nothing We Won't Do, very powerful in this strategy. JDZ mentioned it earlier in the day. It's not a card that these decks always are packing, but when they do, at least as a one of, it can be really impactful and enable those Maui half shark combos where you clear the entire board with Next Stop Olympus.
Yeah, and I do think it's quite good here for the ability to keep all of our Lilos from being hit with these reckless things. And then Shark is just going to have Jebediah just has to challenge into it and then just eats it for free. And then, I guess Elsa's probably going to team up as well. So Shark is most likely not going to survive the turn cycle. But then again, maybe a Lilo after readied could sing removal again. We shall see.
Yeah, I mean, Daniel has to tackle the rest of this turn before the Maui half shark can get to challenging or questing. He did just come out this turn, so Lilo right now looks like we might be questing.
Oh, here comes the nothing we won't do.
I believe Daniel should be at 9. I don't know if we gained a lore off of that dig a little deeper because he was going in 2s up until this point, so I think he should be at 10.
I don't know if that's... I'm not up to date on my rules on whether or not we're supposed to stop them for a shark trigger or if that's something they're allowed to miss. I think lore gain is not a May thing. It's possible they have to
No,
gain
no.
that
Whenever you
lore.
play an action, gain 1 lore. I mean, we might want to talk to the judge potentially because the only things that have been questing this entire game have been 2 questers. So we just played 3 actions. We should be at an odd number of lore. I think we missed a lore off the dig a little deeper, but I could be mistaken. I will check the YouTube VOD here really quickly just to make sure that is the case.
Going into the tank and now pulling the trigger, doing a little bit of challenging, leaving the slightly damaged Lilo back, as obviously Jebediah would just go straight into that if able. And we're passing the turn, and it looks like JDZ comes in right as the turn's about to be passed.
Yeah, and I just checked it. We did not gain a lore off of the dig a little deeper.
All right, so we're going up to 11 lore quickly and advancing. All right. Now, what does James need here to stabilize? Like, Daniel kind of has everything. We've got 9 lore in play. We just need to quest as Daniel, so we have to do some challenging. Obviously, Liquidator takes 2 of that lore away. And you know there's no way Daniel's going to play 2 actions.
Yeah, definitely not. But the Ruby Amethyst deck, unlike previous iterations, does now kind of struggle with spot removal. Before we had a bunch of different options in the pre-rotation where we could do that. Right now it's really like Firefly Swarm. We're going to be getting a little bit more in the next set in terms of spot removal with things like Red Alert. But right now it sort of struggles to find that. So removing the Maui Half Shark will not be an easy task as we draw off Elsa, we draw off the cookie. James is shaking his head. He might not have any answers here. He's going to keep drawing, but that means he's not going to be challenging anything down.
Like, look at how bad my hand is. It's like there was Liquidators,
Aries,
Lore.
and yeah, it is not looking great on the side of James. You want to find those cards to contest the aggro decks, not go up against the ultimate control deck, which is going to put down a bunch of free characters that are going to be singing all day long, especially when you're in a pinch like he is in this this particular situation.
So would you classify this deck as a combo deck, a mid-range deck, or a control deck?
I would say that it is somewhat of a combo deck that turns into a control deck because the combo, unlike like a Monstro combo, for example, isn't going to like win you the game on the spot, but it's going to get you in the position to control your opponent more, if that makes sense. And then you gain a bunch of lore at the end. So I don't know. I think it's a mix between the two because it does have so many different controlling actions in the game, like let it go, grab your bow, distract, things like that. So I don't know. What would you classify it as?
I definitely would have combo as its leaning first descriptor. It'd be like it's combo mid-range, your combo control. I would say maybe more mid-range, but you have the ability to go over the top. Maybe I would argue it depends on if you're playing the dragon version. If not, if you're playing Maleficent Dragons, I would say you're going for that control aspect, your ramp control combo. And if you're going for more of the scuttles, I would put you more on a mid-range. You're just trying to get that last bit of lore.
Yeah, that makes sense. As James did find a few answers there. The Bee King Undisputed was very timely, answered a character that Daniel was probably expecting to stick around for a little bit, but a pretty healthy hand here. So if we have a bunch of actions, we can still make up for the lore lost by the Lilos. We're going to start off by challenging the Elsa, grabbing Nothing We Won't Do, which I believe will turn on the combo for the Maui Half Shark, as there
So-
is a Next Stop Olympus in the discard.
So we sing it. If there is a Next Stop Olympus, I think. Oh, you're right. We do need to protect it first. So if we sing that, we go to 12. We could then play a shark, challenge, return, sing it, go to 14, rinse, repeat, go to 16 with 2 Lilos and 2 sharks in play to an empty board at 5 lore. I think that might be what I would do in that scenario. But we don't have the second shark, and we already have the shield of protection, so we don't need to double sing with the Lilos, even though it doesn't really matter.
Yeah, so we are able to pull that off. Just for all the viewers at home, Nothing We Won't Do readies all of your characters, and they can challenge for the rest of the turn. They won't take any damage. So the Maui Half Shark challenged in, got that song back. The Lilos sang it, readied the Maui Half Shark. He got back Next Stop Olympus, which was able to allow him to ready again, challenge in to the remaining character on the board. And when he did that second challenge, he went back and got What Else Can I Do? Lilo sang that and gained a lore. So a really effective combo there, preventing the Maui Half Shark from taking any damage and allowing him to get 2-3 actions back on this turn. And
Yeah,
gaining the lore from Lilo's singing
And
that.
I didn't think Daniel had Scuttle in his deck, but I'm pretty sure off of the What Else Can I Do, he kept a Let It Go and put a Scuttle in his ink.
Yes, he
So
does have Scuttles. We saw that in the Blurple match earlier
Oh,
against
so he's on
Kristen.
Dragon and Scuttle.
Yeah, really interesting build here from Daniel. He does have a couple of cards, like you mentioned there, that are a little spicy includes that maybe wouldn't be in a quote-unquote standard list, but we're seeing the power of these tech cards come to full value here in this semifinal match, making it look easy against the Ruby Amethyst deck, which really couldn't do anything other than stall for a little bit and try and draw some cards.
Yeah, I think the main difference between our 2 top 4 Ruby Sapphire lists is I don't think Daniel is on Max Goof.
The Max Goof is another interesting inclusion that will help you if you don't find that really powerful Lilo line. It allows you to turn things on like Grab Your Bow and What Else Can I Do? So you can sing those without the Lilos early on in the game, try to ramp yourself up, or help control the board, as we do have the deck lists up for you right
Oh, that's
now,
fancy.
courtesy of Katie from the Lore Keepers Inn, who was able to put these together for us, and you see it right there. A couple of really, really powerful decks going up against each other. The underdog, the Ruby Amethyst list, going up against what has been the darling of the set the past month, I would say, this Ruby and Sapphire actions list.
So, interesting enough, I think Neverboard might be favored if Daniel wins. Because he's on the Max Goof, he gets to max out, you might say, pause for chuckles there on the pun.
And applause.
The What Else Can I Do? Because Daniel only on 2, and that's really big in the mirror to be able to just keep your stuff, like, oh, you're not going to let it go my shark gets to do stuff. You can't distract Grab Your Bow my Olaf's because it has ward, and that's quite powerful in that matchup.
That is true, but we have the Scuttles on the opposite side, which can make some very favorable trades and are not easy to get rid of.
I think it's I think if they go to the finals, it's going to come down to explosive turn 3 Lilo.
Mm-hmm.
And if that doesn't win the game, I think it's going to come down to the Dragons.
Yeah, the Maleficent Dragons, and as you mentioned, the Max Goofs are also an early consideration. As Daniel takes it, game number 1. We are going to go into game number 2 in this best of 3 in the top 4. The winner here will go on to the finals to compete for a chance at that very, very coveted spot at the North American Championship. Luke Wonderland will be there already qualified. Are you really excited for this upcoming tournament in the Attack of the Vine meta?
I'm just glad it's a new format. I love playing new formats. If we could have a set drop like a month before every DLC, I would love that. Like, I think that's a very fun little skill expression, being able to try to break that format before anyone else does, and then you get to see all the fun spice. Whereas, if a set's been out for like a month and a half and there's been a bunch of CCQs, it might be solved by then.
Yeah, that is definitely true. These players work, and they work very fast, but there is nothing better for trying to crack that meta than seeing what deck is able to do well at a tournament. If one player is able to bring a strategy that sort of surprises the field, I think everybody else is going to take a look at that and try and help refine it. It takes a village, as they say, and here we go. Game number 2 of the top 4 here. James Gray versus Daniel.
Yeah, and James has played a whole bunch. It's not like this Ruby Sapphire deck is brand new today. He knows this is an archetype. There's no way he hasn't tested against it, and yet he still played this deck, and that tells me that he's either 100% cope trying to dodge, which I don't think so, or he has a game plan. He knows what needs to happen for him to win, and he's going to try to pull that off. He's going to try to get this on the back foot 2 games in a row, followed by another terrible matchup. But, you can do it. Dogs beat this in the finals, and that's supposed to be heavily favored towards the Ruby Sapphire. And this is one way to do it. 1 drop, 2 drop. We got to go curve. We got to go fast.
Yeah, I got to gain as much lore as we can before the Olafs start taking it away from us. Daniel here on turn number 2. Will he have that ramp, or will he go for the vision? Both of them help get that explosive turn 3 Lilo play off. We'll see what he opts to go for here. The let it go into the Inkwell vision of the future is going to be the decision here as we find another vision. There's that Scuttle we were talking about. A couple 1-cost cards.
Dangerous Plan? What is that last card?
Yeah, Dangerous Plan, Inner Strength, Scuttle, Sail, the Azurite Sea, and Vision of the Future
I
are
like
the
that
5.
both the viewers can't see, but both of us are heavily leaning to the right to try to see at the angle to see this player's
I do it every
hand.
time. It never helps, but in my mind, it does a little bit.
In racing video games, it helps me turn. So I think it helps.
Just as long as it's not helping you turn your actual vehicle, as we are going to take another look at the 5 here off the vision. After taking a look at the hand, pondering that, did decide on a card there, and we will pass it back on over to James.
Did you see which card it was?
I did not.
Keeping it close to the chest, it'll be a secret till it's not. And what does James have?
He puts the Ghostly Tail into his Inkwell as well.
Sorry, what does that card do?
It exerts all characters 2 strength or less, I believe.
That is spicy.
So in there for the Dogs deck, that is a card that will remain in the game. So if aggression is your fear in the next set, you can use that action to exert them and challenge into them, as we are going to Inner Strength here. Choose the Jeb and draw. We are trying to get to that Lilo. Can we find it?
Yeah, it never feels good when you vision and you don't hit the Lilo. As we're going here, and we're taking another vision, but a different type. Now, when building this deck, I have looked through the Ruby Sapphire actions dozens of times, and I have reread these vision this Visions here. I think there's another card that's very similar. And I'm just like, no, I can't do it. I can't do it. But Daniel says, no, it's the secret. We need 1 or 2 more. And Dangerous Plan, that's
It's too dangerous.
Yeah.
We saw it backfire twice yesterday. Happened to Big Wood. Happened to Logan
yeah.
Zenulus as well, where the Lilos were targeted. And there we see a Lilo coming down. Do we have double Lilo? No, we do not. We're going to pass it over. 1 Lilo for now. Let's see if James Gray has the answer
right.
in an Isis Vanderchill.
So James really needs.
Or
he
be
has-
King Undisputed.
Exactly. He has 2 powerful cards. I can't remember if he was on 4 or 3 B Kings, but he has about 6 to 8 cards that are answers here. His body language tells me he has one. Like, he's kind of dancing around a little bit, but he's also thinking. Maybe he just doesn't know what he wants to trade. Would you send Olaf and Jebediah, or would you get rid of your Scrooge? I think it's the 2 for 1. Honestly.
I agree. I would go Olaf and Jebediah here. The Scrooge, too valuable, can continue to boost him up throughout the game and be a very powerful challenger that can also hold damage really well for things like Cheshire Cat.
If I was James's opponent right here, I would be going through a flood of emotions, as at first James looks super excited and I would have been distraught, and now he's tanking hard enough that I'm thinking maybe I'm in the clear. Maybe this Lilo survives the turn.
I don't think he has the answer he's looking for. Elisa Mazza is going to be the decision here for 3 Inc., the 4-4. It is relevant in this matchup. The Ruby Sapphire deck does play Distract, which reduces strength by 2.
And, James's board is all big.
That's true. It's a great challenger into the 4-4s that the Ruby Sapphire deck likes to play. But we have to remember there is Scuttle in the list as well. We are going to boost the Scrooge, get him up to 5.
Now, do you quest with Olaf and Scrooge?
I think I would quest with Olaf for sure, just to get some of that. There's no chance that Lilo is going to challenge in. He could get hit with a grab your bow at any moment, so you can gain some lore there, I think, for pretty free. But what are your thoughts?
It's interesting. The question is, from Daniel's perspective, are we going to pump up our Lilo and trade? Is that even worth it? I don't think it is. And he's got the Let It Go, but that's also a billion ink. You don't want to let it go, Scrooge McDuck, right into Demona to refill his hand, and then you have 4 ink. Your characters are exerted, and they have the world. So it's kind of some choices. I might have quested.
It's a dangerous plan. Here we go. There's a Lilo, and I believe that's a develop. So we can potentially get a Lilo for free down here, but this could be 3 for 3 on the dangerous plan hitting a Lilo. Let's see.
James is covering his eyes because Daniel's going to let him pick his fate. We're not dice rollers here. We're choosing our own destiny.
James, what is it? We're going straight down the
Lilo?
middle. Is it the Lilo?
Taking his time. Taking his time.
It is!
Oh my goodness! What is this?
The 3rd time in a row on stream that the dangerous plan backfires and the one of Lilo in the hand gets hit by the dangerous plan.
Things are going the way that they need to for James here. He's putting Daniel in a position that he might end up having to let it go. The Scrooge. Or maybe just pass and pray that James doesn't have anything else. I do believe James is going into 5 ink.
Yes, he will be going into his 5 ink turn.
So
We
Elsa's a
are going
nightmare.
to ink here, potentially the Let It Go. We thought about a Maui Half Shark. Here we can Vision. That's the 3rd one. If we find a Lilo here, that can come onto the board for free. Do we find it? Last card?
It's
No.
Ruby, but
next up, Olympus is the final card there, as we could take Scuttle, or we could take what else can I do in this scenario. But wow, dangerous plan is not kind to Lilo, causing an uproar.
I don't always lose, but when I do, I play dangerous plan.
That seems to be the case. Get this card out of the deck.
Oh, but you know, sometimes it's amazing. Sometimes I play it on turn 1, I discard an uninkable action I don't want. Turn 2, I play it and another one, and then all of a sudden I'm playing Olaf super cheap because they put 2 actions into my yard off of each one, or discard into each one.
That's true, but here in Arkansas, it doesn't work that way, unfortunately.
Nope.
It hits Lilo, and Lilo alone as we do resolve the Vision of the Future here. That is going to be the end of the turn. Just kidding. We are going to sing What Else Can I Do? Do we find a Lilo? No, it looks like we found an Olaf, though, and we are 1 action short from that guy.
I'm a little curious here as to why we did that. I think maybe we've got a shark in hand, and we're like, I need to play the shark next turn, so I need this extra ink.
We do have a shark in hand because he almost inked a shark, but instead inked Let It Go. So we know that he does have a Maui half
It
shark.
looks like 2 sharks.
2 sharks, actually.
Ooh, double shark. That's scurry. I think the same game that Logan discarded Lilo, he had triple shark.
Yeah, and that can get you out of a dangerous plan for sure, as that Maui half shark is reestablishing himself as a dominant threat in these waters, and I love to see it. After that rotation, he went from hero to 0, and now, bless my soul, Shark is on a roll, and he is back in a big way. Here's the Liquidator. We are going to boost Scrooge. Are we going to go Scrooge into Lilo, putting damage onto our Scrooge, or are we going to double challenge, or just go with the Gargoyle into the Lilo?
Yeah, James is doing everything he can to take this event down. While Daniel, if he wins, you might as well call it a Maui Half Sharp Gaming CCQ.
He's trying to go pun for pun with me. Let's
It's
see
hard to
if
do.
we can do it. As we do challenge into the Lilo with the Scrooge McDuck and pass the turn. So not a very high impact turn for Mr. Gray, as it was just a Liquidator and a challenge double quest. We do need to keep in mind that there are a significant number of cards under that Scrooge, and Olaf right now is threatening to draw those cards to James's hand.
I like James is just like, nah, there's not many cards under it. There's only 4 damage on it. Let it go.
Might have to
Leave
let it go.
alone.
Might have to let it go. The Olaf.
This would still trigger the screw.
Oh wait, you're right. That's true. When it's when he leaves play.
Yeah. Olaf, MVP. Right now we're fighting who's the better Olaf, Amethyst or Ruby.
Yeah, he's got the same ability as the Merlins. It's whenever they leave play. So when you inked a Merlin, you gain the lore. When you banished one, you gain the lore. When you put it back in your hand, you gain the lore.
He's almost like a mixture of Merlin and Madam Mim.
I love that.
I almost wish that they would create like Lorcana shorts on like Disney Plus, where you would just get like a 5-minute cute cartoon featuring random characters from like cards. So you could maybe get like a skit with Olaf and Scrooge doing something. Probably take way too much work, but that would be adorable.
Be the change you want to see in the world, Luke.
All right, I'm going to go to college for animation right now.
There you go. He is on it, ladies and gentlemen, as we do have enough ink here on this turn to play the Maui half shark. We're just deciding on what we would like to ink for the turn. It seems like a pretty difficult decision. Are we thinking about inking an Olaf? That's not something you ever want to do in this list, especially when we're 1 ink away from free Olafs, as we do decide to go with the Snowman of Action. Is going to be the Snowman in the inkwell.
I think we kept a next stop. I wonder if we're so we've got a half shark, a next stop, and then a blank. If it's a what else can I do, maybe we're planning on going shark, sing what else, and the next stop to ready it. But Elsa says, not on my watch. I'm going to crystallize the water you're in, and you're banished.
Yeah, Maui half shark removed there. We do have another shark waiting in the hand. Daniel definitely wants to get this card onto the board so he can start gaining some lore, threatening his opponent, preventing him from drawing cards or questing here. James is just 1 card in hand at the moment. Daniel considering whether or not he wants to ink and wants to take a look at the discard pile to see maybe what his Maui Half Shark can bring back to him.
Yeah, it's a precarious spot for James. He's only at 8, and he only has chunks of 3. So he has at least 4 turns, probably 3 if he develops another character. So Daniel has a little bit, but if James continues to quest, the shark goes to town.
He does have that what else can I do in his hand. I think he is considering potentially inking here. Could be holding a bunch of uninkables, which is why we saw that Olaf Snowman of Action go into the inkwell on the previous turn. Here we have a pass over to James, and it looks like Daniel is putting a hex on his opponent's top card. We'll see if it worked or not. Is the Maui Half Shark being removed?
my
Be
goodness!
King Undisputed off the top.
You know, James is really showing the luck. You know, maybe he's getting traded to the Lucky Dimes. I mean, with the dangerous plan going in his favor, top decking the B King, and then like I've said it countless times, you have to be good, you have to play the right deck, and you have to get lucky. You have to do all 3 of those. And if you play to your outs, then things can go your way.
That is true. That's what Daniel said in his interview as well after his last match that we saw on stream. Play to those outs, kids, and you will find success, as now he has been put in a very precarious situation. The Maui Half Sharks, both of them answered immediately, and now Daniel needs to find some threats to get onto the board. He's already lost a Lilo. He's already lost a Snowman of Action due to him inking that card on the previous turn. We want to take a look at how many cards are underneath this Scrooge. Could we be potentially thinking about a Grab Your Bow here to remove the Olaf? I think that would be devastating. You got to get this Scrooge off the board before you think about getting rid of this Olaf.
Yeah, and I'm pretty sure Daniel chose not to ink an Inner Strength last turn, so we
Correct.
have at least 1 action in that hand with the Next Stop Olympus. He had to have drawn that the turn after he inked that Olaf.
Yeah, unfortunately for Daniel, the hand has not been kind to him in this game number 2, but he has all the time in the world. The Inner Strength is going to be inked there. Looks like we are just going to play What Else Can I Do? Look at the top 2 cards. One's going to go into the inkwell. Face Down and Exerted. The other will go into the hand, and it is Olaf, Snowman of Action, which we can play for absolutely nothing, taking 2 lore away from James and reducing his clock by just a little bit. And look at this, the one of Hercules Young Rescuer. Getting rid of those useless cards, now can put any card from his discard pile into his hand. It could potentially be Lilo. It could be the Maui. We have a bunch of great options here, and it is going to be the Maui Half Shark.
Yeah, the very defensive play. We could have grabbed a little bit of card draw, but we went for the, when I play this, you're not exerting anymore. That said, I wonder if James, once this shark comes down, says, you know what? I'm just going to quest with my Olaf. You want to eat that? I'll draw 5 cards with my Scrooge.
That is true. That is also a little bit of a risky gambit, getting that really big, powerful character off of your board as well, as Scrooge is such a threat at this point, as it looks like we found a Headless Horseman, which can go ahead and remove that Hercules Young Rescuer.
Now, do we have the Bee King? I guess we can't sing it.
We don't. That is an inkable card. I'm not sure which card it is. It looks like it's a
Foil.
Demona. It looks like it's an enchanted Demona in the hand. So on the next turn, Demona comes down. We just need to find an inkable off the top. It looks like we are stuck at 5 ink at the moment, and it is going to go back to Daniel. Even with the Demona, however, we'd only be able to get rid of the Olaf, as we have no characters with evasive on our side of the board. We're going to gain a lore off of the Maui Half Shark and the Develop. We see a Sail, and we see a Lilo.
Not bad. We can't really throw the Lilo in play, as you see her. You're instantly like free, ready, but no, we do have to play 3 actions to get that going on. But I think it's going to be good for a later time if that's what we choose to grab. Yeah, it's hard to see what are we going to do here. Like, we're passing, but like I'm trying to think about what the next turn is going to be, as James could just quest for 5 here up to 16, and if there's not more Olafs in the future, that is not. Yeah, he's showing that to us. That's not what he wants to draw. Wait, he can sing that with the Scrooge to return it to himself. Is Poor Unfortunate Soul's opponent only, or is it any? Is that why he's playing it, so he can Scrooge himself?
He is considering it here.
Unfortunate souls.
It does work on Scrooge, as it is chosen character, item, or location with costs 2 or less. That is a way to put cards into your hand, but also the Demona's got to feel a little good here. We are going to go for the Scrooge play, singing it on himself. Go ahead.
I was just going to say, if we're going to quest, I think we should have done it with Liquidator. The only problem is it guarantees...
Quest with Liquidator?
We should have sang with Liquidator
and
then quested with Scrooge.
Yeah.
But then that would mean Shark gets a free challenge. So it's kind of like, well, if we're not questing, maybe we're just going to try to win in one turn.
Mm-hmm. James now a full hand thanks to the Poor Unfortunate Souls there. Returning the Scrooge and all cards underneath it to his hand. Right now, Daniel on his side of the board, 1 card in hand and struggling to find card draw. This is the advantage of that Scrooge McDuck and why he is ubiquitous almost across every single Ruby deck, and that is his versatility to either draw you cards in the form of returning him to your hand or just being a threat that cannot be easily dealt with, that is most of the time going to give you a bonus. He's either going to challenge and take multiple trades, or he's going to be sent into your inkwell and give you a bevy of ink.
Yeah, and James here, he knew not to sing with that Liquidator. Sure, he could have gotten 1 lore with that Scrooge, but he knew he was going to draw an Elsa or had a chance to. And being able to trade that Liquidator with the Olaf is a much better play than gaining 1 lore.
Here we go. Daniel's turn is up. The first time he's had a ready to go, ready to challenge Maui Half Shark. The character was not answered for the first time, as we're going to get a little dangerous again and to see if we can find something here. I'm not sure if he kept that Lilo, but if we go 4 for 4 here, that will be insane. All right,
Daniel's
we're gonna
you're not choosing my fate
We're going to roll dice this time. 1, it is Sail the Azurite Sea. We have another Sail to draw. That's 2 actions. If that last card is Lilo and we find an action here, we can get that card down for free. Quest with the Maui Shark, ready the Maui Shark. Excuse me, the Half Shark. Can we do quest? Or are we singing? Is the question.
Yeah, Maui Shark is his father.
As we are just going to play the Lilo for 5, readying up our Maui Half Shark. So finally, Lilo is able to dodge a dangerous plan there.
That almost never happens.
That almost never happens. Only 25% will a Lilo survive a dangerous plan.
She even has this outfit to protect her, but
I think the Glimmers and the Illumineers had a pretty dangerous plan during Reign of Jafar to raid his palace and get the crown back. So it's pretty, honestly, it's pretty thematic.
Were you able to make it out of the Jafar's palace?
Of course. We did the whole thing with the Lorcana villain on his channel where we all played against Jafar. That was a really fun time. If you want to check that out, shout out Lorcana villain. As James Gray is thinking over this turn, it doesn't look like he has a way to get rid of the Maui Half Shark at the moment. He can, however, get rid of this Lilo if he would like to. He wants to take a look at the discard before he makes any decisions, though.
Yeah, it has the Elsa and the Isis. Multiple ways to exert something, but that's about it.
No Sven in hand, which would be a great answer to a Maui Half Shark. Does challenge in for 5 immediately, but most of the time you're going to see that particular card in Blurple strategies.
Yeah, another Bee King would also be pretty key here.
Oh, yeah. Could sing that with one of the many singers that you have on board. Exert that Lilo, challenge into her, sing Beacon Undisputed would be an amazing play. Unfortunately, it doesn't look like we have that available to us. Isis Vanderchill is going to choose that Lilo. What do we challenge in with? We have the Eliza Maza available, or the Headless Horseman, or we could double challenge in if we want to with Elsa and Olaf potentially. Return a character to hand to use later.
I almost think, okay.
We're going to go in with the Louisa and Olaf instead. Are we going to choose to return? No, it doesn't look like it. We're going to bypass that, play a Scrooge down for 2.
Really valuing not getting grabbed by a bow, even though we saw both of them get discarded.
Yeah.
But Shark could grab it.
Vision of the Future is huge here for Daniel. A great card to find. James right now sitting in his hand does have an Elsa the Fifth Spirit, the second card being Hades, looking for a deal. We do have an Olaf Snowman of Action available to us if we would like to take that character. Reduce our opponent's lore, taking them down to 9 and establishing a singer for that Dig a Little Deeper. That is the card that this deck hinges on most of the time, getting out of these sticky situations and putting more cards into your hand.
Yeah, the deck just goes boom. You just get to look at all the cards and do it over and over again, and it kind of hinges all on that Olaf and Dig a Little Deeper, as you're saying. But then the question is like, what do I have? What else can I do in this spot? As we're tanking a little bit, so I wonder what he's thinking about. There wasn't a Hercules in that hand. I think we've already seen the one.
Yeah, we did already see the one Hercules. I think he just wanted to see what was in the discard for his Maui Half Shark, planning 2, 3, 4 turns ahead, potentially thinking about what he might grab at a later time. On the opposite side of the board, we have 6 lore showing right now, can get up to 15 if we started questing, but that is a dangerous plan in and of itself to quest in the face of a Maui Half Shark.
Oh, that it is. And, for those watching at home, Daniel took the card from Vision, shuffled it into his hand, and then played the Olaf. Now, James can just assume that that's what he took because he would have played that Olaf last turn. But it's a good thing to do to just not let your opponent know what you took. There could be a world that he just didn't play it the turn before, or he had the visions and then drew the Olaf return, and then you don't know what it was he grabbed if he's setting up for some sort of trap or trick the next turn. As another Elsa comes down, or was that the Elsa we knew about?
We did know about the Elsa in the hand. We also know he has a Hades looking for a deal, as we are going to boost up our Scrooge. What are we going to challenge in with? We can go double Elsa here and make sure all of our characters on the board remain on the board. However, that would free up the Maui Half Shark to challenge in. So more than likely, yep, we're going to go for the 1-for-1, which we have been doing this entire game, not allowing the Maui Half Shark to get any challenging in, at least thus far.
All right, we're 1 ink away from Dragon Time. And that's going to make what James is doing a lot more difficult, but we're just going for another shark. And that's terrifying for James. We're not exerting our characters anytime soon.
Double sharks means double the lore, and if James doesn't start questing, that means, guess what? Daniel can start storming off as he wants to quest here with the Maui Half Shark. Does he have a way to ready this character?
Do you know what card would be entertainingly good here? It's not in the format, but Merlin Crab. Or, if it needs to be in the format,
Merlin Crab, yeah.
Baby Head would be kind of good here. If we could go Baby Head and play something to boost up the Elsa, send both Elsas into the shark, drawing 2 cards and answering one of these pesky sharks would be a fantastic out.
We are looking for a deal, and I think the deal might be, James, would you like 2 cards? But we're going to take a look at the discard here first. The Maui Half Sharks in double here, I think, are maybe a little too valuable to put to the bottom of the deck thus far. But James running out of cards very quickly, and he does have a library in hand. However, that library is not going to be very safe as he does allow his opponent to draw 2 here. I think he'd really like to ink on this turn as well because he has not been over 6 for many turns in a row.
Let's see how lucky James is. Did he hit a B-King? That's the ultimate punish. You let them draw, and then they draw the song removal. Amethyst Steel does it to me all the time.
Blurple does it all the time as well.
Yeah.
Hades looking for a deal. Okay, let it go. Thank you for the 2 cards.
Yeah, when I play Hades, they make me draw 2 cards, and it's Tipo.
Yeah, unfortunate for you. That's because you don't like the card, and if you liked it more, he'd give you better cards off the top of your deck.
How true. Maybe that's why I always draw Diablo Shift.
That must be the reason. We are going to get Ares onto the board and pass it over. We do have Scrooge, which means we can utilize that readying ability.
Wait a
as
second.
It looks like we are going to sing a song, or no, we're going to double quest.
Oh, never mind.
Okay.
I was thinking, the Headless Horseman trigger allows us to send Elsa, but Headless triggers on your opponent's characters being banished.
Yes, not your own. As we do have a third Maui half shark. As soon as we dig a little deeper, this game could potentially be over. We are on a razor's edge. Who is going to draw better off the top of their deck? We're going to look for another deal. Go ahead, immediately take those cards, my friend. You do not have the ink to make the most of that. At least, I don't think you do.
See, I think Daniel's doing a fantastic job of showing why I think Hades is a little overrated.
Well, he did just find a Jebediah Farnsworth for what it is worth, as this character can combine with the Elsas to challenge into one of the Maui half sharks. Let's quest here with the Headless Horseman and then boost so we can use Ares to ready the Headless Horseman. Get our 2 lore in while we have the opportunity. Go ahead.
So we can quest up to 11. We need to play 3 cards, or we can sing some things. If we have the dig, I think the game is just over.
Yeah, that could be a possibility. I think he's been holding on for dear life to a Next Stop Olympus forever here. And if his opponent is able to find some exert options, then he can challenge into the Maui Half Sharks. But we need to keep track of the lore here. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 on the opposite side. If he was able to find a Dumbo, that would be game. Nope. Olaf says, hold on, we're going to go back down to 9 here as we are still in this for Daniel. This has been a really interesting game, just trying to find anything off the top of the deck. And I believe that action that he still has is that Next Stop Olympus.
I think I would have played it. Possibly.
To just go to 15?
To just go to 15, and then they only have 1 out to 1 shark. And then we only have to draw 1 action. Now, if they have another Isis, another Elsa to answer this Olaf, as well as trading, then we get uber punished. So maybe there's a world we're keeping it. So if he does exert characters, we can get 2 actions off of a shark.
It does look like we are setting up the challenge here with Elsa and Jebediah, who will be challenging into one of these Maui half sharks. Oh, it looks like we might have something else going on here.
Is there Lumiere in James Gray's list? Because that would be quite good right here.
I don't believe we saw Lumiere in the list.
I guess if we had a way to exert the Olaf, then our 2 Elsas trade with a shark, and then our Jebediah trades with a shark, leaving Daniel with 1 shark, and we quest out hoping to win the next turn, and Daniel might not be able to stop us.
Yeah, if we can get this Olaf exerted, we need to remember that the Headless Horseman does provide additional strength for every opponent's character that has been banished. Meaning, if the Olaf is banished here, then the 2 Elsas can take out the Maui, giving 2 strength to the Jebediah to take out another one. And now we're left with just 1 single Maui half shark on the board, and we have Demona who can exert the Olaf.
Yeah, but that does give Daniel 2 cards. which humorously would have made the Olympus a little better, maybe, but I kind of think that Olympus might win Daniel the game on his next turn if things go well for him.
It could. We will see what happens here on this turn for James. He will get an amazing plus on these challenges. Scrooge will live to tell the tale against the Olaf here. We're going to quest for 2 with the Headless Horseman, go up to 11. Remember, if we boost, we can ready that Headless Horseman. It looks like
Doing some
Iza
other stuff
Maza
first.
is going to challenge in. That's going to give +1 strength to every one of James' characters on the board currently. So the Elsas will be challenging for 3 each. Jeb will be challenging for 4. We're going to go 6 into the Maui Half Shark now. Jeb will be challenging for 5 and take the second Maui Half Shark of the turn.
I'm not gonna lie, I like how James moves his hand over his board. It's some magical buff to the whole board.
He's just surveying the land, I believe.
Throwing pumpkins.
That's true. He's been throwing them very, very well as we are going to boost Scrooge here. Ready up our Headless Horseman, not allowing any challenging in from this Maui Half Shark.
Ares isn't once per turn. That card's
It
better than I
is
thought.
it is once per turn.
Oh, we didn't use it yet.
No, we did not
didn't
use it
yet. Okay.
If it wasn't once per turn, that would be insane, for sure. But multiple Ares can, of course, trigger that more than once per turn. We are leaving no characters here available to challenge. We're doing some math here. Do we want to quest with anything on the board? Right now, we are representing 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 lore. So we're 1 short if we quest out next turn. If we quest with one of the Hades or we quest with Scrooge, can we get away with doing that is, I think, what James is thinking about. There are distracts in the deck, so we could challenge in with a distract to survive a challenge into the Scrooge McDuck, but it looks like we're just going to pass. What does Daniel have in store?
It's all on this turn. It's crazy to think that we went shark, 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 and still didn't have anything to gain lore with.
I know.
Off of those turns.
We just kept finding sharks instead of finding multiple actions, which could help us gain even more lore. He might have just wanted to have 2 sharks and then find action after action to get up out of here, but found the third one, and now only 1 remains on the board currently.
Interesting to see what they're doing, just making sure the lore is correct everywhere.
We draw for turn, 4 cards in hand. I know it was a long, long time ago, but that Demona did come down on James Gray's turn and give Daniel 2 additional cards. So he has 4 right now, which will give him several options on this turn. Is he able to find anything to get him out of the situation as Ares, the God of War, has been putting in a lot of work here, allowing James to quest a few times and then ready those characters, getting incremental lore and not allowing the Maui Half Shark to challenge in. I love this inclusion in this list.
Oh, it's just been so good. And against dogs, it also just lets you eat it there. It's always nice to have a card that's good against the aggro decks, but yet also does things against the non-aggressive decks. Like a little bit of a splash damage here or there. Being able to get that extra free lore is so key. I'm trying to figure out what Daniel could do from this position. We need to answer a lot of things, but also try to win ourselves, and we're down those sharks. Somehow we need to go Olaf, Olaf, Olaf. I don't know if it's even possible, but that's what I would like to be doing.
Again, there's only 8 lore on the side of James, so we will be able to get up to 19. He didn't quest, which means he did not represent game on board for the Maui Half Shark, but didn't like what he saw in the discard pile and didn't want the Maui getting anything back. I think it's important to note that we haven't really dug a little deeper too much in this game number 2 compared to game number 1, where we were able to do it over and over. And there is the next stop. Olympus finally finds the dig a little deeper, but we're going to pay the iron price for it and dig 7 cards deep. Put 2 into our hand. Let's see if you can find those Olafs. As you mentioned, there is nothing we won't do. There's Lilo. No Olaf.
And no Let It Go or anything. Like, we needed something to sing with the shark to get that Lilo to do stuff.
That is very true. There could be a song, though, in hand still that the Maui Half Shark can sing.
I'm curious. Do we have an extra ink that's just ready right there, or is that one of the cards he's thinking about grabbing? Or do we
I'm
can
not
trip
sure what you
first?
mean. I don't see an upright card.
No, the exerted ink. We must have played a 1 cost, and my brain.
Yes,
just
we
forgot.
did. We played a Helping Hands to start the turn, so we're 2 actions in.
So we need a song, and with the next stop in our inkwell, I wonder what those. I wonder if it's just 2 more digs in hand, which would be so insulting to draw dig after we lose all of our.
Yeah, all of our
sharks.
sharks and our Olafs.
Well, we're really tanking here, back and forth. Maybe we're setting up how we're going to do it. There's not very many cards left in Daniel's deck.
This is a very, very important turn. It could change the entire texture of this game. If we have a song that the Maui Half Shark can sing, we can get the Lilo down onto this turn and ready up the Maui Half Shark. But I think if we had that available to us, we would have done it already. Even if Grab Your Bow, for instance, doesn't hit anything, of course you're going to let a what else can I do rip here, but we're just going to quest with the Maui Half Shark going to 14. Our opponent doesn't have game on board, at least not yet. I don't know if there's anything in his deck that can gain him 1 lore. Be
Oh,
King
no.
Undisputed.
I think that seals the deal, as it looked like there was a develop and a vision in hand. So we were just going for that big.
Wait, does he have Grab Your Bow? He does have Grab Your Bow, but he didn't take Lilo.
Wait, is he on 3 grab your bow? He discarded 2 of them.
He did. He had a Grab Your Bow, but he didn't take the Lilo. If he took the Lilo there, he could have readied the Maui Half Shark, and then his Lilo
is
could
on
have
3.
gotten hit by the Bee King Undisputed. Instead, no, we don't take her, and now we are going into game number 3 as Daniel wraps it up there. Really awkward draws for him in that game, but we are going into game number 3, and he will be on the play here against the Ruby and the Amethyst deck.
Yeah, so it could be that Daniel just did the math and he goes, all right, if I play the bow for no value, I gain a lore. It's the same thing as questing. I do get to put Lilo into play and then play around Bee King. But if he has Bee King and I lose my Lilo, I can't win because I'm a lore short. And maybe he did the math that the only way he could win is questing with that shark and then Liloing it and then singing, knowing that we lose either way to a Bee King Undisputed.
Yeah, it looks like our players are going to take a little bit of a bio break, as JDZ likes to say, and we are going to get into this game number 3. This is super stressful. These games are going very long. Fatigue is a factor, definitely. You've made it all the way to a finals of a DLC, played at many, many rounds of Swiss in many, many tournaments. How do you deal with fatigue going into these late rounds here in the top cut, especially when you're going to a game number 3 in a matchup that, you know, these games are taking like 20, 30, 40 minutes each.
See, James and Daniel, they did have a break, right?
They
because
did.
We did this similar to how we do the DLCs. While the other top 4 matches playing, they have some time to get some R&R, rest and relaxation.
There you go.
Eventually, I'll figure it out.
Mm-hmm.
And so, you know, in that time, you get to do whatever. I personally had a massive headache after winning my first round of the top 8. And then, luckily, in the time it took for them to finish the other half of the bracket, I was able to have a soda, get some ibuprofen, and hang out for an hour and a half. And it actually made my headache go away. I was terrified that I was going to have to play with like a pounding headache and just like tilt me off. And you know, I was blessed that went away. I had some friends who had some stuff there to help me and get me the medicine I needed. Shout out, Alex.
There you go. Shout out to Alex. So the answer is get an hour and a half break and take some ibuprofen and hang out with your friends. That's
Yeah,
how it,
you gotta get in the right
through
mental
it.
state, just a nice relaxation.
Yeah, these players are going through it right now. This is not even the finals. This is the semifinals matchup, the top 4 matchup to decide who will go into the finals and face that other Ruby and Sapphire player on the other side of the bracket. And no dogs remaining in this top cut. They have all been eliminated. So here in the final CCQ of this Wilds Unknown tournament, where everybody was worried about the Tramps, they were worried about the Eleanors, the Willows, the deck being too strong. While it did convert the best out of all of the other decks, putting 5 into the top 16, it hasn't been able to make it here. 0 in the top 4.
Well, there was 1 in the top 4, 0 in the finals.
0. You're right. There was
0
one
wins in the top 4.
0 wins in the top 4. Thank you very much. But yeah, only 1 copy in the top 4 here out of 5 in the top 16, which is pretty brutal out there. The other decks were really taking it to them, and I feel like a lot of the decks that aren't dogs are teched to beat that strategy. So right now, as the format sort of shakes out and is starting to resolve itself after we all got off of Infinity Brain, we figured out, hey, there are some more answers for this strategy than we thought possible.
Yeah, and even in Infinity, people had to find fun ways to answer the dogs. And sometimes people are like, oh, I discovered this for Infinity, but, it kind of bleeds through here. As, Shark's kind of that. I mean, Jack Shadow was playing this deck for a while with Robin Hood and all that. We saw him introduce it, I think, publicly to the ICL, where had some amazing games there and crushed. And it's kind of unique to see. I'm sure he loves whenever you build a deck and it blows up, it is a fantastic feeling. So we definitely got to give a shout out there to Justin.
Yeah, you've been able to do that with at least a card. If you had a deck that has gone super crazy in Disney Lorcana, I haven't been here since the start. I started playing in Ursula's Return.
I like to claim it, but it's hard to claim that I created Steel Song. But it is really hard to do. But I did.
You're going to take credit for Amber Steel Song.
That's what I was going to say. It's hard to claim that.
The first deck to win a DLC in the history of the game. You made that deck?
I was the first one to push playing Rockstar and A Whole New World. At the beginning of the game, a lot of people tended to just go with Rockstars, and they just weren't doing the Whole New World package too well.
Okay.
And then I also pushed the Lanterns. If there's anything I can really say, it was playing the Lantern version of Whole New World was my list.
Okay, well, you definitely pushed Doc, for sure.
Yeah.
That,
the card
that
in
was all you.
general.
Yeah.
Doc's insane. As everyone is aware now, Doc is quite the powerful card.
Yeah, there have been some amazing creations in the history of Disney Lorcana that we can attribute to specific players, and it's really cool to see those decks really take off, and you're like, I remember Brendan DeCandio made the Seven Dwarf Mine, the Diggy Hole deck. He made that work, and you know what? They liked that deck so much they hired him. They said, how about you make the cards, buddy? Forget making decks. You're making cards. You're making synergies. So get out there, build some decks, and you might get yourself a job.
Yeah, I want a DLC playing a version based off of Dale Bolito's Green Steel from before Zan even won with it, which may or may not have been supported by Ray. That's the other thing. It's so hard to be like, oh, this person created that deck. As I was saying, it's like, how can I claim Steel Song? It's like you look at these cards.
Well, you just
one
did.
set. Well, I'm going to the day I die. I looked at Whole New World, and I was like, this card is insane. It is the best card in the game, and I'm going to break it, and I'm going to win a lot of money doing it. And I haven't really won much money with a Whole New World.
Yeah, I was going to say, I don't think you did that. But you have won a lot of money playing other cards, which is, of course, exceptional. Other decks that have been created, Kiwi, a big one.
Yep.
Shout out to Harlan Sweet, as well as Jack Shadow's help.
Yeah,
working on
that was
deck as
another
well.
like Jack Shadow's creation there.
Yeah, so get out there, try and create the decks, try to break the meta and see what you can do to shake things up. You never know if your deck can really have what it needs to go the distance, as we are still waiting for the players to return here to get into this all-important game number 3 here in the top 4. It is James Gray going up against the Ruby and Sapphire strategy. Already one Ruby Sapphire deck waiting in the finals right now. If you had to predict it, who do you think is going to take this game number 3? Who do you think is favored? Of course, Ruby Sapphire is on the play here.
Yeah, they're on the play. We saw how many things had to go correct for James in that game, right? He had the
King
curve
off the top.
twice. The dangerous plans missing.
Yep.
Not having an action after playing 3 sharks, like a dig. And that's not being like, oh, he's so lucky. He also navigated that so expertly.
Yeah, I did.
Like constantly doing what he needed to do, not giving away facial expressions on what he's holding because there's so many different outs that could be happening.
Yeah.
He played to his outs and he got there.
Yeah, also not allowing that Maui half shark to ever challenge, because Ares was able to continually ready that horseman turn after turn so we could gain that lore that was able to squeak us over the finish line. But yeah, man, I think this is going to be a tough round to navigate, a tough game to navigate for the Ruby and Amethyst deck as both players are back at the table. They're talking it out right now. This is a stressful situation that they have found themselves in. And let's take another closer look at these deck lists here. And interestingly enough, James here is packing 1 copy of Next Stop Olympus himself.
Yeah, and he used it in that game, I feel like. I swear he used it to ready he quested and used it to ready something at some point. So it could have been quite relevant in that matchup there. It's just such a fun card. I don't know why. I really love ready effects in this game. LeFou is like in my top 3 favorite cards that don't see play.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've loved it since set 1.
Yeah.
It's such a powerful effect, and finally Lilo comes out here to give us the ability to do that. And someone else
like
also
we did have a
needs-
little bit of a headache going on, so we are gonna pound some ibuprofen ourselves here on the feature match table, a sensu bean, if you will, as we are just waiting for the players here. Let them take their time, get some water, take some ibuprofen, try to relax a little bit before we get into this game number 3. But let us know down in the chat, down in YouTube chat. Shout out to everybody watching on YouTube as well as Twitch. Who do you think is going to take it here? Who are you rooting for, and what deck do you want to win the Sharp Gaming Challenge Championship qualifier? The winner, again, will be going to Disneyland to compete in the North American Championship for a chance to make it into the Disney Lorcana World Championship later this year.
Yeah, it's unfortunate that Ken wasn't able to make it to this top cut because that Emerald Sapphire would be very favored into 3 of the decks that made it to top 4.
Absolutely. Yeah, he started on a heater but didn't quite make it there. Unfortunately, the top end control deck that we saw in the round of 16 was not able to make it on through either, but we do have 3 control-ish decks left. I would say that the Ruby Amethyst is more of a mid-range deck. You like to call the Ruby Sapphire deck a combo deck, but regardless, the players are now shuffling up and getting ready here. It all comes down to this, the all-important game number 3.
I mean, if we watch that last game, I would argue that the Ruby Amethyst deck was the control deck.
Yeah.
Like, it had to answer everything Daniel did.
That is true. You have to stop the aggression from the Lilos, from the Olafs. You have to stop them from singing and all of that fun stuff. And yeah, that makes a lot of sense. You have to navigate this very delicately and remove your opponent's threats as they can storm onto the board very, very quickly and get to questing and singing and gaining you so much lore before you even realize what's going on. But James, his deck is full of characters with 4 strength. He has that Eliza Maza. He has that Isis Vanderchill, and of course, boosted Scrooges can also count. So he has the perfect characters in his deck to challenge against all these 4/4s that the Ruby Sapphire deck likes to play down for free.
Yeah, Daniel's just going to try to make a bunch of 4/4s and sing songs while James is going to slowly chip away at those 4/4s. And that's what he did in the last game. but he was able to play some of his exert characters on curve in a manner to take advantage. And you can't really do that on the draw since he's not Blurple. He's going for that Ruby for that extra removal. And he gets a little punished here for that. But I think he'll happily take that trade for all the things he did to the Dogs players today.
That is definitely true as we are getting into the altar phase here. Daniel needs to be really careful with these dangerous plans. You don't want to lose to that character that you need, either the Olaf, the Shark, or the Lilo going to the dangerous plan. We'll see if he is able to shape his hand here during the altar phase into something that he likes, as James is seeing some cards that he likes here. He's got a Bee King Undisputed he's looking at, Demona, Jeb, and Olaf, and the three other cards could be the ones that he is favoring keeping here. I would be pretty surprised if he kept a Demona on the draw. So yeah, he is going to send those cards back into the deck and try to find 4 new ones. There's a Scrooge. I think I saw another Bee King Undisputed and another Demona in the hand. Scrooge is huge in this matchup.
Yeah, he really needs to play that Scrooge on curve. And then the Bee King is, while it's good, on the draw, it's a little lackluster if Daniel can do what he wants. I didn't see a Lilo in Daniel's hand, but we did have at least 1 inner strength and a helping hand. I think he altered away 2 dangerous plans.
Get him out.
You know why I like to keep dangerous plan in my starting hand? To ink it.
There you go. Get that card into the inkwell so you don't have to be forced to play it later, right?
Exactly. I don't want to top deck that and then discard a Lilo.
That's definitely not what you want to do. Let's see what Daniel finds here on the altar. We're getting into game number 3. The fist bump goes out. Love to see the sportsmanship as the 2 Illumineers are going to be competing here for a spot at that North American Championship. If they can win this round and win the next, they will have achieved their goal as Let It Go into Develop. And we are going to take a Shark with the quickness, and I believe we sent a Grab Your Bow to the bottom, which is a great card to bottom in this matchup.
Although, I won't lie, I don't like taking a Shark this early. I still take it over the Bow, but I hate having to ink those Sharks, and you have to play so many cards in this early game, and we see that sale. We have to kind of go low on resources before then we go back up on them, and lots of times the Shark's not going to last that long. Like, it's crazy. We have so few threats. Inking any of them just is backbreaking at times.
Look at this. The Liquidator is going to be our turn 1 play. That 2-cost character with the underdog ability that allows you to play it for 1 if you are on the draw, and it is your first turn of the game. As we are going to sail the Azurite Sea, we do find a What Else Can I Do, and we are going to play a Helping Hand to draw cards. So it doesn't look like we're going for the Lilo strategy, but whoa, hold on, uninkable issues going on in the hand. We have a Dig a Little Deeper +2. What else can I do? We need to find some ink off the top to sort of fix this, but if you can ramp into that Maui Half Shark and start singing What Else Can I Do, it'd be a nice little situation there for you.
An interesting thing. The problem here is if we go for the Olaf, like we're just trying to fill our discard to Olaf, we're going to lose to that Bee King.
Yeah, that Bee King Undisputed will come down and be very, very punishing for our Ruby Sapphire player. He does go for Vision of the Future here instead of inking it.
There is a Lilo and another Olaf in there. So now we got to think, can we double Olaf next turn? If we're able to put 2 Olafs in play, Bee King's much less scary. And there's also this crazy world that next turn, while we're trying to fill our discard up for Olaf, we also play Lilos.
I think it is pretty impossible to double Olaf next turn, I would think, because we just don't
Dangerous
have
plans.
We don't have the actions right now to get it done. We need to put many, many more into our discard right now. This will be the 4th one going in there, so the Olafs will cost 5 on this following turn unless we are able to ink and play an additional action this turn. It looks like we are going to do a little bit of a dangerous plan here, Luke.
Let's see, and I mean that puts us up to 5, and then next turn we could play. I mean, I doubt we'll play 4 of them, but we could play 3 of them and then pay one for each.
All right, here we go. Dangerous plan. Draw 2 cards and then discard a
We
card
let
at
him pick
random.
it.
We're letting it pick.
Why are
We're
you
going
don't let him pick?
right down the middle again. It is Vision of the Future, so that is going to be an action. It's one of your best actions, but
Not
an
Lilo.
action nonetheless. It is not a Lilo. So now we have 6 of these actions in. So one more, and you know what, Luke?
Yeah.
We could double Olaf.
We could
next
double
turn.
Olaf. We've already inked this turn, correct? Or because
No.
we sailed lots. We could dangerous plan again and then like Olaf for 1 next turn, but I would not want to play a dangerous plan. I'd ink it so fast.
We are representing a 2 ink here.
Well, we have double what else can I do? I feel like he had to have taken that Lilo, and now he's going to play it. I think he's joking because he knows he has to play a dangerous plan to get the Lilo in play. Oh, would he have to ink an Olaf to do it, though? Maybe that shark. We haven't inked the shark yet.
We have not. We also haven't seen all the cards that he got off the dangerous plan, I don't believe.
Yeah, he's got a grip. He's got to think about what he's going to do. And all we can do is speculate and cheer on our favorite Illumineers.
We have 6 cards in hand. We should know 4 of them. Maui Half Shark, Olaf Snowman of Action, and 2 copies of What Else Can I Do? Oh, and Dig a Little Deeper is in there, so we know 5 of them.
So Olaf, Shark, Dig. What else can I do?
Thinking about inking the Shark, thinking about inking the Olaf. The Olaf is the decision here. Another dangerous plan is going to be the decision here. Draw 2, Dig a Little Deeper, and Scuttle are the cards that go into the hand here. So we don't even find a Lilo to play for free. Unfortunately, we did opt to go for the Olaf there, but like you said, we get so punished by King Undisputed.
Yeah, I think we're very content discarding that.
Yes, I agree. That is a card that was going to be stuck in our hand, and now we still have another one that we can play on our next turn.
And we did ink for turn.
We did, yes. It was the Olaf Snowman.
Oh, yeah,
of
we had to think
Action.
about it between the shark and the Olaf. As Ares coming down, protection from that shark of sorts.
Ares, the god of war, does make his way in to play here, as we are going to boost Scrooge, and we can ready Scrooge if we would like. We don't.
I dare you to play 3 actions, put a Lilo, and then break free because I know it's not in your deck.
Yeah, and go 1 for 1 with my Scrooge McDuck. We are looking to ink here a Ruby action. It is Next Stop Olympus. Probably going to play that Scuttle down. He can be hit by King Undisputed, but that's okay because you have your Maui Half Shark waiting in the proverbial wings. But if you don't rip this King Undisputed right now, next turn the Scuttle can sing What Else Can I Do to protect that Maui Half Shark.
The only problem with that is
Scrooge can challenge.
Yeah, we could still take down the Scuttle and then King. You know, and James is like, I'm not afraid of your ward. I'm terrified of sharks. I'm saving this King. Here comes the boost to protect.
The Scrooge now a 5/5. He gains 1 strength and 1 willpower for each card underneath him. The boost mechanic allows you to pay 1 ink to do that boost. Take a card from the top of your deck to put it under the character with the boost ability. So Scrooge right now is a 5/5, as is that Scuttle with Ward, which does not allow Scuttle to be targeted. And we draw another uninkable. And I don't think we have an inkable in hand. We don't. So we would have to just sing What Else Can I Do? Try to find an inkable and play the Maui Half Shark, not giving him any sort of ward for the turn.
I think he's just going to play it.
Yeah, he might just play it here and save the Scuttle to sing something later. So if we play What Else Can I Do? We can get the Maui Half Shark down and potentially sing together. Dig a little deeper, but no, we do opt to sing it here find another Maui half shark, which means we'd have to take him, ink him, and play the other one. Oh man, Daniel is running into ink ability issues in a major, major way.
Yeah, Lorcana has a pretty good game to the point that doesn't come up that often. And when it does, you could argue it is a deck builder's fault. And you could say that is because this this ruby sapphire deck is very hungry for ink. And you need to play a lot of the inkables, but you also play a lot of uninkables that are key and expensive. It's like you're not able to just play that dig when you don't have the inkables. You're not able to always play that what else can I do when you need an inkable. You have to have the singers, the Lilos. And Lilo's secretly uninkable. Olaf is secretly uninkable, as is Shark. Sometimes you can ink it like we did here, but it doesn't feel good. Maybe there's not a B King. What if we thought it was a B King, but it was an Ares?
If it was not a B King Undisputed, then Daniel is going to be feeling much, much better in this spot. Now, we can challenge into the Scuttle if we like, and we can allow our Scrooge to be banished, or we can boost the Scrooge up and give him 6 willpower and 6 strength, meaning he would endure the challenge with the Scuttle. But that would leave him up for a Maui Half Shark challenge. But he'd go 2 for 1 in that instance, as it's kind of hard to tell what is in the hand. A lot of foils there, a little too dark.
It's Dumbo, Elsa, Ares, and I can't tell what that second card is.
Yeah, that's the one that we thought was the B King
King,
Undisputed,
yes.
potentially.
But so maybe James is just having an embarrassment of riches and doesn't know if we want to Elsa this shark or B King it. Because we can ink Dumbo, play Elsa, trade Elsa Jebediah with Shark, and then trade Scrooge with Scuttle.
And then you're just left with a Liquidator and Ares. That's not furthering your game plan.
And then a B King in hand. And that's the problem, is while it does answer the threats, you need to draw very well the next couple of turns.
Yeah, you need to find some card draw quickly. I mean, Daniel's hand is bricked a little bit with the dig a little deepers, but if you're able to get to that 8 ink, you can start just playing them, right? Yep. You find some Olafs, you play those Olafs for free, and you're right back in this game. James is playing a dangerous game here a little bit with the lack of card draw that he has available to him. The board also simply doesn't quest.
Yeah.
He's got 3 characters on the board right now that cannot quest.
We have 4 ink, too. We're not even inking. We're just playing Dumbo?
We are just playing Dumbo. We might just be drawing a card here off of the Jebediah, so we didn't want to take the Maui Half Shark off the board. But if we just draw a card with Jeb, that's not doing much. We might just ink here. Oh, it was an Yzma was the card in hand. So now we are going to boost the Scrooge, and next turn we can potentially draw some cards. So we can play the Elsa, challenge in with Jeb, and challenge in with Elsa, and then we can draw 1 card off of Dumbo. So that is what we opt to do on the side of James.
Yeah, it's a game plan. It's what we need to do. We need to be able to draw cards, and Dumbo does that. But we did just let Shark do what it wants. And, what if we have nothing I won't do?
Nothing
we won't do.
Yeah, if that's the case, then we are going to be able to challenge in here. But the problem is we need to ink something to play that, and I believe we have three digs in hand. Yeah, so we had to find an inkable off the top there. We are going to dig a little deeper for 8. Because of the Maui Half Shark's ability, we will gain a lore for playing an action. All songs are considered actions in this game of Disney Lorcana. There is an Olaf
and
Snowman of action, so I think we have to take that guy at this point so we can start singing.
Do you think the Olaf is free at the moment? We were up to 6 or 7 a couple turns ago.
I think almost for sure at this point.
We're double checking. Yeah, that looks
super free.
I mean, there's 4 characters in there.
No, there's one Scuttle.
There's
in
one
there.
character in
I
there.
was like-
The rest are in his inkwell. My bad.
Yeah, the rest are in the inkwell, so that Olaf will be very, very free. Olaf, Snowman of Action, a 9-cost character, 4 strength, 4 willpower. When he comes into play, lower your opponent's lore by 2, but he costs 1 less for each action in your discard. So right now, the Olaf will be free. It looks like we are taking the Olaf plus something else.
Not the Lilo.
Not the Lilo, no. I'm not sure if we can get to 3 actions. Well, we probably could if Olaf stays on the board. That's what's going to be important because he has to sing Dig a Little Deeper next turn.
Yeah, we missed the players joking about how he only gets to take 2 cards. He's like, but I want 3 of them. And what did we go for? There's the Olaf we knew about. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. We actually generate 2 extra ink. That's how that works, right?
Oh, yeah, for sure.
If Olaf wasn't good enough already.
All right, here is the Olaf Snowman of Action. If this character can remain on the board, he will be able to sing Dig a Little Deeper next turn, and Daniel will be off to the races. I think we need to find an answer this turn before things get out of hand. We do have Elsa. Oh, we have Demona. That's even better, exerting both of the characters here. Now we can challenge into not only the Olaf, but the Maui Half-Shark if we want to get rid of our Dumbo and our Jebediah, and it looks like that's what we're gearing up to do, and we'll take that deal all day, every day. Demona, Scourge of the Wyvern clan, coming down.
Yeah, how many cards did James get to draw from that? 1 or 2?
It wasn't many.
Yeah, so, and I don't think Daniel got to draw any.
He didn't draw any, no.
So the game's far from over, though. James is only at 1 lore, and Daniel's setting up for big turns ahead. But this is kind of what happened last time, right? We had to take how many turns off in a row? And while that's happening, James is just questing and questing. At least it required the Dumbo to be removed. So now, maybe James is going to have issues drawing cards for a little bit. But we do have 3 cards in hand because of the Demona.
That is absolutely true. It looks like we're thinking about taking a Maui Half-Shark here. We do have 2 down, 1 in the discard, 1 in the inkwell.
That's not a great hand. I think that was double sail and a dig in hand.
Yeah, not excellent by any stretch of the imagination. But misses on an Olaf here. Would love to find another one, but again, would be answered very swiftly by an Elsa the Fifth Spirit.
Yeah, which we assume was the last card left in James's hand, as he's like, no, I'm going to stop you every turn because that's my way to win the game.
And has been able to do that thus far consistently over the course of the past 2 games. Daniel, of course, we do need to keep in mind, was struggling with inkability issues majorly at the start of this game. We do decide to take a Maui Half-Shark, and a Vision of the Future is what it looks like, and we decide not to ink for turn at all, and we pass it back over to James, who has the Ares available to him, Demona, and the Scrooge McDuck with the 5 damage on it. I believe 3 cards underneath as an Enchanted Yzma Conniving Chemist is a great card to have in this spot.
You know what? I bet chat roasted me when I said they have the Elsa to answer the shark, because while it does exert the shark, it doesn't actually answer the shark.
Does not challenge into the shark and remove it. There is the Conniving Chemist coming down on to the field of play, as we are going to boost and ready our Scrooge McDuck, courtesy of the Ares God of War.
What's the most damage you've ever seen on a Scrooge McDuck?
I don't know. 5 is a lot. That's probably getting close to the max there. As we can take a few more damage on that Scrooge McDuck before he is banished. Readying all our ink is Daniel. We have 8 available to us. It would be kind of brutal to go ahead and once again just play Dig a Little Deeper for 8, but you could potentially find double Olaf. We're going to risk it here. Maui Half-Shark is the play. 4, 6, 2 remaining ink. We do have Vision of the Future. We could potentially find an Olaf off of that and set up our Singer quite nicely, or a Lilo plus a single 1-cost action.
Yeah, let's see what Daniel decides to do here. It's like you have 1,000 actions to do, and you have to kind of tank for a second after each action, decide what it is you're going for so you know what to take. But then even after you look at the options, you have to kind of go over it all again, as we're going to vision how lucky are we that, I think we should target the Scrooge.
Oh, that is not the greatest vision in the world, but a lot of times you take a vision off the vision to dig even further into the deck on a later turn. But I think he would have loved to find an Olaf there to start singing these dig a little deepers. That way he doesn't have to spend 8 ink to do that on his turn.
I agree. It's kind of, I want to say it's crazy that it's happened this way, but it's most likely happening this way based on how James has been, pushing this game to play. He's made a lot of fantastic plays, occasionally giving Daniel as few chances to do things as possible. And Daniel's like, I'm going to get this lore while I can.
Develop is going to enter here. I do believe that is a Lilo. We are 1 action short of playing that Lilo for free. So the Freelo is not available to us here on this turn. The Maui Half Shark just came out, so he's not going to be singing any songs. It was just Vision, and it was just Develop. So let's see what he decides to take here. I did not see what the other card was, however.
Yeah, it's going to be difficult. I feel like we need to be taking it. It could be a Next Stop Olympus. It's a Ruby card for sure, so Inner Strength, Next Stop, or Lilo.
I think it is Next Stop Olympus there. I think I saw a little peek of Hercules saying hi to us there. Not a bad card to take with the Maui Half Shark. You just need to find an exerted character to challenge into. And James is making it very difficult to do that.
Yeah, I mean, if you want your Maui to survive, that is. James will happily allow that Half Shark to challenge into the Scrooge. But this Yzma is so scary for Daniel, as that's the kind of card James needs to just continue emptying his hand and trying to win this game before Daniel just has the world.
We did make our decision here. I don't know which card he decided to take off of that Develop. It was either the Lilo or the Next Stop Olympus. We saw him favor that Next Stop Olympus in a previous game. He just kept that in his hand for so long in that last game with the triple Maui Sharks on the board, as we are going to pass it over to James. And if you're Daniel at this point, you just got to hope, man. You just got to hope he does not have answers to this guy, and that is not an answer. It is a question. Can I put that to the bottom of your deck, or would you like me to draw 2 and potentially find the Be King Undisputed? We draw 2. Do we have it?
All right, that does look like Next Stop. I was thinking maybe it's actual Hercules, but that's definitely Next Stop.
We did take a look at the deck list, and
he has one.
Does he have?
He has one Hercules.
He has the 5-cost Hercules, or the 4-cost Hercules?
1-cost Hercules.
Oh, the
Or
one
two
cost,
costs, two costs.
the young rescuer is what you're
Yes.
talking about. Okay, I got
He's still a Hercules.
Yes,
He's
he
just
is a Hercules.
youthful Hercules.
He is. He's a young guy. As we are going to quest for 2 here with the Yzma Conniving Chemist. We can boost the Scrooge and use Ares to ready that up. This was the strategy in the last game for James, who was able to do that over and over again with Headless Horseman, slowly accrue some lore as... Ooh, in hand we have a Ghostly Tail, which we can use to exert Olaf and get off to the races here.
Exert your own Olaf?
Exert this Olaf on the opposite side of the board.
Ghostly Tail was in Daniel's hand? They're both playing Ghostly Tail?
Daniel has Ghostly Tail, yes.
Because we saw James ink one last game. I didn't realize they were both playing Ghostly Tail.
They both have the Ghostly Tail. Yes, that is true. So we can exert the Olaf on the opposite side of the board. If we have a Distract, we could exert Ares, and that would really stop what he is doing in its tracks a little bit. Let's see what we decide to go for. If we do that, the Scrooge will return to hand and give James so many cards, but Yzma's going to do that anyway. But Scrooge has way more cards than Yzma's going to give him.
Yeah, and the Hades just drew 2 cards as well.
Yep.
If we go this game plan, we have to commit another character to play around Beaking.
Yep, here is the vision.
I mean, we're going for the vision. Let's see if it lines up with the visions we want for this game to play out.
He wants an Olaf. He needs an Olaf. You know what? Let it go, man. Just let this Scrooge go. Don't worry about it. Give him all the ink he wants. He doesn't have that many. No, I'm joking. Yzma would absolutely ruin his day if he did that.
It's still a thought. For half a second, it's a thought.
Hold on. The Scrooge is a real big problem. You do not want to give your opponent a real big inkwell, especially when that will allow them to play every card from their hand and then draw 3 more, probably play all those too. We do the vision. That does gain us a lore. We could go second Maui Half Shark here. Continue to just stall things out until you can finally do a little something. If you go second Maui Half Shark, which is what he took, we play that onto the board. Another turn of hoping. Another turn of hoping they don't get answered, and then you can
3 turns
sing.
last time.
You can dig a little deeper with them on this next turn. We can also play a 1-cost action as we do. Go up to 6. We gain 2 lore off of the Maui Half Sharks. Let's take a look at 2 cards. Olaf, where are you? He is not here. We could go for a dangerous plan, though.
It was like helping hand, dangerous plan. We still have the next stop in hand as well if we had drawn a song. I mean, I guess we could have taken the Into the Unknown, but we didn't want that. We really wanted what else I can do to make it so we don't get... I mean, I guess Elsa doesn't really do much here.
What are we going to go with? The helping hand gives support. That doesn't matter most of the time. It's just in there to pay 1 and draw 1. Cycle that action. We do go for the helping hand instead of the dangerous plan. We like the cards in our hand a little bit too much to go for that. Do we ink and play this 1-cost card to see if we can find ourselves an Olaf? We need one. We need one bad so he can sing this powerful song all by himself, although James does on the opposite side have an Isis Vanderchill in hand, I believe, so he would be able to answer the Olaf. It's just, you'd like to see him.
Yeah,
Makes you feel comfortable.
You want to make them do it.
Yeah.
But there's no evasives in play for James right now. So this double shark is really scary. We need to hit a Beaking, or we might lose very soon. At least with Dumbo here, maybe we don't need the Beaking Undisputed as quickly, but we do want to get it soon. How many cards are we drawing here?
I think he has 2 in hand. We can quest here with our Yzma, which we do. We can boost the Scrooge, ready Yzma with Ares, and then draw 1.
Maybe he's trying to win first. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. We're still 3 lore away from winning in 1 turn. But this is not what James wants. This is what Daniel needs. Can he take advantage of it? He was given this chance last game, and his deck just said no.
This might be the most critical moment of the match thus far. 2 unexerted Maui Half Sharks ready to go. Distract onto Yzma. We do have the ability to play Grab Your Bow. We could remove Olaf and Yzma,
There's
however,
an Olaf.
that would return the Scrooge to hand and draw so many cards for James. So we did find the Olaf Snowman of action. We are going to play Helping Hand, gain 2 more lore, go up to 11. Daniel could just
Win.
Straight up win this game on this turn. We do have Dig a Little Deeper available to us. There is the Ghostly Tale for 4. We're going to gain 2 more going up to 13.
I think we're going to win this game right here. So we're at 13.
We have Next Stop Olympus available to us.
Yeah. So we get a quest and then next stop, go to 15, 16, get back next stop, play it for free,
Challenging
go to
into
18,
the Yzma,
play
taking
one more.
Looking in here, what are we going to take? We have so many different options. It's got to be a 1-cost action here. Develop your brain is going to be the decision.
This game's over.
Yeah, he does have the Next Stop Olympus. That's going to gain us 2 more going up to 15. Again, we are allowed to sing after readying with the next stop Olympus. So that's another 2 that we can gain with grab your bow. Let's just make sure Daniel sequences it correctly here.
We might actually need to top to draw a. Oh wait, I thought he already challenged.
He did challenge. We just readied with next stop Olympus, and we challenged again.
What else did we challenge?
Yzma was distracted
Oh,
and
the
was
distract!
exerted by the ghostly tail. Yes.
Mind blown! Mind blown! I was just thinking of the grab your sword, not even thinking about the whisper. Oh, it's so good. Yep, good game.
Yeah, we're gonna gain 2 here. We have develop.
Just do it. You're gonna have to show him.
Yeah, we can play develop and dig a little deeper, and that is going to be game, set, match. The Maui Half Shark survived for just long enough to get over the finish line, and James not able to find the answers to them. Turn after turn after turn. Daniel just needed him to stick on the board for this turn and this turn alone and was able to get it done. That's why he took the next stop Olympus to get the victory here, and it's going to be a Ruby Sapphire finals as we are going to get you guys into this game as soon as possible. But Ruby and Amethyst taking down Luke. Talk to me.
I don't think I've ever been this excited for Ruby Sapphire. I'm a known Ruby Sapphire hater, but I think I dislike Ruby Amethyst just a little bit more from set 1. But it's not dogs. It's not dogs. So
it is not.
Celebrations, we're leaving rotation by letting the coolest new deck that came out at the end come out on top. The question is, which player is going to do it? But there are amazing players who have been playing their butts off all day today and are playing one of the coolest, most fun decks I've ever played.
Yeah, the Action Storm, you can just win out of nowhere, and Daniel able to do that in the last round against Purple, able to do it here against the Ruby Amethyst deck. The power of the Maui Half Shark, man. If you can't answer that guy.
You could say he comboed out.
He did combo out and get it done.
He didn't control out.
Best of ways. That ghostly tail came in clutch, allowed him to challenge in twice, get that next stop Olympus back, ready up, play develop, gain 2 lore from 16, dig a little deeper with both Maui Half Sharks, and go all the way to 20 lore. But we are going to get you into the finals here. We're going to bypass the interview and go straight into this final. So we are going to kick it to a little bit of a break, do a little bit of a caster shuffle here, and Mr. JDZ Quest plus Katie from the Lore Keepers Inn are going to be on the call here for the finals, where we have Ruby Sapphire going up against Ruby Sapphire for the chance to go into that North American Championship in Disneyland. Ladies and gentlemen, we will be right back.
And greetings and salutations again, my fellow Illuminaires. It is time here at Sharp Gaming 10K CCQ Core Constructed Set 12 Whispers Wilds Unknown format. We're going into the finals. Joining me to bring you guys these finals is none other than the greatest to ever do it, Katie from the Lore Keepers Inn. Katie, how are you feeling over there?
Oh, I am doing so good. I'm feeling sharp as a tack here at Sharp Gaming. We're feeling sharp because we got matching shirts. We're blazered up, and we are ready for finals. This is okay. JD, we've been following things for a while. When was the last time we had a final that was a ruby sapphire mirror?
You know what, Katie? Going in the way that you came out, or going out the way that you came in, is something poetic about that. A little bit of a ruby sapphire. This strategy has been at the top of the tables since the beginning of this game. Very powerful deck. Has won a ton of DLCs, and now here we are. Everyone on Reddit, everyone on all the various Discords, everyone all around the community. Hey, this format is unplayable. It's unwatchable. All we're going to get is dogs, blah, blah, blah. Well, guess what? The dogs didn't make it, and we have this very powerful ruby and sapphire strategy in this mirror match in the final tables at the top cut, ready to take this thing on to Disneyland if they can manage to usurp one or the other. So both of these Luminaires have very unique strategies, and I think this has been a wonderful weekend of Lorcana, I would say.
Yeah, I think that it's been fulfilling for me to be able to watch the meta evolve. These are two Illumineers that believed in just kind of teching their decks a little bit. I mean, obviously, they mentioned people they're inspired by, but I mean, they are not two copy and paste lists. It's a mirror, but there are going to be things that are a little bit different. We have the Lucky Dimes and Team Infinity represented here, so it's a lot.
Are you kidding?
Yeah, Team Infinity, that's Daniel.
Okay.
Yeah, Daniel, who also did the Disney College program the same time I did it. What up, Downtown Disney? I was
Look at
Disney
that.
Quest. He was, I think, doing the term for that they use janitor, but like it sounds cooler than that.
I mean, that's kind of cool.
It was.
Did
Yeah,
you
we worked
know?
the
Did you know them?
No.
Then? Did you guys run into each other?
No, but
So it's not a small world after all.
okay, and that's the stream, everyone. Thank you so much for coming. But no, so when I found that out, immediately, like the thing about the Disney College programs, like, how do you know someone was in it? Don't worry, they'll tell you. But on the other side, there are so many people that are cheering for Emerson here. Never bored, so he's just probably fun to be around. And there are tons of Lucky Dimes in the chat waiting to see how this match goes. No matter what, one of these players is going to be able to scream, I'm going to Disneyland!
And that's also one of the cool things. I did not know that both of these Illumineers were in a position where they were in two very local, prominent teams. We had the fortunate and pleasure and honor of being in the Enter the Battlefield. And we had a Slab Shark versus ETB like rivalry kind of taking place there. So we have that same energy here with Infinity and the Lucky Dimes trying to battle for who owns the Ozarks here, as we have two titans of the game lined up and ready to face off. And what an incredible top 16 we have had today. There has been some incredible gameplay from all over this top cut, and I really want to thank everybody who is watching at home. There was a point during that last round where we exceeded 600 live viewers, Katie, and you know me, I typically like to stay away from the numbers, but this is one of the first instances of the Quest World production, and I think it's very important to kind of note that this format is kind of dead and gone, but still people are electing to spend time and watch these competitors do their thing. It's been very special and important. So I want to thank all of you for being here and thank all the efforts of Sharp Gaming for hosting such a wonderful tournament.
I can't agree more because it's just, I love coming to this tournament, but it's at the end of a long stretch of traveling for me, but I was jazzed to come down here because it's just a very fun little situation where you get to see the same players time over time. You get to follow these stories along. You get to watch the team show up for each other. That's one of my favorite things, is seeing people waiting for their teammates. And then there's a Sunday event. I want to speak upon the fact that there is a Sunday Infinity event going on. And in my mind, I was like, who? Why? Who's going to do an Infinity event? It's not a CCQ. It's like 1K versus a 10K. There were 38 people. And that might not sound like a lot, but I go to these tournaments in a lot. 38 people for an Infinity event on a Sunday.
On a Sunday, you don't get that.
That's notable.
That is something definitely that you need to write down and put into your journal because it just doesn't happen. It just really shows how passionate the community here is for some Lorcana when they have an opportunity to play for some stakes. But here are the players. They are seated at the feature match table. This is the Ruby and Sapphire mirror match. Don't adjust your screens. However, there are some slight differences and variations between some of these builds. We're looking at that young Hercules. Both of these Illuminators are elected to play that card, but we immediately diverge. And the Max Goof Rockin' Teen, Neverboard is going to have a couple copies of those, while Daniel says, nah, I don't think that card is good enough, but we are going to upload our own 5-cost singing equivalent in the form of the Warded Scuttle. So that might be the difference maker in this matchup. So very interesting things. We have 4 copies of What Else Can I Do? I don't know if that is the vibe, but he's in the deck and it has been working out quite nicely, while 3 copies of Grab Your Bow is played by Daniel. Anything else of note jumping off to you, Katie, and what can kind of break this mirror open?
Yeah, I mean, that monstrous dragon can be a huge thing because, I mean, a lot of times in this deck, you're playing 1 or 2 things at a time, and that is why spot removal is so devastating. That someone very, very aptly pointed out in the chat. Be King Undisputed could be a big difference maker, because if you get to the point where you get rid of one, like one character is exerted and there's one thing left, something has ward, something doesn't, you're able to use Be King Undisputed in ways that are very, 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 very powerful. So I think the differences in this deck can line up, but it also is going to be timing. A lot of this is, do you have what you need when you need it, which is a very, very oversimplification of it. But these action decks, the conversation of, is it a combo deck? In a way it is. You absolutely need to sequence these little puzzle pieces together to synergize effectively, and that can be the difference maker between
And I think we have to watch that game that's within the game that is going to start to slowly develop over time. When I mean it's going to be, you're going to have to establish a singer to get those high-cost songs being sang very early, very freely. And if that doesn't happen, if I'm able to let it go your Olaf, or you're able to distract and grab your bow on my Olaf, maybe that could be something that can slow us down a bit. But it is time to quest as we are underway. Daniel versus Neverboard. This is the finals. We are going to be playing a best of 3. Winner of this will go directly to the Disney Lorcana Challenge in Disneyland.
Yeah, I mean, they don't even have to wait that long. It's pretty much that next month you're going to Disneyland. So hopefully they have their schedule open and ready. But there is that turn to Visions of the Future that we have seen so much in this deck, because they're kind of saving the actions. They want to save up for that powerful turn 3, and that is when you're going to try to get as many Lilos onto the dance floor as possible. So we are just looking at these 5 cards, keeping 1, and then we have now developed 2 things, 2 ink and 2 Olaf counters.
Yeah, just trying to see, again, it's all going to be about cheating. You're going to try to put as much characters. I had the opportunity of talking to Neverboard during one of the interviews, is that I'm just trying to put as many characters in play for free as early as possible, which is just the crux of what this strategy is trying to do. Being on the play does give you a bit of an advantage to establish your 5-cost singer or your 9-cost singer before the opposition can, and it's going to put them on their back heel right away. So it's very important to maintain a very high level of tempo and put out those high-cost characters as quickly as possible. But there is going to be an opportunity to brick. Both of these strategies are very high volatile type decks, and if you just don't have the units in the correct order, the correct sequence, you'll just lose the game to yourself.
And that, it can be one of the more defeating feelings, is just knowing that you didn't have the ability to pull it off. And uninkability can be a huge thing in one of these decks, where it's not like Dogs, where Dogs is one of the more forgiving. You kind of are constantly changing your hand to match what you need. But Visions will be doing that purpose in this specific matchup. I did want to point out, someone in the chat pointed out, these 2 players, they're playing Ruby Sapphire, but neither of them brought Tipo. That's kind of sad. You didn't get to see Tipo before he goes,
you know
but
what? It is what it is. It is what it is. We see Celia right. See, so that's a great point. Everyone who is watching at home, wherever you may be on YouTube, go ahead and like the video on Twitch. Make sure you follow the channel. But at the same time, make sure you say goodbye to all your last little glimmers here that show up. Celia's right, C. We salute you. You sailed your last sea.
Ramp on 2. We hardly knew ye.
We'll see you in Infinity format. I'm sure that card will be played for as long as this game exists. It is a very, very powerful 2-cost action, allowing you to accelerate your inkwell a bit there. And we will say goodbye to you as thinking here, Daniel, early into that Thought Vault, into the Brain Palace. As soon as turn number 3, all these turns are quite critical, trying to see what we want to put down to the inkwell.
And I think this is one of those things. The first few turns in this game are always so on the margins. That distract, you might say, well, it's not that important, but it is. That distract feeds the Lilos. It feeds all of the things that you want to do. Yes, it's only going to lower the strength by 2. That can actually be a difference maker, since everything is generally going to be 4-4 or 5-5, and that will help. But in this case, we're going to go on a second Vision of the Future. He's like, listen, I looked
I forgot. Let's look again. And then he's going to look at 5 cards. We got double distracted. He goes and immediately. Wait, I thought he took Max Goof, but maybe there's 2.
They
We'll
might have
see.
2 in there. Maybe Max Goof, again, just trying to establish a character that can sing above their weight class a bit. Max Goof, Rockin' Team, Ruby, 5-cost singer. I don't think that's a bad choice at all for your following turn. You still will have to commit a card to the Inkwell, and it will be that Let It Go. Very critical and vital card there. You probably wanted to hang on to that one a little bit, but you are a little bit ink depleted. You had to do what you got to do.
Yeah, that feels kind of like I don't know. It's hard not to get anything on the board, but these decks can survive it. You just need to kind of. Neither player has anything on the board, so that's like the good part of it. As long as you're not falling behind, but he is kind of falling behind a little bit in the resource of ink here, since we are going to be able to double ramp again on this, or not double ramp. Well, yeah, it's double ramp, inking twice on this turn and going right into a vision. He's leaving the actions on the table, which always makes me think, hey, is this the turn we start getting that Lilo? But I'm not sure. I don't know if he has it in his hand.
And I really like the way that Daniel does play that, because it really makes it quite clear how many actions would play that turn, and also putting your vision of the future on top of the cards that you are using to vision of the future of. I think that is a neat way to, and just ensure that there are not a lot of mix-ups there, as we will make a pretty quick selection. Vision of the future, another very powerful Sapphire action that will be lost to time in terms of rotation. Again, will be played inevitably, probably for the remainder of this game, but it will no longer be allowed in the core constructed format. And I don't know if they'll print another card like this, because this is very, very strong.
I like him. It is so sad. Lilo, you just got here, but we will now see he is thinking here. Does he have that 1 cost? Because he needs 2 things, right? He needs to be able to ink, and he also needs to play 1 cost action, and he needs Lilo. So 3 things together. That is why I think this feels like a combo deck, because you can't, in order to do these kind of deep discount activities, you really, really need to be a budget shopper and make sure you're doing everything correctly. And he is thinking quite hard here. Shout out to these players. They got here for round 1 was 10 a.m. We are now sitting at 5 p.m., which means they have been playing their hearts out. This is day 2 of the event, so they are absolutely leaving it out all on the Luminary. So there is 2 actions. He could not get there. He doesn't have the Lilo. And wasn't able to get out, but he has 5 ink, so it's a good foundation.
Right on. And making it to the Disney Lorcana North American Championship is going to be hard, and this is the hard way. You had to endure some very hot conditions and some incredible players to get to where you are, and you want to make sure you can do everything you can to completely finish the drill here as the Rockin' Team is down. But I see your Rockin' Team, and I'll raise you. Olaf, Snowman of Action, you do get a slight discount. You still have to pay. That's more of like a rebate there. You had to pay 3 ink less, but he is representing that 9-cost singer, and you see that dig a little deeper is in hand, and it goes back all the way back to that Let It Go that you had to send down to the
But that card, I keep thinking about this Be King Disputed. 1 card at a time is miserable in this deck, and that's the whole point of this Max, is he can sing solo. He is rocking. Will he do it? Probably. We'll see if he actually sings it or just plays retail value, but there we go. He's going to do it.
And there it is.
Oh,
The King Undisputed, respected and saluted indeed, says the Rockin' Team. He loves that song. He's probably jamming out that in his bedroom right now, as Olaf also probably doesn't enjoy that ballad, as he's going to send himself to the discard pile. And now Neverboard has returned fire with his own copy of Olaf, Snowman of Action, and the game is afoot. Does Daniel have the ability to rid the game board of this Olaf here, or will Neverboard be able to sing this dig a little deeper?
I really do feel like that the strategy of this deck, so often you are just having one thing out at a time, and it makes it feel miserable when you have these things that are just like, well, you get to pick. And it's like, well, it's 1. So we will go ahead. We see a Henwin's Vision with, going down into the Inkwell. It's only 1 of, so we won't see that again in this match. But in the meantime, we have this Shark. So what are the odds he has 2 Be King Undisputed?
I mean, it might be a little higher than you may think, as we have the What Else Can I Do? A shout out to Luke, who finally got that one right here.
Yes,
down the
we
stretch
worked.
a
We
little
did
bit.
drills all day.
I was quite proud of that Illuminator there, as he finally got that one correctly. But I do see there is a Ruby, and I see an uninkable, and it looks like a Vision of Scar there, hanging out in the left-hand side of Neverboard's hand. So we are just trying to figure this thing out and trying to see if we have enough action to get this Lilo down for free, as the Rockin' Team has given ward to the Olaf and himself into the next turn. Now we have Shark standing alone and unafraid.
Now, sometimes in these control battles, it is all about weathering the storm, and they've already looked at each other's deck list. So let's say he does lose this Maui Shark with a Be King Undisputed. There are only 2. So we call it a mirror breaker, but at the end of the day, you can only do it so many times. Now, having an empty board across from a Maui Shark, a Max Goof, and a Shark feels bad in an empty board. He has that half Shark is now fully in the discard thanks to a second Jeremy Irons solo. And now he must build again after losing 2 super high cost characters.
Yeah, that feels super bad, but it's all about that tempo and all about maintaining that advantage over your opponent. Getting your Singer to not be sent to the discard pile or into the inkwell is just such a huge advantage in this mirror match, and being able to set up first has so much value there, as Daniel is in the Thought Vault deep in struggle territory, while Neverboard looks like he's never had a worry in his mind as he's hanging out cool, calm, and collected here with this Olaf, Maui, and the Rockin' Teen on the board.
And I mean, it's important to note that the higher seed goes first. Neverboard had a very good day yesterday, so I believe he did get to go first. And so that's kind of, you're putting on the pressure and having the answer, and put on pressure indeed. We have a Shark going out, then right into Hercules, but at this point, no cards in hand, so we hope everything goes really good from here.
Yeah, that Hercules is desperation station. If I'm never bored, I'm feeling good seeing my opponent use the young Hercules in that manner. Maybe trying to play around a potential B-King Undisputed. You can use that Hercules to keep your Maui Half-Shark around. If you're going to win, it's going to be predicated on the survival of that Maui Half-Shark, but still, you need to have some resources generated. Also, it allows you to top deck a B-King Undisputed, or excuse me, dig a little deeper of your own, as we are singing another copy of What Else Can I Do? Ward is afoot.
What else can I do?
That was pretty good.
Thank you. But there we go. We have a What Else Can I Do? Into a Visions of the Future going directly in the hand. We see the writing on the wall. It's 3 actions coming together, which to me now, I cross my eyes. I see a Lilo, and oh my gosh, there she is. I think he actually is going to play 2 Lilos this turn.
Yeah, that's so messed up, man.
Why would you do that, Neverboard? The chat likes you, but that's not nice.
As it's kind of popping off, and it kind of does feel bad when one person is having all the fun and the other person has got the come on, you got to be kidding me position that Daniel has kind of set up there, when you got double hand on cheek looking at your opponent have a good time while you're sitting in the backseat of the struggle bus. And we're digging here. We're getting a little deeper into that deck, and the pain train continues to leave the station. Daniel has to be feeling bored here, as Neverboard obviously is not going to be capable of doing that.
I truly don't miss this part of playing against Ruby Ruby Sapphire, because man, they are just, it's like they're shopping. It's like watching someone like kind of decide what to eat for dinner, and you're like, oh my gosh, just order something. And they're just, in this case, Vision looking through 5, then look through 7, picking 2. So I think at this point, Daniel is all but sure there is going to be a Lilo. But as we know, Lilo ready. So you're just making sure you do everything in the proper and upright order here. Just debating, He had a very tight budget in the beginning, but now he's like kind of got an unlimited charge card here when he's shopping, being able to pick 2 cards and already having a nice board.
And it really kind of makes you think here in these spots. It can be a little bit when you're so far ahead and you're so far out front. Sometimes you get a little bit antsy in the pantsies, and you gotta, you start letting up off the gas pedal, and maybe you can make a suboptimal play and let your opponent back into this thing. It just takes a couple digs and maybe a couple Olafs, and you're right back into this thing. So Neverboard casts to maintain the tenacity, as we are going to listen to each other's heart. Fine, we're never too far apart. Eye to eye is being deployed here, and you can ready all the characters that allow you to sing that song, as Olaf will allow you to. Now you'll be able to draw 2 cards, gain 2 lore. You are going to give Daniel some resources here. You gained 3 lore, though, with that Maui Half-Shark in
And I
play.
think Olaf's about to sing another song. I feel like at this point it's like karaoke night. Well, here we go. We'll have an action here off this Sail the Azurite Sea. So we didn't ready the Olaf. Does Olaf get to ready one?
I believe he should have, since he sang that song.
He has 2 or more characters.
Oh, 2 or more.
You
Okay,
need to
never
have
mind.
friends.
Gotcha.
It's a
got
duet.
It. No, it's sing together. It's a sing together. My
Yeah.
bad. So that does not get ready there. So.
But instead, we'll just have this song. So it is actually still karaoke night. We did not get the double Lilos that I thought of, but I mean, this is absolutely still Value City. He is doing it all. We're getting so much lore off of just playing actions and also punishing Daniel for thinking he could maybe have a character stick to the board.
Unfortunate, yeah. So Daniel is just in this spot where you're just hoping you can get something to stick. I can't remember if What Else Can I Do was saying that last turn, but I think it was. There was a lot that happened in that previous turn. These turns do kind of blend together, as a lot of the strategy, a lot of the turns kind of do very similar play patterns, but I don't know if there is ward or foot, but right now you have to figure something has to stick. And right now, you just can't seem to get anything to go your way as another Maui Half Shark is going to find his way back into the field of play again. And Daniel's going to have to hope as you're just stuck in the mud here.
Yeah, I mean, I think in the chat while I was watching last match, I said, can we get one Be Prepared as a treat? Because sometimes it feels like that is why people love to be prepared, because in these control matches, things get so, the snowball, which is very apt for the snowman of action, where it just feels like, how do you come back from this? Now, we have seen two Maui Sharks, or no, we've seen one Maui Shark. We saw an Olaf, we saw a Maui Shark be King Undisputed, but maybe this time it'll be different, and we'll get to see one here stay.
And it kind of stings the nostrils a bit there, seeing your opponent do all these really cool dynamic plays of what your cohesive strategy can do, but now you are having forcing yourself in a spot where you have to play this dangerous plan, and this card. Or I think you are playing this dangerous plan.
He loves it. I think that Daniel must love the dangerous plan. And so here we go. He drew two here.
Yeah, you draw two.
Yeah, draw
discard
two, just one. Yes, and then but it's of anything in your whole hand. Card door number 3.
And it will be a Lilo again. Can we cut it out? I know. I mean, I guess you didn't want the Lilo,
Yeah.
but I guess Dangerous Plan says draw 2 cards and discard Lilo, causing an uproar, because that has been happening all weekend long with these
It's a
Ruby Sapphire
custom
strategies.
card that Daniel had printed. He's like, it's not great, but that dangerous plan, the reason people play it is high risk, high reward. But as with high risk, it can be punishing. So in this case, he is just thinking through, because on board, like on face value, we have 6 lore. Then we have, whatever amount of lore can happen from the Sharknado storms of actions. So he will pass, and he's like, please, I know you've done every song, every action, every character. Maybe one turn you don't do everything.
Can you just chill just a little bit, please?
For one time.
And no, the answer is no, I cannot. I am incapable
cannot
of chill.
chill.
I am a snowman. I am of action. I am about my business here, and chilling is something that I just am incapable of doing here, it seems, as we are going to draw or check 7, keep 2, and I think we might have had a readying ability in there as well. No, that is another snowman of action, so no Lilo to be had, as this decision does seem kind of tough here a little bit, as Neverboard is going to take a little bit of time to survey a bit, but I think you're just so far ahead of this thing. I think you just need to just maybe just keep the pressure up, maybe get another Maui Half Shark here in the Olaf.
Right, because having double shark activations can really, really add up, especially if he's able to keep chaining these little actions. He could take that vision and then go from dig a little deeper into Vision of the Future, which I think he just kept that. So I think we're about to keep having actions, which is the point of this deck. This is Ruby Sapphire action.
Literally the action deck. It is doing exactly what you designed it to do. So you are going to be able to generate another Maui Half Shark as a backup plan in the case that your other Maui Half Shark gets sent into the inkwell with a Let It Go, and that is a nice little 1-2 punch there for you, as you don't have the ability to clear that Maui Half Shark off. So there will be a chance for you to do something with your characters this next turn. Maybe there's a world you can get a dig a little deeper and sink it here with these 2 glimmers.
Yeah, Daniel's still watching Neverboard go through approximately all 60 of his cards. This is one of those situations where the cards you put on the bottom, you're going to see again. He looks at that Snowman of Action and says, well, another giant card for free? That sounds pretty delicious to me. It is almost dinner time. He might not keep that. There are a couple of other little actions in there, and right now, chaining actions can be very valuable now that he's invested in the shark plan. So he is just given a moment to think. I love them putting the 5 cards underneath the vision. That's such a smart way to be like, this is my vision cards.
I would have messed that up so many times. I think now that the card is literally the last Vision of the Future that a lot of people won't play for Core Constructed, but now I don't have that information. People should have been doing that a bit earlier, so I stole it a while ago.
Good job, Illumineers, but see ya in infinity.
See ya.
But he does go ahead and say, you know what? I almost said Snowloff. Snowman of Action. Olaf here. Don't take his last 2 lore. It's all he has, but he will. He's going to say, Daniel, how about you go back to 0 lore?
And that's a lot of questing power, too. Don't forget the Olaf Snowman of Action or the Snowloff O-Man of Action can quest for 2 as well. So a lot of lore being generated, and you have a lot of singing power. You have a lot of questing power, challenging power. You just have all sorts of power of many shapes and sizes as the stare down is commencing. You're going to do everything you can, but I believe this one just might be a bit long in the tooth, and it might be time to go next here and see if we can come back at it again on the play.
And I really do think that
when you build your deck, you're thinking about the whole room. So it's fascinating to see how these tech choices, all obviously both of them made great choices in the room at large, but I don't know how much they were thinking about this exact mirror. And it does seem like Neverboard, by going first, having some of these really powerful, like that dynamic singer ability, really has paid off. I'm talking like it's over. I'm like, well, rest in peace, Daniel. But
Yeah.
it does kind of feel like it is just looking through, seeing what we have, because it's just what series of cards he's
Oh
gonna
yeah,
try it.
this one might be. Like I guess you can get to the nothing. You might be able to get to the Brother Bear song and be able to challenge and ready at least once and take something out. But I think this one you're just kind of trying to go through the ringers here a little bit and see if you can figure something out to maybe prolong the game for a
Right.
bit. But I think this one might have just gotten away from us here. No worries. You can do the same thing on your turn when you get to go first.
Right? You can. He's like, I'd like to try it. You seem like you had a lot of fun. And he is still moving and grooving through this turn, doing a vision of the future, marking down the fact that, hey, I got some lore, buddy, because I did some actions myself. So now he finally has some lore on the board. If he can get to a snowman of action, he can go ahead, lower the board. It's hard because he can't pick it all. He can kind of go towards that snowman of action to try to lower some lore. He can go into something that readies Maui so that we're able to go ahead and challenge. But I don't think you can easily do both. And Hercules is like, I am not meant to
Yeah,
be singing.
Hercules like I'm not
I'm
even
not-
here.
Yeah.
Pretend like you guys don't see me. I am not here. Okay?
I am not a god yet. I am literally a teenage boy.
I am not here, buddy. I'm just kind of hanging out, doing my thing, as we are still kind of going through the motions here. Maybe Daniel understands that there is an out that we may have missed, and he's just going to play it through the finish line. And I think there is something there, too. You want to take all the time. You never know. Anything can happen. There's a lot of magic in the realm of Lorcana, and you could potentially find an answer that you didn't know you didn't know.
And I think that is the difference between, fine players and great players, is you really do need to play the game out. Especially, there's no reason to ever scoop in the finals. I mean, because at the end of the day, Daniel just played a 2-hour game. I
Right.
think we've learned he's patient. He's playing this deck, which shows he's patient. He is just seeing, is there any juice left in this lemon to squeeze? I think he keep a little deeper.
Yeah, and the matches are untimed as well, so there's nothing, no need to rush at all. You can kind of take your sweet time and play your reps as much as you can. As we are going to next stop Olympus, you can play that for free, gain yourself a lore, ready your Maui Half Shark, and continue to challenge into the Olaf Snowman of Action if that's what you want to do, just to take some of that lore away. But we'll elect to go ahead and sing the Dig a Little Deeper. So that young Hercules is getting active
He's
there.
like, I can help.
Doing little backup vocals on that Dig a Little Deeper.
And we shall dig. We are looking for an answer here that dig a little deeper. Like we said, you get to keep 2 cards. Feels very generous. But looking at, I'm moving my head around here trying to see if I can see it. We see 2 Olafs. It would have been cool if you were here earlier, Olaf. Because on the board, like we mentioned, we have the total of 7 lore. And then I assume he can find an action in there.
Yeah.
And that double shark activation is absolutely enough. So can he...
Especially
basically
with exerted characters around as well, so you can just challenge in and get, unless you can ready both of these characters this turn, which you do have I believe you can play a Lilo, maybe double Lilo this turn and ready both of those glimmers here, and protect your board from getting challenged back. But I think with these Mauis being ready, I think this game might end as soon as next turn, unless Daniel can figure out a miracle. We see there's an Olaf Snowman of Action in that choice as well.
Yeah, those 2 Olafs could represent taking down the lore total by 4 here, down back to 8. But he does go ahead and he's playing. Oh no, he's developing his brain. He's like, maybe.
We're hoping. I mean, can you just go for a storm off situation there, as the Olaf Snowman of Action will be played for free. There's more than enough action that you can get this Glimmer down for free, and you will also remove Neverboard back down to 10. So still representing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 plus whatever actions you can find, as Daniel's still trying to even the score a bit more.
Exactly. And
I think he must have kept an Olaf and a dig a little deeper. He's inking the scuttle, saying, if I survive, I'm going to need ink where I'm going. So at this point, there's only one card in Neverboard hand. Now, he has also never had bad draws. He's had a great game here, just chaining all these powerful impact things. But so we'll start off with just cleaning house here, trading into the Hercules. We also can.
I would just get back to eye and just win immediately.
No.
Yeah, we could just do that and just I listen to each other's heart there. Maui have Shark, and that'll just give you +2, +4, plus Quest, I believe. I think that one might in this match potentially, as we also get to draw some cards here. So it's not over. We had the Olaf, so the mathematics was off. You had to go down a bit there, so it's not exactly over yet, but there's a lot of action still in hand.
There is, and my goodness, that was the saddest way I've heard anyone say you got to look into each other's heart. But to your point, that Olaf made a huge difference. He would have won right there, but then he says, yeah, I have 2 Archarks. I have an action. And my goodness, there's someone in the chat that says, I don't want to be biased because of this, but I am. I do want to see Max goofing eye to eye.
I'm trying to tell you, I'm lit. I'm a Goofy movie, Katie, is my favorite Disney movie of all time. I'm having a blast. Seeing eye to eye, 2 fabled cards out here being represented here at the final tables of the last core constructed event before rotation, it just fills my heart with joy. We all knew that eye to eye could be great, and here it is being demonstrated at its highest capability here in a feature match on the final tables. But let's check out the deck list one more time as eye to eye just wins a match in game number 1. Obviously, some other things went swimmingly for Neverboard there. Not going to lie. Daniel kind of got cooked a bit. But still, eye to eye won the game.
Yeah, I just think these tech choices, it kind of feels like Neverboard teched for Daniel, but Daniel teched for dogs in some ways. Because, grab your bow, that's something Daniel has. He's not going to be able to use it where we're going, not easily. Another thing is the fact that, we saw the advantage of having a Max Goof out there. We saw the advantage of having B King Undisputed. Daniel was like, all right, here's a character right back to back, both of them. Now, if he doesn't have that, there are, 60 plus cards in a deck. You don't always have B King Undisputed, but it just felt like this deck is teched very well against Daniels.
It was there. It was in the right place at the right time and got it done. The B King Undisputed, and that Daniel is not playing that card. And just like I spoke about earlier, we were talking about what's going to break this mirror open, and it's going to be who can rid the game board of the other singers. And B King Undisputed is a great way to do that.
Yeah, and a great point by MDTCG saying he has 3 dragons as well, which is kind of like late game because B King you could go ahead and get out there pretty early in the game, but then later you can say, hey, you know that one character? Can't have that either. So I do feel like Neverboard has taken care of both the top and bottom of the curve and also has plenty of answers in the middle. Now, meanwhile, Daniel has access to a lot of the great cards, right? Like if he's able to get out 3 free Lilos very early, then that can be also pretty impactful. He does get to go first here, and so this could be his game here. But yeah, it did just feel like I was looking at the numbers on the board here. Call 911, call an ambulance, but not for me.
Yeah, just make it happen. Don't hurt me, please. Don't hurt me. Let me live. I need a friend, indeed, as it may be. As Gary the Fly, who's been rocking and rolling with us all weekend as well, has returned for the finals, of course, as we are getting these altars done. Looking at Daniel Smile, maybe he's got some good cards in there. And I still think that going for that very early Lilo curve might be the optimal strat to help break this mirror as well.
Yeah, it is nice to have. It's nice to have characters on the board. Daniel didn't get to have that a lot. He didn't get to enjoy what it's like to have Glimmer Shimmer on that board and get some lore. Every time he got lore, Neverboard would take it. Every time he got a character, he's like, I'm taking that too. I'm surprised there are not any discard cards. Neverboard seems nice, though. Lots of people like him in the chat. We love a game 3, so I'm hoping Daniel can get a pip on the board here to match Neverboard's. And yeah, I am very, very, very excited to see how this game plays out. But yeah, it's fascinating seeing the tech differences.
Is Neverboard Barrett?
He is Barrett. His name,
Okay.
I think, is Barrett Emerson. I can't think of it. Is it
Gotcha.
Emerson Barrett or Barrett Emerson? But I think that is that, or just a person having a fun time in the chat.
Right on. Okay, Barrett has been rocking, and the Barretts are out there popping off in the chat. But we got to get some Daniel supporters out there, as I need some. Dang, Daniel coming back at it with the white vent. Can we do that?
I was doing it in the chat.
Were you?
I was saying, Daniel, back at it again with the double shark activations.
Okay.
That was me in the chat, just having fun.
Gotcha.
I was having fun.
Okay, it works.
I was
works.
sending like gifs to people.
Oh,
that's what you do
are
when you
you
have a 2 hour.
GIFs? It can't be GIFs.
That's the legal pronunciation.
No chance it's GIFs.
That's anyway.
No
We'll talk about
way.
this later.
Okay.
But we're gonna go ahead and ink a Sail the Azurite Sea, and then that's it. There's not a lot you can do. There we go. There's that fun little tech card. There's nothing we can't do. We'll get there.
We'll
nothing
make it happen.
Nothing we can't do.
Nothing
I just put it
we
there.
can't do.
So I got so close. They high five a little bit there as we do a helping hand. Stop it, you cuties. Look at that. They high fived and giggled.
Oh, look at that. At the top tables with everything on the line, everyone is still maintaining a good positive attitude. Very great
cute.
representation
Nice.
of the Disney Lorcana community here as we are at the tail end of the Wilds Unknown metagame. If you're just tuning in, that means that we are going into our second rotation, and I am kind of feeling somber about it as we are going to say goodbye to some of our favorite friends as we get into that next set, as Daniel now is taking a vision of the future on too.
But one of his dear characters just went to the inkwell. Of all the decks where you see a character be inked, this one kind of always feels a little scary to me, especially because of how powerful Olaf can be in this whole deck. And there's not a lot of other characters. Now, that being said, compared to some of the decks that truly only had 12, these two Illumineers have teched out their decks with just more than 12, but not much more. So all that to be said, seeing Olaf go to the inkwell feels a little scary. He is thinking about this vision here because, as we know, this is just the takeoff, and we need to get to 30,000 miles.
Yeah, 30,000, 50,000 feet above sea level is the required flight altitude to circumnavigate the quest world as it may be. And you're still trying to set up maybe some of these early Lilo plays. I think you still got to play for it if you have it. Get that Lilo down before you can get into a B King Undisputed range and maybe start singing some What Else Can I Do, or maybe even some potential Let It Go onto this rock and roll teen. You just are at a disadvantage. I believe that Max Goof rockin' teen is just really good in this matchup, because it allows you to sing so much sooner than what Daniel can more consistently, as we are going to take a vision of the future, and let's see if we can find a 5-cost singer.
Yeah, I giggled a little bit because someone in the chat said we should watch Memoriam, but at the same time, someone was saying Daniel played a great series, and it was kind of like Daniel died a little bit. He's not. He's right there. I see him.
He's alive and well. He's hanging out. He's not. He hasn't left us
We
at all.
still have Daniel, and he's still in his game too, and he's doing what he needs to do to stay in this game. We saw Distract go into the inkwell as we go on our own vision of the future. He goes ahead and keeps. We have that eye to eye going to the bottom. So if you're hoping to see eye to eye win the game, it just got a lot more unlikely because it is on the bottom of the deck and has to cycle all the way back to the top. There's only one copy.
Eye to Eye was the game-winning card in game number 1. If you guys are just tuning in, we can play the In Memoriam, but I got to tell you, whoever owns YouTube just nuked the whole YouTube there when we played that In Memoriam, because the song.
Isn't too sad? No, I think it's good. Oh man, they're doing it again.
No,
Okay.
Helping hand. I get it. I'm feeling a part of the team.
I
You
do.
a helping hand. That's cool.
That is fun.
That's fun. Okay. That's cool.
And they're just still giggling about
They're having
it
a
too,
good time.
by the way.
This is great. I love the sportsmanship in karate. Helping, you play the helping hand, you high five your opponent.
Yeah, they're just still giggling. I can't deal with it.
I love it. I'm with it.
You gotta love the cut of your own jib, I say. And
I'm
they
with it.
are loving it here. We have 3. Can we get to a Lilo? I think we saw. Is that a Lilo right there? I don't know. If it is, then we are about to get the party started. Whoever gets the first character on the board feels pretty good, and this is a good start. But it is now the temperature danger zone of, well, he can't do, oh goodness, he can't do King Undisputed. Lilo, you got one turn
You
for
got
sure.
one shot. You got one shot at it to make something happen. You got to hope that. And there's another one. Another
Are they still
helping
giggling?
hand.
That's a little one.
A little, high five.
less giggle.
Okay, we're gonna see what
We get
happens.
to the
after
fourth one, they'll be like,
after the 18th helping them, like, hey, enough.
I'm
okay,
good.
we're done.
I'm
We're
good.
done. I'm over it. The
The
bit's
judge
dead.
comes in and puts their
It was-
hand in between.
It
We're
was
done.
fun the first 16 times, okay, but now here we are, just helping hand 95th time. I'm done. We're done. No more high fives, okay?
And then he
We're
goes back and he's like, "Oh, yeah, Hercules, I'm gonna get back. Helping hand. You're done, actually." There we go. We're gonna sail the Azurite Sea here by inking that Maleficent Dragon. We talked about how powerful that card is, but that's a powerful thing to do much later. And right now, we need to focus on ourselves and the present. So he is himself putting a little action ink pile, inking Distract, Develop Brain. Is there a magical Lilo here?
And
No.
there isn't, but we still could have one in hand. I can't see the full grip that Neverboard has access to. We also have Vision of the Future. Maybe we can find one on the following turn. As we believe in that Vision of the Future so much, we're going to put that Maui Half Shark down to the bottom of the deck. That's one of your best cards, part of your winning condition, and you won't see that glimmer again for a while. Maybe you will. This deck does cycle like the best of them, as we will provide our Lilo with a little bit of inspiration, inner strength being deployed onto this 5-cost Glimmer to give her a little bit more strength.
I kind of wish they had a fun little miming for all the things.
Yeah.
I'm kind of sad now. There's not like pump your arm for inner strength, but
That'd be
whatever.
too much.
We can
That'd be-
workshop it. We can
could-
workshop it.
I like it. I personally
It was
think that's
fun, right?
I think that's a great idea.
When
We
I
need
joined my
more.
first league, they said you got an extra point because you get points. They
Mm-hmm.
were like, if you sing the song,
Oh,
okay,
again.
they get extra stickers. They get a sticker for that. But every
like
time we sang a song when you played it, and so it just resulted in people singing songs. They're like, I need this point. So,
Yeah.
and anyway, but they're still giggling. It's working.
We got to bring that back, I think, with the leagues. And
Yeah, I liked it. You had to do your chore chart.
Yeah,
before
you
you
had the
leave.
little star chart. You got to wear some Disney apparel. You get a star.
The
you
kids
know.
in my league, they were not. I was doing a trade with a kid once, and they said, I'm gotta get my 10 points. Don't talk to me till I'm done. I'm like
Oh,
waiting till like
no.
10 p.m. And he's like, I have to play a deck with 3 items that are food.
Oh gosh, I need my stars. Listen, Katie, I don't care what you're talking about. I need my freaking stars for crying out loud. As Lilo's getting a pretty free quest in for 2, and we are entering into that B King Undisputed range as this match is coming out of the gate quite slow. However, B King Undisputed here will neutralize your entire turn yet again. It still might be worth it, but at the same time, you got to watch out. There's a Maui Half Shark that could be circling these waters as soon as next turn as you reach that critical ink threshold as another vision of the future is being deployed.
Yeah, and it kind of it's fascinating with these visions of the future because I mean we've seen I think this is like our 4th one deployed in this match. You're really just trying to like pick a strategy and go with it because I mean ultimately if you're going to go the Maui shark route, then you need to get some ink in there. The Lilo route, you need to make sure you have your little items, and it feels like none of the routes. Like he doesn't have the max goose, so he can't do the control route. Mind you, Daniel hasn't done a ton, but I feel like he's about to take off with he has more cards, and just having somebody to sing is enough to sometimes cause the snowball effect we talk about that can make these matches go pretty fast. But snowballing hasn't started quite yet.
Not yet, but Katie, I got to tell you something. I hate being negative here in the booth, okay? I'm going to try to
ready.
be as positive as I can, but this mirror match is grueling, okay? Because there is so much searching and there's so much
is.
vision, there's so much decision.
A lot of divining.
This is tough. This is a tough mirror because there's just so much thinking that is going to be trying to set yourself up. So it is an absolute grind. This is a slog fest to say the least. As never bored, I'm still not bored. But if we had 2 months of this, I think I would be dying for a dog's mirror here, Katie.
Right. I control mirrors. Somebody likes it. Not me. I'm not playing this deck. I am already stressed out by having to do this many visions. Because like you said, I mean, you are constantly strategizing. You are Henwin looking into the cauldron, trying to see into the future here. We are picking. Look at how much thinking is going on. They're thinking with each other. This is someone that pointed out, how do we get the happiest 2 Illumineers in the finals? I don't know. They're just lucky, I guess.
We're lucky. I mean, they have weathered the storm. They have braved the raging storm. They have circumnavigated the Azurite Sea. They have climbed the wall. I mean, that's already been rotated out as the Max Goof is going to find his way into the field of play. They've done a lot to get to the position that they're in now, and they still have great chipper attitudes. Both Illumineers wearing those nice hats as well. So looking nice, looking dapper, feeling good as we are now staring down Rockin' Team versus Lilo.
Yeah, I'm trying to think. I mean, is there anything because I mean, he has things in his deck that are really great. And by he, I mean Daniel, at going after things with small willpower. But that Rockin' Teen is pretty buff, sitting there at a 4 stat line. So any kind of bow grabbing or ghostly tails aren't coming anywhere near him. Now, there is Let It Go. So if he has that, Lilo could sing that. But is it at this point as scary? He has 2 characters on the board. So less scary than last game where one B King Undisputed ruined his whole life.
Right, now you're going to need a combination of both of those cards. You're going to need to Let It Go and a B King Undisputed. Oh, and now the Maui Half Shark and the Lilo causing an uproar together are going to allow you to sing Dig a Little Deeper, but not to worry. I have our own Let It Go, says Daniel, as we'll send that Rocketine down into the Inkwell to break up your 5-cost singer. So the game, again, is afoot. Now, we'll never board develop a Maui Half Shark since your opponent has already used one of their 3 Let It Goes.
Yeah, and he was looking at this. It's funny in these matches that you keep looking at your card because it really is kind of like that's just the place I put cards to maybe get later. So both of them, it is also your Olaf discount bin. So in hand, like you said, he has that shark. it is scary in this matchup to ever put down just one thing for a lot of reasons. A little less scary if you're never bored because of like we talked about, he doesn't have Beat King. So instead, we're gonna develop our brain. We'll just keep looking. It's just constantly he's a savvy shopper, and just trying to see how he can synergize these cards in hand.
Yeah, just keep on searching, keep on digging, trying to preserve your characters for as long as you can. You probably don't want to just chunk your Maui Half Shark out there, as you've seen that your opponent already used one of their powerful actions to get rid of the Rockin' Team. So maybe they have something in reserve for that Maui Half Shark. As you understand that this strategy is predicated on the survivability of a Maui Half Shark, but it's still sometimes it just might be worth it. Just upload the Maui Half Shark and hope for better days, and maybe you can swing the tide back in your own favor, as Neverboard has to make that critical decision now. You still have the opportunity to go for Ink and Inkwell, play the Maui Half Shark, and I think that might be the play.
Yeah, just trying to do what you can to just pretend everything's going to work out, and that helps. In this case, we'll get that Olaf, like you mentioned. I mean, this is one. Double Olaf, and that is going to be, like you said, that is enough right there to do an insane amount of mischief. So now we're back to Daniel, who only, I put quotes, has 6 ink. This is a deck that can operate off of a smaller amount of ink. But now that we have the Shark online, we can start doing some funky stuff. In this case, double Shark. And so now actions are going to be double the fun.
We are in shark-infested waters, as we are still about 1.5 weeks, maybe 2 weeks away from Shark Week. I believe it's a school of sharks, or is it a sliver of sharks? I think I've read a few of those things. They both are conflicting information. Maui Half Shark now gearing up to go on a bit of a quest, maybe indicating that he might get readied here, or we're fine. He is evasive and able to outmaneuver those Olaf snowmen of action. And I guess you are in a position where you need to start trying to just gain some lore to potentially win this game.
And I don't like saying this, but I am happy Maui got to come back for a little bit of fun, because I mean, he was king undisputed. It was like Maui or bust, and then he would look silly for a few sets. It was like, why would anyone play Maui? Haha, you're silly. But now he is out there chee-hooing around, and we have 2 on the board. Distract will come in. We're going to be able to draw a card, get down some of that the toothsomeness of the Maui. And there we or actually the Lilo to grab your bow. I said that card is nearly useless, but Distract actually makes it useful in this matchup.
And Distract working out quite nicely. But, Katie, we got a little wombo combo here because of Let It Go. We'll put the Shark down into the Inkwell, and then the Beaking Undisputed will rid the game board of the last remaining Maui Half Shark. Oh, by the way, we have another Olaf Snowman of action will be deployed here, and that is going to bring your opponent all the way back down to 0.
To nothing.
And you got 6 lore represented. What a turn. Another Maui Half Shark. It's going to be a quick rebuttal as we'll gain another lore. But, wow, Dagger coming in from Neverboard.
It's so funny. Right before this match started, I was like, well, can this one really go on long? And they said, no, it really snowballs. And seeing 3 snowmen of action, I'm like, it literally is snowballing.
Did they do like a little cheeky smile when they said that or no?
Yeah, then they left. They put on sunglasses and they left the room.
Like that?
There we go. The Olafs are a little bit not looking forward to feeding a shark for free, so they are staying upright and trying not to melt in the heat of summer. Meanwhile, this shark is happy to say, let it go, get rid of the value engine there. And like we talked about, he's evasive, so he's a little less scared. And there is Herc, and what are we going to get back here?
Going for another Maui Half Shark, just trying to keep more pressure up. But each time you send a Let It Go, you send another character to that Inkwell, you're just filling up the Inkwell even more, which is going to eventually allow that Maleficent Dragon to get online as well. But double Shark versus triple Olo, that's a full house. But who will come out unscathed on the other side, as we will just cycle our inner strength for another card. We will have to continue to feed that Inkwell a bit to get to our top end, though.
That is one of the tricky parts, right? We talk about, Maleficent Dragon. That can happen if everything's kind of going your way and you get to luxuriate and really take advantage of inking. But if you're not drawing as much cards as you need, you're not able to just have resource everywhere, then inking becomes a lot less desirable, and then you're never going to get to that Maleficent Dragon. Right. Sometimes, I mean, I watched last week matches where you couldn't even get to Shark. That was like too much of a goal because you were running on such small margins of ink. In the meantime, these 2 Lumineers are like, oh, let's look at our discards. Remember when we did that? That was so much fun. But there we go. He has one of the grab your bows, and I think
There is another grab your bow here as we will take that young Hercules down. But that's not the most. And another B King undisputed to take out one of the Maui Half Shark. Daniel gets to choose as we will select the exerted Maui. And we're just going to start to quest into the face of this other Maui, as that does seem a bit on the dangerous side. But I guess you got to put some pressure up where you can, as the questing has started. Both Lumineers low resource in the struggle mode, just trying to find any answer that we can. But now I kind of am starting to not favor, but I think Daniel's position is okay.
It is, and that's because, I mean, he gave him, I don't want to say a favor, but that's the lore he quested with there. It invites him to challenge in. Maui is happy to challenge into an Olaf. He will survive to tell the tale. And then he gets an action back. And so we have seen how these actions are just feeding and feeding. In this case, we're going to develop our brain and just see what else we can do before we get into the decision-making time. That was a very fast flip of those two cards here. So he's going to put them back down, look at his discard, because as we know, he's probably going back into this discard with a challenge here in a moment.
Just trying to see exactly what we can do and what we can find. Maybe there's a world where we could, I don't want to go for a let it go, but just trying to clear these Olafs off the board in a timely manner. But I also want to see if there's a way that I can just generate some more resources. Maybe there's a world where I can challenge and banish one of these Olafs, get back maybe a develop or a vision of the future, and try to find just more advantage that can get me back into a more comfortable position.
And I think that's why he was very eager to do this develop, is because if you can get a Lilo, go ahead, challenge in, have that Lilo get Maui ready, then have like a let it go that you got back for the Maui challenging. You're like on fire, and you've gotten rid of 2 out of 3 Olafs. Unfortunately, he didn't seem to find that, and so then the question is, well, did you find a card that lets you go find more cards? Which is kind of what this deck does best. He will go ahead, challenge into the furthermost, easternmost Olaf, take the 4 damage, and it is time to go shopping. He can still get that let it go if he wants to, but I don't know if that'd be the most synergistic.
Yeah, you're just really now.
Is it helping hand?
Now, no chance.
Okay, yeah.
Helping hand for the vibes. I think
he knows how happy that made us. He's like, I would, but I won't.
I think that would just really put you in an awkward spot.
Right.
The let it go does seem tempting, but as the further we get along in this game, you're going to really start getting to Maleficent terrain, and that's just not where you want to be. So I guess selecting the inner strength might be the choice. Just something going to the inkwell, as we will dig a little deeper indeed to check our top of our deck, get 7, add 2 to the hand, and hopefully you can find a way to get more advantage. That's another dig a little deeper is there. Lilo is there.
And yeah, like you said, having that spot removal, if we can go ahead. I mean, this turn we only have 1 action. Or no, we had 2. So yeah, we don't. He's looking. He's like, wait, how many actions did I do this turn? As far as he can get a Lilo, and I'm trying to think. No, there's no situation because he couldn't get something inkable and a Lilo and a 1-cost thing.
Yeah.
So that is a little bit of a bummer, but he can invest in himself. But the problem is Lilo later won't be good because you don't have an ample hand. So that's what I would call a major bummer.
Yeah, bird in the hand, 2 in the bush type beats, as you're hoping. But maybe at this point, Neverboard is only at 4 lore. Both of you guys are all knotted up at 4. So you can get yourself a little bit of time to just set yourself up for the next thing and the next thing, as your opponent is pot committed with 3 Olafs already in rotation. And once they go to the discard pile, aside for the young Hercules, it's really going to be difficult to get those back, as we are getting a little bit of a judge call here, as it's trying to just make sure everything is on the up and up.
Yeah, shout out to the table lore guides. We love them. They are just hanging out and watching the game. And yeah, they have done some great work this weekend. And now we are just doing a little lot here, looking at those discards again. As we know, that dogs, it's so funny because this deck reminds me of dogs in so many ways, because it really is, you just are trying to do as much with as little as possible. You're digging through your deck looking for your combo pieces, and then your discard is just a place that you're temporarily keeping cards. So in so many ways it rhymes with the dogs deck, but we are just counting through here, and lots of thumbs upping and high. And
there it is.
All right,
high five.
all right.
Make sure we're all on the up and up, as I believe there just might have been a little bit of missequence, a little bit of miscount, lore, or something of that effect, as everything has been kind of resolved and worked out, leaving these 2 Olaf Snowman of action. Sail the Azurite Sea. If we can get to a dig a little deeper, we can start to fire off here, as that's what we're going to need, because Neverboard is now in a very, very low resource situation, staring down a Maui Half Shark with a quick little sail and pass.
just a shark. He's like, hey guys, does he know this is what I got? And so, what a situation. We talked about inkability mattering so much, and now we know why. Because on this side, Daniel got 2 cards last turn off Dig a Little Deeper. He's still going shopping for some cool stuff here with his Vision of the Future, getting a lore on that Maui shark who's just been hanging out and having a really great time. There is that Lilo that maybe that could actually happen now, depending on what else he has in his hand. We are 1 action down. But then we also have that Olaf Man of Action, which is free. And then the other question is, does he want to keep digging for cards? I think sometimes it's easy to be like a character, but it's really about a character and feeding your next move.
Right. It's exactly, Katie. It's all about setting up the next thing you're trying to do, building for the next turn, building for the future, and what you're doing currently doesn't really matter as much as what you're going to do on following turns. And also, you have to calculate what your opponent could potentially do to you. There's a lot of back and forth in this game as you have some disruption that can kind of interact with what your opponent is doing, as Neverboard is just hoping that we can't find a way to clear these Olafs, because once these Olafs do go to the discard pile, that is a huge part of your questing power, huge part of your singing power, huge part of your win condition now is faltered. So it might not be that easy for Neverboard to put a win together.
Yeah, I mean, so often in some of these matches, we're like, oh, wow, look at all these cards. I mean, we have reached the point where Neverboard has been moments away from the top deck scenario that we fear in this game so much. So it is time for a develop your brain. As I watch this, now I can totally see how, because like Visions is 5 cards, develop is 2 cards, dig a little deeper is 7 cards. Like you have to be on it if you're playing this game.
You got what else can I do as well? That's 2 cards.
Yes.
And then you have the inner strength, and you have the dangerous plan. You have all these cards that have very similar functions but do slightly different things, as Vision of the Future is also played. That's 5 cards as well.
Yeah, so now we are going to look 5. I would keep an abacus, I think. I would get a little abacus for the table and be like, hey, this is what I'm looking for. Come along with me. This is why we say, I mean, any card you put on the bottom, you won't see it before a while because, my goodness, you are constantly putting things back on the bottom of your deck. In this case, we are doing our Vision, where we're just putting it back. He's thinking. I'm trying to look here. Does he have?
I played this deck a bit last set before it was cool. You know, hipster glasses engage.
Right.
And I got so bad because my brain is so damaged that I had to physically look at the card and announce what it was to myself before I played it to ensure that I activated the card and resolved it correctly.
Recommend that to everyone because, I mean, at the end of the day, so many times they're like, what are you doing? And if you just say what you're doing, no one has to ask
I'll pay
that.
2 ink and I'm looking at the card. Vision of the Future.
I play Vision of the Future.
There
You
it
stand
is.
up on top of your chair. We're like, that's not necessary, sir.
Anime protagonist. Haha! I play Vision of the Future. It allows me, and I'll explain to myself just so I don't mess it up. Because, like you said, you get in a muscle memory and you start to draw and do these things, and you end up doing the wrong thing as the wrong thing. It just causes a bunch of confusion. As we are, is anyone keeping count of how many visions? I mean, we get
Infinite?
it. Just tell me the future already, for crying out loud. There's so much vision here.
I don't think Merlin's very good.
Yeah,
he's
like,
like,
figure it out, dude.
I need glasses. I have not been wearing them the entire time. I am so sorry, guys. We need the pig. The pig's visions is what we need. So there we go. We played 5 actions just this turn. That's 5 lore. We're still going because 5th action is develop your brain. A little diet Vision of the Future.
Another helping hand as we help our hand one more time for another.
And a nice
high
temperature
five.
check, right? Because, I mean, if Daniel's like, again, and Neverboard said, I think we're good, buddy, then he knows that he's got a commanding position. However, he just has 1 character on board, now 2. So shout out to this helping hand. Does he have I feel like you need a Lilo because, my gosh, how many actions is that? I would want a free Lilo for my time. But unfortunately, it does not seem like he's going to go that route. Instead, he's deciding, what do I want to do with this Maui? I think we're going to
just gain a lore quest. I mean, he is evasive, and it's going to be very difficult to get through this evasive character with these double Olaf's no man of action. I don't believe there is a character or card in your strategy that, aside from your own counter Maui, that can engage with the exerted Maui in a way that I might not know, as you are going to deploy your own Maui half shark here that can engage with Maui, as we will sing What Else Can I Do Here. It's helping hand and the Maleficent one. Ooh. I think this decision should be pretty snap.
He's
Maybe
like, do I want to high five or play a good character? Let's see how much ink we're at. 8. So that is a tricky gamble. I mean, while we're saying it's a meme, I mean, that dragon could be a meme in itself, right?
Very
because,
true.
I mean, if you say, I kept it, and then you don't get any ink ability situation, then you kind of played yourself.
I think, what you have to do, as painful as it is, you send the helping hand to the inkwell, you grab the Maleficent dragon, and you challenge him with the Maui half shark, get a guaranteed ink, and then just
you don't have an ink ability situation because it's, this isn't develop. It's what else? can I do?
This
So
is what
you
else
got
can I do. You get them
yes.
both. So one goes to the inkwell, one goes to the
True.
hand. I think I'm putting that helping hand down to the inkwell, and I'm just going to. Oh, you can't just play the shark this turn, so you can't. Never mind. I'm sorry.
Yeah, he
Forget I
can't,
said
but
it.
he can hold on to
He
it.
can hold. He can hold.
Yeah. And so, but that's still, so he is, I think, doing exactly what you said, saying, man, I'm going to have so much fun next turn. I get another high five. I'm
Yeah.
assuming this.
For the meme, maybe he thought about it just for the
Yeah,
memes of
yeah.
high-fiving
He's
my
like,
opponent.
that was fun. And if it goes in the inkwell, that's one less high five I can do. But Daniel is sitting at a commanding 11-3 here. And if he can get out more of those snowmen of action, that will help tilt things more in his favor and get rid of that pesky 3 lore on the other side. We have one in hand. We also have a let it go. Now, we know we're in the future. We know what whenever board has in hand, but the more characters on the board, the less he will probably care.
Yeah, and this is a dangerous spot. We do have that let it go. Unfortunately, you can't really use it. You can distract your own guy here just to gain a bit of lore there, as the Olaf Snowman of Action is still drying, I believe. I believe that character just got put down this turn. You still have one that can challenge in or sing a song as you'll sing What Else Can I Do of Your Own?
What else can I do?
What else can we do?
Yeah, what else
Okay.
can we? And that's a question we should all ask ourselves every day. But there we go. We have possibly a ghostly tale. It's tough to say 100%. Maybe a desperate plan. We know Daniel. He loves desperate plans. He is a wild and loose dude with the desperate hit plans. However, whatever that was, it went into the inkwell, and I think he kept the let it go.
Yeah, he's holding on to that let it go, just waiting for the ward to resolve.
Oh, no, it was a scuttle.
From
Or no?
Oh, did he? I think he still might have one.
Oh,
Let It Go
okay,
in
okay,
his
sorry,
hand.
yes.
So he did play the scuttle, and I think unless he inked the let it go, and we might have missed it, but I think he's going to hold on to that let it go in the event that the what else can I do effect lingers, as we did draw an inkable card off the top of the deck, but. Unfortunately, Katie, we are warded up. A total ward of the
You're
heart
so
there.
right, yeah.
So Maleficent Dragon.
Because I was like,
So
oh,
it's-
well, but the skull came down after. He's like, read the feathers. It says fireproof. I got them fireproof model.
I'm good. Don't worry about me. I'm Scuttle.
And that is so, it's not funny, but it's like a little funny because, I mean, you spend these times going, okay, this will be fine as long as, but that is one of the things is that when you're in a mirror match, you're playing against you, but just in a different font. So in this case, he has to sit on that Maleficent, and every turn that passes, it becomes a little bit less valuable. And let's just also remember, if that Maui is able to challenge into Daniel's chart channels into never boards, he can get back.
Yeah.
If he really is afraid of spot removal, he could do that.
Yeah, this is getting very interesting. It's really showing the value of that song. What else can I do? It's been ward is just such a powerful keyword, especially in this mirror match and in this format. That's another one of those mirror breaking style cards. As you're able to protect your board, if this Maleficent Dragon was able to run wild onto Daniel's position, you put yourself in a nice advantageous spot. But now Daniel is basically threatening the end of the game, depending on what the top of those decks can provide, as that is 5 lore being generated, 2 actions, and the game ends there. Plus, you got a free challenge with this Maui Half Shark. Granted, it will take the trade, but there is a world that you can walk out of here with a victory next turn.
Yeah, and that is something he would love to have because it does not feel good to ever be 2-0'd in the finals, and he would like to have a little pip of his own on this pip watch on a Sunday evening. But it's another vision of the future, 4,000 visions of the future. Shout out to them for finding all the visions, all the helping hands. Unfortunately, one helping hands in the inkwell, which has been a very big bummer for us. But he knows that he can't really do that really cool dragon turn right now, so in the meantime, we are just trying to find something to stabilize. So there is another shark, which would be pretty nice.
I think we're going to play it right here. Shout out to Doctor Strange. I think he looked in the future maybe 4 million times there when they were trying to take down Thanos, and there was only one path to victory. And I think Neverboard is trying to find that victory, as Daniel's also looking for a similar victory. As I think we've probably played about 6 million Vision of the Future here. As Dig a Little Deeper is digging into the deck, as well as the future is looking grim. We probably cycled the entire deck on both of these Illuminators sides here at this point.
And it's funny because a lot of times we're like, oh, what if you deck out? But it's just, this is a very eco-friendly deck. Whatever you're not using, reuse and put on the bottom of your deck and for a later day. So he is going to go ahead. This is a pretty quick one as far as the cards he took. He's looking at them and saying, remember these 5 cards on the bottom. And now, what else will he do here?
Is he playing another one, or that was just asking a legitimate question here?
He could technically. I mean, he could challenge into that shark, and then the shark could go get it back. But we'll see.
No,
No,
we're looking for action. We're trying to win this game, Katie. I think
we
we're
just
just
do a
trying
vision of the future.
We just did another vision of the future, and we're just trying to find as many low-cost actions as we can play.
That's such a good point, right? Like at a certain point, why engage in combat when you could win?
Let's just win. I'm not aiming for the truck. We're aiming for the car. As Maui Half Shark, we still have a quest available with this Scuttle Bird Brain as we go for a little three-piece here. Get us up to 19. Do we have another one? There it is. It's Helping Hand. Ain't no way.
Oh, he's like,
high five to 9. There it is. As we are going to reluctantly extend the hand.
It was a
on that
helping handshake. That was a fun moment. Man.
Oh, my
This has been a
goodness.
good, like, honestly, in any other situation where 5 rounds of Lorcana takes, 8 hours, I'd be a little concerned, but I'm having the time. This is just very fun to watch these Illumineers in this top 16. It's been some of the greatest Disney Lorcana I've seen, and it makes me, I was sad because I was concerned this meta was underdeveloped in the
Right.
sense that it was a short set. It was short because of Infinity, but these Illumineers showed up and said, let me kind of give you a vision of what the future could have been like, and I love it.
A different timeline, a different place, a different time. Things could have just been much different all the way around, but it is what it is, as it looks like we might be taking another bio break here as we got a little stretch our legs, and I think we should do that in the booth as well. Get a little leg stretch of our own as we are all kind of getting there, yearning for the mind, saying goodbye to this format. But in the meantime, in between time, I guess we could play our in memorial. Is that something we should do or no?
I don't know.
I mean, no. I think we might have to do.
Well, to be fair, you guys played it and you did commentary, and I didn't participate. But in the background, it just you guys are going, oh.
Oh, I never played all the commentary. Oh.
And so I'd have to like step it up, and I don't know if I have it, but we could play it. And yeah, let's do it.
Let's just play it.
Let's
I mean,
cut it up,
Let's just play it. Let's see what happens. If I even have the ability to do that,
will remember. You don't have to play the song, and you could like make it on silent, and I'll.
No. Oh, do you want to do that? Will you save us from Bezos there? If I play will you sing?
And do commentary. I can do it all.
It's a 5-minute thing.
Okay,
though.
no, I won't.
That's a long song that you got to sing.
All
there.
right, everyone
Spend
hum to
all
yourself.
your time waiting for another chance. It is all right, here we go. We'll try it. Here we go. All right, more. We need more.
Oh, I hear the song.
I hear the song. Oh my goodness, it's over for us.
Bezos changed your name back. You're welcome. That card was a little ironic.
Oh, I think the music was still going, Katie. We
It
couldn't
was?
hear it, but I think they could hear it.
Could
We're
they not
done.
hear me?
They could hear you.
Okay, good. Chicha. Sky
Chicha.
really likes this one in a troubling way.
But he has a son, and Tipo can go away. Goodbye. Oh, Doc.
Doc, we hardly knew you. Nani will miss you. Pete, I forgot your triggers, but remembered your heart. 4 fingers, but a big start.
Then
Sticky Mickey.
Sticky Mickey. Hypnotic strength. Oh, hypnotic. Feeling good, and Lilo is
She
out
won't
of
escape
the window.
from this. She's last time escape. Oh, Tiana, you had one good set. Then people remembered that you aren't that good. White Rose Goat was gone, and then you helped me, Diablo.
Diablo, Maleficent Scout, Obedient Raven, Genie the Man, he is not a maven.
Yzma wasn't good, but then later was.
No, go. She was good and also got slightly worse.
Prince Philip is not helping on this boat at all.
Goodbye, Phil. Oh, this
Oh,
card.
yeah, get out.
Ooh, you
Get
can
a
go.
man.
Just go.
And
Next.
oh, Maui, you have one
Oh.
more round.
You're
Maui
still doing
Shark.
fine.
I love this chaotic gambling rabbit.
And Pleakley, we'll miss you, Pleakley.
Kiwi, where are you? You're in the ocean. Oh, we're in the ocean.
We're
Sail.
still in the ocean, sailing the ocean. John Silver's in the ocean, but in space.
What's he making? We don't know. Bark.
Pluto. My name is Pluto. Calhoun, yeah. What are we gonna do, Calhoun, yeah?
Get out.
Boo. Get him out of here. Get a ban. We do not do that here. Oh,
And
hello.
this one was nice, though. This one was revealed at National Championship. Iago. Evasive and
Ooh, I'm also evasive, and I look really sneaky. I'm Diablo. Yeah.
and this one was good once or twice, but then people said, I'm just gonna wipe your board, dude.
Get out of here. As another tramp, he was doing this thing. I actually like that tramp. He was kind of cool.
We're porting more pirates, but you can't use that. Get
Get him
out.
down. Get him
that
down.
card's dumb.
Go. Bye.
I'm sorry. That's
Sorry, not gonna miss you.
Why do you hate yourself?
Mushu
Oh.
never stood a chance.
But Belle, why are you so confused? You go to community college, apprentice inventor.
She became an inventor, but then she reclassed to a magician.
Scrooge gone.
Oh, Tamatoa gone as well. Goodbye.
Oh,
we're gonna miss
this
you
one
there,
was
Mulan.
good. She didn't do anything wrong. I want that playmat
Move
though.
on, lady.
She was a dog, but not the one people hated.
Oh, yeah. And this one people kind of had mixed feelings about, but she's probably still broken. This tramp was decent.
I like his smug little face.
I like his bandana around his neck.
Shout out to this card. It's a shift target that's sometimes played without shift, but there we go. Hamster ball.
Hamster in ball. Remember that guy, Hamster Ball? Palace Guard. He was a good dude.
He was now we're just Royal God, Palace God, Royal God. Don't worry about it.
And the Monstro, the combo is no longer here.
Pull the lever.
Hey, pull a lever. Ha!
Wrong lever.
Oh, no, I fell in the hole. I'm gone, yeah.
I appreciate people going, why are you guys, like, we're killing time. Into the unknown, it's known, it's infinity. And it's Basil, how much is left in this?
Oh, this is a long time as Lewis is fine, and he is out of here, too. Thank you, Lewis.
Oh, this one's sad.
Aw.
She's a child, and she was doing pretty good. But here's my hand.
Get my hand and help me up as I'm falling down.
Oh, dump truck.
Dump truck, give me the dump truck.
The dump truck meta. Now, oh, Vinny, I love this card. I'm going to make you pay for that board wipe. Vinny,
Oh,
another one.
Another Vincenzo Santorini.
Is this in alphabetical order? No, it's the Mari.
She's grabbing the crown and leaving town beyond the horizon.
Hams. Ham. You got it.
Hamster ball. Thank you, Hamster Ball.
Thanks,
Oh, my-
Hamster Ball.
That's crazy. I remember that reveal. That's
It
one of
got
my
a little
favorite reveals
jazzy. I would say it was a more jazzy in memoriam, but hopefully both Illumineers have peed or whatever they need to do because if
there. So crass.
yeah, or what, we're adults here.
Leave it up to our imagination.
I do like when you road trip with Luke, he will go, I have to go potty. And I look around and go, for whomst are you altering your language, sir? And it's me. But speaking of people who are in good spirits, we have these two Illumineers who have shown sometimes you just gotta have a mustache and a beard and a hat and a good attitude, and you might get to go to Disneyland as a CCQ winner.
And huge shout out to Garrick for making that in memoriam video, as it is a great way to send off some of these cards. We were lighthearted about it, but I know some people are actually kind of sad to see some of their favorite glimmers be sent to the Infinity format. But good luck for you. Those cards will always be available for you to play, and even at your local game store, maybe at your kitchen table, those cards can still be played. So we are just saying goodbye in just the core constructed format, but in the Infinity format, you can still use all those things. But Attack of the Vine is coming out July the 17th. Get out there and get some new cards and make some new friends today.
Yeah, have a helping hand, helping fist bump. These two Illumineers, maybe they know each other. It'd be so fun if they're like, I just met you. I love your style. Your deck, amazing. Your style, amazing. Let's just play Disney Lorcana in the finals. Your record, amazing.
Did we just become best friends? Yep.
Yeah.
Probably, as we make a lifelong friend today. There's no chance you're ever going to forget the time you sat there at the finals playing helping hand and high-fiving each other all day long, smiling and laughing and having a good time. So GG's all around. This is for all of the marbles. It comes down to this. The finals is underway. No more bathroom breaks. Someone at home, keep tabs of how many times Vision of the Future, Dig a Little Deeper, Develop Your Brain are played and how many cards are cycled. And maybe we can have a little competition there. But somebody's going to the Disney Lorcana Challenge North American Championship today, right now. lock in. Tell your friends as we are getting one more game of Wilds Unknown meta.
I cannot wait to see how this match goes because it's one of those things that I do wish that both players can win. That's not the case, but it's one of those that's happy no matter what because both these Lumineers have had a stunning run, and I think no matter what, we are going to see two players shake their hands and celebrate. Now, I will say Daniel last week got to celebrate Mo Shamblin, a teammate, getting his CCQ, so that would be a little bit of a Cinderella story there. But Neverboard has literally 40,000 fans in the chat just screaming in unison. I think all of Daniel's supporters are just out playing Infinity right now.
They could be asleep as well. It is getting a bit late in the day.
Sunday.
Katie, when you told me that it was 5 o'clock, I almost had a sudden chill because I was a bit afraid to see it become so late in the day.
I was supposed to drive home tonight. That ain't happening.
It ain't gonna happen. That's to be a dangerous drive. I guess you could make it happen. That's a dangerous plan though. You might get your Lilo snatched if you pull that.
My whole Lilo might cause an uproar. But there is a tech card of Nothing We Won't Do. We are not playing it because it's in the Inkwell and it's not coming out for Neverboard. However, it is now Daniel's turn. Game 1, Neverboard went first. Game 2, Daniel went first, and now Game 3. All right. Now, this getting a little less, but I think it will come back and be more bit as it goes on. Because you know that's how bits go. It gets old, and then it's funny again.
That's kind of where I am with Potato.
Yeah, right. Potato, I'm like, all right, let's lay off Potato.
I'm in the downswing of it, but I think Potato's going to come back strong
in a big
once
way.
once the set actually releases, and I see someone with a thick binder of like 50,000 foil potatoes. It's gonna.
You're funny. All right, yeah, but there we go. We're gonna sail the Azurite seas gently. Did he not sail, but didn't? What are we? What? No.
We are. I think we're just still sailing right now, just looking for what. But we didn't put another additional.
Yeah, that's what I'm like. I can't understand what has happened.
Maybe we have a brick
yeah,
crisis.
I would not ask for a high five right now, Daniel, because if he wasn't able to ink because he doesn't have any ink, because Sail is one of those cards that it has to be inkable. So if he has no ink, then yeah, if there's any helping hands, I'm gonna be like, are you good? Do you want a high five? What's the mood right now?
Yeah.
Because yeah, Sail very, very traditionally is a ramp card, but a ramp card, no ramp is madness indeed.
And there could be either an inkability crisis that you're dealing with, or you just have some very high impact cards that you just did not want to commit to the inkwell. And it seems like you had some cards that you probably could have played and inked there, or you could have just straight up forgot. I mean, that's something that does happen from time to time.
He was sad he didn't have helping hand. He was like, I really wanted.
That could be what it is. As he's looking at the sail, he's looking at his hand, and I think he might be realizing that I did not put a card in my inkwell. And I think it's just way too late to go back and remedy that here, as that could have been what happened, Katie.
Yeah, I will say, I mean, we've talked about how long this day is, and I mean, these players are playing this control match, so I do think he is doing that audit, because that is the face you make where you're like, oh, this is cool, this is totally cool. It is not over, but I mean, it is. The benefit is you did get to draw a card, and you do have an action in your discard, but the downside is Sail is played for that very, very reason of ramp. But it did get into another Sail, so we go next. We ink a Maleficent Dragon, and then in this case, he will play one more action.
Oh, and
he still goes back. All right.
He's still helping hand there.
Yeah, he's like, I need this high five now more than ever.
As Daniel is. Whoa!
Gary!
Gary making a dramatic appearance.
Oh, wow.
Oh, no, Gary.
Not like this.
Gary's calling the judge. Look at Gary, not like this.
This is, honestly, guys, we are so sorry. We just hired him. We didn't read his references.
Yeah, Gary. That's not how. Gary, you're not going to be a lore guide if you keep that up, Gary.
This is just madness incarnate.
Come on, Gary.
The judge, shout out to the lore guy, Taryn, there for flicking the fly off of that helping hand, returning it to sender, and we will talk to Gary after this match.
Yeah, he's going to have to get let go. Sorry, Gary, but that's not appropriate behavior that we expect about lore guides here.
No. If you're not allowed to fly onto people's decks. But on a serious note, things are looking a little grim. There we go. He says, I need this high five really bad right now, because not only did he play 3 actions, no Leos, not only did he have ramp, no ramp, but he also had to fly attack one of his cards. But here is Daniel with his turn. We have a helping hand in to develop your own brain. And will he be able to do that powerful Lilo turn?
And we can hope. I think Daniel is also surveying the board as well and realizing that there is a little bit of ink disparity happening on Neverboard's side, and maybe you can find a glimmer of hope to capitalize on this. You are indeed on the draw, so any advantage you can get, you're going to try to take it, as Inner Strength is representing that third action required to play that Lilo causing an uproar. Let's see if we got it. And there she is. Lilo causing it. We got 2. We got 3, Katie. Holy moly, donut shop. That's a triple. If you're not seeing seeing, don't adjust your television. That's not triple vision, but that's 3 copies of Lilo causing an uproar, and she's causing a ruckus out here.
Yeah, shiver me timbers because one of her abilities is rawr, and I'm scared. I mean, to be fair, Everboard has been assaulted by wildlife. He has been assaulted by possibly a lapse in inking, and now he has 3 4 quest for 2 Singer 5 cards. Sale this time. Let's see. We're gonna go draw a card.
Draw a card. It was an uninkable card. That was that young Hercules as well, or grab your bow. I can't quite call. I know it was uninkable, whatever it was. So we are still in a conundrum here, and it really is going to all probably predicate on that missing ink situation. You have that Maui half shark, which you're going to get to just a little bit later. You still are due an ink per turn. And you still can play some more actions, but you don't have any Lilos of your own to combat this early game board. So that's going to be 6 lore that you're just going to have to give away freely here.
Yeah, I mean, it is in these matches, it is hard to say, like, oh, it's so over, but it is easy to say, like, I say, like, it's warning lights, like, okay, it's not great. Like we said, okay, we pointed, because did he just find a D-Lo?
No, he found his own Lilo, but there's 2 in hand, and you can only keep 1. And I believe you've only played 2 actions this turn, so you never mind. Lilo's actually no good for you, and you've already used your allotment of ink. So checking the hand, checking the decision. I don't know what the grab would even be here in this spot.
And this is where I think, like, bringing up tilting comes up, because it gets to the point where when bad things happens in a match, you're like, it's okay. But then a second bad thing happens, and then a third, and you're like, my opponent's done nothing to me yet. This is just my deck and how this match is going. So you just have to, like, have that clear mind, which I think is one of the, like I said a few times, things that make great players, or difference between good and great players, is the ability to say, deep breath. Go on, keep playing, because, like you said, he can't take advantage of a free Lilo. If he takes a Lilo, he has to wait to the next turn. And then, does he have enough actions to take advantage of it next turn? Can he afford to keep taking turns off without doing impactful things?
Yeah, that's a very tough spot, and maintaining a super short-term memory and just staying as present as you can, as we are going to get an ink into the inkwell with our Sail the Azurite Sea, quickly making a decision here. We got that Maui half shark set up, but we are kind of ink starved there. It looks like we have that grab your bow and a Bee King Undisputed in hand. You will need to find another ink, and you're going to have to hope that Daniel does not have removal to this Maui half shark in the form of Let It Go on the following turn, and this could be the way that you get back into this thing with that Maui half shark.
Yeah, and so that shark, as we know, can make a storm of activity with actions. However, now we have 3 characters that can sing our quest. In this case, we're doing a double sing. And this is going to be the foundation of the rest of the game for Daniel. He only has 3 ink. So, I mean, we talked about missing inking isn't terrible. But in this case, he's not. I mean, he's feeling pretty good with what's in front of him.
Right. Now you got that opportunity to sing, dig a little deeper. There could be arguments made that 6 lore might be more valuable than getting these cards, but that argument will be quickly debuffed that dig a little deeper, taking the ability to go up in advantage is probably more important than try to winning this early lore race, depending especially on what those cards can be. So I'm just trying to set myself up for that mid to late game. Maybe I can find what else can I do, accelerate my ink well a bit more to set up this Maui half shark, or I'm potentially looking for answers to my opponent's inevitable Maui half shark that they're going to deploy as soon as next turn.
I mean, this Illuminator is so locked in. At one point, someone was like, oh, I don't recognize him. I was like, well, normally he's not wearing a hat and he's really happy. But when he's playing, he is locked in on another dimension, and you have to be in this deck. As we see, you're constantly looking, reviewing, planning over and over again. So we have picked our 2 cards for this. We have our discard here, which is a discount of 6 actions in the discard. So, yeah, he only has to pay. No, I can't count.
Yeah, just a little steep reduction. So you will get that Olaf Snowman of action to be deployed for only 3 ink. Lilo now able to quest for that too. So a lot of pressure has been added to the board. Maui half shark still will be able to relieve a little bit of that pressure, but I think with the way that your hand is set up, you may have to turn around and ink a copy of your Maui half shark to play another Maui half shark, and that will spell demise for you. If your opponent is holding on an answer to a Maui half shark, you'll probably lose the game in short order if that happens. So Neverboard thinking hard about this turn. It's a very important turn here.
And we've seen these control matches can be very swingy, is a term that people use, where it just feels like it's over. Wait, it's over. But I will say in this current meta, it's hard to have huge swings. It's just based on the fact we don't have board wipes. Board wipes are going to be the biggest way to have. Demona is like a pseudo board wipe. In this case, a shark can help. He is one shark against the world. He can feed and go ahead and get actions back. However, we now have 8 lore on the board, which is nothing to ignore, and we're about to just start digging even deeper.
Yeah, this is just when it rains, it absolutely pours, as Neverboard is looking a little concerned here in this spot. Like you said, Katie, it's never over until the lore total reaches 20, but the window of opportunity is beginning to close rapidly for Neverboard as Daniel is feeling cool, calm, and collected. Triple Lilo starts are incredibly difficult to beat, especially in the mirror match, but man, it does feel hard to sit here and watch this tournament come to an end this way. It's never over, but man, it's going to be a tough hill to climb here for Neverboard.
Yeah, and I think, we didn't have enough time to spend with Lilo, but I feel like there is a Lilo index. 1 Lilo, 2 Lilo, ooh, and then, 3.
Yeah.
That is a crazy amount for free, because, free is the best value in all of Disney Lorcana. For people tuning in, you might say, we have someone saying it's quite the blowout. It hasn't been. Game 1, it felt like it was Neverboard all day. Game 2 was very contentious. This, I think, is the most, the term people use is high rolling, because it just feels like if you roll the dice, you got Yahtzee. Is that good? Is Yahtzee all the same one?
I think so.
Yeah, it feels like he got all 6s.
Yeah, 6s in a row. All 6s is a Yahtzee, I believe.
Yeah, so he got it. And so now, though, he has to keep that advantage. Just having a high roll doesn't mean you get to win the game. You just have to keep all the value you can. He's looking at the 5 cards that he's sending back. He's already picked his 2. I think he is truly thinking, what if I see these cards again?
Yeah.
And he might, based on how he's been playing.
It's a very realistic possibility, but I think Neverboard is just hoping. You've seen so many cards. You're just hoping that you can fade a Let It Go on this turn, as we will go for a little bit of distraction down to the inkwell. And if we can just avoid a Let It Go, maybe there's a world we can slowly start to regenerate here a little bit, as Daniel hasn't ripped it just yet. So maybe that's an indicator that it does not exist. And if it doesn't exist, it can't hurt you, but it does exist. They are real, and Let It Go will be played at full retail value, and 6 lore will be added to the board as the questing campaign has started for Daniel, who has all of the energy and momentum. Neverboard doesn't have a board at all, as you are just trying to hope something can stick here. Second Maui. Let's try it again and see if this one works this time.
Now, it's... this is not a fun. He is never bored, but he might be a little frustrated here at this situation. We saw, so for people who didn't catch game 1, that Max Goof was able, he had to sing Be King Undisputed. Then we had a second Be King Undisputed. Daniel was not able to stick a character on the board until pretty much the last turn, and he lost. So right now, he just needs to get some traction, knowing that the Snowman of actions are probably coming at some point. Unlike Chernabog Evildoer, where you lose your actions when you play it, you get to keep it. So if he looks into some Snowman, they will stick, and any lore that he has is gone. That Maui comes down. He needs to have actions to synergize with it. We have a total of 8 lore on board. What can he do on this turn? You could even sing what can I do?
You can play another Maui Half Shark, and you have to get a little lucky. You have to enter to the hope phase. But as we already see, that there is another copy of that 5-cost inkable action that will be sending this Maui down into the inkwell. Got reprinted in Winter Spell, and it's going to be with us for the next year. A very premium piece of removal, and this one might be removing Neverboard from this tournament and removing Daniel all the way to the Digital Arcana Challenge North American Championship. Could this be it? One more turn left, Katie.
And this is where he goes, I'm opening the fridge. I got to see what I bought, and do I have what it takes? And he has a full clutch of cards. He has 7 or 8 ink in the inkwell. In theory, there's so much he can do, but I am so sorry to tell you, Be Prepared is not in this format, but he is thinking over his options.
And thinking indeed, and hoping that he can find the way to get it done. I'm not sure if that card exists. We're going to play it through the final whistle, as we will play another Maui Half Shark.
One more helping hand. We high five. We mark down the lore. He is probably just seeing what else. And a handshake extends. Daniel, you are going to infinity and beyond and stamping your ticket to the North American Championship.
You did it, Daniel.
Well done, well played. You negotiated some treacherous obstacles here at the final table, and you really weathered the storm, and you got it done your own way. Incredible performance all around. You played great yesterday. That was a very fortunate matchup for you in that game number 3, but you did everything you needed to do to achieve victory, and you should be incredibly proud of yourself, taking nothing away from Barrett, who played incredible as well. I thought the deck was moving and grooving, doing what you designed it to do, but unfortunately, you just had a bad showing there, and still you should be incredibly proud of yourself as well for making it all the way to the finals here in this very last tournament we have of this core constructed metagame.
And there's moments when you cast where you're like, this is why I do it. And watching them high five, after turn 2 when we saw the face kind of drop on Neverboard, because I think that moment he's like, oh no. And then it just kind of rolling out. But seeing that turn where he knows it's pretty much over and he plays that helping hand and they high five and then they share a smile. I mean, that's why you do it. He lost, but in that moment he made it good for his opponent, and it's beautiful to watch, and
Absolutely.
I'm so happy to be able to share it with you guys at home.
For sure. This is why we do it, and this is why I'm glad that we were able to start this, because I love sharing the passion of the community, and I'm glad that we found the people who enjoy this passion as much as I do, and everyone who is sticking around with us. I understand this is pretty much a lame duck metagame, and there's nothing to really gain to make yourself better, but at least you're sharing the time to really celebrate our newest qualifier to the North American Championship, and really wish them well on their journey. So again, from the bottom of my heart, I want to thank you guys all for being here. We're going to get our champion to come by and talk in an interview, and then we're going to come back here. Maybe we can get Philly and Lexi to come by and say hello to the stream before we shut this thing off. But Katie, what an incredible weekend of Lorcana. I really love what's happening here in Fortsmith, Arkansas, and I really love hanging out with everyone was here. So shout out to you, huge shout out to Garrick, huge shout out to DLC champion Luke Wonderland, who joined in and shared his voice with the program as well. It's always appreciated when those types of things happen. And it was just a wonderful, wonderful weekend and a wonderful time here in Fortsmith, Arkansas, the jewel of the Ozarks.
Yeah, shout out to Jay-Z and Quest World and production. There's Quest World production and there's production.
Yeah. Production of Quest World production.
Yeah, production's holding it down. She's charging things. She's pushing buttons. She's doing it all. And we love her for it. And in the audience, the lore guides, all of it. And yeah, I'm so excited to see Daniel come by because he is a delightful person. Despite playing a control deck, it's always crazy when you see like these delightful humans playing control decks. You're like, what went so wrong to make you play such a punishing deck? But he seemed like he was having a lot of fun out there. But they are kind of having a little bit of a debrief there. I also know his team. I was like, oh, I bet they're going to be all freaking out. I think they're all playing in the Infinity Tournament.
The Infinity Tournament is still going to be ongoing. And I remember last night I was like, are we going to just show a couple Infinity matches here just to wet our whistle?
What a crazy thing you thought, JD.
that was 12 hours ago, JDC.
Yeah, that's not happening.
That guy's an absolute
You're
idiot.
not going home, Katie.
There's no chance that's going to happen.
You're staying.
Sorry if you guys are big fans of Infinity. That's not going to happen, okay? That 12 hours ago, JDZ is a big fool, and I did not realize that this was going to take as long as it did. But again,
I'd do it again.
Wherever Lorcana is, I will be there, and I will be unsquare as we're going to bring this to you guys as much as we can. So we still see the Luminaries. They just left the table. They should be making their way over to the interview
keep looking
booth.
around like he might drop from any angle.
Might just kind of rappel through the ceiling.
I mean, the fly got us. I mean, to be fair, I've casted a lot. You've casted a lot. I have never seen wildlife encroach the plate.
Ever. I've never seen a fly.
I've never. And then to see the fly. I mean, to be fair, what a tension it built all weekend, and finally he dropped in. But we have the master of the tournament organizer McPhilly coming in, so we will get to hear from him. Do you want me to do? Do you want to do a little interview now?
You want to do a little swap? A little hot
swap
swap here. We'll get the owner, operator, and proprietor of the Sharp Gaming before we meet our champion here for just the briefest of moments, just to come by and say hello here, and then we can also bring him back in to close out the show. But this is none other than the one and the only McPhilly, owner operator of the Sharp Gaming here in the jewel of the Ozarks, Fortsmith, Arkansas. Brother, I got to say thank you again for letting me be a part of this. This is my 4th or 5th Sharp Gaming event, and it was stellar. I think better than all the rest. How do you feel from your perspective how this event went down?
I feel like it was a massive success. We had a ton of people coming out this time around. I think we had 210 signed up. When we fired, I think we had like 186. There's some people with car trouble and some people who just, something came up last minute, couldn't get off work or whatever. But yeah, I enjoyed seeing everyone come out. We had people from all over the country come here, and it's not extremely easy to get here since we're in the foothills of the Ozarks. But yeah, just super thankful for everyone who came out, and I can't wait to see them next time.
Right on. There should be another CCQ happening here. Like I said, this one was a wonderful success. But McPhilly, I'm gonna cut us here short because I believe we got the champ who's gonna be coming in and talking to Garrick over in the interview booth here in just a moment. I see all of his friends and family and teammates out there. So we're gonna kick it over to Garrick here for a moment. Then we'll bring it back here to you. So stick around. Please don't leave unless you want to go over there and present the title to the champ. But Garrick and the champ are over in the interview booth waiting in the wings.
What are you guys doing? What is happening? Oh, stop it.
Okay, we're going to pretend that didn't happen, all right? That was the first mistake we've made all day, folks. Give me a break. Okay, McPhilly's got me nervous with all his handsomeness, all right?
Okay.
We're going to try this one more time, all right? Why did that happen? Okay, here we go. One more time. Sorry about that, everyone. I do apologize. Here we go. Pretend none of that happened. Interview going over with our new Sharp Gaming CCQ champion. Here it is.
And welcome. We have the champion here, Daniel, the CCQ winner here at the Sharp Gaming 10K. Those were some amazing matches that we saw all day from you on stream, from the Blurple match where you were able to string it together with the Maui Half Sharks to the match that we saw against the Ruby Amethyst deck, just getting over the finish line, and then the helping hand. We all just saw it there live on the Quest World Productions. How do you feel after getting the W?
A little surreal. It doesn't feel real yet. It still probably won't feel real for a week, but really happy. Really, really nice people all day. We're playing there's a lot on the line, and it's really nice when you're playing somebody and like they're actually just willing to have fun with you, because that's literally why I do this. So, trying to stay choked up, but like.
No, you're good, man. Let it out.
It's been a long day.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, you're here with all your team is here supporting you. This is amazing to see the local players coming out, supporting one another. And like you said, just the camaraderie that was going on in that final match. And, commiserations to your opponent there. But you were able to get it done, get qualified, and now you're getting into the Attack of the Vine meta. So now that is something that you have to prepare for the North American Championship. But you have a great testing partner here in Mo, who was just recently able to get qualified. Are you excited for that event coming up? And do you feel? I mean, you're going to Disneyland, man.
Yes. Excited. I'm really appreciative of the team that was able to stay and support. I'm kind of Mo's like sparring partner when it comes to like prepping for things. Really not fun. Don't recommend it. But yeah, I'm excited. I have not done any like meta research on Attack of the Vine, because I didn't think I was going to be playing in the NA channel. So that's exciting. And I feel a little bit behind already, but just really happy. Had a lot of fun with this. I don't know if anybody can see this. We took a picture of it, but we did extended our signatures with our helping hands, giving high fives to each other. So,
Aww.
Just fun. Like, it's a hobby. We have fun, and it's just enjoyable when you get to meet really good people and kind of friends for life. So. Really excited. Tournament was awesome. Not saying that because I did well, but everything was really good and went really smoothly. So awesome job for everybody.
Yeah, amazing performance, man. I mean, you showed that the Ruby Sapphire was one of the best decks here at the end of the meta. I think everybody was dooming early on about the dogs, but the Ruby Sapphire deck was able to come in and defeat all of the dogs that were there in the room yesterday and today, 5 making it in the top cut. But you were the last one standing with the Ruby Sapphire. How do you feel about the deck overall? Have you been playing it a long time?
No. I went to PPG last weekend and was deciding between like 3 different decks. Decided on Red Blue. I went 4-3. I lost to Mo. I lost to Cammy, who made top 8 there. And then this weekend, I wasn't sure if I was going to play it or not. But one of the things I really like doing is just playing cards. So it's kind of fun. Just like, if anything, you're just playing cards and drawing cards. So I've literally played it for 2 tournaments, and that's it. No set champs or anything. I normally play the red yellow boosty deck, which I was happy to see that make top 16 as well. I think top 8 actually. And so yeah, I like to play a little bit of everything. It's enjoyable, but the red blue stuff's fun because you just play a bunch of cards. So that's what we're doing.
Yeah, the Ruby Sapphire deck, super cool. The Lilo, unfortunately, she is rotating, but there are a lot of really, really awesome stuff that you can still do in the upcoming set with Ruby. You still have Olaf, and maybe you can play Horn King or something and just play Olaf forever, forever, forever. That could be it.
Also rotating, I think. Oh, yeah. This one's going away too. Helping Hand is gone, and so that's going to be disappointing. I don't know if I can recover.
Yeah, I was going to ask you what your favorite card in the deck is, but it seems like it is the Helping Hand.
Before today, it was Freelo, is what I called her, but it has to be Helping Hand now.
Yeah, an amazing story. Congratulations again, Daniel, for the qualification. You're going to that North American Championship. You're going to try to earn your way to the World Championship of Disney Lorcana. Congratulations again. Congratulations to your team as well. You guys are awesome supporting him. Huge round of applause. Any last words, any shout outs you would like to give before we get out of here?
It's 7 o'clock. I hope my kids are asleep, but if they're not, hey, everybody. Be home in like 2 hours, so sorry, Rose. And really just appreciate all the support. There's a lot of really, really good people in this local community. Literally 2-hour radius. We were kind of talking about it, and so just shout out to everybody. I'm not going to try to name names because I will not remember everyone, but it's really nice. And seriously, like, we don't like to tell people Arkansas is awesome, but like, we have a lot of cool stuff here. So like, if you want to come visit. It's cool.
Back-to-back CCQ winners.
That's true. Back-to-back CCQ winners here in Arkansas, getting it done. Daniel, congratulations again. We're going to send it back to the booth to JDZ Quest, who's going to close out the Sharp Gaming CCQ.
Right on. Well said. Words from the champion, the Inkfinity team, coming in and performing well here at another Sharp game. They're a very local powerhouse to the unit, and still it was a phenomenal event. Again, Philly, from me to you, thank you for everything that you do for your local community and everything you've done for me in my own journey here, as I have started my own company here, the Quest World Production, along with Garrick and Katie and some other wonderful, talented Illuminators around the community. You have been instrumental in that. So please, anything else that you want to say before we start to close the show out? If you guys want to come on in and grab those mics and get in here, if you guys want to join in and say goodbye.
No, I just wanted to thank everybody again. Thank you for the staff. The commentary team, S tier, judge team, S tier. I feel like I can't say anything about the TO because myself and the wife. But just so much support from the players, so many thank yous from the players. I know that Arkansas is often a region that's kind of forgotten about, and I just wanted to remind people that there are people who really, really love this game and want to share that love with as many people as possible. And I'm just extremely thankful for the people that were able to make it out, and the people who wanted to but couldn't. Thank you too. But
absolutely, man. Well said to you, McPhilly. And again, thank you for everything you do for the community and everything you have done for everyone. Again, make sure you guys are following Katie from the Lore Keepers Inn on YouTube. Mod, can we get a link down into the Twitch side? Garrick on Podcana. Make sure you guys get a link down into the Twitch side as well. And also Luke Wonderland here on Wonder Twitch. Thank you guys so much for coming in and providing your insight. Luke, your DLC champion experience was very pivotal. Katie, your hard work and effort and all the graphics and all the numbers. Garrick, just for your handsomeness and your Riz alone was a great help. And finally, all of you, production over here as well. If you want to come and wave.
Shout out production.
You can be. She's behind the scenes over here. Production, get in here as well. Look at the production over there. Say hello. The wind beneath the wings of the Quest World Production. I got a plug. Hey, if you guys want a tournament like this covered, make sure you reach out to the website at www.questworldproductions.com, and you guys can set up and get a booking, and we will do everything you need to get done. Wherever the Lorcana is, we will be there as it may be. So, again, from the bottom of my heart, I want to thank you guys all for rocking with the program. Congratulations to our winner, and congratulations to all of you as we are signing this thing off for today. Until the next time, the world will keep on turning and we will keep on burning, or something like that, as we are on our way out of here. Until the next time, my fellow Lumineers. Until then, I'm JDZ. I'm on a quest. Shout out to the real ones. Salute to the OGs. We're ending with a Raid Dog Supreme, as we always do on Twitch. YouTube, you're done. Like the stream, okay, and subscribe to the channel. We're going to get over here with the Questing Queens and see who's active there. As the Questing Queens are getting loose, getting busy, we're going to sit in the vibe over there. Let them know where you've been. Let them know where you came from. Keep the energy up and spread the love of Disney Lorcana over to the Questing Queens as they are getting active. Until then, peace. Wait, a little soon. There it is. Peace. All right. And YouTube, you're still out. If you're still here on YouTube, bye. You're done. Bye, YouTube.